Bearskin, a fairy tale by the Brothers Grimm. Once upon a time, a young fellow enlisted as a soldier, showed bravery in battle, and was always at the front when bullets rained down. During the war, everything went smoothly, but when peace was declared, he received his discharge, and the captain told him he could go wherever he liked. With his parents deceased and no home to return to, he went to his brothers and implored them to take him in until the next war began. However, his brothers were callous and said, "What can we do with you? You're of no use to us. Find a way to support yourself." All the soldier had left was his gun. He slung it over his shoulder and set off into the world. He arrived at a vast heath where nothing could be seen but a ring of trees. There he sat down sorrowfully and contemplated his fate. "I have no money," he thought, "and I've only learned the trade of warfare. Now that peace has arrived, I'm no longer needed. I foresee that I'll starve." Suddenly, he heard a rustling, and when he looked around, a strange man stood before him, dressed in a green coat and appearing quite dignified, but with a grotesque cloven foot. "I already know what you are in need of," said the man. "Gold and possessions shall be yours, as much as you can spend as you wish, but first I must determine if you are fearless, so that I do not waste my money." "A soldier afraid? Those two things do not go together," he replied. "You can put me to the test." "Very well," said the man. "Look behind you." The soldier turned around and saw a large bear approaching, growling menacingly. "Oh," cried the soldier, "I will tickle your nose for you until you lose your desire to growl," and he aimed at the bear, shooting it through the muzzle. The bear fell and did not move again. "I can see clearly," said the stranger, "that you are not lacking in courage, but there is still another condition you must fulfill." "If it does not jeopardize my salvation," replied the soldier, knowing well who stood before him. "Otherwise, count me out." "You will take care of that yourself," answered Greencoat. "For the next 7 years, you must not wash yourself, comb your beard or hair, cut your nails, or say a single Lord's Prayer. I will give you a coat and cloak which you must wear during this time. If you die within these 7 years, you are mine. If you survive, you are free and rich for the rest of your life." Considering the dire straits he was in, and having faced death many times before, the soldier decided to take the risk and agreed to the terms. The devil took off his green coat, gave it to the soldier, and said, "As long as you wear this coat and put your hand into the pocket, you will always find it full of money." Then he skinned the bear and said, "This shall be your cloak and your bed, for you must sleep on it, and not in any other bed. And because of this attire, you shall be called Bearskin." After this, the devil disappeared. The soldier put on the coat, immediately felt in the pocket, and found that the promise was indeed true. After donning the bearskin, he ventured out into the world, indulging in everything that pleased him and squandering his money without restraint. In the first year, his appearance was still acceptable, but by the second, he began to resemble a monster. His hair covered nearly his entire face. His beard was like coarse felt. His fingers had turned into claws, and his face was so filthy that if seeds were sown on it, they would sprout. Everyone who saw him ran away. But because he generously gave money to the poor to pray for his survival during the 7 years and paid well for everything, he always found shelter. In the fourth year, he entered an inn where the landlord refused to accommodate him and wouldn't even allow him to stay in the stable for fear of frightening the horses. However, when Bearskin reached into his pocket and pulled out a handful of ducats, the host was persuaded and gave him a room in an outhouse. Bearskin had to promise not to be seen, lest the inn's reputation suffer. One evening, as Bearskin sat alone and wished fervently for the 7 years to pass quickly, he heard loud sobbing from a nearby room. Compassionate by nature, he opened the door and found an elderly man weeping bitterly and wringing his hands. Bearskin approached, but the man tried to flee in fear. Eventually, realizing Bearskin was human, he relented and, moved by Bearskin's kindness, confided in him. His wealth had dwindled. He and his daughters faced starvation, and he couldn't even pay the innkeeper and faced imprisonment. "If that's your only worry," said Bearskin, "I have plenty of money." He summoned the innkeeper, settled the debt, and slipped a purse full of gold into the old man's pocket. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the old man insisted, "Come with me. My daughters are all remarkably beautiful. Choose one as your wife. Once she hears what you've done for me, she won't refuse you. You may look peculiar, but she will soon remedy that." This proposition pleased Bearskin, and he followed the old man. Upon seeing him, the eldest daughter was so horrified by his appearance that she screamed and fled. The second daughter stood motionless, staring at him from head to toe, then remarked, "How can I marry a man who no longer resembles a human? The bear that was shaved and passed off as a man looked better. At least it wore a hussar's uniform and white gloves. I might get used to the ugliness, but—" The youngest daughter, however, said, "Dear father, he must be a good man to have helped you in such dire times. If you promised him a bride, you must keep your word." Bearskin's face was obscured by dirt and hair, or else they might have seen how delighted he was by her words. He took a ring from his finger, broke it in two, gave her half, and kept the other. He inscribed his name on her piece and hers on his, urging her to keep it safe. Then he took his leave, saying, "I must wander for 3 more years. If I don't return by then, you're free, for I shall be dead. Pray to God to spare my life." The poor betrothed bride dressed herself entirely in black, and tears came into her eyes when she thought of her future bridegroom. Her sisters did nothing but mock and scorn her. "Be careful," warned the eldest. "If you give him your hand—" "Watch out," added the second. "Bears have a taste for sweet things. If he takes a liking to you, he'll devour you." "You must always do as he pleases," the eldest continued, "or else he'll growl." The second chimed in, "But the wedding will be merry, for bears dance well." The bride remained silent, refusing to let them upset her. Meanwhile, Bearskin continued to travel the world, doing good deeds wherever he could, and generously aiding the poor so they would pray for him. Finally, on the last day of the 7 years, he went once more onto the heath and sat beneath the circle of trees. It wasn't long before the wind whistled and the devil appeared, glaring angrily at him. He threw Bearskin his old coat and demanded his green one back. "We haven't reached that point yet," Bearskin replied. "First you must make me clean." Whether the devil liked it or not, he was compelled to fetch water, wash Bearskin, comb his hair, and trim his nails. After this, Bearskin looked like a brave soldier and was more handsome than ever before. When the devil departed, Bearskin was overjoyed. He went into town, dressed in a magnificent velvet coat, rode in a carriage drawn by 4 white horses, and drove to his bride's house. No one recognized him. The father mistook him for a distinguished general and ushered him into the room where his daughters sat. He was seated between the 2 eldest, who served him wine, gave him the best cuts of meat, and thought they had never seen a more handsome man. The bride, however, sat opposite him in her black dress, never lifting her eyes or speaking a word. Finally, when he asked the father for one of his daughters in marriage, the 2 eldest sisters jumped up, hurried to their rooms to put on splendid dresses, each thinking she was the chosen one. Alone with his bride, the stranger took out his half of the ring and dropped it into a glass of wine, which he slid across the table to her. She drank the wine, and upon finding the half ring at the bottom, her heart began to race. She retrieved the other half, which she wore on a ribbon around her neck, joined them, and saw that the pieces fit perfectly. Then he said, "I am your betrothed bridegroom, whom you saw as Bearskin, but by God's grace, I have regained my human form and become clean again." He approached her, embraced her, and kissed her. Meanwhile, the 2 sisters returned in their finery, and upon discovering that the handsome man had chosen the youngest and was Bearskin, they stormed out in anger and rage. In the evening, there was a knock at the door. When the bridegroom opened it, there stood the devil in his green coat, saying, "See, now I have 2 souls in place of your one." The Willow Wren and the Bear, a fairy tale by the Brothers Grimm. One summer, the bear and the wolf were strolling through the forest when the bear heard a bird singing so beautifully that he asked, "Brother Wolf, what bird sings so well?" "That is the king of birds," replied the wolf, "before whom we must bow down." In reality, it was the willow wren, Zaunkönig. The bear, intrigued, said, "If that's the case, I would very much like to see his royal palace. Come, take me there." "That is not done quite as you think," the wolf responded. "You must wait until the queen comes." Soon afterward, the queen arrived with food in her beak, followed by the king, and they began feeding their young ones. The bear was eager to go immediately, but the wolf held him back by the sleeve and cautioned, "No, you must wait until the king and queen have flown away again." So they observed the hole where the nest was and then trotted away. However, the bear could not rest until he had seen the royal palace. After a short while, he returned to it. The king and queen had just flown out, so he peeped in and saw 5 or 6 young ones lying inside. "Is that the royal palace?" cried the bear. "It is a wretched palace, and you are not king's children. You are disreputable children." When the young wrens heard that, they became extremely angry and screamed, "No, we are not. Our parents are honest people. Bear, you will have to pay for this." The bear and the wolf grew uneasy and retreated to their dens. Meanwhile, the young willow wrens continued to cry and scream. When their parents returned with food, the young ones declared, "We will not touch even a fly's leg. No, not if we were starving, until you settle whether we are respectable children or not. The bear has been here and insulted us." The old king then said, "Be at ease, he shall be punished." He immediately flew with the queen to the bear's cave and called out, "Old Growler, why have you insulted my children? You will suffer for it. We will punish you with a bloody war." Thus, war was declared on the bear, and all the 4-footed animals were summoned to join: oxen, asses, cows, deer, and every other animal that the earth contained. The willow wren, on the other hand, summoned every creature that flew in the air. This included not only birds, both large and small, but also midges, hornets, bees, and flies. When the time came for the war to begin, the willow wren sent out spies to discover who the enemy's commander-in-chief was. The gnat, being the most cunning, flew into the forest where the enemy was assembled and hid herself beneath a leaf of the tree where the watchword was to be given. The bear was there, and he called the fox before him and said, "Fox, you are the most cunning of all animals. You shall be the general and lead us." "Good," replied the fox. "But what signal shall we agree upon?" No one knew, so the fox said, "I have a fine long bushy tail, which almost looks like a plume of red feathers. When I lift my tail up high, all is going well, and you must charge. If I let it hang down, run away as fast as you can." Having heard this, the gnat flew away and reported everything in great detail to the willow wren. When day broke and the battle was about to begin, all the 4-footed animals came running up with such a noise that the earth trembled. The willow wren also flew through the air with his army, causing such a humming, whirring, and swarming that everyone was uneasy and afraid. On both sides, they advanced against each other. The willow wren, however, sent down the hornet with orders to get beneath the fox's tail and sting with all his might. When the fox felt the first sting, he started so that he drew up one leg from the pain, but he bore it and still kept his tail high in the air. At the second sting, he was forced to lower it for a moment. At the third sting, he could hold out no longer, screamed out, and put his tail between his legs. Seeing this, the animals thought all was lost and began to flee, each into his hole, and the birds had won the battle. The king and queen then flew home to their children and cried, "Children, rejoice! Eat and drink to your heart's content. We have won the battle." The young wrens, however, said, "We will not eat yet. The bear must come to the nest, beg for pardon, and acknowledge that we are honorable children before we do that." So the willow wren flew to the bear's hole and called out, "Growler, you are to come to the nest to my children, beg their pardon, or else every rib of your body shall be broken." The bear, in great fear, crept to the nest and begged their pardon. Finally, the young wrens were satisfied. They sat down together, ate and drank, and made merry until quite late into the night. Sweet Porridge, a fairy tale by the Brothers Grimm. Once upon a time, there was a poor but good little girl who lived alone with her mother. They had nothing left to eat. One day, the child went into the forest and met an aged woman who was aware of her sorrow. The old woman gave her a small pot and told her that when she said, "Cook, little pot, cook," it would prepare good sweet porridge. When she said, "Stop, little pot," it would cease cooking. The girl brought the pot home to her mother. With it, they were freed from their poverty and hunger and could eat sweet porridge whenever they wished. One day, while the girl was out, her mother said, "Cook, little pot, cook." The pot started cooking, and she ate until she was satisfied. However, when she wanted the pot to stop, she did not know the word. As a result, the pot continued cooking and the porridge overflowed. It filled the kitchen, then the whole house, and eventually the next house and the entire street, as if it intended to feed the entire world. This caused the greatest distress, and no one knew how to stop it. Finally, when only one house remained untouched, the child returned home. She simply said, "Stop, little pot," and it stopped cooking. Anyone who wanted to return to the town had to eat their way back through the porridge. Wise Folks, a fairy tale by the Brothers Grimm. One day, a peasant took his good hazel stick out of the corner and said to his wife, "Trina, I am going across country and shall not return for 3 days. If, during that time, the cattle dealer should happen to call and want to buy our 3 cows, you may strike a bargain at once, but only if you can get 200 thalers for them. Nothing less, do you hear?" "For heaven's sake, just go in peace," answered the woman. "I will manage that." "You indeed," said the man. "You once fell on your head when you were a little child, and that still affects you. Let me tell you this. If you do anything foolish, I will make your back black and blue, not with paint, but with the stick which I have in my hand, and the coloring shall last a whole year. You may rely on that." With these words, the man went on his way. The next morning, the cattle dealer came, and the woman had no need for many words. After he had seen the cows and heard the price, he said, "I am quite willing to give that. Honestly speaking, they are worth it. I will take the beasts away with me at once." He unfastened their chains and drove them out of the byre. Just as he was going out of the yard door, the woman clutched him by the sleeve and said, "You must give me the 200 thalers now, or I cannot let the cows go." "True," answered the man, "but I have forgotten to buckle on my money belt. Have no fear, however. You shall have security for my paying. I will take 2 cows with me and leave one, and then you will have a good pledge." The woman saw the sense in this and let the man go away with the 2 cows, thinking to herself, "How pleased Hans will be when he finds out how cleverly I have managed it." The peasant returned home on the 3rd day as he had promised and immediately inquired if the cows were sold. "Yes, indeed, dear Hans," answered the woman, "and just as you said, for 200 thalers. They are scarcely worth so much, but the man took them without any objection." "Where is the money?" asked the peasant. "Oh, I have not got the money," replied the woman. "He happened to forget his money belt, but he will soon bring it. He left good security behind him." "What kind of security?" asked the man. "One of the 3 cows, which he shall not have until he has paid for the other 2. I have managed very cunningly, for I kept the smallest, which eats the least." The man was enraged, lifted up his stick, and was just about to give her the promised beating. Suddenly, he let the stick fall and said, "You are the stupidest goose that ever waddled on God's earth, but I am sorry for you. I will go out onto the highways and wait for 3 days to see if I find anyone who is even more foolish than you. If I succeed, you shall go scot-free. However, if I do not find such a person, you shall receive your well-deserved punishment without any discount." He went out onto the great highways, sat down on a stone, and waited to see what would happen. Soon he saw a peasant's wagon coming towards him, with a woman standing upright in the middle of it. Instead of sitting on the bundle of straw lying beside her or walking near the oxen to lead them, she stood there quite oddly. The man thought to himself, "That is certainly someone I am in search of." And he jumped up, running backwards and forwards in front of the wagon like someone not entirely wise. "What do you want, my friend?" said the woman to him. "I don't know you. Where do you come from?" "I have fallen down from heaven," replied the man, "and don't know how to get back again. Couldn't you drive me up?" "No," said the woman, "I don't know the way. But if you come from heaven, you can surely tell me how my husband, who has been there these past 3 years, is. You must have seen him?" "Oh, yes, I have seen him," said the man. "But not all men have it easy. He keeps sheep, which gives him a lot of work. They wander up the mountains and lose their way in the wilderness, so he has to run after them and drive them back together. His clothes are all torn and will soon fall off his body. There is no tailor there, as St. Peter won't let any of them in, as you know from the stories." "Who would have thought it?" cried the woman. "I tell you what, I will fetch his Sunday coat that is still hanging at home in the cupboard. He can wear that and look respectable. Will you be so kind as to take it with you?" "That won't work very well," answered the peasant. "People are not allowed to take clothes into heaven. They are taken away at the gate." "Then listen," said the woman. "I sold my fine wheat yesterday and got a good lot of money for it. I will send that to him. If you hide the purse in your pocket, no one will know that you have it." "If there is no other way," said the peasant, "I will do you that favor." "Just sit still where you are," she said. "I will drive home and fetch the purse. I shall soon be back. I stand up in the wagon rather than sit on the bundle of straw because it makes it lighter for the cattle." She drove her oxen away, and the peasant thought, "That woman has a perfect talent for folly. If she really brings the money, my wife may consider herself fortunate, for she will avoid a beating." It wasn't long before she returned in a great hurry with the money, and with her own hands, placed it in his pocket. Before leaving, she thanked him countless times for his courtesy. When the woman got home, she found her son, who had just come in from the field. She told him about the unexpected events and added, "I am truly delighted to have found an opportunity to send something to my poor husband. Who would ever have imagined that he could be suffering for want of anything up in heaven?" The son was full of astonishment. "Mother," he said, "it is not every day that a man comes from heaven in this way. I will go out immediately and see if he is still around. He must tell me what it is like up there and how the work is done." He saddled the horse and rode off with all speed. He found the peasant sitting under a willow tree, just about to count the money in the purse. "Have you seen the man who has fallen down from heaven?" the youth cried to him. "Yes," answered the peasant. "He has set out on his way back and has gone up that hill. From there it will be closer. You could still catch up with him if you ride fast." "Alas," said the youth, "I have been doing tiring work all day, and the ride here has completely worn me out. Since you know the man, be so kind as to get on my horse and go persuade him to come back here." "Aha," thought the peasant, "here is another who has no wick in his lamp. Why should I not do you this favor?" he said, and mounted the horse, riding off at a quick trot. The youth remained sitting there until night fell, but the peasant never came back. "The man from heaven must certainly have been in a great hurry and would not turn back," he thought. "No doubt the peasant has given him the horse to take to my father." He went home and told his mother what had happened, and that he had sent his father the horse so he wouldn't have to always be running about. "You have done well," she replied. "Your legs are younger than his, and you can go on foot." When the peasant got home, he put the horse in the stable beside the cow he had taken as a pledge. He then went to his wife and said, "Trina, as your luck would have it, I have found two people who are even sillier fools than you. This time you escape without a beating. I will save it for another occasion." He then lit his pipe, sat down in his grandfather's chair, and said, "It was a good stroke of business to get a sleek horse and a great purse full of money in exchange for two lean cows. If stupidity always brought in as much as that, I would be quite willing to honor it." Such were the peasant's thoughts, but no doubt you prefer the simple folks. Stories about snakes. A fairy tale by the Brothers Grimm. First story. Once upon a time, there was a little child whose mother gave her a small bowl of milk and bread every afternoon. The child would take her bowl and sit in the yard. Whenever she began to eat, a snake would slither out from a crevice in the wall, dip its head into the dish, and eat with her. This gave the child great pleasure. Whenever she was sitting there with her little dish and the snake did not come right away, she would call out, "Snake, snake, come quickly. Come here, you tiny thing. You shall have your crumbs of bread and refresh yourself with milk." Upon hearing this, the snake would swiftly come over and enjoy its food. It was also very grateful, as it brought the child various pretty things from its hidden treasures: shiny stones, pearls, and golden toys. However, the snake only drank the milk, leaving the breadcrumbs untouched. One day, the child gently tapped the snake on its head with her little spoon and said, "Eat the breadcrumbs as well, little thing." The mother, who was in the kitchen, heard the child talking to someone. When she saw her daughter striking a snake with her spoon, she rushed out with a log of wood and killed the poor creature. After that, a change came over the child. While the snake had shared her meals, the child had grown tall and strong. However, once the snake was gone, she began to lose her rosy cheeks and grew thin. Soon, the funeral bird began to cry in the night, and the robin gathered small twigs and leaves for a funeral garland. Shortly afterward, the child lay on her bier, dead. Second story. There was once an orphan girl who was sitting by the town wall, spinning. She noticed a snake emerging from a hole low down in the wall. Quickly, she spread out one of her blue silk handkerchiefs beside her, knowing that snakes are particularly fond of such cloth and will only crawl upon it. As soon as the snake saw the handkerchief, it retreated, only to return carrying a small golden crown. It placed the crown on the handkerchief and then left again. The girl picked up the crown, which glittered and was made of delicate golden filigree. Soon, the snake came back for the second time. However, when it did not see the crown, it became distressed and repeatedly banged its head against the wall in grief until it had no strength left and lay dead. If the girl had left the crown where it was, the snake would have surely brought out even more treasures from its hidden hoard. Third story. A snake cries out, "Hoo-hoo!" A child responds, "Come out." The snake emerges, and the child asks it about her little sister. "Have you seen little red stockings?" The snake replies, "No, I have not. How about you?" The child responds, "Nor have I." The snake then says, "Then we are alike. Ha-hoo, hoo, ha-hoo." The Poor Miller's Boy and the Cat, a fairy tale by the Brothers Grimm. In a certain mill lived an old miller who had neither wife nor child, and 3 apprentices served under him. As they had been with him for several years, he one day said to them, "I am old and want to sit in the chimney corner. Go out, and whichever of you brings me the best horse, to him I will give the mill. In return, he shall take care of me till my death." The third of the boys, however, was the drudge, who was considered foolish by the others. They begrudged him the mill, and afterwards he would not even want it. All 3 went out together, and when they came to the village, the 2 said to stupid Hans, "You might as well stay here. You will never get a horse as long as you live." Hans, however, went with them, and when it was night, they came to a cave in which they lay down to sleep. The 2 clever ones waited until Hans had fallen asleep, then they got up and went away, leaving him behind. They thought they had done a very clever thing, but it was certain to turn out poorly for them. When the sun rose and Hans woke up, he was lying in a deep cavern. He looked around on every side and exclaimed, "Oh heavens, where am I?" Then he got up, clambered out of the cave, went into the forest, and thought, "Here I am, quite alone and deserted. How shall I obtain a horse now?" While he was walking, lost in thought, he met a small tabby cat that said quite kindly, "Hans, where are you going?" "Alas, you cannot help me." "I well know your desire," said the cat. "You wish to have a beautiful horse. Come with me and be my faithful servant for 7 years, and then I will give you one more beautiful than any you have ever seen in your whole life." "Well, this is a wonderful cat," thought Hans, "but I am determined to see if she is telling the truth." So she took him with her into her enchanted castle, where there were nothing but cats who were her servants. They leapt nimbly upstairs and downstairs and were merry and happy. In the evening, when they sat down to dinner, 3 of them had to make music. One played the bassoon, the other the fiddle, and the third put the trumpet to his lips and blew out his cheeks as much as he possibly could. When they had dined, the table was carried away, and the cat said, "Now, Hans, come and dance with me." "No," said he, "I won't dance with a pussy cat. I have never done that yet." "Then take him to bed," she said to the cats. So one of them lighted him to his bedroom. One pulled his shoes off, one his stockings, and at last one of them blew out the candle. The next morning, they returned and helped him out of bed. One put his stockings on for him, one tied his garters, one brought his shoes, one washed him, and one dried his face with her tail. "That feels very soft," said Hans. He had to serve the cat and chop some wood every day. To do that, he had an axe of silver, a wedge and saw of silver, and a mallet of copper. So he chopped the wood small, stayed in the house, and had good meat and drink, but never saw anyone except the tabby cat and her servants. Once she said to him, "Go and mow my meadow and dry the grass," and gave him a scythe of silver and a whetstone of gold, but bade him deliver them up again carefully. So Hans went and did what he was bidden. When he had finished the work, he carried the scythe, whetstone, and hay to the house, and asked if it was not yet time for her to give him his reward. "No," said the cat, "you must first do something more for me of the same kind. There is timber of silver, a carpenter's axe, a square, and everything that is needed, all of silver. With these, build me a small house." Then Hans built the small house and said that he had now done everything, but he still had no horse. Nevertheless, the 7 years had gone by as if they were 6 months. The cat asked him if he would like to see her horses. "Yes," said Hans. She opened the door of the small house, and there stood 12 horses, so bright and shining that his heart rejoiced at the sight of them. Now she gave him food and drink and said, "Go home. I will not give you your horse right now, but in 3 days' time I will follow you and bring it." So Hans set out, and she showed him the way to the mill. However, she had never given him a new coat, and he had been obliged to keep on his dirty old smock frock, which he had brought with him, and which had become too small for him over the 7 years. When he reached home, the 2 other apprentices were there again as well, and each had brought a horse with him. However, one horse was blind, and the other was lame. They asked Hans where his horse was. "It will follow me in 3 days' time," he replied. They laughed and said, "Indeed, stupid Hans, where will you get a horse?" "It will be a fine one." Hans went into the parlor, but the miller said he should not sit down at the table, because he was so ragged and torn that they would all be ashamed of him if anyone came in. So they gave him a mouthful of food outside. At night, when they went to rest, the 2 others would not let him have a bed, and at last he was forced to creep into the goose house and lie down on a little hard straw. In the morning, when he awoke, the 3 days had passed. A coach came with 6 horses, and they shone so brightly that it was delightful to see them. A servant brought a 7th horse as well, which was for the poor miller's boy. A magnificent princess alighted from the coach and went into the mill, and this princess was the little tabby cat whom poor Hans had served for 7 years. She asked the miller where the miller's boy and drudge was. The miller said, "We cannot have him here in the mill, for he is so ragged. He is lying in the goose house." The king's daughter said they were to bring him immediately. They brought him out, and he had to hold his little smock frock together to cover himself. The servants unpacked splendid garments, washed him, and dressed him, and when that was done, no king could have looked more handsome. The maiden then desired to see the horses that the other apprentices had brought home. One of the horses was blind, and the other was lame. She ordered the servant to bring the 7th horse, and when the miller saw it, he said that such a horse had never yet entered his yard. "And that is for the 3rd miller's boy," she said. "Then he must have the mill," said the miller. However, the king's daughter said that the horse was there, and that he was to keep his mill as well. She took her faithful Hans, set him in the coach, and drove away with him. They first drove to the little house he had built with the silver tools, and behold, it was a great castle, and everything inside it was of silver and gold. Then she married him, and he was rich, so rich that he had enough for all the rest of his life. After this, let no one ever say that anyone who is silly can never become a person of importance. The Two Travelers, a fairy tale by the Brothers Grimm. Hill and vale do not come together, but the children of men do, both good and bad. In this way, a shoemaker and a tailor once met each other during their travels. The tailor was a handsome little fellow who was always merry and full of enjoyment. When he saw the shoemaker approaching from the other side, he noticed the shoemaker's bag and guessed his trade. The tailor then sang a little mocking song: "Sew me the seam, draw me the thread, spread it over with pitch, knock the nail on the head." The shoemaker, however, could not endure a joke. He pulled a face as if he had drunk vinegar and made a gesture as if he were about to seize the tailor by the throat. The little fellow began to laugh, reached him his bottle, and said, "No harm was meant. Take a drink and swallow your anger down." The shoemaker took a hearty drink, and the storm on his face began to clear away. He gave the bottle back to the tailor and said, "I spoke civilly to you. One speaks well after much drinking, but not after much thirst. Shall we travel together?" "All right," answered the tailor, "if it suits you to go into a big town where there is no lack of work." "That is just where I want to go," answered the shoemaker. "In a small nest, there is nothing to earn, and in the country, people like to go barefoot." So they traveled onwards together, always setting one foot before the other like a weasel in the snow. Both of them had time enough, but little to bite and to break. When they reached a town, they went about and paid their respects to the tradesman, because the tailor looked so lively and merry, with such pretty red cheeks, everyone gave him work willingly. When luck was good, the master's daughters even gave him a kiss beneath the porch. When he again met with the shoemaker, the tailor always had the most in his bundle. The ill-tempered shoemaker made a wry face and thought, "The greater the rascal, the more the luck." But the tailor would laugh, sing, and share all he had with his comrade. If a couple of pence jingled in his pockets, he ordered good cheer and thumped the table in his joy until the glasses danced. For him, it was lightly come, lightly go. After traveling for some time, they came to a great forest through which passed the road to the capital. 2 footpaths led through it. One was a 7 days' journey, and the other only 2. However, neither of the travelers knew which was the shorter way. They sat beneath an oak tree and took counsel on how they should proceed, and for how many days they should provide themselves with bread. The shoemaker said, "One must look before one leaps. I will take bread for a week." "What?" said the tailor. "Drag bread for 7 days on one's back like a beast of burden, and not be able to look about? I shall trust in God and not trouble myself about anything. The money I have in my pocket is as good in summer as in winter, but in hot weather, bread gets dry and moldy. Even my coat does not go as far as it might. Besides, why should we not find the right way? Bread for 2 days is enough." Each bought his own bread, and then they tried their luck in the forest. It was as quiet there as in a church. No wind stirred, no brook murmured, no bird sang, and through the thickly leaved branches, no sunbeam forced its way. The shoemaker spoke never a word. The heavy bread weighed down his back until the perspiration streamed down his cross and gloomy face. The tailor, however, was quite merry. He jumped about, whistled on a leaf, or sang a song, and thought to himself, "God in heaven must be pleased to see me so happy." This lasted 2 days. On the 3rd day, however, the forest still would not come to an end, and the tailor had eaten up all his bread. After all, his heart sank down a yard deeper. Despite this, he did not lose courage, but relied on God and his luck. On the 3rd day, he lay down hungry under a tree in the evening and rose again the next morning, still hungry. The 4th day passed in the same manner. When the shoemaker seated himself on a fallen tree and devoured his dinner, the tailor was only a looker-on. If he begged for a little piece of bread, the other laughed mockingly and said, "You have always been so merry, now you can try what it is to be sad. The birds that sing too early in the morning are struck by the hawk in the evening." In short, he was pitiless. On the 5th morning, the poor tailor could no longer stand up and was hardly able to utter a word from weakness. His cheeks were white and his eyes red. The shoemaker then said to him, "I will give you a bit of bread today, but in return, I will put out your right eye." The unhappy tailor, who still wished to save his life, could not do otherwise. He wept once more with both eyes and then held them out. The shoemaker, who had a heart of stone, put out his right eye with a sharp knife. The tailor recalled what his mother had formerly said to him when he had been eating secretly in the pantry: "Eat what one can, and suffer what one must." When he had consumed his dearly bought bread, he got on his legs again, forgot his misery, and comforted himself with the thought that he could always see enough with one eye. On the 6th day, however, hunger gnawed him almost to the heart. In the evening, he fell down by a tree, and on the 7th morning he could not raise himself up from faintness, with death close at hand. The shoemaker said, "I will show mercy and give you bread once more, but you shall not have it for nothing. I shall put out your other eye for it." The tailor then felt how thoughtless his life had been. He prayed to God for forgiveness and said, "Do what you will, I will bear what I must. But remember that our Lord God does not always look on passively, and that an hour will come when the evil deed you have done to me, which I have not deserved, will be repaid. When times were good for me, I shared what I had with you. My trade requires that each stitch must always be exactly like the other. If I no longer have my eyes and can sew no more, I must go begging. At any rate, do not leave me here alone when I am blind, or I shall die of hunger." The shoemaker, however, who had driven God out of his heart, took the knife and put out his left eye. Then he gave him a bit of bread to eat, held out a stick to him, and drew him on behind him. When the sun went down, they got out of the forest, and before them in the open country stood the gallows. There, the shoemaker guided the blind tailor, and then left him alone and went his way. Weariness, pain, and hunger made the wretched man fall asleep, and he slept the whole night. When day dawned, he awoke but knew not where he lay. Two poor sinners were hanging on the gallows, and a crow sat on the head of each of them. Then one of the men who had been hanged began to speak and said, "Brother, are you awake?" "Yes, I am awake," answered the second. "Then I will tell you something," said the first. "The dew that has fallen on us this night from the gallows gives everyone who washes with it their eyes again. If blind people knew this, how many would regain their sight who do not believe it to be possible?" Upon hearing this, the tailor took his pocket handkerchief, pressed it on the grass, and when it was moist with dew, washed the sockets of his eyes with it. Immediately, what the man on the gallows had said came true, and a pair of healthy new eyes filled the sockets. Soon after, the tailor saw the sun rise behind the mountains. In the plain before him lay the great royal city with its magnificent gates and 100 towers, and the golden balls and crosses on the spires began to shine. He could distinguish every leaf on the trees, saw the birds flying past, and the midges dancing in the air. Taking a needle from his pocket, he threaded it as well as he ever had, and his heart danced with delight. He threw himself on his knees, thanked God for the mercy shown to him, and said his morning prayer. He also did not forget to pray for the poor sinners hanging there, swinging against each other in the wind like pendulums of clocks. Then he took his bundle on his back and soon forgot the pain he had endured, singing and whistling as he went on his way. The first thing he met was a brown foal running about the fields at large. He caught it by the mane, intending to ride it into the town. The foal, however, begged to be set free. "I am still too young," it said. "Even a light tailor such as you would break my back in two. Let me go until I have grown strong. A time may come when I may reward you for it." "Run off," said the tailor. "I see you are still a giddy thing." He gave it a touch with a switch over its back, whereupon it kicked up its hind legs for joy, leapt over hedges and ditches, and galloped away into the open country. Meanwhile, the little tailor had eaten nothing since the day before. "The sun, to be sure, fills my eyes," said he, "but the bread does not fill my mouth. The first thing that comes across me, and is even half edible, will have to suffer for it." At this moment, a stork stepped solemnly over the meadow towards him. "Halt, halt!" cried the tailor, seizing it by the leg. "I don't know if you are good to eat or not, but my hunger leaves me no great choice. I must cut your head off and roast you." "Don't do that," replied the stork. "I am a sacred bird that brings mankind great profit, and no one does me harm. Leave me my life, and I may do you good in some other way." "Well, be off, cousin Longlegs," said the tailor. The stork rose up, let its long legs hang down, and flew gently away. "What will become of me?" said the tailor to himself at last. "My hunger grows greater and greater, and my stomach emptier. Whatever comes my way now is lost." At that moment he saw a couple of young ducks swimming towards him on a pond. "You come just at the right moment," said he, grabbing one of them and preparing to wring its neck. An old duck, hidden among the reeds, began to scream loudly, swimming towards him with an open beak, and urgently begged him to spare her dear children. "Can you not imagine," said she, "how your mother would mourn if someone wanted to carry you off and give you your finishing stroke?" "Only be quiet," said the good-tempered tailor. "You shall keep your children," and he put the prisoner back into the water. When he turned around, he found himself in front of an old tree, partly hollow, and saw some wild bees flying in and out of it. "There I shall at once find the reward of my good deed," said the tailor. "The honey will refresh me." But the queen bee came out, threatened him, and said, "If you touch my people and destroy my nest, our stings shall pierce your skin like 10,000 red-hot needles. If you leave us in peace and go your way, we will do you a service for it another time." The little tailor saw that nothing could be done here either. 3 empty dishes and nothing on the fourth is a bad dinner. Therefore, he dragged himself with his starved-out stomach into the town. As it was just striking 12, all was ready cooked for him in the inn, and he was able to sit down at once to dinner. When he was satisfied, he said, "Now I will get to work." He went around the town, sought a master, and soon found a good situation. Since he had thoroughly learned his trade, it was not long before he became famous, and everyone wanted to have their new coat made by the little tailor, whose importance increased daily. "I can go no further in skill," he said, "and yet things improve every day." At last, the king appointed him court tailor. How things do happen in the world! On the very same day, his former comrade, the shoemaker, also became court shoemaker. When the latter caught sight of the tailor and saw that he had once more 2 healthy eyes, his conscience troubled him. "Before he takes revenge on me," he thought to himself, "I must dig a pit for him." However, he who digs a pit for another falls into it himself. In the evening, when work was over and it had grown dusk, he stole to the king and said, "Lord King, the tailor is an arrogant fellow, and has boasted that he will retrieve the gold crown that was lost in ancient times." "That would please me very much," said the king, and he had the tailor brought before him the next morning. He ordered the tailor to get the crown back again or leave the town forever. "Oh ho!" thought the tailor. "A rogue gives more than he has got. If the surly king wants me to do what no one else can, I will not wait until morning, but will leave the town at once, today." He packed up his bundle, but when he was outside the gate, he could not help feeling sorry to give up his good fortune and turn his back on the town where everything had gone so well for him. He came to the pond where he had made the acquaintance of the ducks. At that very moment, the old duck whose young ones he had spared was sitting there by the shore, pluming herself with her beak. Yours. She instantly recognized him and asked why he was hanging his head so low. "You will not be surprised when you hear what has befallen me," replied the tailor, and he told her his fate. "If that is all," said the duck, "we can help you. The crown fell into the water and lies at the bottom. We will soon bring it up for you. In the meantime, just spread out your handkerchief on the bank." She dived down with her 12 young ones, and in 5 minutes she was up again, sitting with the crown resting on her wings. The 12 young ones were swimming around, their beaks under it, helping to carry it. They swam to the shore and placed the crown on the handkerchief. No one can imagine how magnificent the crown was. When the sun shone on it, it gleamed like 100,000 carbuncles. The tailor tied his handkerchief together by the 4 corners and carried it to the king, who was full of joy and put a gold chain around the tailor's neck. Seeing that one stroke had failed, the shoemaker contrived a second plan. He went to the king and said, "Lord King, the tailor has become insolent again. He boasts that he will copy and wax the entire royal palace with everything that pertains to it, loose or fast, inside and out." The king sent for the tailor and ordered him to copy and wax the entire royal palace with everything that pertained to it, movable or immovable, within and without. If he did not succeed in doing this, or if so much as one nail on the wall were missing, he would be imprisoned for life underground. The tailor thought, "It gets worse and worse. No one can endure this?" He threw his bundle on his back and went forth. When he came to the hollow tree, he sat down and hung his head. The bees came flying out, and the queen bee asked him if he had a stiff neck, since he held his head so awry. "Alas, no," answered the tailor. "Something quite different weighs me down." And he told her what the king had demanded of him. The bees began to buzz and hum amongst themselves, and the queen bee said, "Just go home again, but come back tomorrow at this time and bring a large sheet with you, and then all will be well." So he turned back again, while the bees flew to the royal palace, entered through the open windows, and inspected every corner meticulously. Then they hurried back and modeled the palace in wax with such rapidity that anyone looking on would have thought it was growing before their eyes. By the evening, everything was ready. When the tailor came the next morning, the entire splendid building was there, not one nail or tile missing. It was delicate, white as snow, and smelled sweet as honey. The tailor wrapped it carefully in his cloth and took it to the king, who could not admire it enough. He placed it in his largest hall, and in return, presented the tailor with a large stone house. However, the shoemaker did not give up. He went for the third time to the king and said, "Lord King, it has come to the tailor's ears that no water will spring up in the courtyard of the castle, and he has boasted that it shall rise up in the midst of the courtyard to a man's height and be clear as crystal." The king ordered the tailor to be brought before him and said, "If a stream of water does not rise in my courtyard by tomorrow as thou hast promised, the executioner shall in that very place make thee shorter by the head." The poor tailor did not take long to think about it. He hurried out to the gate, and because this time it was a matter of life and death, tears rolled down his face. As he was going forth full of sorrow, the foal he had formerly set free, now a beautiful chestnut horse, came leaping towards him. "The time has come," it said to the tailor, "when I can repay thee for thy good deed. I know already what is needful to thee, but thou shalt soon have help. Get on me, my back can carry two such as thou." The tailor's courage returned. He jumped up in one bound, and the horse went full speed into the town, right up to the courtyard of the castle. It galloped as quick as lightning thrice around it, and on the third time it fell violently down. At that instant, however, there was a terrific clap of thunder. A fragment of earth in the middle of the courtyard sprang like a cannonball into the air, and directly after, a jet of water rose as high as a man on horseback. The water was as pure as crystal, and the sunbeams began to dance on it. When the king saw that, he arose in amazement and embraced the tailor in sight of all. Yet good fortune did not last long. The king had many daughters, each prettier than the other, but no son. The malicious shoemaker went for the fourth time to the king and said, "Lord King, the tailor has not given up his arrogance. He now boasts that if he liked, he could cause a son to be brought to the Lord King through the air." The king summoned the tailor and said, "If thou causest a son to be brought to me within 9 days, thou shalt have my eldest daughter to wife." "The reward is indeed great," thought the little tailor. "One would willingly do something for it, but the cherries grow too high for me. If I climb for them, the bough will break beneath me, and I shall fall." He went home, seated himself cross-legged on his work table, and thought over what was to be done. "It can't be managed," he cried at last. "I will go away. After all, I can't live in peace here." He tied up his bundle and hurried away to the gate. When he reached the meadow, he perceived his old friend the stork, who was walking back and forth like a philosopher. Sometimes the stork stood still, took a frog into close consideration, and at length swallowed it down. The stork came to him and greeted him. "I see," he began, "that thou hast thy pack on thy back. Why art thou leaving the town?" The tailor told him what the king had required of him, how he could not perform it, and lamented his misfortune. "Don't let thy hair grow gray about that," said the stork. "I will help thee out of thy difficulty. For a long time now, I have carried the children in swaddling clothes into the town, so for once in a way I can fetch a little prince out of the well. Go home and be easy. In 9 days from this time, repair to the royal palace, and there will I come." The little tailor went home, and at the appointed time was at the castle. It was not long before the stork came flying thither and tapped at the window. The tailor opened it, and Cousin Longlegs came carefully in, walking with solemn steps over the smooth marble pavement. He had, moreover, a baby in his beak that was as lovely as an angel, and stretched out its little hands to the queen. The stork laid it in her lap, and she caressed and kissed it, beside herself with delight. Before the stork flew away, he took his traveling bag off his back and handed it over to the queen. In it were little paper parcels with colored sweetmeats, which were divided amongst the little princesses. The eldest, however, received none of them, but got the merry tailor for a husband. "It seems to me," said he, "just as if I had won the highest prize. My mother was right after all. She always said that whoever trusts in God and has good luck can never fail." The shoemaker had to make the shoes in which the little tailor danced at the wedding festival, after which he was commanded to quit the town forever. The road to the forest led him to the gallows. Worn out with anger, rage, and the heat of the day, he threw himself down. When he had closed his eyes and was about to sleep, 2 crows flew down from the heads of the men who were hanging there and pecked his eyes out. In his madness, he ran into the forest and must have died there of hunger, for no one has ever seen him again or heard of him. Hans, my Hedgehog. A fairy tale by the Brothers Grimm. There was once a countryman who had money and land in plenty. However, despite his wealth, one thing was still missing in his happiness. He had no children. Often, when he went into the town with the other peasants, they mocked him and asked why he had no children. At last, he became angry, and when he got home, he said, "I will have a child, even if it is a hedgehog." Then his wife had a child who was a hedgehog in the upper part of his body and a boy in the lower. When she saw the child, she was terrified and said, "See, there, you have brought ill luck on us." The man replied, "What can be done now? The boy must be christened, but we shall not be able to get a godfather for him." The woman said, "We cannot call him anything else but Hans my Hedgehog." When he was christened, the parson said, "He cannot go into any ordinary bed because of his spikes." So a little straw was put behind the stove, and Hans my Hedgehog was laid on it. His mother could not suckle him, for he would have pricked her with his quills. Thus he lay there behind the stove for 8 years, and his father was tired of him and thought, if only he would die. However, he did not die, but remained lying there. Now it happened that there was a fair in the town, and the peasant was about to go to it. He asked his wife what he should bring back with him for her. "A little meat and a couple of white rolls, which are needed for the house," said she. Then he asked the servant, and she wanted a pair of slippers and some stockings with clocks. At last he also said, "What do you want, Hans my Hedgehog?" "Dear father," he said, "do bring me bagpipes." When the father came home again, he gave his wife what he had bought for her, meat and white rolls. Then he gave the maid the slippers and the stockings with clocks. Finally, he went behind the stove and gave Hans my Hedgehog the bagpipes. When Hans my Hedgehog had the bagpipes, he said, "Dear father, please go to the forge and get the cock shod, and then I will ride away and never come back again." Upon hearing this, the father was delighted to think that he was going to get rid of him. He had the cock shod for him, and when it was done, Hans my Hedgehog got on it and rode away, taking swine and asses with him, which he intended to keep in the forest. When they got there, he made the cock fly onto a high tree with him, and there he sat for many a long year, watching his asses and swine until the herd was quite large. His father knew nothing about him. While he was sitting in the tree, he played his bagpipes and made very beautiful music. Once a king came traveling by who had lost his way and heard the music. He was astonished by it and sent his servant forth to look all around and see from whence this music came. The servant spied about, but saw nothing but a little animal sitting up aloft on the tree, which looked like a cock with a hedgehog on it, making this music. Then the king told the servant to ask why he sat there and if he knew the road that led to his kingdom. Hans my Hedgehog descended from the tree and said he would show the way if the king would write a bond and promise him whatever he first met in the royal courtyard as soon as he arrived home. The king thought, "I can easily do that. Hans my Hedgehog understands nothing, and I can write what I like." So the king took pen and ink and wrote something. When he had done it, Hans my Hedgehog showed him the way, and he got safely home. His daughter, when she saw him from afar, was so overjoyed that she ran to meet him and kissed him. Then he remembered Hans my Hedgehog and told her what had happened, explaining that he had been forced to promise whatever first met him when he got home to a very strange animal that sat on a cock as if it were a horse and made beautiful music. However, instead of writing that he should have what he wanted, he had written that he should not have it. Upon hearing this, the princess was glad and said he had done well, for she never would have gone away with the hedgehog. Meanwhile, Hans my Hedgehog looked after his asses and pigs, always merry as he sat on the tree and played his bagpipes. It came to pass that another king journeyed by with his attendants and runners, and he too lost his way, unable to find his way home again because the forest was so large. He also heard the beautiful music from a distance and asked his runner what it could be, instructing him to go and see. The runner went under the tree and saw the cock sitting at the top with Hans my Hedgehog on the cock. The runner asked him what he was doing up there. "I am keeping my asses and my pigs. What is your desire?" Hans my Hedgehog replied. The messenger explained that they had lost their way and could not get back to their own kingdom, asking if he would show them the way. Hans my Hedgehog then got down from the tree with the cock and told the aged king that he would show him the way if he promised to give him whatever first met him in front of his royal palace. The king agreed and wrote a promise to Hans my Hedgehog that he would have this. With that done, Hans rode on before him on the cock, pointed out the way, and the king reached his kingdom safely. When the king arrived at the courtyard, there were great rejoicings. He had an only daughter who was very beautiful. She ran to meet him, threw her arms around his neck, and was delighted to have her father back again. She asked him where in the world he had been so long. He told her how he had lost his way and had nearly not come back at all. He recounted how, as he was traveling through a great forest, a creature, half hedgehog, half man, who was sitting astride a cock in a high tree and making music, had shown him the way and helped him get out. However, in return, he had promised the creature whatever first met him in the royal courtyard, and that happened to be her, which made him unhappy now. She promised that, for the love of her father, she would willingly go with Hans if he came. Hans my Hedgehog, however, continued to take care of his pigs, and they multiplied until they filled the whole forest. Then Hans my Hedgehog resolved not to live in the forest any longer, and sent word to his father to have every sty in the village emptied, for he was coming with such a great herd that all might kill who wished to do so. When his father heard that, he was troubled, for he thought Hans my Hedgehog had died long ago. Hans my Hedgehog, however, seated himself on the cock and drove the pigs before him into the village, ordering the slaughter to begin. Ha! There was a killing and chopping that might have been heard 2 miles off. After this, Hans my Hedgehog said, "Father, let me have the cock shod once more at the forge, and then I will ride away and never come back as long as I live." The father had the cock shod once more, and was pleased that Hans my Hedgehog would never return again. Hans my Hedgehog rode away to the first kingdom. The king had commanded that anyone arriving on a cock with bagpipes should be shot at, cut down, or stabbed by everyone to prevent entry into the palace. Thus, when Hans my Hedgehog arrived, they all pressed forward against him with their pikes. He spurred the cock, and it flew up over the gate in front of the king's window and landed there. Hans cried out that the king must give him what he had promised, or he would take both his life and his daughter's. The king then began to speak kindly to his daughter, begging her to go away with Hans to save their lives. She dressed in white, and her father provided a carriage with 6 horses, magnificent attendants, gold, and possessions. She seated herself in the carriage, placing Hans my Hedgehog beside her with the cock and the bagpipes. They took their leave and drove away, and the king thought he would never see her again. However, when they were a short distance from the town, Hans my Hedgehog took her fine clothes off and pierced her with his hedgehog skin until she bled all over. "That is the reward of your falseness," he said. "Go your way, I will not have you." He then chased her home, and she was disgraced for the rest of her life. Hans my Hedgehog rode further on the cock with his bagpipes to the dominions of the second king to whom he had shown the way. This king had arranged that if anyone resembling Hans my Hedgehog should come, they were to present arms, give him safe conduct, cry long life to him, and lead him to the royal palace. When the king's daughter saw him, she was terrified, for he looked quite strange. She remembered, however, that she could not change her mind, for she had given her promise to her father. Hans my Hedgehog was welcomed by her, married her, and had to go with her to the royal table, where they ate and drank. When evening came and they wanted to sleep, she was afraid of his quills. He reassured her, saying she had nothing to fear, for no harm would befall her. He told the old king to appoint 4 men to watch by the chamber door and light a great fire. When he entered the room and was about to get into bed, he would creep out of his hedgehog skin and leave it lying by the bedside. The men were to run quickly, throw it in the fire, and stay until it was consumed. When the clock struck 11, he went into the chamber, stripped off the hedgehog's skin, and left it by the bed. The men swiftly fetched it, threw it in the fire, and watched until it was consumed. He was then delivered and lay in bed in human form, though coal-black as if burnt. The king sent for his physician, who washed him with precious salves and anointed him, and he became a handsome young man. When the king's daughter saw this, she was glad. The next morning they arose joyfully, ate and drank, and then the marriage was properly solemnized. Hans my Hedgehog received the kingdom from the aged king. After several years, he went with his wife to his father and revealed that he was his son. The father, however, declared he had no son. He had had only one, born like a hedgehog with spikes, who had gone forth into the world. Hans then made himself known, and the old father rejoiced and went with him to his kingdom. The Shroud by the Brothers Grimm. Once upon a time, there was a mother who had a little boy of 7 years old, who was so handsome and lovable that no one could look at him without liking him. She herself worshipped him above everything in the world. It so happened that he suddenly became ill, and God took him to himself. The mother could not be comforted and wept both day and night. Soon afterwards, when the child had been buried, he appeared by night in the places where he had sat and played during his life. If the mother wept, he wept also, and when morning came, he disappeared. Since the mother would not stop crying, he came one night in the little white shroud in which he had been laid in his coffin, with a wreath of flowers around his head. He stood at the foot of her bed and said, "Oh, mother, do stop crying, or I shall never fall asleep in my coffin. My shroud will not dry because of all your tears that fall upon it." The mother was afraid when she heard that, and wept no more. The next night, the child came again, holding a little light in his hand, and said, "Look, mother, my shroud is nearly dry, and I can rest in my grave." Then the mother gave her sorrow into God's keeping and bore it quietly and patiently. The child came no more, but slept in his little bed beneath the earth. The Jew Among Thorns, a fairy tale by the Brothers Grimm. There was once a rich man who had a servant who served him diligently and honestly. He was every morning the first out of bed and the last to go to rest at night. Whenever there was a difficult job to be done, which nobody cared to undertake, he was always the first to set himself to it. Moreover, he never complained, but was contented with everything and always merry. When a year had ended, his master gave him no wages, thinking to himself, "That is the cleverest way, for I shall save something, and he will not go away, but stay quietly in my service." The servant said nothing, but did his work the second year as he had done it the first. When at the end of this, likewise, he received no wages, he made himself happy and still stayed on. When the third year also had passed, the master considered, put his hand in his pocket, but pulled nothing out. Then at last the servant said, "Master, for 3 years I have served you honestly. Be so good as to give me what I ought to have, for I wish to leave and look about me a little more in the world." "Yes, my good fellow," answered the old miser, "you have served me industriously, and therefore you shall be cheerfully rewarded." He put his hand into his pocket, but counted out only 3 farthings, saying, "There, you have a farthing for each year. That is large and liberal pay, such as you would have received from few masters." The honest servant, who understood little about money, put his fortune into his pocket and thought, "Ah, now that I have my purse full, why need I trouble and plague myself any longer with hard work?" So on he went, up hill and down dale, singing and jumping to his heart's content. It came to pass that as he was going by a thicket, a little man stepped out and called to him, "Whither away, merry brother? I see you do not carry many cares." "Why should I be sad?" answered the servant. "I have enough. 3 years' wages are jingling in my pocket." "How much is your treasure?" the dwarf asked him. "How much? 3 farthings sterling, all told." "Look here," said the dwarf. "I am a poor needy man. Give me your 3 farthings. I can work no longer, but you are young and can easily earn your bread." As the servant had a good heart and felt pity for the old man, he gave him the 3 farthings, saying, "Take them in the name of heaven. I shall not be any the worse for it." Then the little man said, "As I see you have a good heart, I grant you 3 wishes, one for each farthing. They shall all be fulfilled." "Aha!" said the servant. "You are one of those who can work wonders. Well then, if it is to be so, I wish first for a gun which shall hit everything that I aim at. Secondly, for a fiddle, which when I play on it shall compel all who hear it to dance. Thirdly, that if I ask a favor of anyone, they shall not be able to refuse it. All that shall you have, said the dwarf, and put his hand into the bush. Only think, there lay a fiddle and gun, all ready, just as if they had been ordered. These he gave to the servant, and then said to him, Whatever you may ask at any time, no man in the world shall be able to deny you. Heart alive, what can one desire more? Said the servant to himself, and went merrily onwards. Soon afterwards he met a Jew with a long goat's beard, who was standing listening to the song of a bird which was sitting up at the top of a tree. Good heavens, he was exclaiming, that such a small creature should have such a fearfully loud voice. If it were but mine, if only someone would sprinkle some salt upon its tail. If that is all, said the servant, the bird shall soon be down here. Taking aim, he pulled the trigger, and down fell the bird into the thorn bushes. Go, you rogue, he said to the Jew, and fetch the bird out for yourself. Oh, said the Jew, leave out the rogue, my master, and I will do it at once. I will get the bird out for myself, as you really have hit it. Then he lay down on the ground and began to crawl into the thicket. When he was fast among the thorns, the good servant's humor tempted him, so he took up his fiddle and began to play. In a moment, the Jew's legs began to move and jump into the air, and the more the servant fiddled, the better the dance went. The thorns tore his shabby coat, combed his beard, and pricked and plucked him all over his body. Oh dear, cried the Jew, what do I want with your fiddling? Leave the fiddle alone, master. I do not want to dance. The servant did not listen to him and thought, You have fleeced people often enough. Now the thorn bushes shall do the same to you. He began to play again, causing the Jew to jump higher than ever, leaving scraps of his coat hanging on the thorns. Oh, woe's me, cried the Jew. I will give the gentleman whatever he asks if only he stops fiddling, a purse full of gold. If you are so generous, said the servant, I will stop my music, but I must say to your credit that you dance to it so well that it is quite an art. Having taken the purse, he went his way. The Jew stood still and watched the servant quietly until he was far off and out of sight. Then he screamed out with all his might, You miserable musician! You beerhouse fiddler! Wait till I catch you alone. I will hunt you until the soles of your shoes fall off. You ragamuffin! Just put 5 farthings in your mouth, and then you may be worth 3 halfpence. He continued abusing him as fast as he could speak. As soon as he had refreshed himself a little in this way and caught his breath again, he ran into the town to the justice. My lord judge, he said, I have come to make a complaint. See how a rascal has robbed and ill-treated me on the public highway. A stone on the ground might pity me. My clothes are all torn, my body pricked and scratched, my little all gone with my purse. Good ducats, each piece better than the last. For God's sake, let the man be thrown into prison. Was it a soldier, asked the judge, who cut you thus with his saber? Nothing of the sort, said the Jew. It was no sword that he had, but a gun hanging at his back and a fiddle at his neck. The wretch may easily be known. So the judge sent his people out after the man, and they found the good servant, who had been going quite slowly along, and they found, too, the purse with the money upon him. As soon as he was taken before the judge, he said, I did not touch the Jew, nor take his money. He gave it to me of his own free will, so I would stop fiddling because he could not bear my music. Heaven defend us, cried the Jew. His lies are as thick as flies upon the wall. The judge did not believe the servant's tale and said, This is a bad defense. No Jew would do that. Because he had committed robbery on the public highway, the judge sentenced the good servant to be hanged. As he was being led away, the Jew again screamed after him, You vagabond! You dog of a fiddler! Now you are going to receive your well-earned reward. The servant walked quietly with the hangman up the ladder, but upon the last step, he turned around and said to the judge, Grant me just one request before I die. Yes, if you do not ask for your life, said the judge. I do not ask for life, answered the servant, but as a last favor, let me play once more upon my fiddle. The Jew raised a great cry of, Murder, murder! For goodness sake, do not allow it! Do not allow it! However, the judge said, Why should I not let him have this short pleasure? It has been granted to him, and he shall have it. Besides, he could not have refused on account of the gift bestowed on the servant. The Jew then cried, "Oh, woe's me! Tie me fast!" Meanwhile, the good servant took his fiddle from his neck and made ready. As he gave the first scrape, everyone began to quiver and shake, the judge, his clerk, the hangman, and his men. The cord fell out of the hand of the one who was going to tie the Jew fast. At the second scrape, they all raised their legs, and the hangman let go of the good servant, making himself ready to dance. At the third scrape, they all leaped up and began to dance, with the judge and the Jew being the best at jumping. Soon, all who had gathered in the marketplace out of curiosity were dancing with them. Old and young, fat and lean, all together. The dogs, which had run there, also got up on their hind legs and capered about. The longer he played, the higher the dancers sprang, knocking against each other's heads and shrieking terribly. At length, the judge, quite out of breath, cried, "I will give you your life if you will only stop fiddling." The good servant, having compassion, took his fiddle and hung it around his neck again, then stepped down the ladder. He went up to the Jew, who was lying on the ground panting for breath, and said, "You rascal, now confess where you got the money, or I will take my fiddle and begin to play again." I stole it, cried the Jew, "but you have honestly earned it." So the judge had the Jew taken to the gallows and hanged as a thief. The Skillful Huntsman, a fairy tale by the brothers Grimm. There was once a young fellow who had learnt the trade of a locksmith and told his father he would now go out into the world and seek his fortune. "Very well," said the father, "I am quite content with that," and gave him some money for his journey. So he traveled about and looked for work. After a time, he resolved not to follow the trade of locksmith any more, for he no longer liked it. Instead, he took a fancy to hunting. One day, while wandering, he met a huntsman dressed in green, who asked whence he came and whither he was going. The youth said he was a locksmith's apprentice, but that the trade no longer pleased him and he had a liking for hunting. He then asked if the huntsman would teach him. "Oh, yes," said the huntsman, "if thou wilt go with me." The young fellow went with him, bound himself to him for some years, and learnt the art of hunting. After this, he wished to try his luck elsewhere, and the huntsman gave him nothing in the way of payment but an air gun, which had the property of hitting its mark without fail whenever he shot with it. Then he set out and found himself in a very large forest, which he could not get to the end of in one day. When evening came, he seated himself in a high tree in order to escape from the wild beasts. Towards midnight, it seemed to him as if a tiny little light glimmered in the distance. He looked down through the branches towards it and kept well in his mind where it was. First, he took off his hat and threw it down in the direction of the light so that he might go to the hat as a mark when he had descended. Then he got down, went to his hat, put it on again, and went straight forwards. The farther he went, the larger the light grew, and when he got close to it, he saw that it was an enormous fire, and that 3 giants were sitting by it, roasting an ox on a spit. Presently, one of them said, "I must just taste if the meat will soon be fit to eat," pulled a piece off, and was about to put it in his mouth when the huntsman shot it out of his hand. "Well, really," said the giant, "if the wind has not blown the bit out of my hand," and helped himself to another. Just as he was about to bite into it, the huntsman again shot it away from him. On this, the giant gave the one who was sitting next to him a box on the ear and cried angrily, "Why art thou snatching my piece away from me?" "I have not snatched it away," said the other. "A sharpshooter must have shot it away from thee." The giant took another piece, but could not keep it in his hand, for the huntsman shot it out again. Then the giant said, "That must be a good shot to shoot the bit out of one's very mouth. Such a one would be useful to us." He cried aloud, "Come here, thou sharpshooter. Seat thyself at the fire beside us, and eat thy fill. We will not hurt thee. If thou wilt not come, and we have to bring thee by force, thou art a lost man." The youth went up to them and told them he was a skilled huntsman, and that whatever he aimed at with his gun, he was certain to hit. They said if he would go with them, he should be well treated, and they told him that outside the forest there was a great lake, behind which stood a tower. In the tower was imprisoned a lovely princess, whom they wished very much to carry off. "Yes," said he, "I will soon get her for you." They added, "There is still something else. There is a tiny little dog which begins to bark as soon as anyone goes near, and as soon as it barks, everyone in the royal palace wakes up. For this reason we cannot get there. Canst thou undertake to shoot it dead?" "Yes," said he, "that will be a little bit of fun for me." After this, he got into a boat and rowed over the lake. As soon as he landed, the little dog came running out and was about to bark, but the huntsman took his air gun and shot it dead. When the giants saw that, they rejoiced, thinking they already had the king's daughter safe. However, the huntsman wished first to see how matters stood and told them that they must stay outside until he called them. Then he went into the castle, where all was perfectly quiet and everyone was asleep. When he opened the door of the first room, he saw a sword hanging on the wall made of pure silver, with a golden star on it and the name of the king. On a table nearby lay a sealed letter. He broke it open, and inside it was written that whoever possessed the sword could kill everything that opposed him. So he took the sword from the wall, hung it at his side, and went onwards. He then entered the room where the king's daughter was lying asleep, and she was so beautiful that he stood still and, holding his breath, looked at her. He thought to himself, "How can I give an innocent maiden into the power of the wild giants who have evil in their minds?" He looked around further and saw a pair of slippers under the bed. On the right one was her father's name with a star, and on the left her own name with a star. She also wore a great neckkerchief of silk embroidered with gold, with her father's name on the right side and her own on the left, all in golden letters. The huntsman took a pair of scissors and cut the right corner off, putting it in his knapsack. He also took the right slipper with the king's name and thrust it in. The maiden still lay sleeping, quite sewn into her nightdress, and he cut a morsel from this as well and put it with the rest, doing all this without touching her. Then he went forth and left her lying asleep undisturbed. When he came to the gate again, the giants were still standing outside waiting for him, expecting he was bringing the princess. He called to them, saying they were to come in, for the maiden was already in their power. Since he could not open the gate to them, they had to creep through a hole. The first approached, and the huntsman wound the giant's hair around his hand, pulled the head in, and cut it off at one stroke with his sword, then drew the rest of him in. He called the second and cut his head off likewise, and then killed the third. He was well pleased that he had freed the beautiful maiden from her enemies and cut out their tongues, putting them in his knapsack. Then he thought, "I will go home to my father and let him see what I have already done, and afterwards I will travel about the world. The luck which God is pleased to grant me will easily find me." When the king in the castle awoke, he saw the three giants lying there dead. He went into his daughter's sleeping room, woke her, and asked who could have killed the giants. She said, "Dear father, I know not. I have been asleep." But when she arose and would have put on her slippers, the right one was gone. When she looked at her neckkerchief, it was cut, and the right corner was missing. When she looked at her nightdress, a piece was cut out of it. The king summoned his whole court together, soldiers and everyone else who was there, and asked who had set his daughter at liberty and killed the giants. Now it happened that he had a captain, who was one-eyed and a hideous man, and he said that he had done it. The old king then said that since he had accomplished this, he should marry his daughter. However, the maiden said, "Rather than marry him, dear father, I will go away into the world as far as my legs can carry me." The king said that if she would not marry him, she should take off her royal garments, wear peasant's clothing, and go forth. She was to go to a potter and begin a trade in earthen vessels. So she put off her royal apparel, went to a potter, and borrowed crockery enough for a stall. She promised him that if she sold it by the evening, she would pay for it. When the king heard this, he ordered that she should sit in a corner and sell her wares, and he arranged for some peasants to drive their carts over them, smashing everything into 1,000 pieces. Thus, when the king's daughter had set up her stall in the street, the carts came by and shattered everything she had into tiny fragments. Overwhelmed with sadness, she lamented, "Oh, how will I ever pay for these pots now?" However, the king had intended by this to force her into marrying the captain. Instead, she returned to the potter and asked him if he would lend to her once more. He refused, insisting she first pay for the items she had already taken. Distressed, she went to her father, crying and pleading to go out into the world. He decided, "I will have a little hut built for you in the forest, and there you shall live your life, cooking for everyone without taking payment." When the hut was ready, a sign was hung on the door, "Given today, sold tomorrow." She lived there for a long time, and news spread far and wide that there was a maiden in the forest who cooked without asking for payment, as advertised on a sign outside her door. The huntsman heard about this and thought to himself, "This would suit you. You are poor and have no money." So he took his air gun and knapsack, still containing all the tokens he had taken from the castle as proof of his sincerity, and ventured into the forest. There he found the hut with the sign, "Given today, sold tomorrow." Wearing the sword with which he had severed the heads of the three giants, he entered the hut and ordered something to eat. He was captivated by the beautiful maiden, as lovely as any picture. She asked him where he came from and where he was going, and he replied, "I am wandering the world." Curiously, she asked about his sword, recognizing her father's name on it. He confirmed he was the huntsman who had slain the giants, showing her their tongues from his knapsack as proof. He also displayed the slipper, the corner of the neck kerchief, and the piece of the nightdress. Delighted, she declared he was the one who had rescued her. Together, they went to the old king and brought him to the hut. She led him into her room and revealed that the huntsman was the true hero who had freed her from the giants. Confronted with all the evidence, the aged king could no longer doubt and gladly acknowledged the truth. He decreed that the huntsman should marry his daughter, bringing joy to her heart. She dressed him like a foreign lord, and the king arranged a lavish feast. During the feast, the captain sat on the left side of the king's daughter, while the huntsman sat on her right, disguised as a visiting lord. After eating and drinking, the old king turned to the captain and posed a riddle. Suppose someone claimed to have slain three giants. If asked where their tongues were and found none in their heads, what would that imply? The captain responded, "Then they must not have had any." The king corrected him, stating, "Every creature has a tongue." He then asked what punishment should befall someone who gave such an answer. The captain replied, "They should be torn to pieces." Upon hearing this, the king declared he had pronounced his own judgment. The captain was promptly imprisoned and torn into 4 pieces. Meanwhile, the king's daughter was wedded to the huntsman. He brought his parents to live with them in happiness. Upon the old king's death, he ascended to the throne, ruling the kingdom. The Flail from Heaven. A fairy tale by the Brothers Grimm. Once, a countryman was going out to plow with a pair of oxen. Upon reaching the field, the horns of both animals began to grow and continued growing. When he wanted to return home, they had become so large that the oxen couldn't fit through the gateway. Fortunately, a butcher happened to pass by at that moment. The countryman handed them over to the butcher and made a deal. He would bring the butcher a measure of turnip seed, and in return, the butcher would pay him a Brabant thaler for each seed. That was indeed a good deal. The peasant then returned home, carrying the measure of turnip seed on his back. However, on the way, he accidentally dropped one seed from the bag. The butcher paid him exactly as agreed, and if the peasant hadn't lost the seed, he would have had 1 thaler more. Meanwhile, on his way back, the seed had grown into a tree that reached up to the sky. The peasant thought, "Since I have this opportunity, I must see what the angels are doing up there and witness it with my own eyes." So he climbed up and observed that the angels above were threshing oats, and he watched them. While he was watching, he noticed that the tree he was standing on began to sway. He looked down and saw someone about to cut it down. "If I were to fall from here, it would be a bad thing," he thought. In his desperation, he didn't know how to save himself, except by taking the chaff of the oats that were piled there and twisting it into a rope. He also grabbed a hoe and a flail that were lying around in heaven and used the rope to lower himself down. However, he landed exactly in the middle of a deep, deep hole on earth. It was fortunate that he had brought the hoe, as he used it to dig himself a staircase and climbed out. He took the flail with him as proof of his adventure, ensuring that no one would doubt his story. The Two Kings' Children, a fairy tale by the Brothers Grimm. Once upon a time, there was a king who had a little boy. It had been foretold that this boy would be killed by a stag when he turned 16. When the boy reached that age, the huntsman went hunting with him. In the forest, the king's son was separated from the others, and suddenly he saw a great stag which he wanted to shoot but could not hit. Eventually, he chased the stag so far that they were completely out of the forest. Suddenly, instead of the stag, a tall man was standing there and said, "It is well that I have caught you. I have already ruined 6 pairs of glass skates running after you, and have not been able to get you." Then he took the king's son with him, dragging him through a great lake to a grand palace. He then made the boy sit down at the table with him and eat something. When they had eaten, the man said, "I have 3 daughters. You must keep watch over the eldest for 1 night, from 9 in the evening until 6 in the morning. Every hour I will come and call. If you do not answer me, you shall be put to death in the morning. But if you answer me every time, you shall have her to wife." When the young people went to the bedroom, there stood a stone image of St. Christopher. The king's daughter said to it, "My father will come at 9 o'clock in every hour until it strikes 3. When he calls, give him an answer instead of the king's son." The stone image of St. Christopher nodded its head quickly, then more slowly until it stood still. The next morning, the king said to the boy, "You have done well, but I cannot give my daughter away. You must now watch a night by my second daughter, and then I will consider whether you can have my eldest daughter to wife. I shall come every hour myself. When I call, answer me. If I call and you do not reply, your blood shall flow." They both went into the sleeping room where a larger stone image of St. Christopher stood. The king's daughter said to it, "If my father calls, you answer him." The great stone image of St. Christopher again nodded its head quickly, then more slowly until it stood still. The king's son lay down on the threshold, put his hand under his head, and slept. The next morning, the king said to him, "You have done very well, but I cannot give my daughter away. You must now watch a night by the youngest princess. Then I will consider whether you can have my second daughter to wife. I shall come every hour myself. When I call, answer me. If I call and you do not answer, your blood shall flow." Once more, they went to the sleeping room together. This time, there was a much larger and taller image of St. Christopher than the previous ones. The king's daughter said to it, "When my father calls, you answer him." The great tall stone image of St. Christopher nodded its head for quite half an hour until it finally stood still. The king's son lay down on the threshold of the door and slept. The next morning, the king said, "You have indeed watched well, but I cannot give you my daughter now. I have a great forest. If you cut it down for me between 6 o'clock this morning and 6 at night, I will think about it." Then he gave him a glass axe, a glass wedge, and a glass mallet. When he got into the wood, he began to cut, but the axe broke in 2. He took the wedge and struck it once with the mallet, and it shattered into pieces as small as sand. Distressed, he believed he would have to die and sat down to weep. When it was noon, the king said, "One of you girls must take him something to eat." "No," said the 2 eldest, "we will not take it to him. The one with whom he last watched can take him something." Thus, the youngest was forced to go and bring him some food. When she reached the forest, she asked him how he was doing. "Oh," said he, "I am faring very badly." She then urged him to come and eat a little. "No," said he, "I cannot do that. I shall still have to die, so I will eat no more." She spoke kindly to him and begged him to try, and finally he came and ate something. After he had eaten, she said, "I will comb your hair for a while, and then you will feel better." She combed his hair, and he grew weary and fell asleep. She took her handkerchief, made a knot in it, struck it 3 times on the earth, and said, "Earth workers, come forth." Instantly, many little earthmen appeared and asked what the king's daughter commanded. She said, "In 3 hours, the great forest must be cut down, and all the wood laid in heaps." The little earthmen gathered their kin to help with the task. They began at once, and in 3 hours, the work was done. They returned to the king's daughter and told her so. She took her white handkerchief again and said, "Earth workers, go home." With that, they all disappeared. When the king's son awoke, he was delighted, and she said, "Come home when the clock strikes 6." He did as she told him, and the king asked, "Have you cleared away the forest?" "Yes," replied the king's son. When they were sitting at the table, the king said, "I cannot yet give you my daughter to wife. You must do something more for her sake." The king then explained, "I have a great fish pond. Tomorrow morning, you must clear it of all mud until it is as bright as a mirror and fill it with every kind of fish." The next morning, the king gave him a glass shovel and said, "The fish pond must be done by 6 o'clock." He went away and, upon reaching the fish pond, stuck his shovel in the mud, which broke in two. He then tried with a hoe, which also broke. Troubled, he sat down. At noon, the youngest daughter brought him something to eat and asked how he was doing. The king's son said everything was going very poorly and he would certainly lose his head. "My tools have broken to pieces again." "Oh," she said, "you must come and eat something, and then you will feel better." "No," he said, "I cannot eat. I am too unhappy." She gave him many kind words until at last he came and ate something. Then she combed his hair again, and he fell asleep. She took her handkerchief, tied a knot in it, struck the ground thrice with the knot, and said, "Earth workers, come forth." Instantly, a great many little earthmen appeared and asked what she desired. She told them that in 3 hours, the fish pond must be entirely cleaned out, clear enough for people to see their reflections, and filled with every kind of fish. The little earthmen summoned all their kin to help, and in 2 hours the task was completed. They returned to her and said, "We have done as you commanded." The king's daughter took the handkerchief, struck the ground thrice with it, and said, "Earth workers, go home again." Then they all went away. When the king's son awoke, the fish pond was finished. The king's daughter told him that when the clock struck 6, he should come to the house. When he arrived, the king asked, "Have you finished the fish pond?" "Yes," said the king's son. "That is very good," replied the king. When they were sitting at the table again, the king said, "You have certainly completed the fish pond, but I cannot give you my daughter yet. You must do one more thing." "What is that, then?" asked the king's son. The king explained that he had a great mountain covered in briars which needed to be cut down, and at the top of it a great castle must be built, as strong as could be conceived, with all the furniture and fittings inside. The next morning, the king gave him a glass axe and a glass gimlet, and instructed him to complete everything by 6 o'clock. As he was cutting down the first briar with the axe, it broke into tiny pieces, making it unusable, and the gimlet proved equally ineffective. He felt quite miserable and waited for his beloved to come and help him. At midday, she arrived with food. He went to meet her, told her all that had happened, ate something, and let her comb his hair until he fell asleep. Then she took the knotted handkerchief, struck the earth with it, and said, "Earth workers, come forth." Instantly, numerous earthmen appeared and asked what she desired. She instructed them to cut down all the briars and build a castle on top of the mountain within 3 hours, complete with all the necessary furnishings. They summoned their kin, and when the time was up, everything was ready. They informed the king's daughter, who then struck the earth thrice with her handkerchief and said, "Earth workers, go home," and they all disappeared. When the king's son awoke and saw everything completed, he was as happy as a bird in the air. At 6 o'clock, they went home together. The king asked, "Is the castle ready?" "Yes," replied the king's son. When they sat down to eat, the king said, "I cannot give away my youngest daughter until the two eldest are married." This troubled the king's son and the youngest daughter greatly, and the king's son had no idea what to do. However, that night, he went to the king's daughter and ran away with her. After they had traveled a short distance, the king's daughter saw her father following them. "Oh," she said, "what are we to do? My father is behind us and will take us back. I will change you into a briar and myself into a rose, and I will hide in the middle of the bush." When her father reached the spot, he saw a briar with a single rose. He was about to gather the rose when a thorn pricked his finger, forcing him to return home. His wife asked why he had not brought their daughter back. He explained that he had almost caught up to her, but suddenly lost sight of her. and found a briar with one rose growing in that place. The queen said, "If you had only gathered the rose, the briar would have followed." So he went back to fetch the rose, but by then the two were already far across the plain, and the king pursued them again. Once more, the daughter saw her father coming and said, "Oh, what shall we do now? I will change you into a church and myself into a priest, and I will stand in the pulpit and preach." When the king reached the place, he saw a church with a priest in the pulpit preaching. He listened to the sermon and then went home again. Then the queen asked why he had not brought their daughter with him, and he said, "Nay, I ran after her for a long time, and just as I thought I should soon overtake her, a church was standing there, and a priest was in the pulpit preaching." "You should have just brought the priest," said his wife. "Then the church would have come too. It is no use sending you. I must go myself." After walking for some time and seeing the two in the distance, the king's daughter peeped around and saw her mother coming. She said, "Now we are undone, for my mother is coming herself. I will immediately change you into a fish pond and myself into a fish." When the mother arrived at the place, there was a large fish pond with a fish leaping about and peeping out of the water, quite merry. She wanted to catch the fish, but she could not. Then she became very angry and drank up the whole pond to catch the fish, but it made her so ill that she was forced to vomit and vomited the whole pond back out. Then she cried, "I see very well that nothing can be done now," and told them they could come back to her. The king's daughter returned, and the queen gave her 3 walnuts, saying, "With these, you can help yourself when you are in your greatest need." The young couple set off once more together. After walking for 10 miles, they arrived at the castle from whence the king's son came, with a village close by. When they reached it, the king's son said, "Stay here, my dearest. I will go to the castle and return with a carriage and attendants to fetch you." When he got to the castle, everyone rejoiced greatly at having the king's son back again. He told them he had a bride waiting in the village, and they must fetch her with a carriage. They harnessed the horses at once, and many attendants seated themselves outside the carriage. As the king's son was about to get in, his mother gave him a kiss, and he forgot everything that had happened and what he was about to do. His mother then ordered the horses to be taken out of the carriage, and everyone went back into the house. Meanwhile, the maiden sat in the village, watching and waiting for him to come, but no one came. She then took service in the mill belonging to the castle, and was obliged to sit by the pond every afternoon to clean the tubs. One day, the queen came on foot from the castle, walking by the pond. She saw the well-grown maiden sitting there and said, "What a fine, strong girl that is! She pleases me well." She and those with her looked at the maid, but no one recognized her. A long time passed, during which the maiden served the miller honorably and faithfully. In the meantime, the queen had sought a wife for her son, one who came from a distant part of the world. When the bride arrived, they were to be married at once. Many people hurried together, all wanting to see the event. The girl asked the miller if she might have leave to go too, and he said, "Yes, do go." Before she left, she opened one of the 3 walnuts, and inside was a beautiful dress. She put it on and went to the church, standing by the altar. When the bride and bridegroom arrived and seated themselves before the altar, the priest was just about to bless them when the bride peeped around and saw the maiden standing there. She stood up and said she would not be given away until she had as beautiful a dress as that lady there. They went back to the house and sent to ask the lady if she would sell that dress. No, she would not sell it, but the bride might perhaps earn it. The bride then asked how she was to do this. Then the maiden said, if she might sleep one night outside the king's son's door, the bride might have what she wanted. The bride agreed, saying, yes, she was willing to do that. However, the servants were ordered to give the king's son a sleeping drink. The maiden laid herself down on the threshold and lamented all night long, recounting how she had the forest cut down for him, cleaned out the fish pond for him, built the castle for him, and transformed him into a briar, then into a church, and finally into a fish pond, only for him to forget her so quickly. The king's son did not hear a word, but the servants, who had been awakened, listened without understanding what it meant. The next morning, the bride put on the dress and went to the church with the bridegroom. Meanwhile, the maiden opened the second walnut, finding an even more beautiful dress inside. She put it on and stood by the altar in the church, and everything happened as before. Again, the maiden lay all night on the threshold outside the king's son's chamber. This time, the servant gave him something to keep him awake instead of the sleeping drink. The king's son went to bed, and the miller's maiden bemoaned herself on the threshold, recounting all that she had done for him. The king's son heard everything and was deeply troubled. Remembering what had happened, he wanted to go to her, but his mother had locked the door. The next morning, he went to his beloved at once and told her everything that had happened, begging her not to be angry with him for having forgotten her. The king's daughter then opened the third walnut, revealing a still more magnificent dress. She put it on and went with her bridegroom to the church. Numbers of children came, giving them flowers and offering gay ribbons to bind about their feet. They were blessed by the priest and had a merry wedding. The false mother and the bride had to depart, and the mouth of the person who last told all this is still warm. The Cunning Little Tailor, a fairy tale by the brothers Grimm. Once upon a time, there was a princess who was extremely proud. Whenever a wooer came, she gave him a riddle to guess. If he could not solve it, he was sent away contemptuously. She also announced that whoever solved her riddle would marry her, no matter who he was. Eventually, 3 tailors came together. The 2 eldest thought they had done so many dexterous bits of work successfully that they could not fail to succeed in this as well. The third was a little useless landlooper who did not even know his trade, but he thought he must have some luck in this venture, for where else was it to come from? The 2 others said to him, "Just stay at home. Thou canst not do much with thy little bit of understanding." However, the little tailor did not let himself be discouraged and said he had set his head to work for once and would manage well enough. He went forth as if the whole world were his. All 3 announced themselves to the princess and asked her to propound her riddle to them, stating that the right persons had now come with understanding so fine they could be threaded in a needle. The princess said, "I have 2 kinds of hair on my head. Of what color are they?" "If that be all," said the first, "it must be black and white, like the cloth called pepper and salt." The princess replied, "Wrongly guessed. Let the second answer." The second said, "If it be not black and white, then it is brown and red, like my father's company coat." "Wrongly guessed," said the princess. "Let the third give the answer, for I see very well he knows it for certain." Then the little tailor stepped boldly forth and said, "The princess has a silver and a golden hair on her head, and those are the 2 different colors." When the princess heard that, she turned pale and nearly fell down with terror, for the little tailor had guessed her riddle, and she had firmly believed that no man on earth could discover it. When her courage returned, she said, "Thou hast not won me yet by that. There is still something else thou must do. Below in the stable is a bear with which thou shalt pass the night. If I get up in the morning and thou art still alive, thou shalt marry me." She expected, however, to rid herself of the tailor, for the bear had never yet left anyone alive who had fallen into his clutches. The little tailor did not let himself be frightened away. Instead, he was quite delighted and said, "Boldly ventured is half won." When evening came, our little tailor was taken down to the bear. The bear was about to set upon the little fellow at once and give him a hearty welcome with his paws. "Softly, softly," said the little tailor. "I will soon make thee quiet." Then, quite composedly, and as if he had not an anxiety in the world, he took some nuts out of his pocket, cracked them, and ate the kernels. When the bear saw that, he was seized with a desire to have some nuts too. The tailor felt in his pockets and reached him a handful. They were, however, not nuts, but pebbles. The bear put them in his mouth but could get nothing out of them no matter how hard he bit. "Eh," thought he, "what a stupid blockhead I am. I cannot even crack a nut." Then he said to the tailor, "Here, crack me the nuts." "See what a stupid fellow thou art," said the little tailor, "to have such a great mouth and not be able to crack a small nut." Then he took the pebble, nimbly put a nut in his mouth in its place, and crack! It was in 2. "I must try the thing again," said the bear. "When I watch you, I think I ought to be able to do it too." So the tailor once more gave him a pebble, and the bear tried and tried to bite into it with all his strength. However, he could not accomplish it. When that was over, the tailor took out a violin from beneath his coat and played a piece on it. When the bear heard the music, he could not help beginning to dance. After dancing for a while, he enjoyed it so much that he said to the little tailor, "Hark you, is the fiddle heavy?" "Light enough for a child. Look, with the left hand I lay my fingers on it, and with the right I stroke it with the bow, and then it goes merrily, hopsa viva la lera. Fiddling is something I would like to understand too, so I might dance whenever I fancy. What dost thou think of that? Wilt thou give me lessons?" "With all my heart," said the tailor, "if thou hast a talent for it. But let me see thy claws first. They are terribly long. I must cut thy nails a little." Then a vise was brought, and the bear put his claws in it. The little tailor screwed it tight and said, "Now wait until I come with the scissors." He let the bear growl as he liked, lay down in the corner on a bundle of straw, and fell asleep. When the princess heard the bear growling so fiercely during the night, she believed he was growling for joy and had made an end of the tailor. In the morning, she arose carelessly and happily, but when she peeped into the stable, the tailor stood gaily before her and was as healthy as a fish in water. Now she could not say another word against the wedding because she had given a promise before everyone. The king ordered a carriage to be brought, and she was to drive to church with the tailor to be married. After they got into the carriage, the two other tailors, who had false hearts and envied him his good fortune, went into the stable and unscrewed the bear. The bear, in great fury, ran after the carriage. The princess heard him snorting and growling. She was terrified and cried, "Ah, the bear is behind us and wants to get thee." The tailor was quick, stood on his head, stuck his legs out of the window, and cried, "Dost thou see the vice? If thou dost not be off, thou shalt be put into it again." When the bear saw that, he turned around and ran away. The tailor drove quietly to church, and the princess was married to him at once. He lived with her as happily as a woodlark. Whosoever does not believe this must pay a thaler. The Bright Sun Brings It to Light, a fairy tale by the Brothers Grimm. A tailor's apprentice was traveling about the world in search of work. At one time, he could find none, and his poverty was so great that he had not a farthing to live on. Presently, he met a Jew on the road. Thinking the Jew would have a great deal of money, the tailor thrust God out of his heart, fell on the Jew, and said, "Give me thy money, or I will strike thee dead." The Jew replied, "Grant me my life. I have no money but 8 farthings." The tailor, however, insisted, "Money thou hast, and it shall be produced," and used violence, beating him until he was near death. When the Jew was dying, his last words were, "The bright sun will bring it to light," and thereupon he died. The tailor's apprentice felt in his pockets and sought for money, but found nothing but the 8 farthings, as the Jew had said. He then took him up, carried him behind a clump of trees, and continued onward to seek work. After traveling for a long while, he got work in a town with a master who had a pretty daughter. He fell in love with her, married her, and lived in good and happy wedlock. After a long time, when he and his wife had 2 children, the wife's father and mother died, and the young couple kept house alone. One morning, when the husband was sitting at the table before the window, his wife brought him his coffee. As he poured it into the saucer and was just about to drink, the sun shone on it, and the reflection gleamed hither and thither on the wall above, making circles. The tailor looked up and said, "Yes, it would like very much to bring it to light, and cannot." The woman said, "Oh, dear husband, what is that then? What dost thou mean by that?" He answered, "I must not tell thee." She insisted, "If thou lovest me, thou must tell me," using her most affectionate words, and promised that no one should ever know it, leaving him no rest. Finally, he told her how years ago, when he was traveling about seeking work, completely worn out and penniless, he had killed a Jew. In the last agonies of death, the Jew had spoken the words, "The bright sun will bring it to light." Now, the sun had just wanted to bring it to light, had gleamed and made circles on the wall, but had not been able to do it. After this, he particularly charged her never to tell this, or he would lose his life. She promised. However, when he had sat down to work again, she went to her great friend and confided the story to her, with the caveat that she was never to repeat it to any human being. Yet, before 2 days were over, the whole town knew it. The tailor was brought to trial and condemned. Thus, after all, the bright sun did bring it to light. The Blue Light, a fairy tale by the Brothers Grimm. Once upon a time, there was a soldier who had served the king faithfully for many years. When the war came to an end, he could serve no longer because of the many wounds he had received. The king said to him, "Thou mayst return to thy home. I need thee no longer, and thou wilt not receive any more money, for he only receives wages who renders me service for them." The soldier did not know how to earn a living. He went away greatly troubled and walked the whole day until, in the evening, he entered a forest. When darkness fell, he saw a light. He went up to it and came to a house wherein lived a witch. "Do give me one night's lodging and a little to eat and drink," he said to her, "or I shall starve." "Oh ho," she answered, "who gives anything to a runaway soldier? Yet I will be compassionate and take you in if you will do what I wish." "What do you wish?" said the soldier. "That you should dig all around my garden for me tomorrow." The soldier consented and labored with all his strength the next day, but he could not finish it by the evening. "I see well enough," said the witch, "that you can do no more today, but I will keep you yet another night. In payment, you must tomorrow chop me a load of wood and make it small." The soldier spent the whole day doing it, and in the evening, the witch proposed that he should stay one more night. "Tomorrow, you shall only do me a very trifling piece of work. Behind my house, there is an old dry well, into which my light has fallen. It burns blue and never goes out, and you shall bring it up again for me." The next day, the old woman took him to the well and let him down in a basket. He found the blue light and signaled her to draw him up again. She did draw him up, but when he came near the edge, she stretched down her hand and wanted to take the blue light away from him. "No," he said, perceiving her evil intention, "I will not give thee the light until I am standing with both feet upon the ground." The witch fell into a passion, let him down again into the well, and went away. The poor soldier fell without injury on the moist ground, and the blue light continued to burn. However, of what use was that to him? He saw very well that he could not escape death. He sat for a while very sorrowfully, then suddenly he felt in his pocket and found his tobacco pipe, which was still half full. "This shall be my last pleasure," he thought. He pulled it out, lit it at the blue light, and began to smoke. When the smoke had circled about the cavern, suddenly a little black dwarf stood before him and said, "Lord, what are thy commands?" "What commands have I to give thee?" replied the soldier, quite astonished. "I must do everything thou biddest me," said the little man. "Good," said the soldier. "Then, in the first place, help me out of this well." The little man took him by the hand and led him through an underground passage, but he did not forget to take the blue light with him. On the way, the dwarf showed him the treasures which the witch had collected and hidden there, and the soldier took as much gold as he could carry. When he was above, he said to the little man, "Now go and bind the old witch and carry her before the judge." In a short time, she, with frightful cries, came riding by as swift as the wind on a wild tomcat. It was not long after that before the little man reappeared. "It is all done," he said, "and the witch is already hanging on the gallows." "What further commands has my lord?" inquired the dwarf. "At this moment, none," answered the soldier. "Thou canst return home, only be at hand immediately if I summon thee." "Nothing more is needed than that. Thou shouldst light thy pipe at the blue light, and I will appear before thee at once." Thereupon he vanished from his sight. The soldier returned to the town from which he had come. He went to the best inn, ordered himself handsome clothes, and then bade the landlord furnish him a room as handsomely as possible. When it was ready and the soldier had taken possession of it, he summoned the little black mannikin and said, "I have served the king faithfully, yet he has dismissed me and left me to hunger. Now I want to take my revenge." "What am I to do?" asked the little man. "Late at night, when the king's daughter is in bed, bring her here in her sleep. She shall do servant's work for me." The mannikin said, "That is an easy thing for me to do, but a very dangerous thing for you. If it is discovered, you will fare ill." When 12 o'clock struck, the door sprang open, and the mannequin carried in the princess. "Aha! Art thou there?" cried the soldier. "Get to thy work at once. Fetch the broom and sweep the chamber." When she had done this, he ordered her to come to his chair. Then he stretched out his feet and said, "Pull off my boots for me." He then threw them in her face and made her pick them up again, clean, and brighten them. She, however, did everything he bade her, without opposition, silently and with half-shut eyes. When the first cock crowed, the mannequin carried her back to the royal palace and laid her in her bed. The next morning, when the princess arose, she went to her father and told him that she had had a very strange dream. "I was carried through the streets with the rapidity of lightning," said she, "and taken into a soldier's room. I had to wait upon him like a servant, sweep his room, clean his boots, and do all kinds of menial work. It was only a dream, yet I am just as tired as if I really had done everything." "The dream may have been true," said the king. "I will give thee a piece of advice. Fill thy pocket full of peas, and make a small hole in it. Then, if thou art carried away again, they will fall out and leave a track in the streets." Unseen by the king, the mannequin was standing beside him when he said that and heard everything. At night, when the sleeping princess was again carried through the streets, some peas certainly did fall out of her pocket, but they made no track, for the crafty mannequin had scattered peas in every street beforehand. Again, the princess was compelled to do servant's work until cockcrow. The next morning, the king sent his people out to seek the track, but it was all in vain. In every street, poor children were sitting, picking up peas and saying, "It must have rained peas last night." "We must think of something else," said the king. "Keep thy shoes on when thou goest to bed, and before thou comest back from the place where thou art taken, hide one of them there. I will soon contrive to find it." The black mannequin heard this plot, and at night, when the soldier again ordered him to bring the princess, revealed it to him. He told the soldier that he knew of no way to counteract this stratagem, and that if the shoe were found in the soldier's house, it would go badly for him. "Do what I bid thee," replied the soldier. Again, on this third night, the princess was obliged to work like a servant. Before she went away, she hid her shoe under the bed. The next morning, the king had the entire town searched for his daughter's shoe. It was found at the soldier's place, and the soldier himself, who at the entreaty of the dwarf had gone outside the gate, was soon brought back and thrown into prison. In his flight, he had forgotten the most valuable things he had, the blue light and the gold, and had only one ducat in his pocket. Now, loaded with chains, he was standing at the window of his dungeon when he chanced to see one of his comrades passing by. The soldier tapped at the pane of glass, and when this man came up, he said, "Be so kind as to fetch me the small bundle I have left lying in the inn, and I will give you a ducat for doing it." His comrade ran to the inn and brought him what he wanted. As soon as the soldier was alone again, he lighted his pipe and summoned the black mannequin. "Have no fear," said the latter to his master. "Go wheresoever they take you, and let them do what they will. Only take the blue light with you." The next day, the soldier was tried, and though he had done nothing wicked, the judge condemned him to death. When he was led forth to die, he begged a last favor of the king. "What is it?" asked the king. "That I may smoke one more pipe on my way." "You may smoke 3, answered the king, "but do not imagine that I will spare your life." The soldier then pulled out his pipe and lighted it at the blue light, and as soon as a few wreaths of smoke had ascended, the mannequin appeared with a small cudgel in his hand and said, "What does my lord command?" "Strike down to earth that false judge there and his constable, and spare not the king who has treated me so ill." The mannequin fell on them like lightning, darting this way and that, and whosoever was touched by his cudgel fell to the earth and did not venture to stir again. The king was terrified. He threw himself on the soldier's mercy, and merely to be allowed to live at all, gave him his kingdom for his own and the princess as his wife. The Willful Child, a fairy tale by the brothers Grimm. Once upon a time, there was a child who was willful and would not do what her mother wished. For this reason, God had no pleasure in her and let her become ill. No doctor could do her any good, and in a short time she lay on her deathbed. When she had been lowered into her grave and the earth was spread over her, All at once, her arm came out again and stretched upwards. They put it back in and spread fresh earth over it, but it was all to no purpose, for the arm always came out again. Then the mother herself was obliged to go to the grave and strike the arm with a rod. When she had done that, it was drawn in, and at last, the child had rest beneath the ground. The Three Army Surgeons, a fairy tale by the brothers Grimm. Three army surgeons who thought they knew their art perfectly were traveling around the world. They came to an inn where they wanted to spend the night. The host asked where they came from and where they were going. "We are roaming about the world and practicing our art." The host said, "Just show me once what you can do." The first surgeon said he would cut off his hand and put it back on early the next morning. The second said he would tear out his heart and replace it the next morning. The third said he would cut out his eyes and heal them again the next morning. The innkeeper replied, "If you can do that, you have learned everything." They had a salve that could join parts together, and they carried the little bottle with them. They cut off the hand, heart, and eyes from their bodies as they had said they would, laid them all together on a plate, and gave it to the innkeeper. The innkeeper gave it to a servant who was to set it in the cupboard and take good care of it. However, the girl had a secret lover who was a soldier. When the innkeeper, the three army surgeons, and everyone else in the house were asleep, the soldier came and wanted something to eat. The girl opened the cupboard and brought him some food. In her love, she forgot to shut the cupboard door again. She seated herself at the table with her lover, and they chatted away together. While she sat contentedly, thinking of no ill luck, the cat came creeping in, found the cupboard open, took the hand, heart, and eyes of the three army surgeons, and ran off with them. When the soldier had finished eating, and the girl was taking away the things and going to shut the cupboard, she saw that the plate which the innkeeper had given her to take care of was empty. In a fright, she said to her lover, "Ah, miserable girl, what shall I do? The hand is gone, the heart and the eyes are gone too. What will become of me in the morning?" He replied, "Be easy. I will help you out of your trouble. There is a thief hanging outside on the gallows. I will cut off his hand." "Which hand was it?" "The right one," she said. Then the girl gave him a sharp knife, and he went and cut off the poor sinner's right hand and brought it to her. After this, he caught the cat and cut its eyes out. Now, nothing but the heart was missing. "Have you not been killing, and are not the dead pigs in the cellar?" he asked. "Yes," said the girl. "That's well," said the soldier, and he went down and fetched a pig's heart. The girl placed everything together on the plate and put it in the cupboard. After her lover took leave of her, she went quietly to bed. In the morning, when the three army surgeons got up, they told the girl to bring them the plate on which the hand, heart, and eyes were lying. She brought it out of the cupboard. The first surgeon fixed the thief's hand on and smeared it with his salve, and it grew to his arm directly. The second took the cat's eyes and put them in his own head. The third fixed the pig's heart in the place where his own had been. The innkeeper stood by, admired their skill, and said he had never yet seen such a thing done. He promised to sing their praises and recommend them to everyone. Then they paid their bill and traveled farther. As they were on their way, the one with the pig's heart did not stay with them at all. Wherever there was a corner, he ran to it and rooted about in it with his nose as pigs do. The others wanted to hold him back by the tail of his coat, but that did no good. He tore himself loose and ran wherever the dirt was thickest. The second also behaved very strangely. He rubbed his eyes and said to the others, "Comrades, what is the matter? I don't see at all. Will one of you lead me so that I do not fall?" With difficulty, they traveled on till evening, when they reached another inn. They went into the bar together, and there at a table in the corner sat a rich man counting money. The one with the thief's hand walked around him, made a sudden movement twice with his arm, and at last, when the stranger turned away, he snatched at the pile of money and took a handful from it. One of them saw this and said, "Comrade, what art thou about? Thou must not steal. Shame on thee!" Said he, "how can I stop myself? My hand twitches, and I am forced to snatch things whether I will or not." After this, they lay down to sleep. While they were lying there, it was so dark that no one could see his own hand. All at once, The one with the cat's eyes awoke, aroused the others, and said, "Brothers, just look up. Do you see the white mice running about there?" The two sat up but could see nothing. Then he said, "Things are not right with us. We have not got back what is ours. We must return to the innkeeper. He has deceived us." Therefore, they went back the next morning and told the host they had not gotten back what was their own. The first had a thief's hand, the second cat's eyes, and the third a pig's heart. The innkeeper said that the girl must be to blame for that and was going to call her, but when she saw the three coming, she ran out the back door and did not come back. The three said he must give them a great deal of money, or they would set his house on fire. He gave them what he had and whatever he could get together, and the three went away with it. It was enough for the rest of their lives, but they would rather have had their own proper organs. The Seven Swabians, a Fairy Tale by the Brothers Grimm. Once, 7 Swabians were together. The first was Master Schultz, the second, Jackli, the third, Marley, the fourth, Jurgli, the fifth, Mikal, the sixth, Hans, and the seventh, Vitli. All 7 had made up their minds to travel the world, seeking adventures and performing great deeds. In order to travel securely and armed, they thought it would be wise to have a single but very strong and long spear made for them. All 7 of them took this spear in their hands at once. In front walked the boldest and bravest, Master Schultz, followed in a row by the others, with Vitli being the last. One day, in the haymaking month of July, they had walked a long distance and still had a long way to go before reaching the village where they were to spend the night. As they were in a meadow at twilight, a great beetle or hornet flew by them from behind a bush and hummed menacingly. Master Schultz was so terrified that he almost dropped the spear, and a cold perspiration broke out over his whole body. "Hark! Hark!" he cried to his comrades. "Good heavens! I hear a drum." Jackli, who was behind him holding the spear and who perceived some kind of smell, said, "Something is most certainly going on, for I taste powder and matches." Upon hearing these words, Master Schultz began to flee and quickly jumped over a hedge. Unfortunately, he landed on the teeth of a rake that had been left lying there after the haymaking, and the handle struck his face, delivering a tremendous blow. Oh dear," screamed Master Schultz. "Take me prisoner! I surrender! I surrender!" The other 6 leapt over one after another, crying, "If you surrender, I surrender too! If you surrender, I surrender too!" Eventually, when no enemy appeared to bind and take them away, they realized their mistake. To avoid being ridiculed as fools, they all swore to each other to keep quiet about the incident until one of them accidentally mentioned it. They continued their journey. The second danger they encountered was even greater than the first. Some days later, their path led them through a fallow field where a hare was sitting, sleeping in the sun. Her ears stood straight up, and her great glassy eyes were wide open. Alarmed at the sight of the horrible wild beast, they consulted about what would be the least dangerous course of action. If they ran away, they feared the monster would pursue and swallow them whole. So they said, "We must go through a great and dangerous struggle. Boldly ventured is half won," and all 7 grasped the spear, with Master Schultz in front and Vitli behind. Master Schultz tried to hold the spear back, but Vitli, becoming quite brave at the rear, wanted to dash forward and cried, "Strike home in every Swabian's name, or else I wish ye may be lame." Hans knew how to counter this and said, "Thunder and lightning, it's fine to prate, but for dragon hunting they're always too late." Mikko cried, "Nothing is wanting, not even a hair. Be sure the devil himself is there." Then it was Jurgli's turn to speak. "If it be not, it's at least his mother, or else it's the devil's own stepbrother." Now Marley had a bright idea and said to Vaitli, "Advance, Vaitli, advance, advance, and I behind will hold the lance." Vaitli, however, did not heed this, and Jackli said, "'Tis Schultz's place the first to be. No one deserves that honor but he." Master Schultz then plucked up his courage and said gravely, "Then let us boldly advance to the fight, and thus we shall show our valor and might." Hereupon they all together set upon the dragon. Master Schultz crossed himself and prayed for God's assistance, but as all this was of no avail, and he was getting nearer and nearer to the enemy, he screamed, "Oh ho 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 ho!" in the greatest anguish. This awakened the hare, which in great alarm darted swiftly away. When Master Schultz saw her thus flying from the field of battle, he cried in his joy, "Quick, Vaitli, quick, look there, look there! The monster's nothing but a hare!" The Swabian allies went in search of further adventures and came to the Moselle, a mossy, quiet, deep river over which there are few bridges. In many places, people have to cross in boats. The 7 Swabians did not know this, so they called to a man working on the opposite side of the river to ask how people managed to get across. The distance and their way of speaking made the man unable to understand what they wanted, and he said, "What? What?" in the local dialect of Treves. Master Schultz thought he was saying, "Wade, wade through the water." And as he was the first, he began to set out and went into the Moselle. It was not long before he sank in the mud, and the deep waves drove against him. But his hat was blown to the opposite shore by the wind, and a frog sat down beside it and croaked, "What, what, what?" The other 6 on the opposite side heard that and said, "Oh ho, comrades, Master Schultz is calling us. If he can wade across, why can't we?" So they all jumped into the water together in a great hurry and drowned. And thus one frog took the lives of all 6 of them, and not one of the Swabian allies ever reached home again. The 3 Apprentices, a fairy tale by the Brothers Grimm. There were once 3 apprentices who had agreed to always stay together while traveling and always work in the same town. At one time, however, their masters had no more work to give them, so eventually they were in rags and had nothing to live on. Then one of them said, "What shall we do? We cannot stay here any longer. We will travel once more, and if we do not find any work in the town we go to, we will arrange with the innkeeper there that we are to write and tell him where we are staying, so that we can always have news of each other. Then we will separate." This seemed best to the others as well. They went forth and met a richly dressed man on the way, who asked who they were. "We are apprentices looking for work. Up to this time, we have kept together, but if we cannot find anything to do, we are going to separate." "There is no need for that," said the man. "If you will do what I tell you, you shall not want for gold or work. Indeed, you shall become great lords and ride in carriages." One of them said, "If our souls and salvation are not endangered, we will certainly do it." "They will not be," replied the man. "I have no claim on you." One of the others, however, had looked at his feet and, when he saw a horse's foot and a man's foot, did not want to have anything to do with him. The devil, however, said, "Be at ease. I have no designs on you, but on another soul, which is already half mine, and whose measure shall but run full." As they now felt secure, they consented, and the devil told them what he wanted. The first was to answer, "All 3 of us," to every question. The second was to say, "For money." And the third, "And quite right too." They were always to say this, one after the other, but they were not to say one word more. If they disobeyed this order, all their money would disappear at once. However, as long as they observed it, their pockets would always be full. As a beginning, he gave them as much as they could carry and told them to go to a particular inn when they got to the town. They went to it, and the innkeeper came to meet them and asked if they wished for anything to eat. The first replied, "All 3 of us." "Yes," said the host, "that is what I mean." The second said, "For money." "Of course," said the host. The third said, "And quite right too." "Certainly it is right," said the host. Good meat and drink were now brought to them, and they were well waited on. After dinner came the payment, and the innkeeper gave the bill to the one who said, "All 3 of us." The second said, "For money," and the third, "And quite right too." "Indeed it is right," said the host. "All 3 pay, and without money I can give nothing." They, however, paid even more than he had asked. The lodgers, who were looking on, said, "These people must be mad." "Yes, indeed they are," said the host. "They are not very wise." So they stayed for some time in the inn, saying nothing else but, "All 3 of us," "For money," and "Quite right too." However, they saw and knew all that was going on. It so happened that a great merchant came with a large sum of money and said, "Sir host, take care of my money for me. Here are 3 crazy apprentices who might steal it from me." The host did as he was asked. As he was carrying the trunk into his room, he felt that it was heavy with gold. Thereupon, he gave the 3 apprentices a lodging below, while the merchant stayed upstairs in a separate apartment. When it was midnight and the host thought that all were asleep, he came with his wife, and they had an axe and struck the rich merchant dead. After they had murdered him, they went to bed again. When it was day, there was a great outcry. The merchant lay dead in bed, bathed in blood. All the guests ran at once, but the host said, "The 3 crazy apprentices have done this." The lodgers confirmed it and said, "It can have been no one else." The innkeeper, however, had them called and said to them, "Have you killed the merchant?" "All 3 of us," said the first. "For money?" said the second. "And quite right, too," added the third. "There now, you hear," said the host. "They confess it themselves." They were taken to prison and were to be tried. When they saw that things were going so seriously, they were afraid after all. But at night the devil came and said, "Bear it just 1 day longer, and do not throw away your luck. Not 1 hair of your head shall be hurt." The next morning they were led to the bar, and the judge said, "Are you the murderers?" "All 3 of us." "Why did you kill the merchant?" "For money." "You wicked wretches, have you no horror of your sins?" "And quite right, too." "They have confessed and are still stubborn," said the judge. "Lead them to death instantly." So they were taken out, and the host had to go with them into the circle. When they were taken hold of by the executioner's men and were just going to be led up to the scaffold where the headsman was standing with a naked sword, a coach drawn by 4 blood-red chestnut horses suddenly came up, driving so fast that fire flashed from the stones, and someone made signs from the window with a white handkerchief. Then the headsman said, "It is a pardon coming," and "Pardon, pardon," was called from the carriage as well. Then the devil stepped out as a very noble gentleman, beautifully dressed, and said, "You 3 are innocent. You may now speak. Make known what you have seen and heard." The eldest then said, "We did not kill the merchant. The murderer is standing there in the circle," and he pointed to the innkeeper. "In proof of this, go into his cellar, where many others whom he has killed are still hanging." The judge then sent the executioner's men there, and they found it was as the apprentices said. When they had informed the judge of this, he caused the innkeeper to be brought up, and his head was cut off. Then the devil said to the 3, "Now I have got the soul which I wanted to have, and you are free, and have money for the rest of your lives." The King's Son Who Feared Nothing. A Fairy Tale by the Brothers Grimm. There was once a king's son who was no longer content to stay at home in his father's house. Since he had no fear of anything, he thought, "I will go forth into the wide world, where time will not seem long to me, and I shall see wonders enough." So he took leave of his parents and went forth, traveling from morning till night, without caring where the path led him. It came to pass that he arrived at the house of a giant. As he was so tired, he sat down by the door and rested. As he let his eyes roam here and there, he saw the giant's playthings lying in the yard. These were a couple of enormous balls and ninepins as tall as a man. After a while, he fancied setting the ninepins up, rolled the balls at them, and screamed and cried out when the ninepins fell, having a merry time. The giant heard the noise, stretched his head out of the window, and saw a man who was not taller than others playing with his ninepins. "Little worm," he cried, "why art thou playing with my balls? Who gave thee the strength to do it?" The king's son looked up, saw the giant, and said, "O thou blockhead, thou thinkest indeed that thou alone hast strong arms. I can do everything I want to do." The giant came down and watched the bowling with great admiration, saying, "Child of man, if thou art one of that kind, go and bring me an apple from the tree of life." "What dost thou want with it?" said the king's son. "I do not want the apple for myself," answered the giant, "but I have a betrothed bride who wishes for it. I have traveled far about the world and cannot find the tree." "I will soon find it," said the king's son, "and I do not know what is to prevent me from getting the apple down." The giant said, "Thou really believest it to be so easy. The garden in which the tree stands is surrounded by an iron railing, and in front of the railing lie wild beasts, each close to the other, and they keep watch and let no man go in." "They will be sure to let me in," said the king's son. "Yes, even if thou dost get into the garden and seest the apple hanging on the tree, it is still not thine. A ring hangs in front of it, through which anyone who wants to reach the apple and break it off must put his hand, and no one has yet had the luck to do it." "That luck will be mine," said the king's son. Then he took leave of the giant and went forth over mountain and valley, through plains and forests, until at length he came to the wondrous garden. The beasts lay around it, but they had put their heads down and were asleep. They did not awake when he approached them, so he stepped over them, climbed the fence, and got safely into the garden. There, in the very middle of it, stood the tree of life, and the red apples shone upon the branches. He climbed up the trunk to the top, and as he was about to reach for an apple, he saw a ring hanging before it. He thrust his hand through it without any difficulty and gathered the apple. The ring closed tightly on his arm, and all at once he felt a prodigious strength flowing through his veins. When he had come down again from the tree with the apple, he did not climb over the fence, but grasped the great gate. He had no need to shake it more than once before it sprang open with a loud crash. He went out, and the lion, which had been lying down before, was awake and sprang after him, not in rage and fierceness, but humbly following him as its master. The king's son took the giant the apple he had promised him and said, "Seest thou, I have brought it without difficulty." The giant was glad that his desire had been so soon satisfied, hastened to his bride, and gave her the apple for which she had wished. She was a beautiful and wise maiden, and as she did not see the ring on his arm, she said, "I shall never believe that thou hast brought the apple until I see the ring on thine arm." The giant said, "I have nothing to do but go home and fetch it," and thought it would be easy to take away by force from the weak man what he would not give of his own free will. He therefore demanded the ring from him, but the king's son refused. "Where the apple is, the ring must be also," said the giant. "If thou wilt not give it of thine own accord, thou must fight with me for it." They wrestled with each other for a long time, but the giant could not get the better of the king's son, who was strengthened by the magical power of the ring. Then the giant thought of a stratagem and said, "I have got warm with fighting, and so hast thou. We will bathe in the river and cool ourselves before we begin again." The king's son, who knew nothing of falsehood, went with him to the water, and pulled off with his clothes the ring also from his arm, and sprang into the river. The giant instantly snatched the ring and ran away with it, but the lion, which had observed the theft, pursued the giant, tore the ring out of his hand, and brought it back to its master. Then the giant placed himself behind an oak tree, and while the king's son was busy putting on his clothes again, surprised him, and put both his eyes out. Now the unhappy king's son stood there, blind and unsure of how to help himself. Then the giant came back to him, took him by the hand as if he were someone who wanted to guide him, and led him to the top of a high rock. There he left him standing, thinking, "Just 2 steps more, and he will fall down and kill himself, and I can take the ring from him." However, the faithful lion had not deserted its master. It held him fast by the clothes and drew him gradually back again. When the giant came and wanted to rob the dead man, he saw that his cunning had been in vain. "Is there no way, then, of destroying a weak child of man like that?" he angrily said to himself, and seized the king's son, leading him back again to the precipice by another way. But the lion, which saw his evil design, helped its master out of danger here also. When they had got close to the edge, the giant let the blind man's hand drop and was going to leave him behind alone. The lion then pushed the giant, causing him to fall and be dashed to pieces on the ground. The faithful animal again drew its master back from the precipice and guided him to a tree by which flowed a clear brook. The king's son sat down there, but the lion lay down and sprinkled the water in his face with its paws. Scarcely had a couple of drops wetted the sockets of his eyes than he was once more able to see something, and remarked a little bird flying quite close by, which wounded itself against the trunk of a tree. On this, it went down to the water and bathed itself therein, and then it soared upwards and swept between the trees without touching them, as if it had recovered its sight again. Then the king's son recognized a sign from God and stooped down to the water, washing and bathing his face in it. When he arose, he had his eyes once more, brighter and clearer than they had ever been. The king's son thanked God for his great mercy and traveled with his lion onwards through the world. Upon arriving before a castle which was enchanted, It came to pass that he saw a maiden of beautiful form and fine face standing in the gateway, though she was completely black. She spoke to him and said, "Ah, if thou couldst but deliver me from the evil spell which is thrown over me." "What shall I do?" said the king's son. The maiden answered, "Thou must pass 3 nights in the great hall of this enchanted castle, but thou must let no fear enter thy heart. When they are doing their worst to torment thee, if thou bearest it without letting a sound escape thee, I shall be free. Thy life they dare not take." Then said the king's son, "I have no fear. With God's help I will try it." So he went gaily into the castle, and when it grew dark, he seated himself in the large hall and waited. Everything was quiet, however, till midnight, when all at once a great tumult began, and out of every hole and corner came little devils. They behaved as if they did not see him, seated themselves in the middle of the room, lighted a fire, and began to gamble. When one of them lost, he said, "It is not right. Someone is here who does not belong to us. It is his fault that I am losing." "Wait, you fellow behind the stove, I am coming," said another. The screaming became still louder, so that no one could have heard it without terror. The king's son stayed sitting quite quietly, and was not afraid. But at last the devils jumped up from the ground, fell on him, and there were so many of them that he could not defend himself from them. They dragged him about on the floor, pinched him, pricked him, beat him, and tormented him, but no sound escaped from him. Towards morning they disappeared, and he was so exhausted that he could scarcely move his limbs. But when day dawned, the black maiden came to him. She bore in her hand a little bottle, wherein was the water of life wherewith she washed him, and he at once felt all pain depart and new strength flow through his veins. She said, "Thou hast held out successfully for 1 night, but 2 more lie before thee." Then she went away again, and as she was going, he observed that her feet had become white. The next night the devils came and began their gambols anew. They fell on the king's son, and beat him much more severely than the night before, until his body was covered with wounds. But as he bore all quietly, they were forced to leave him, and when dawn appeared, the maiden came and healed him with the water of life. And when she went away, he saw with joy that she had already become white to the tips of her fingers. Now he had only 1 night more to go through, but it was the worst. The hobgoblins came again. "Art thou there still?" cried they. "Thou shalt be tormented till thy breath stops." They pricked him and beat him, threw him here and there, and pulled him by the arms and legs as if they wanted to tear him to pieces, but he bore everything and never uttered a cry. At last the devils vanished, but he lay fainting there and did not stir, nor could he raise his eyes to look at the maiden who came in and sprinkled and bathed him with the water of life. But suddenly he was freed from all pain and felt fresh and healthy, as if he had awakened from sleep. And when he opened his eyes, he saw the maiden standing by him, snow white and fair as day. "Rise," said she, "and swing thy sword 3 times over the stairs, and then all will be delivered." And when he had done that, the whole castle was released from enchantment, and the maiden was a rich king's daughter. The servants came and said that the table was already set in the great hall, and dinner served up. Then they sat down and ate and drank together, and in the evening the wedding was solemnized with great rejoicings. 122. The Herb Donkey. Once upon a time, there was a young hunter who went into the forest for a walk. He had a fresh and cheerful heart, and as he walked along, whistling, an old ugly crone approached him and said, "Good day, dear hunter. You seem merry and joyful, but I am hungry and thirsty. Please give me some alms." The hunter took pity on the poor crone, reached into his pocket, and gave her something according to his means. He intended to continue on his way, but the old woman stopped him and said, "Listen, dear hunter. For your kind heart, I shall give you a gift. Just keep going along your path, and before long, you will come to a tree where 9 birds are perched, fighting over a cloak held in their claws. Take aim with your gun and shoot right into the middle of them. They will drop the cloak for you, and one of the birds will also fall dead from the sky. Take the cloak with you. It is a wish cloak. When you throw it over your shoulders, you need only wish to be in a place, and instantly you will be there. Take the heart from the dead bird, swallow it whole, and every morning when you wake up, you will find a gold coin under your pillow." The hunter thanked the wise woman and thought to himself, "Beautiful things she has promised me, if only they would all come true." But as he had walked about 100 steps, he heard above him in the branches a clamor and chirping that made him look up. There he saw a heap of birds tearing at a cloth with their beaks and feet, screaming, pulling, and fighting as if each wanted it all to itself. "Well," said the hunter, "that's strange. It's exactly as the old woman said." He took the gun from his shoulder, aimed, and fired right into the midst of them, causing feathers to fly around. Immediately, the creatures took flight with great cries, but one fell dead to the ground, and the cloak also fell down. The hunter did as the old woman had instructed him. He cut open the bird, found the heart, swallowed it, and took the cloak home with him. The next morning, when he woke up, he remembered the promise and wanted to see if it had come true. As he lifted his pillow, he saw the gold coin gleaming at him, and the next morning he found another one, and so on every time he woke up. He amassed a pile of gold, but finally he thought, "What good is all my gold if I stay at home? I want to go out and see the world." So he bid farewell to his parents, slung his hunting bag and rifle over his shoulder, and set off into the world. It happened that one day he came through a thick forest, and as it ended, an impressive castle lay in the plain before him. In a window of the castle stood an old woman with a beautiful young maiden, looking down. The old woman was a witch and said to the girl, "Here comes someone from the forest who has a wonderful treasure within him. We must charm him away from it, my dear daughter. It suits us better than him. He carries a bird's heart with him, which is why a gold coin lies under his pillow every morning." She told her how things stood with that and how she should play for it, and finally she threatened and said with angry eyes, "And if you don't obey me, you will be unhappy." When the hunter approached, he saw the girl and said to himself, "I have wandered around for so long. I want to rest for a while and stay in that beautiful castle. After all, I have plenty of money." Actually, however, the reason was that he had thrown an eye on the beautiful image. He entered the house and was warmly welcomed and courteously entertained. It didn't take long before he fell so in love with the witch's daughter that he thought of nothing else and only gazed into her eyes, eagerly doing whatever she asked. Then the old woman said, "Now we must have the bird's heart. He won't notice if it's missing." They prepared a potion, and when it was brewed, she poured it into a cup and gave it to the girl, who had to pass it to the hunter. She said, "Now, my beloved, drink to me." He took the cup, and as he swallowed the potion, he tore the bird's heart from its body. The girl had to secretly dispose of it and then swallow it herself because the old woman desired it. From then on, he found no more gold under his pillow, but it lay under the girl's pillow, where the old woman retrieved it every morning. But he was so in love and infatuated that he thought of nothing else but passing the time with the girl. Then the old witch said, "We have the bird's heart, but we must also take away the wishing cloak from him." The girl replied, "Let's leave that for him. He has already lost his wealth." The old woman became angry and said, "Such a cloak is a marvelous thing, rarely found in the world. I must have it." She gave the girl instructions and warned her that if she didn't obey, it would go badly for him. So the girl did as the old woman commanded, stood once at the window, and gazed into the vast landscape as if she were utterly sad. The hunter asked, "Why do you stand there so sadly?" "Oh, my dear," came the reply, "across there lies the garnet mountain where precious gemstones grow. I desire them so much that when I think of them, I am completely sad. But who can fetch them? Only the birds that fly can get there, never a human." "Do you have anything else to complain about?" said the hunter. "I will soon take the sorrow from your heart." With that, he took her under his cloak and wished himself over to Garnet Mountain, and instantly they both sat upon it. The noble gemstones shimmered from all sides so beautifully that it was a joy to behold, and they gathered the most beautiful and precious pieces together. However, the old woman had used her witchcraft to make the hunter's eyes heavy. He said to the girl, "Let's sit down and rest for a while. I am so tired that I can no longer stand on my feet." So they sat down, and he laid his head in her lap and fell asleep. When he had fallen asleep, She removed the cloak from his shoulders and put it on herself, collected the garnets and stones, and wished herself home with them. But when the hunter had finished his sleep and woke up, he saw that his beloved had betrayed him and left him alone on the wild mountain. "Oh," he said, "how great is the treachery in the world!" He sat there in worry and heartache and didn't know what to do. However, the mountain belonged to wild and monstrous giants who lived there and carried on their activities, and he hadn't sat there long before he saw 3 of them striding towards him. He lay down as if he were sunk in deep sleep. Now the giants approached, and the first nudged him with his foot and said, "What lies here? An earthworm examining its insides." The second said, "Kick him dead." But the third said contemptuously, "That would be worth the trouble. Let him live. He cannot stay here, and if he climbs higher to the mountain peak, the clouds will seize him and carry him away." During this conversation, they passed by, but the hunter had listened to their words, and as soon as they were gone, he got up and climbed up to the mountain peak. After he had sat there for a while, a cloud floated up, seized him, carried him away, and for a while dragged him along the sky. Then it descended and settled over a large herb garden, surrounded by walls, so that he gently landed on the ground among cabbages and vegetables. The hunter looked around and said, "If only I had something to eat, I am so hungry, and it will be difficult to proceed further. But here I see no apple or pear or any fruit, only vegetables everywhere." Finally, he thought, "In need, I can eat some of the lettuce. It doesn't taste special, but it will refresh me." So he picked out a nice head and ate from it, but as soon as he had swallowed a few bites, he felt strange, and he felt completely changed. He grew 4 legs, a thick head, and 2 long ears, and with horror, he saw that he had been transformed into a donkey. Yet because he still felt great hunger and the juicy salad tasted good to him in his current nature, he ate with great greed. Finally, he reached another type of salad, but as soon as he swallowed some of it, he felt a new change and returned to his human form. Now the hunter lay down and slept away his weariness. When he woke up the next morning, he broke off 1 head of the bad and 1 of the good salad and thought, "This will help me again and punish the treachery." Then he took the heads, climbed over the wall, and went off to find his beloved's castle. After wandering around for a few days, he fortunately found it again. He quickly tanned his face so that his own mother wouldn't recognize him, went into the castle, and asked for lodging. "I am so tired," he said, "and cannot go any further." The witch asked, "Fellow countryman, who are you, and what is your business?" He replied, "I am a messenger of the king, sent out to find the most delicious salad that grows under the sun. I have been fortunate enough to find it and carry it with me, but the sun's heat burns too strong, threatening to wilt the delicate herbs, and I am unsure if I will be able to bring it further." When the old woman heard about the delicious salad, she became greedy and said, "Dear countryman, let me try this wonderful salad." "Why not?" he replied. "I have brought 2 heads and will give you one," opened his sack, and handed her the bad one. The witch thought nothing of it, and her mouth watered so much for the new dish that she went into the kitchen and prepared it herself. When it was ready, she couldn't wait for it to be on the table, but immediately took a few leaves and put them in her mouth. But as soon as they were swallowed, her human form was lost, and she ran down into the courtyard as a she-ass. Now the maid came into the kitchen, saw the prepared salad standing there, and wanted to serve it, but on the way, she, following old habits, felt the urge to try it and ate a few leaves. Immediately, the magical power appeared, and she too turned into a she-ass and ran out to the old woman, dropping the bowl of salad on the ground. In the meantime, the messenger was with the beautiful girl, and as no one came with the salad, and she was also eager for it, she said, "I don't know where the salad is." Then the hunter thought, "The herb must have done its work already," and said, "I will go to the kitchen and inquire." When he came down, he saw the 2 she-asses running around in the courtyard, but the salad was lying on the ground. "All right," he said, "the 2 have had their share," picked up the remaining leaves, put them in the bowl, and brought them to the girl. "I myself bring you this delicious food," he said, "so you don't have to wait any longer." She ate from it, and soon she too was deprived of her human form and ran into the courtyard as a she-ass. After washing his face so that he could be recognized by the transformed ones, the hunter went down into the courtyard and said, "Now you shall receive the reward for your treachery." He tied all three of them together with a rope and drove them away until he came to a mill. He knocked on the window. The miller stuck his head out and asked what he desired. "I have 3 evil creatures," he replied, "whom I no longer wish to keep. If you will take them in, provide them with food and lodging, and treat them as I instruct, I will pay whatever you ask." The miller said, "Why not? But how should I treat them?" The hunter said that the old she-ass, who was the witch, should be given lashes 3 times a day and fed once. The younger one, who was the maid, should be given lashes once and fed 3 times. And the youngest one, who was the girl, should not be given lashes at all and fed 3 times. For he could not bring himself to have the girl beaten. After that, he returned to the castle, and everything he needed he found there. After a few days, the miller came and said he had to report that the old she-ass, who had only received lashes and was fed only once, had died. "The other 2," he continued, "have not died and are also fed 3 times, but they are so sad that it won't be long with them." The hunter felt pity, let go of his anger, and told the miller to bring them back. And when they arrived, he gave them the good salad to eat, so that they turned back into humans. Then the beautiful girl fell on her knees before him and said, "Oh, my beloved, forgive me for the evil I have done to you. My mother forced me to do it. It happened against my will, for I love you with all my heart. Your wishing cloak is hanging in a cupboard, and for the bird's heart, I will take a vomiting potion." He changed his mind and said, "Keep it. It doesn't matter, for I will take you as my faithful wife." And they held a wedding, and they lived happily together until their death. The Old Woman in the Wood. Once upon a time, a poor servant girl was traveling with her masters through a great forest. In the midst of it, robbers emerged from the thicket and murdered everyone they found. All perished except the girl, who had leaped out of the carriage in fear and hidden behind a tree. When the robbers departed with their spoils, she approached and witnessed the great tragedy. Overcome with sorrow, she wept bitterly, lamenting, "What can a poor girl like me do now? I don't know how to escape this forest. No one lives here, so I will surely starve." She wandered about, searching for a path, but found none. As evening fell, she sat beneath a tree, entrusting herself to God, determined to remain there, come what may. After a while, a white dove flew to her carrying a small golden key in its beak. It placed the key in her hand and said, "Do you see that large tree? There's a small lock on it. Use this key to open it, and you will find plenty of food, no longer suffer from hunger." She went to the tree, unlocked it, and discovered milk in a small dish and white bread to satisfy her hunger. When she had eaten her fill, she remarked, "It's now the time when the chickens at home go to roost. I'm so tired I could go to bed too." Then the dove returned, bearing another golden key, and said, "Open that tree over there, and you will find a bed." So she unlocked it and found a beautiful soft bed. She prayed to God to protect her through the night, lay down, and slept. In the morning, the dove came again with a third key and said, "Open that tree over there, and you will find clothes." When she opened it, she discovered garments adorned with gold and jewels, more splendid than those of any king's daughter. Thus she lived there for some time, the dove providing for her daily needs, leading to a quiet and good life. Once, however, the dove came and said, "Would you do something for my sake?" "With all my heart," said the girl. Then the dove said, "I will lead you to a small house. Go inside. In the middle by the hearth, an old woman will be sitting and will say good day. But for your life, do not answer her, no matter what she says. Instead, go to her right hand. There is a door. Open it, and you will enter a room where a multitude of rings of all kinds are lying on the table. Among them are splendid ones with glittering stones, but leave those and seek out a plain one that must also be among them. Bring it to me as quickly as you can." The girl went to the little house and approached the door. Inside sat an old woman who stared in surprise when she saw her and said, "Good day, my child." However, the girl gave her no reply and moved towards the door. "Where are you going?" she cried. grabbing her skirt and attempting to hold her fast. "This is my house. No one may enter unless I allow it." But the girl remained silent, freed herself from her grasp, and went straight into the room. There lay on the table an enormous quantity of rings that gleamed and glittered before her eyes. She rummaged through them, looking for the plain one, but could not find it. While she searched, she saw the old woman sneaking away with a birdcage in her hand, intending to escape. So she approached her, took the cage from her hand, and when she lifted it and looked inside, there was a bird with the plain ring in its beak. Then she took the ring and ran happily back to the house with it, thinking the white dove would come and fetch the ring, but it did not come. So she leaned against a tree and waited for the dove, and as she stood there, it was as if the tree was soft and pliant, its branches lowering. Suddenly, the branches wrapped around her like arms, and when she looked around, the tree had turned into a handsome man who embraced her warmly and kissed her affectionately, saying, "You have freed me and rescued me from the power of the old woman, who is an evil witch. She had transformed me into a tree, and every day for a few hours I was a white dove. As long as she possessed the ring, I could not regain my human form." His servants and horses, also freed from the enchantment she had cast, stood beside him. So they journeyed to his kingdom, for he was a king's son, and they married and lived happily ever after. The Three Brothers. There was once a man who had 3 sons and nothing else in the way of property than the house in which he lived. Now each one would have liked to have the house after his father's death, but the father loved one as much as the other, and did not know how he should begin to show no preference for any one of them. Nor did he wish to sell the house, since it had belonged to his forefathers. Otherwise, he might have divided the money among them. At last, he hit upon a plan and said to his sons, "Go forth into the world and try your luck, and learn each of you a trade, and when you all return, he who makes the best masterpiece shall have the house." The sons were satisfied with this, and the eldest wished to be a farrier, the second a barber, and the third to be a fencing master. Then they fixed a time when they would all come home together and went away. It so happened that each found a good master where he learned something respectable. The farrier had to shoe the king's horses, and thought, "Now you cannot fail to get the house." The barber shaved nothing but the great lords, and thought that the house was already his. The fencing master got many a blow, but he clenched his teeth and did not let it grieve him, for he thought, "If you are afraid of a blow, you will never get the house." When the appointed time had come, they all came back home to their father, but they did not know how they could find the best opportunity to show their skill, so they sat down and consulted together. And as they were sitting there, a hare came running across the field. "Aha! Just in time," said the barber. So he took basin and soap and lathered away until the hare came up. Then he soaped and shaved the hare's whiskers while it ran at full speed, and neither cut his skin nor hurt a hair on his body. "Well done," said the old man. "If the others do not exert themselves greatly, the house will be yours." Shortly after, a nobleman came driving by in his coach at full speed. "Now you shall see, father, what I can do," said the farrier. So he ran after the coach, took off all 4 shoes from one of the horses while it was galloping, and put on 4 new ones without stopping him. "You are a fine fellow, and as clever as your brother," said his father. "I do not know to whom I ought to give the house." Then spoke the third, "Father, let me also have my turn." And because it was beginning to rain, he drew his sword and swung it in cross strokes above his head so quickly that not a drop fell upon him. And when the rain grew heavier and heavier, and at last came down in torrents as if it were pouring from buckets, he swung his sword faster and faster, and remained as dry as if he were sitting under cover. When his father saw this, he was astonished and said, "You have made the best masterpiece. The house is yours." The other 2 brothers were satisfied with this, as had been agreed beforehand, and because they loved each other so much, they all 3 stayed together in the house and pursued their trades. And as they had learned them so well and were so skillful, they earned much money. So they lived happily together until they grew old, and when one fell ill and died, the 2 others grieved so much about it that they also fell ill and soon died after. And because they had been so skillful and had loved each other so much, all three were laid together in one grave. The Devil and His Grandmother. There was a great war, and the king had many soldiers, but he paid them little so that they could not live on it. Three of them joined together and wanted to desert. One said to the other, "If we are caught, they will hang us on the gallows. How will we manage it?" The other said, "Look at that large cornfield. If we hide there, no one will find us. The army cannot enter it and must march on tomorrow." They crawled into the corn, but the army did not move on. Instead, they remained lying all around it. They sat in the corn for 2 days and 2 nights and were so hungry that they almost died. If they went out, death was certain for them. Then they said, "What good is our desertion if we have to die miserably here?" At that moment, a fiery dragon flew through the air, descended to them, and asked why they had hidden there. They replied, "We are three soldiers who deserted because our pay was low. Now we must either starve to death if we stay here or hang on the gallows if we leave." "If you will serve me for 7 years," said the dragon, "I will lead you through the army so that no one will catch you." "We have no choice and must accept," they replied. Then the dragon seized them with his claws, carried them through the air over the army, and set them down far from it. But the dragon was none other than the devil. He gave them a small whip and said, "Whip with this, and as much gold will spring up around you as you wish for. Then you can live like great lords, keep horses, and ride in carriages. However, after 7 years, you are mine." Then he presented a book to them, which all three were forced to sign. "But then," he said, "I will give you a riddle to solve. If you can guess it, you shall be free and released from my power." Then the dragon flew away from them, and they traveled with their whips, had plenty of money, ordered themselves rich clothes, and traveled around the world. Wherever they were, they lived in joy and splendor, rode horses, drove carriages, ate and drank, but did nothing evil. Time passed quickly for them, and when the 7 years were coming to an end, two of them were terribly anxious and frightened. But the third took it lightly and said, "Brothers, fear nothing. I am not stupid. I will guess the riddle." They went out into the open field, sat down, and the two made sad faces. Then an old woman came up to them and asked why they were so sad. "Alas," they said, "how does that concern you? After all, you cannot help us." "Who knows?" she said. "Just confide in me." So they told her they had been servants of the devil for almost 7 years. He had provided them with money like hay, but they had signed themselves over to him and were forfeit to him if, after 7 years, they could not solve a riddle. The old woman said, "If you want to be helped, one of you must go into the forest. There you will come to a collapsed rock wall that looks like a little house. Enter there and you will find help." The two sad ones thought, "That will not save us," and stayed sitting. But the third, the cheerful one, got up and went far into the forest until he found the rock hut. In the hut sat a very old woman, who was the devil's grandmother, and asked him where he came from and what he wanted there. He told her everything that had happened, and because she liked him, she took pity on him and said she would help him. She lifted a large stone that lay over a cellar and said, "Hide yourself here. You can hear everything that is said here. Just sit still and do not move. When the dragon comes, I will question him about the riddles. He tells me everything. Pay attention to what he answers." At midnight, the dragon flew there and demanded his dinner. The grandmother set the table and served food and drink so that he was pleased, and they ate and drank together. In conversation, she asked him how his day had gone and how many souls he had caught. "Today did not go quite well," he answered, "but I have caught 3 soldiers. They are safe with me." "Yes, 3 soldiers," she said. "They have something about them. They may yet escape you." The devil said mockingly, "They are mine. I will give them a riddle that they can never guess." "What riddle is that?" she asked. "I will tell you. In the great North Sea lies a dead catfish that shall be their roast meat, and a rib from a whale shall be their silver spoon, and an old hollow horse's hoof shall be their wineglass." When the devil had gone to bed, the old grandmother lifted the stone and let the soldier out. "Have you paid close attention to everything?" "Yes," he said, "I know enough and will manage to help myself." Then he had to return another way, through the window, secretly and quickly to his comrades. He told them how the devil had been tricked by the old grandmother and how he had learned the answer to the riddle from him. Then they were all joyful and in good spirits, took the whip and whipped so much money for themselves that it scattered all over the ground. When the 7 years had fully passed, the devil came with the book, showed the signatures, and said, "I will take you with me to hell. There you shall have a meal. If you can guess what roast meat you will have to eat, you shall be free and released from our agreement, and may also keep the whip." Then the first soldier began. "In the great North Sea lies a dead catfish. That must be the roast meat." The devil was angry, muttered, and asked the second, "But what will your spoon be?" "A rib from a whale. That shall be our silver spoon." The devil made a grimace, growled again, "Hmm, hmm," and said to the third, "And do you also know what your wine glass shall be?" "An old horse's hoof shall be our wine glass." Then the devil flew away with a loud cry and had no more power over them. But the three kept the whip, whipped as much money for themselves as they wanted, and lived happily until their end. Ferdinand the Faithful and Ferdinand the Unfaithful. Once upon a time, there was a man and a woman who had no children as long as they were rich, but when they became poor, they had a little boy. They could not find a godfather for him, so the man said he would go to another place to see if he could find one there. As he was on his way, he met a poor man who asked him where he was going. He said he was going to see if he could get a godfather, as he was poor, and no one wanted to be a godfather for him. "Oh," said the poor man, "you are poor, and I am poor. I will be the godfather for you. However, I am so poor that I can give the child nothing. Go home and tell the nurse to come to the church with the child." When they all arrived at the church together, the beggar was already there, and he gave the child the name Ferdinand the Faithful. As they were leaving the church, the beggar said, "Now go home. I can give you nothing, and you should give me nothing either." However, he gave the nurse a key and told her to give it to the father when she got home. The father was to keep it until the child was 14 years old, and then he was to go to the heath, where there was a castle, which the key would fit. Everything inside would belong to him. When the child was 7 years old and had grown strong, he went to play with other boys, and each of them boasted about what they had received from their godfather. But the child could say nothing and was vexed. He went home and said to his father, "Did I get nothing at all from my godfather?" "Oh, yes," said the father, "you received a key. If there is a castle on the heath, go there and open it." So he went there, but there was no castle to be seen or heard of. 7 years later, when he was 14 years old, he went there again, and there stood the castle. When he opened it, there was nothing inside but a horse, a white one. The boy was so full of joy because he had a horse that he mounted it and galloped back to his father. "Now I have a white horse, and I will travel," he said. So he set out, and as he was on his way, a pen was lying on the road. At first he thought he would pick it up, but then he thought to himself, "You should leave it lying there. You will easily find a pen where you are going if you need one." As he was thus riding away, a voice called after him, "Ferdinand the Faithful, take it with you." He looked around but saw no one, so he went back and picked it up. When he had ridden a little way farther, he passed by a lake, and a fish was lying on the bank, gasping for breath. He said, "Wait, my dear fish. I will help you get into the water." And he took hold of it by the tail and threw it into the lake. Then the fish put its head out of the water and said, "Since you have helped me out of the mud, I will give you a flute. When you are in need, play on it, and I will help you. If you ever drop something into the water, just play, and I will retrieve it for you." Then he rode away, and a man came up to him and asked him where he was going. "Oh, to the next place." Then he asked his name. "Ferdinand the Faithful." "See, we almost have the same name. I am called Ferdinand the Unfaithful." And they both set out for the inn in the nearest place. Now it was terrible that Ferdinand the Unfaithful knew everything that others thought and wanted to do. He knew this through all kinds of cunning tricks. There was a fine girl at the inn who had a clear face and carried herself so prettily. She fell in love with Ferdinand the Faithful, for he was a handsome man, and she asked him where he was going. He replied that he wanted to travel around. Then she said he should stay, as there was a king in the country who gladly needed a servant or a forerunner. He should enter his service. He answered that he did not want to just go to someone and offer himself. Then the girl said, "Oh, I will take care of that." So she immediately went to the king and told him she knew a handsome servant. The king was very pleased and had him brought to him and wanted to make him a servant. However, he preferred to be a forerunner, as he had to be where his horse was. So the king made him a forerunner. When Ferdinand the Unfaithful realized this, he said to the girl, "Well, you help him and not me." "Oh," said the girl, "I will help you too." She thought to herself, "You must keep him as a friend, for he is not to be trusted." She went to stand before the king and recommended him as a servant. The king was pleased. Every morning when he appeared before the Lord, the king lamented, "Oh, if only I had my beloved with me." Ferdinand the Unfaithful was always jealous of Ferdinand the Faithful, and when the king lamented like this, he said, "You have the forerunner, send him to fetch her, and if he does not, his head shall be laid at your feet." So the king summoned Ferdinand the Faithful and told him he had a beloved in a certain place, and he must fetch her. If he did not do so, he would die. Ferdinand the Faithful went to the stable to his white horse and lamented and cried, "Oh, what an unfortunate child of man I am!" Then someone called behind him, "Ferdinand the Faithful, why are you crying?" He looked around but saw no one, and kept lamenting, "Oh, my dear white horse, now I must leave you. Now I must die." Then the voice called again, "Ferdinand the Faithful, why are you crying?" He finally realized it was his white horse speaking. "Is that you, my white horse? Can you speak?" The horse replied, "I'm supposed to go to this place and fetch the bride. Don't you know how I should begin?" The white horse answered, "Go to the king and say that if he gives you what you need, you will fetch her. If he gives you a ship full of meat and a ship full of bread, it will succeed, for there are great giants on the water. And if you don't bring them meat, they will tear you apart. And there are great birds, and if you don't have bread for them, they will peck your eyes out." Then the king had all the butchers in the land slaughter, and all the bakers bake until the ships were full. When they were full, the white horse said to Ferdinand the Faithful, "Now sit on me and pull me into the ship. When the giants come, say, 'Quiet, quiet, my dear little giants, I have thought of you, I have brought you something.' And when the birds come, say again, 'Quiet, quiet, my dear little birds, I have thought of you, I have brought you something.' Then they will do nothing, and when you come to the castle, the giants will help you. Then go to the castle and take a pair of giants with you. There the princess lies asleep. You must not wake her, but the giants must pick her up with the bed and carry her into the ship." And everything happened as the little white horse had said. Ferdinand the Faithful gave the giants and the birds what he had brought for them, and in return, the giants willingly carried the princess in her bed to the king. When they arrived at the king's place, the princess said she could not live without her writings, which had been left in her castle. Ferdinand the Faithful was again sent off at the instigation of Ferdinand the Unfaithful, and the king commanded him to fetch the writings from the castle, or else he would die. He went back to the stable, cried, and said, "Oh, my dear little white horse, now I have to go away again. How shall we manage this?" The little white horse said they should load the ship full again. Everything happened as before. The giants and the birds were satisfied and appeased by the meat. When they arrived at the castle, the little white horse told him to go inside, into the princess's bedroom, and the writings were on the desk. Ferdinand the Faithful went and fetched them. While they were on the water, he let his feather fall into the water. The little white horse said, "Now I can't help you." Then he remembered the flute. He started to play, and the fish came with the feather in its mouth and handed it to him. Now he brought the writings to the castle, where the wedding was held. The queen did not like the king because he had no nose, but she liked Ferdinand the Faithful very much. Once, when all the lords from the court were gathered together, the queen said she could perform a trick. She could chop off someone's head and put it back on again, and someone should try it. No one wanted to be the first, so Ferdinand the Faithful had to do it, again at the instigation of Ferdinand the Unfaithful. They chopped off his head and put it back on, and it healed perfectly, except for a red thread around his neck. Then the king asked her, "My dear, where did you learn that?" "Well," she said, "I understand the art. Shall I try it on you?" "Oh, yes," he said. So she chopped off his head, but did not put it back on, pretending she could not get it back on properly. The king was buried, and she married Ferdinand the Faithful. He always rode his little white horse, and once, while he was riding, he told it to take him to another heath he knew and to gallop around 3 times. When he did this, the little white horse stood on its hind legs and transformed into a prince. The Iron Stove. Once upon a time, when wishing still had some effect, a king's son was bewitched by an old witch and confined to sit inside a large iron stove in a forest. He spent many years there, and no one could free him. One day, a princess who had lost her way in the forest and could not find her father's kingdom came upon the iron stove after wandering for 9 days. She stood in front of the iron box, and a voice from within asked her, "Where do you come from, and where are you going?" She answered, "I have lost my father's kingdom and cannot find my way home." The voice from the iron stove said, "I will help you get home in a short time, if you promise to do what I ask. I am a greater king's son than you are a king's daughter, and I wish to marry you." She was frightened and thought, "Dear God, what can I do with an iron stove?" However, because she wished to return to her father, she promised to do what was asked of her. But the voice said, "You must come back and bring a knife to scrape a hole in the iron." Then the voice gave her a companion who walked beside her silently and brought her home in 2 hours. Great joy filled the castle when the princess returned, and the old king hugged and kissed her. She was, however, very troubled and said, "Dear father, what a journey I have had! I would not have made it home from the great wild forest if I had not come upon an iron stove, and I had to promise to return, free it, and marry it." The old king was so terrified that he nearly fainted, for he had only this one daughter. They decided to send a miller's daughter, who was very beautiful, in her place. They took her out, gave her a knife, and told her to scrape at the iron stove. She scraped for 24 hours, but could not remove even the smallest piece of iron. When dawn broke, a voice from the stove called, "It seems to me it is day outside." She answered, "It seems so to me too. I think I hear my father's mill rattling." "So you are a miller's daughter. Go away immediately and send the princess here." She went back and told the old king that the one outside wanted his daughter and no one else. The king was frightened, and the princess wept. They still had a swineherd's daughter, who was even more beautiful than the miller's daughter, and they decided to give her a piece of money to go to the iron stove instead of the princess. She too was taken there and had to scrape for 24 hours, but achieved nothing. When dawn broke, a voice from the stove called, "It seems to me it is day outside." She answered, "It seems so to me too. I think I hear my father's little horn blowing." "So you are a swineherd's daughter. Go away immediately and send the princess here. Tell her she must do what I have asked, or the entire kingdom will collapse, and not a single stone will remain standing." When the princess heard this, she began to weep, but there was no other choice. She had to keep her promise. She bade her father farewell, took a knife, and went into the forest to the iron stove. When she arrived, she began to scrape, and the iron gave way. After 2 hours, she had scraped a small hole. She looked inside and saw a handsome young man, shining with gold and precious jewels, who delighted her very soul. Now she scraped further until the hole was big enough for him to come out. He said, "You are mine, and I am yours. You are my bride and have freed me." He wanted to take her to his kingdom, but she asked to return to her father first. The prince agreed, but told her she should not speak more than 3 words to her father before returning. So she went home, but spoke more than 3 words. Immediately, the iron stove vanished and was moved far away over glass mountains and cutting swords. The prince, however, was freed and no longer confined. She then took leave of her father, took a small amount of money, and went back into the great forest to search for the iron stove, but it was nowhere to be found. She searched for 9 days, and her hunger grew so great that she did not know what to do, as she had nothing left to eat. When evening came, she sat on a small tree, planning to spend the night there out of fear of wild animals. As midnight approached, she saw a small light in the distance and thought, "Oh, perhaps I will be saved there." She climbed down from the tree and followed the light, praying along the way. She arrived at a small, old house surrounded by grass and with a small pile of wood in front. She thought, "Oh, what have I come upon here?" She looked inside through a window and saw nothing but thick and small toads, but a table set with wine, roast meat, and silver plates and cups. She gathered her courage and knocked on the door. Immediately, the fat toad called out, "Young maiden green and small, Hutzelbein, Hutzelbein's dog, Hutzel here and there, quickly see who is outside." A small toad came and opened the door. As she entered, all welcomed her and asked her to sit. They asked, "Where do you come from, and where are you going?" She told them everything, how she had broken the command to speak no more than 3 words, and how the stove and the prince had vanished. Now she intended to search and wander over mountains and valleys until she found him. The old fat toad then said, "Young maiden green and small, Hutzelbein, Hutzelbein's dog, Hutzel here and there, bring me the large box." The small toad went and brought the box. They gave her food and drink and showed her to a beautiful bed made of silk and velvet, where she lay down and slept in God's name. When day came, she got up, and the old toad gave her 3 needles from the large box. She was told she would need them, for she would have to cross a high glass mountain, 3 cutting swords, and a large body of water. If she succeeded, she would reclaim her beloved. The toad also gave her 3 items to take care of: 3 large needles, a plow wheel, and 3 nuts. With these, she set out. When she reached the glass mountain, which was very slippery, she placed the needles behind her feet and then moved forward, crossing it. Once over, she placed the needles carefully where she could find them again. Next, she came to the 3 cutting swords, placed the plow wheel on the ground, and rolled over them. Finally, she came to a large body of water and crossed it to a grand and beautiful castle. She entered and asked for a job, saying she was a poor maid and willing to work. She knew the prince, whom she had freed from the iron stove in the great forest, was inside. She was hired as a kitchen maid for a small wage. Now the prince had another woman by his side, whom he intended to marry, as he believed the first princess had long since died. In the evening, after she had finished her washing and was done with her tasks, she felt in her pocket and found the 3 nuts given to her by the old toad. She bit into one, and to her surprise, found a magnificent royal dress inside. When the bride saw this, she wanted to buy the dress, saying, "This is not a dress for a servant girl." The girl replied that she would not sell it, but if the bride allowed her to sleep one night in the chamber of her betrothed, she could have the dress. The bride agreed, as she had never seen such a beautiful dress before. That evening, she told her betrothed, "The silly girl wants to sleep in your chamber." "If you are agreeable, so am I," he replied. However, the bride gave him a glass of wine with a sleeping potion in it. Thus they went to bed, and he slept so soundly that the girl could not wake him. She cried the entire night, calling out, "I freed you from the wild forest and the iron stove. I searched for you and crossed a glass mountain, 3 cutting swords, and a large body of water before I found you, and yet you will not hear me." The servants, sitting outside the room, heard her weeping and told their master in the morning. The next evening, after finishing her tasks, she bit into the second nut, finding an even more beautiful dress inside. When the bride saw it, she again wanted to buy it. But the girl only asked for another night in the chamber of the bridegroom. Once again, the bride gave him a sleeping potion, and he slept so deeply that he heard nothing. The kitchen maid wept through the night, crying out, "I freed you from a forest and an iron stove. I searched for you and crossed a glass mountain, 3 cutting swords, and a large body of water before I found you, and yet you will not hear me." The servants, sitting outside, heard her weeping and informed their master in the morning. On the 3rd evening, after finishing her tasks, she bit into the 3rd nut and found the most beautiful dress of all, glittering with pure gold. When the bride saw it, she wanted it immediately. The girl agreed to give it only if she could sleep in the bridegroom's chamber for a 3rd time. This time, the prince was cautious and let the sleeping potion slip away. As she began to weep and cry out, "Beloved, I freed you from the cruel wild forest and an iron stove. The prince woke up and said, "You are the true one. You are mine, and I am yours." That night, he set off with her in a carriage. They took the dresses from the false bride so she could not rise. When they reached the large body of water, they sailed across it. When they came to the three cutting swords, they used the plow wheel to cross, and at the glass mountain, they used the three needles. Finally, they arrived at the small old house, but when they entered, it turned into a grand castle. The toads were all freed and revealed to be children of kings, filled with joy. A wedding was held, and they stayed in the castle, which was much larger than her father's. Since her father lamented being alone, they fetched him, and they had two kingdoms and lived in a happy marriage. Then a mouse came. The tale was done. The Lazy Spinner. In a village, there lived a man and his wife, and the wife was so lazy that she never wanted to work at anything. Whatever her husband gave her to spin, she didn't finish, and whatever she did spin, she didn't wind, but let it all lie tangled in a heap. When the man scolded her, she was quick with her tongue and said, "Well, how should I wind it when I have no reel? You go into the forest and get me one." "If that's all," said the man, "then I'll go into the forest and get some wood for making reels." The woman feared that if he got the wood, he would make her a reel, and she would have to wind her yarn and then start spinning again. She thought for a bit, then a good idea came to her, and she secretly followed the man into the forest. When he had climbed a tree to choose and cut the wood, she crept into the thicket below where he couldn't see her and called up, "Who cuts wood for reels shall die, and who winds shall perish." The man listened, laid down the axe for a moment, and wondered what that could mean. "Well, what was that?" he finally said. "It must have been ringing in your ears. Don't make yourself needlessly afraid." So he grabbed the axe again and was about to cut when it called up again from below, "Who cuts wood for reels shall die, and who wins shall perish." He stopped, got scared and anxious, and pondered the matter. But after a while his courage returned, and he reached for the axe a third time and wanted to cut. But for the third time it called out loudly, "Who cuts wood for reels shall die, and who wins shall perish." That was enough for him, and all his desire was gone. He quickly climbed down the tree and started on his way home. The woman ran as fast as she could by side paths so she would get home first. When he entered the room, she pretended as if nothing had happened and said, "Well, did you bring good wood for a reel?" "No," he said. "I see well enough that winding won't do," and told her what had happened to him in the forest, and from then on left her in peace about it. Soon after, the man began to complain again about the disorder in the house. "Wife," he said, "it is really a shame that the spun yarn should lie there all tangled up." "I'll tell you what," she said, "since we still don't have a reel, you stand in the loft and I'll stand below and I'll throw the yarn up to you, and you throw it down to me so we'll get a skein after all." "Yes, that will do," said the man. So they did that, and when it was done, he said, "The yarn is in skeins. Now it must be boiled." The woman was distressed again. She certainly said, "Yes, we'll boil it first thing in the morning," but she was secretly planning another trick. Early in the morning, she got up, lit a fire, and put the kettle on, only instead of the yarn, she put in a lump of tow and let it boil. Then she went to the man who was still lying in bed and said to him, "I must go out. You must get up and look after the yarn in the kettle on the fire. But you must do it promptly. Pay attention, because if the cock crows and you haven't checked it, the yarn will turn into tow." The man was willing and took care not to delay. He got up as quickly as he could and went into the kitchen. But when he reached the kettle and peeped in, he saw to his horror nothing but a lump of tow. Then the poor man was as quiet as a mouse, thinking he had neglected it and was to blame, and in the future said no more about yarn and spinning. But you must admit she was an odious woman. The Four Skillful Brothers. There was once a poor man who had 4 sons. When they had grown up, he said to them, "My dear children, you must now go out into the world, for I have nothing to give you. Set out and go into foreign lands, learn a trade, and see how you can make your way." So the 4 brothers took their walking sticks, bade their father farewell, and left together through the gate. After they had traveled for a while, they came to a crossroads that led in 4 different directions. The eldest said, "Here we must part ways, but let us meet again at this spot in 4 years' time, and in the meantime, let us seek our fortunes." Each brother then went his own way. The eldest met a man who asked him where he was going and what he intended to do. "I want to learn a trade," he replied. The man said, "Come with me and become a thief." "No," he answered. "That is no longer considered an honest trade, and it usually ends with one swinging on the gallows." "Oh," said the man, "you need not fear the gallows. I will only teach you how to get things that no one else can obtain, and no one will ever catch you." So he allowed himself to be persuaded, and became such a skillful thief that nothing was safe from him once he desired to have it. The second brother met a man who asked him the same question about what he wanted to learn in the world. "I don't know yet," he replied. "Then come with me and become an astronomer. There's nothing better than that, for nothing will remain hidden from you." He liked the idea and became such a skillful astronomer that when he had learned everything and was about to travel onwards, his master gave him a telescope and said, "With this, you can see whatever happens on earth and in the heavens, and nothing will remain hidden from you." A hunter took the third brother into training and taught him everything related to hunting so well that he became an accomplished hunter. When he left, his master gave him a gun and said, "This gun will never fail you. Whatever you aim at, you will surely hit." The youngest brother also met a man who spoke to him and inquired about his intentions. "Would you not like to be a tailor?" he asked. "Not that I know of," replied the youth. "Sitting hunched over from morning till night, driving the needle back and forth and wielding the iron, is not to my taste." "Oh, you speak out of ignorance," answered the man. "With me, you will learn a very different kind of tailoring, which is respectable and proper, and for the most part, very honorable." So he allowed himself to be persuaded and went with the man, learning his craft from the ground up. When they parted, the man gave the youth a needle and said, "With this, you can sew together whatever is given to you. Whether it is as soft as an egg or as hard as steel, it will all become one piece and no seam will be visible." When the appointed 4 years had passed, the 4 brothers arrived at the crossroads at the same time, embraced and kissed each other, and returned home to their father. "Well," said the father, quite pleased, "the wind has blown you back to me again?" They told him all that had happened to them and that each had learned his trade. Now they were sitting in front of the house under a large tree when the father said, "Now I will put you to the test and see what you can do." Then he looked up and said to the second son, "Up in the top of this tree, between 2 branches, there is a chaffinch's nest. Tell me how many eggs are in it." The astronomer took his glass, looked up, and said, "There are 5." The father then said to the eldest, "Fetch the eggs down without disturbing the bird that is sitting and brooding on them." The skillful thief climbed up and took the 5 eggs from beneath the bird, which did not notice and remained quietly sitting where it was. He brought them down to his father. The father took them, placed 1 egg at each corner of the table and the 5th in the middle, and said to the huntsman, "Shoot the 5 eggs in the middle in 2 with 1 shot." The huntsman aimed his gun and shot the eggs, all 5 as his father had desired, and that with 1 shot. He certainly must have had some of the powder that shoots around corners. "Now it's your turn," said the father to the 4th son. "You shall sew the eggs together again, and the young birds inside them as well, so that they are not harmed by the shot." The tailor brought his needle and sewed them together as his father had demanded. When he had done this, the thief had to climb up the tree again, carry them to the nest, and put them back under the bird without it noticing anything. The little bird continued to brood them until they hatched, and a few days later the young ones crept out and had a red ring around their necks where they had been sewn together by the tailor. "Well," said the old man to his sons, "I must praise you highly. You have used your time well and learned something of value. I cannot say which of you deserves the most praise. It will be shown if you soon have an opportunity to use your skills." Not long after, there was a great uproar in the land because the king's daughter had been carried off by a dragon. The king was troubled day and night and announced that whoever brought her back would have her as his wife. The four brothers said to each other, "This would be a good opportunity for us to show what we can do," and resolved to go forth together to rescue the king's daughter. "I will soon know where she is," said the astronomer, looked through his telescope, and said, "I see her already. She is far from here, sitting on a rock in the sea, and the dragon is beside her, watching her." Then he went to the king and asked for a ship for himself and his brothers, and sailed with them over the sea until they came to the rock. There the king's daughter was sitting, and the dragon was lying asleep on her lap. The huntsman said, "I dare not shoot. I would kill the beautiful maiden at the same time." "Then I will try my skill," said the thief, and he crept up and stole her away from under the dragon so quietly and dexterously that the monster noticed nothing but went on snoring. They hurried joyfully onto the ship with her and steered out into the open sea. However, the dragon, upon awakening and not finding the king's daughter, flew after them, snorting furiously through the air. Just as he was hovering over the ship and about to swoop down, the hunter aimed his gun and shot him straight through the heart. The monster fell dead, but it was so large and heavy that it shattered the entire ship as it fell. They managed to grab hold of a few planks and floated on the wide sea. They were in great distress again, but the tailor, not idle, took his wonderful needle, stitched the planks together with a few big stitches, and sat on them, gathering all the pieces of the ship. Then he sewed them together so skillfully that in a short time the ship was seaworthy again, and they could sail home safely. When the king saw his daughter again, there was great joy. He said to the four brothers, "One of you shall have her as a wife, but you must decide among yourselves who it will be." A fierce argument arose among them because each one claimed her. The astronomer said, "If I hadn't seen the king's daughter, all your skills would have been useless. Therefore, she is mine." The thief said, "What good would seeing her have done if I hadn't taken her from under the dragon? Therefore, she is mine." The hunter said, "You and the king's daughter would have been torn apart by the monster if my bullet hadn't hit it. Therefore, she is mine." The tailor said, "And if I hadn't stitched the ship back together with my skill, you would all have drowned miserably. Therefore, she is mine." The king then made a ruling. "Each of you has an equal right, and since none of you can have the maiden, none of you shall have her, but I will give each of you half a kingdom as a reward." The brothers agreed with this decision, saying, "It is better this way than for us to be at odds." Thus, each received half a kingdom, and they lived with their father in complete happiness as long as God willed. And 2 eyes, 1 eye, and 3 eyes. There was once a woman who had 3 daughters. The eldest was called 1 eye because she had only 1 eye in the middle of her forehead. The second was called 2 eyes because she had 2 eyes like other people. And the youngest was called 3 eyes because she had 3 eyes, with the third eye also in the center of her forehead. But because 2 eyes did not look any different from other children, her sisters and mother could not stand her. They said to her, "You, with your 2 eyes, are no better than the common folk. You do not belong with us." They pushed her around, threw old clothes at her, gave her hardly anything to eat except scraps, and did everything they could to make her unhappy. One day, 2 Eyes had to go out into the fields to tend the goat. But she was still very hungry because her sisters had given her so little to eat. So she sat down on a ridge and began to weep bitterly. And as she wept, 2 streams flowed from her eyes. And when in her sorrow she looked up once, a woman stood beside her who asked, "2 Eyes, why are you crying?" 2 Eyes replied, "Shouldn't I cry? Because I have 2 eyes like other people. My sisters and my mother cannot stand me. They push me from one corner to another, throw old clothes at me, and give me nothing to eat except what they leave behind. Today, they gave me so little that I am still very hungry." The wise woman said, "2 Eyes, dry your face. I will tell you something so that you shall never hunger again. Just say to your goat, 'Kid, bleat, table set,' then a neatly laid table will appear before you with the most delicious food on it, so that you can eat as much as you want. And when you are satisfied and no longer need the table, just say, 'Kid, bleat, table, away,' and it will disappear before your eyes." Then the wise woman departed. But 2 Eyes thought, "I must try immediately to see if what she said is true, because I am too hungry." And she said, Kid, bleat, table, set. And hardly had she spoken the words when there stood a little table covered with a white cloth, on it a plate with knife and fork and a silver spoon, surrounded by the most delicious dishes, steaming and still warm as if just from the kitchen. Then Two Eyes said the shortest prayer she knew: Lord God, be our guest at all times. Amen, helped herself, and enjoyed the food. And when she was satisfied, she said, as the wise woman had taught her, Kid, bleat, table, away. And immediately the little table and everything on it disappeared. This is a fine way to keep house, thought Two Eyes, and was quite pleased and in good spirits. In the evening, when she came home with her goat, she found an earthenware bowl of food her sisters had left for her, but she did not touch it. The next day, she went out again with her goat and left the few crumbs she was given untouched. The first and second times, her sisters paid no attention, but when it happened each time, they took notice and said, Something's not right with Two Eyes. She leaves her food every time, but used to eat everything given to her. She must have found other ways. When Two Eyes set out again, One Eye approached and said, I will come with you into the field and make sure the goat is properly tended and fed. But Two Eyes understood what One Eye had in mind and drove the goat into tall grass, saying, Come, One Eye, let's sit down. I will sing to you. One Eye sat down, and tired from the unusual path and the heat of the sun, closed its one eye and fell asleep. Seeing that One Eye was sound asleep and could not reveal anything, Two Eyes said, Kid, bleat, table, set, and sat down at its little table, eating and drinking until satisfied. Then it called again, Kid, bleat, table, away, and everything disappeared instantly. Two Eyes woke One Eye and said, One Eye, you wanted to watch and fell asleep. The goat could have run off everywhere. Come, let's go home. So they went home, and Two Eyes left its bowl untouched again, and One Eye could not explain to the mother why it did not want to eat, and said in excuse, I fell asleep outside. The next day, the mother said to Three Eyes, This time you shall go and watch if Two Eyes eats outside, and if someone brings food and drink to it, because it must be eating and drinking in secret. So Three Eyes approached Two Eyes and said, I will go along and see if the goat is properly tended and fed. But Two Eyes understood what Three Eyes had in mind and drove the goat into tall grass, saying, Let's sit down here, Three Eyes. I will sing to you. Three Eyes sat down, tired from the journey and the heat of the sun, and Two Eyes began the previous little song again, singing, Three Eyes, are you awake? But instead of singing, Three Eyes, are you asleep? Out of carelessness, it sang, Two Eyes, are you asleep? And continued, Three Eyes, are you awake? Two Eyes, are you asleep? With that, Three Eyes closed its two eyes and fell asleep, but its third eye, not being addressed by the rhyme, did not sleep. It pretended to sleep cunningly, even blinking, and could see everything very well. And when Two Eyes thought Three Eyes was fast asleep, it said its rhyme, Kid, bleat, table, set, ate and drank to its heart's content, and then bid the table farewell, Kid, bleat, table, away. Three Eyes had seen everything. Then Two Eyes went to it, woke it up, and said, Oh, Three Eyes, did you fall asleep? You can watch well. Come, let's go home. And when they arrived home, Two Eyes again did not eat, and Three Eyes said to the mother, Now I know why that haughty creature does not eat. When she speaks to the goat outside, Kid, bleat, table, set, a little table appears before her, set with the best food, much better than what we have here. And when she's full, she says, Kid, bleat, table, away, and everything disappears again. I saw it all exactly. She had lulled me to sleep with her rhyme, but luckily, the one eye on her forehead stayed awake. Then the jealous mother exclaimed, Do you want to have it better than us? Your pleasure shall be short-lived. She fetched a butcher's knife and struck the goat in the heart so that it fell dead. When Two Eyes saw this, it went out full of sorrow, sat down on the edge of the field, and wept bitter tears. Suddenly, the wise woman appeared beside it again and asked, Two Eyes, why are you weeping? Shouldn't I weep? It answered. The goat that used to set such a beautiful table for me every day when I recited your rhyme has been stabbed to death by my mother. Now I must suffer hunger and sorrow again. The wise woman said, Two Eyes, I will give you good advice. Ask your sisters to give you the entrails of the slaughtered goat, and bury them in the earth in front of the doorstep, and it will bring you good fortune. Then she disappeared, and Two Eyes went home and said to the sisters, Dear sisters, please give me some of my goat. I don't ask for anything good. Just give me the entrails." They laughed and said, "You can have it if that's all you want." And Two Eyes took the entrails and quietly buried them in the ground in front of the doorstep that evening. The next morning, when they all woke up and went out to the doorstep, there stood a wonderful, magnificent tree. It had leaves of silver and fruits of gold hanging among them, so that there was surely nothing more beautiful and precious in the wide world. They did not know how the tree had come there overnight, but Two Eyes noticed that it had grown from the entrails of the goat because it stood right where it had buried them. Then the mother said to One Eye, "Climb up, my child, and pick some fruits from the tree." One Eye climbed up, but whenever it tried to grab one of the golden apples, the branch moved out of its hands, and this happened every time, so it couldn't break a single apple, no matter how hard it tried. Then the mother said, "Three Eyes, you climb up. You can look around better with your three eyes than One Eye." One Eye slid down, and Three Eyes climbed up. But Three Eyes was no more skillful and couldn't catch the golden apples no matter how it tried. They always eluded its grasp. Finally, the mother grew impatient and climbed up herself, but like One Eye and Three Eyes, she couldn't seize the fruit and kept grasping at thin air. Then Two Eyes said, "Let me try climbing up. Perhaps I'll succeed." The sisters called out, "You, with your two eyes? What do you think you're doing?" But Two Eyes climbed up, and the golden apples did not retreat from it. Instead, they descended into its hand by themselves, so it could pluck them one by one and brought down a whole apronful. The mother took them from it, and instead of treating poor Two Eyes better for this, along with One Eye and Three Eyes, they only grew jealous that it alone could gather the fruits and treated it even more harshly. When they were standing together by the tree, a young knight happened to pass by. "Quick, Two Eyes," called the two sisters. "Crawl under so we don't have to be ashamed of you," and hastily threw an empty barrel, which stood nearby, over poor Two Eyes, and also shoved the golden apples it had picked under it. As the knight approached, he was a handsome man who stopped, admired the magnificent tree of gold and silver, and said to the two sisters, "To whom does this beautiful tree belong? Whoever gives me a branch of it can ask for whatever they want in return." One Eye and Three Eyes replied that the tree belonged to them, and they would gladly break off a branch for him. They both made a great effort, but they were unable to do it because the branches and fruits always moved away from them. Then the knight said, "It's strange that the tree belongs to you, yet you have no power to break anything from it." They insisted that the tree was theirs. As they spoke, however, a few golden apples rolled out from under the barrel where Two Eyes was hiding, so they rolled to the feet of the knight, because Two Eyes was upset that One Eye and Three Eyes were not telling the truth. When the knight saw the apples, he was amazed and asked where they came from. One Eye and Three Eyes replied that they had another sister who could not show herself because she only had two eyes like other common people. The knight demanded to see her and called out, "Two Eyes, come out." So Two Eyes came out confidently from under the barrel, and the knight was astonished by its great beauty. He said, "You, Two Eyes, can surely break off a branch of the tree for me." "Yes," answered Two Eyes, "I can indeed, because the tree belongs to me." It climbed up and effortlessly broke off a branch with its silver leaves and golden fruits, handing it to the knight. Then the knight said, "Two Eyes, what shall I give you for this?" "Oh," answered Two Eyes, "I suffer hunger and thirst, sorrow and need from early morning till late evening. If you would take me with you and rescue me, I would be happy." So the knight lifted Two Eyes onto his horse and brought it home to his father's castle. There he gave it beautiful clothes, food, and drink to its heart's content, and because he loved it so much, he married it with great joy. As Two Eyes was thus carried away by the handsome knight, the two sisters envied its happiness even more. "The wonderful tree remains with us," they thought, "even if we can't break any fruit from it. Everyone will still stop by, come to us, and praise it. Who knows where our fortune may still bloom?" But the next morning, the tree was gone, and their hope was dashed. And as Two Eyes looked out from its chamber, there to its great joy it stood, having followed it there. Two Eyes lived happily for a long time. Once, two poor women came to the castle and asked for alms. Two Eyes looked into their faces and recognized its sisters, One Eye and Three Eyes, who had fallen into poverty and were wandering, seeking their bread at doorsteps. Two Eyes welcomed them, did good to them, and took care of them, so that the two deeply regretted the harm they had done to their sister in their youth. The fair Catronellier and Piff Paff Poultry. Good day, Father Holentha. Many thanks, Piff Paff Poultry. May I be allowed to have your daughter? Oh yes, if Mother Malcho Milking Cow, Brother High and Mighty, Sister Kessatrout, and Fair Catronelli are willing, you can have her. Where is Mother Malcho then? She is in the barn, milking the cow. Good day, Mother Malcho. Many thanks, Piff Paff Poultry. May I be allowed to have your daughter? Oh yes, if Father Hollentha, Brother High and Mighty, Sister Cassatrout, and Fair Catronelli are willing, you can have her. Where is Brother High and Mighty then? He is in the room, chopping wood. Good day, Brother High and Mighty. Many thanks, Piff Paff Poultry. May I be allowed to have your sister? Oh yes, if Father Hollentha, Mother Malco, Sister Cassatrout, and Fair Catronelli are willing, you can have her. Where is Sister Cassatrout then? She is in the garden, cutting cabbages. Good day, Sister Cassatrout. Many thanks, Piff Paff Poultry. May I be allowed to have your sister? Oh yes, if Father Hollentha, Mother Malco, Brother High and Mighty, and Fair Catronelja are willing, you can have her. Where is Fair Catronelja then? She is in the room counting her pennies. Good day, Fair Catronelja. Many thanks, Piff Paff Poultry. Will you be my sweetheart? Oh yes, if Father Hollentha, Mother Malcho, Brother High and Mighty, and Sister Cassatrout are willing, I am ready. Fair Catronelli, how much dowry do you have? 14 pennies in ready money, 3.5 groschen in debt, half a pound of dried apples, a handful of fried bread, a handful of spices, and so forth. Isn't that a good dowry? Piff Paff Poultry, what is your trade? Are you a tailor? Something much better. A shoemaker? Something much better. A farmer? Something much better. A carpenter? Something much better. A blacksmith? Something much better. A miller? Something much better. Perhaps a broom maker? Yes, that's what I am. Isn't that a fine trade? The Fox and the Horse. A peasant had a faithful horse that had grown old and could no longer serve. The master decided he would not feed the horse anymore and said, I certainly can no longer use you, but I mean well by you. If you can prove yourself still strong enough to bring me a lion here, I will keep you. But now, get out of my stable. And with that, he chased the horse out into the open field. The horse was sad and went to the forest to seek some protection from the weather. There, the fox met him and said, Why are you hanging your head and wandering around so alone? Alas, replied the horse, avarice and loyalty do not dwell together in one house. My master has forgotten the services I have rendered him for so many years, and because I can no longer plow properly, he will not give me any more food and has driven me away. Without any consolation? Asked the fox. The consolation was poor. He said that if I were still strong enough to bring him a lion, he would keep me, but he well knows that I cannot do that. The fox said, I will help you. Just lie down, stretch yourself out, and do not move, as if you were dead. The horse did as the fox asked. The fox then went to the lion, who had his den not far away, and said, A dead horse is lying outside. Come with me, and you can have a rich meal. The lion went with him, and when they were standing by the horse, the fox said, It's not very comfortable for you here. How about this? I will tie it to you by the tail, and then you can drag it into your cave and devour it in peace. The lion liked this idea and lay down to let the fox tie the horse to him. The fox, however, tied the lion's legs together with the horse's tail and twisted and secured everything so well and so tightly that no strength could break it. When he had finished his work, he tapped the horse on the shoulder and said, Pull, white horse, pull. The horse sprang up at once and dragged the lion away with him. The lion began to roar so loudly that all the birds in the forest flew up in terror, but the horse let him roar and dragged him across the field to his master's door. When the master saw the lion, he reconsidered and said to the horse, You shall stay with me and have a good life, and he gave him plenty to eat until the horse died. The Worn-Out Shoes. Once upon a time, there was a king who had 12 daughters, each more beautiful than the last. They all slept together in one hall, where their beds stood side by side. In the evenings, when they were lying in their beds, the king locked and bolted the door. However, in the morning, when he unlocked the door, he saw that their shoes had been danced to pieces, and no one could find out how this had happened. The king then proclaimed that whoever could discover where they danced at night would be able to choose one of them as his wife and become king after his death. However, whoever came forward and could not discover it within 3 days and nights would forfeit his life. Not long after, a prince presented himself and offered to undertake the challenge. He was well received and in the evening was led into a room adjoining the princess's sleeping hall. His bed was prepared there, and he was to observe where they went and danced. To prevent them from doing anything secretly or going out to another place, the door to the hall was left open. The prince's eyelids grew heavy as lead, and he fell asleep. When he awoke in the morning, all 12 had been to the dance, for their shoes were standing there with holes in the soles. The same thing happened on the second and third nights, and then his head was struck off without mercy. Many others came and undertook the challenge, but all forfeited their lives. It happened that a poor soldier, who had a wound and could no longer serve, was on his way to the town where the king lived. He met an old woman who asked him where he was going. "I don't really know myself," he replied, and jokingly added, "I might as well try to find out where the princesses wear out their shoes and then become king." "That is not so difficult," said the old woman. "You must not drink the wine that will be brought to you in the evening, and you must pretend to be sound asleep." With that, she gave him a little cloak and said, "If you put this on, you will be invisible, and then you can follow the 12." After receiving this good advice, the soldier took it seriously. He gathered his courage, went to the king, and announced himself as a suitor. He was received just as well as the others and was given royal garments. In the evening, at bedtime, he was led to the antechamber. As he was about to go to bed, the eldest princess brought him a cup of wine, but he had tied a sponge under his chin, let the wine run down into it, and did not drink a drop. Then he lay down, and after a while, he began to snore as if in the deepest sleep. The 12 princesses heard this, laughed, and the eldest said, "He might as well have saved his life too." After that, they got up, opened wardrobes, chests, and boxes, and took out splendid dresses. They dressed up in front of the mirrors, jumped about, and rejoiced at the prospect of dancing. Only the youngest said, "I don't know. You are all so happy, but I feel very strange. Surely some misfortune will befall us." "You are a silly goose," said the eldest, always frightened. "Have you forgotten how many princes have already come here in vain? I wouldn't have even needed to give the soldier a sleeping draught. The lout wouldn't have woken up anyway." Once they were all ready, they first looked at the soldier, but he had closed his eyes and did not move, so they felt completely secure. The eldest then went to her bed and tapped it. Immediately, it sank into the earth, and one after the other, they descended through the opening, the eldest leading the way. The soldier, who had watched everything, did not hesitate, put on his cloak, and followed them down, behind the youngest. Halfway down the steps, he accidentally stepped a little on her dress, and she was frightened and cried out, "What is that? Who is pulling at my dress?" "Don't be so silly," said the eldest. "You've caught it on a nail." They continued down, and when they reached the bottom, they found themselves in a wonderfully beautiful avenue of trees with leaves of silver that shimmered and shone. The soldier thought, "I must take a token with me," and broke off a branch. The tree made a loud cracking sound. The youngest cried out again, "Something is wrong. Did you hear that crack?" But the eldest said, "Those are just celebratory gunshots because we will soon have freed our princes." They then came to an avenue where all the leaves were of gold, and finally to a third where the leaves were of bright diamonds. He broke off a branch from each, and each time there was a loud crack that frightened the youngest, but the eldest insisted they were just celebratory gunshots. They continued on and came to a large lake where 12 little boats stood. In each boat sat a handsome prince who had been waiting for the 12 princesses. Each prince took one princess with him, but the soldier sat with the youngest. The prince said, "I don't know why, but the boat feels much heavier today, and I must row with all my strength to get it across." "What could it be?" said the youngest. "But the warm weather. I feel very warm too." On the other side of the lake stood a splendid, bright-lit castle, from which joyous music of trumpets and drums resounded. They rode over, entered, and each prince danced with his beloved. The soldier, however, danced invisibly with them, and whenever one of them held a cup of wine, he drank it so that it was empty when she brought it to her mouth. The youngest was alarmed by this, but the eldest always silenced her. They danced until 3 o'clock in the morning, by which time all their shoes were worn out and they had to stop. The princes then rowed them back over the water, and this time the soldier sat at the front with the eldest. On the shore, they took leave of their princes and promised to return the following night. When they reached the stairs, the soldier ran ahead and lay down in his bed, and when the 12 princesses came up slowly and wearily, he was already snoring so loudly that they could all hear him, and they said, "We are safe from him." They took off their beautiful dresses, put them away, placed the worn-out shoes under the bed, and lay down. The next morning, the soldier said nothing, intending to observe the strange events further, and he went with them again on the second and third nights. Everything happened just as it had the first time, and each time they danced until their shoes were in pieces. However, on the third night, he took a cup as a token. When the hour came for him to give his answer, he brought the 3 branches and the cup with him and went before the king. The 12 princesses stood behind the door and listened to what he would say. When the king asked, "Where have my 12 daughters worn out their shoes at night?" he replied, "With 12 princes in an underground castle," and explained how everything had happened, producing the tokens. The king then summoned his daughters and asked if the soldier had told the truth. Seeing that they were betrayed and that lying was useless, they had to confess everything. The king then asked him which one he would choose as his wife. He answered, "I am no longer young, so give me the eldest." The wedding was held that same day, and he was promised the kingdom upon the king's death. However, the princes were cursed again for as many days as they had danced nights with the 12 princesses. The 6 servants. Once upon a time, there lived an old queen who was a sorceress, and her daughter was the most beautiful girl under the sun. However, the old woman thought of nothing but how she could lure people to their doom, and when a suitor came, she said that whoever wanted her daughter must first solve a task, or he must die. Many were dazzled by the beauty of the maiden and took the risk, but they could not accomplish what the old woman imposed on them. And then there was no mercy. They had to kneel down, and their heads were struck off. A certain king's son had also heard of the great beauty of the maiden and said to his father, "Let me go there, I want to court her." "Never," answered the king. "If you go to your death." Thereupon, the son lay down and became mortally ill and lay there for 7 years, and no physician could help him. When the father saw that there was no more hope, he said to him with a heavy heart, "Go and try your luck. I know no other way to help you." When the son heard that, he rose from his bed, became healthy, and set out happily on his way. As it happened, when he was riding across a heath, he saw something lying on the ground from afar that looked like a large haystack, and as he approached, he could discern that it was the stomach of a man who had stretched out there. The stomach looked like a small mountain. When the fat one saw the traveler, he stood up and said, "If you need someone, take me into your service." The king's son answered, "What should I do with such an ungainly man?" "Oh," said the fat one, "that is nothing. When I really stretch out, I am 3,000 times fatter." "If that is the case," said the king's son, "I can use you. Come with me." So the fat one followed the king's son, and after a while, they found another man lying on the ground with his ear laid to the grass. The king's son asked, "What are you doing there?" "I am listening," replied the man. "What are you listening to so attentively?" "I am listening to what is happening in the world, for nothing escapes my ears. I even hear the grass growing." The king's son asked, "Tell me, what do you hear at the court of the old queen who has the beautiful daughter?" Then he answered, "I hear the sword whistling, which is cutting off a suitor's head." The king's son said, "I can use you. Come with me." They went further and saw a pair of feet lying there, and also part of the legs, but they could not see the end. After they had walked a good distance, they came to the body and finally to the head. "My," said the king's son. "What a long fellow you are." "Oh," replied the tall one, "that is nothing when I really stretch out my limbs. I am 3,000 times as tall and taller than the highest mountain on earth. I will gladly serve you if you will take me." "Come with me," said the king's son, "I can use you." They continued on and found a man sitting by the wayside, his eyes bound. The king's son said to him, "Do you have poor eyes that you cannot see into the light?" "No," replied the man. "I must not remove the blindfold, for whatever I look upon with my eyes falls apart, so powerful is my gaze. If it can benefit you, I am willing to serve you." "Come with me," replied the king's son. "I can use you." They journeyed on and came upon a man lying in the hot sunshine, trembling and shivering all over his body so that no limb stayed still. "How can you be cold?" said the king's son, "and the sun shines so warmly." "Oh," replied the man, "my nature is of a completely different kind. The hotter it is, the more I freeze, and frost penetrates through all my bones. The colder it is, the hotter I become. In the middle of ice, I am overcome by heat, and in the midst of fire, I cannot endure the cold." "You are a strange fellow," said the king's son, "but if you wish to serve me, come along." They continued on and saw a man standing there, craning his neck, looking around and peering beyond all mountains. The king's son asked, "What are you looking at so eagerly?" The man replied, "I have such keen eyes that I can see beyond all forests and fields, valleys and mountains, and through the entire world." The king's son said, "If you will come with me, for someone like you is just what I need." Now the king's son entered the city with his 6 servants, where the old queen lived. He did not reveal who he was, but he said, "If you will give me your beautiful daughter, I will accomplish whatever you impose upon me." The sorceress rejoiced that such a handsome youth had fallen into her trap again, and said, "Thrice I will set you a task. If you solve each one, you shall be my daughter's lord and husband." "What is the first task?" he asked. "That you bring me a ring that I dropped into the Red Sea." So the king's son went home to his servants and said, "The first task is not easy. A ring must be fetched from the Red Sea. Let's think of a plan." Then the man with keen eyes said, "I will see where it lies," looked down into the sea, and said, "There it hangs on a sharp stone." The tall one carried him there and said, "I would fetch it out if only I could see it." "If that's all," exclaimed the fat one, lying down and putting his mouth to the water. The waves fell into it like into an abyss, and he drank up the entire sea, so that it became as dry as a meadow. The tall one bent down a little and pulled out the ring with his hand. The king's son was delighted when he had the ring and brought it to the old woman. She was amazed and said, "Yes, it is the right ring. You have successfully completed the first task. But now comes the second. Do you see there on the meadow in front of my castle 300 fat oxen grazing? You must consume them entirely, hide, hair, bones, and horns. And downstairs in the cellar lie 300 barrels of wine, which you must also drink up. And if there remains a single hair from the oxen or a drop of wine, your life is forfeit to me." The king's son said, "May I not invite guests to join me? No meal tastes good without company." The old woman laughed maliciously and replied, "You may invite one person to accompany you, so you have some company, but no one else." Then the king's son went to his servants and said to the fat one, "Today you shall be my guest, and eat your fill." So the fat one expanded himself and ate the 300 oxen so that not a hair remained, then asked if there was nothing more than breakfast. He promptly drank up all the wine from the barrels without needing a glass, and even drank the last drop from the nail. When the meal was over, the king's son went to the old woman and told her the second task was completed. She was astonished and said, "No one has ever come this far, but there is still one task left," thinking, "You shall not escape me, and you shall not keep your head." "Tonight," she said, "I will bring my daughter to your chamber, and you shall embrace her with your arm. When you sit together, beware that you do not fall asleep. I will come at the stroke of 12, and if she is no longer in your arms, you will have lost." The king's son thought, "This task is easy. I will keep my eyes wide open." However, he called his servants, told them what the old woman had said, and said, "Who knows what trickery lies behind this? Caution is wise. Keep watch and ensure the maiden does not leave my chamber." As night fell, the old woman came with her daughter and led her into the king's son's arms. The tall one then encircled them both in a ring, and the fat one positioned himself in front of the door so that no living soul could enter. They sat there together, and the maiden did not speak a word, but the moon shone through the window upon her face, revealing her wondrous beauty. The king's son did nothing but gaze at her, full of joy and love, and no weariness came to his eyes. This continued until 11 o'clock, when the old woman cast a spell over them all, causing them to fall asleep. And at that moment, the maiden vanished. They slept heavily until 11:45, when the spell weakened, and they all woke again. "Oh, woe and misfortune," cried the king's son. "Now I am lost." His faithful servants also began to lament, but the listener said, "Be silent, I will listen." He listened for a moment and then said, "She sits in a rock 300 hours from here, lamenting her fate. Only you can help, tall one. If you rise up, you can reach there in a few steps." "Yes," replied the tall one, "but the one with keen eyes must come with me to remove the rock." So the tall one lifted up the one with bound eyes, and in an instant, as if turning a hand, they were before the accursed rock. Immediately, the tall one removed the blindfold from the other, who glanced around, causing the rock to shatter into 1,000 pieces. The tall one then carried the maiden in his arms, swiftly brought her back, and just as quickly fetched his comrade. Before midnight struck, they were all back as before, lively and in good spirits. When midnight struck, the old sorceress crept over, making a mocking face as if to say, "Now he is mine," believing her daughter was 300 hours away in the rock. However, when she saw her daughter in the arms of the king's son, she was shocked and said, "There is one who can do more than I." But she could not object and had to promise him the maiden. She whispered in her daughter's ear, "Shame on you, to obey common folk and not be allowed to choose a husband to your liking." Then the maiden's proud heart was filled with anger, and she plotted revenge. The next morning she had 300 bushels of wood brought together, and said to the king's son that the 3 tasks were completed. She would not become his wife until someone was willing to sit in the middle of the wood and endure the fire. She thought none of his servants would burn for him, and out of love for her, he would sit himself, thus setting her free. However, the servants said, "We have all done something, except the frosty one. He must also do this." They placed him in the middle of the woodpile and set it ablaze. The fire started burning and continued for 3 days until all the wood was consumed. When the flames died down, the frosty one stood in the ashes, trembling like an aspen leaf, and said, "I have never endured such frost in all my life, and if it had lasted any longer, I would have frozen solid." Now there seemed to be no hope left, and the beautiful maiden had to take the unknown youth as her husband. However, as they were traveling to the church for their wedding, the old woman said, "I cannot bear this shame," and sent her army to destroy everything in its path and bring her daughter back. But the listener had overheard the old woman's secret plans. "What shall we do?" he said to the fat one, who knew what to do. He spat once or twice behind the wagon a portion of the seawater he had drunk, creating a large lake where the armies got stuck and drowned. When the sorceress heard this, she sent her armored riders, but the listener heard the clatter of their armor and untied the blindfold of one of them, who looked sharply at the enemies, causing them to scatter like glass. Now they continued on their way undisturbed, and after they were blessed in the church, the 6 servants took their leave, saying to their master, "Your wishes are fulfilled. You no longer need us. We will go on and try our luck." Half an hour before the castle, there was a village where a swineherd was tending his herd. When they arrived, he said to his wife, "Do you know who I really am? I am not a king's son, but a swineherd, and that man there with the herd is my father. Both of us must help tend to them." Then he and his wife went into the inn and secretly told the innkeepers that in the night they should take away her royal clothes. When she woke up in the morning, she had nothing to wear, and the innkeeper gave her an old dress and a pair of old woolen stockings, pretending it was a great gift and saying, "If it weren't for your husband, I wouldn't have given it to you at all." She believed then that he was truly a swineherd, and she tended the herd with him, thinking, "I have earned this with my arrogance and pride." This lasted for 8 days until she could bear it no longer, her feet having become sore. Some people came and asked if she knew who her husband really was. "Yes," she answered. "He is a swineherd and has just gone out to do some trading with ribbons and strings." They said, "Come with us. We will take you to him," and brought her up to the castle. When she entered the hall, her husband stood there in royal clothes. She did not recognize him until he embraced her, kissed her, and said, "I have suffered so much for you. Now you shall suffer for me." Only then was the wedding celebrated, and whoever tells this story wishes he had been there too. The White Bride and the Black One, a fairy tale by the Brothers Grimm. A woman was going about the unenclosed land with her daughter and her stepdaughter cutting fodder when the Lord came walking towards them in the form of a poor man and asked, "Which is the way into the village?" "If you want to know," said the mother, "seek it for yourself." And the daughter added, "If you are afraid you will not find it, take a guide with you." However, the stepdaughter said, "Poor man, I will take you there. Come with me." Then God was angry with the mother and daughter and turned his back on them and wished that they should become as black as night and as ugly as sin. To the poor stepdaughter, however, God was gracious and went with her, and when they were near the village, he said a blessing over her and spake, "Choose 3 things for thyself, and I will grant them to thee." Then said the maiden, "I should like to be as beautiful and fair as the sun," and instantly she was white and fair as day. "Then I should like to have a purse of money which would never grow empty." That the Lord gave her also, but he said, "Do not forget what is best of all." Said she, "For my 3rd wish I desire after my death to inhabit the eternal kingdom of heaven." That also was granted unto her, and then the Lord left her. When the stepmother came home with her daughter, and they saw that they were both as black as coal and ugly, but that the stepdaughter was white and beautiful, wickedness increased still more in their hearts, and they thought of nothing else but how they could do her an injury. The stepdaughter, however, had a brother called Reginer, whom she loved much, and she told him all that had happened. Once on a time Reginer said to her, "Dear sister, I will take thy likeness, that I may continually see thee before mine eyes, for my love for thee is so great that I should like always to look at thee." Then she answered, "Nevertheless, I pray thee, let no one see the picture." So he painted his sister and hung up the picture in his room. He, however, dwelt in the king's palace, for he was his coachman. Every day he went and stood before the picture and thanked God for the happiness of having such a dear sister. Now it happened that the king whom he served had just lost his wife, who had been so beautiful that no one could be found to compare with her. And on this account the king was in deep grief. The attendants about the court, however, remarked that the coachman stood daily before this beautiful picture, and they were jealous of him, so they informed the king. Then the latter ordered the picture to be brought to him, and when he saw that it was like his lost wife in every respect, except that it was still more beautiful, he fell mortally in love with it. He caused the coachman to be brought before him, and asked whom the portrait represented. The coachman said it was his sister, so the king resolved to take no one but her as his wife, and gave him a carriage and horses and splendid garments of cloth of gold, and sent him forth to fetch his chosen bride. When Reginer came on this errand, his sister was glad, but the black maiden was jealous of her good fortune, and grew angry above all measure, and said to her mother, "Of what use are all your arts to us now, when you cannot procure such a piece of luck for me?" "Be quiet," said the old woman. "I will soon divert it to you." And by her arts of witchcraft, she so troubled the eyes of the coachman that he was half blind, and she stopped the ears of the white maiden so that she was half deaf. Then they got into the carriage, first the bride in her noble royal apparel, then the stepmother with her daughter, and Reginer sat on the box to drive. When they had been on the way for some time, the coachman cried, "Cover thee well, my sister dear, that the rain may not wet thee, that the wind may not load thee with dust, that thou mayst be fair and beautiful when thou appearest before the king." The bride asked, "What is my dear brother saying?" "Ah," said the old woman, "he suggests that you should remove your golden dress and give it to your sister." So she took it off and placed it on the black maiden, who gave her in exchange a shabby gray gown. As they continued their journey, shortly after, the brother cried out again, "Cover yourself well, my dear sister, so that the rain does not wet you, so that the wind does not cover you with dust, so that you may appear fair and beautiful when you arrive before the king." The bride asked, "What is my dear brother saying?" "Ah," said the old woman, "he suggests that you should remove your golden hood and give it to your sister." So she removed the hood and placed it on her sister, sitting with her own head uncovered. They continued on their way. After a while, the brother cried out once more, "Cover yourself well, my dear sister, so that the rain does not wet you, so that the wind does not cover you with dust, so that you may appear fair and beautiful when you arrive before the king." The bride asked, "What is my dear brother saying?" "Ah," said the old woman, "he says you must look out of the carriage." However, they were on a bridge over deep water. When the bride stood up and leaned out of the carriage, they both pushed her out, and she fell into the middle of the water. At that moment, a snow-white duck emerged from the smooth surface of the water and swam down the river. The brother had noticed nothing and continued to drive the carriage until they reached the court. There, he presented the black maiden to the king as his sister, believing her to be so because his vision was blurred, and he saw the golden garments shining. When the king saw the immense ugliness of his intended bride, he was very angry and ordered the coachman to be thrown into a pit filled with adders and snake nests. However, the old witch knew how to flatter the king and deceive his eyes with her arts. So he kept her and her daughter until they seemed tolerable to him, and he actually married her. One evening, while the black bride was sitting on the king's knee, a white duck swam up the gutter to the kitchen and said to the kitchen boy, "Boy, light a fire so that I can warm my feathers." The kitchen boy did so and lit a fire on the hearth. The duck then came and sat beside it, shaking herself and smoothing her feathers with her bill. While she sat there enjoying herself, she asked, "What is my brother Reginald doing?" The scullery boy replied, "He is imprisoned in the pit with adders and snakes." Then she asked, "What is the black witch doing in the house?" The boy answered, "She is loved by the king and happy." "May God have mercy on him," said the duck, and swam away through the sink. The next night she returned and asked the same questions, and the third night as well. Finally, the kitchen boy could bear it no longer and went to the king and revealed everything to him. The king, however, wanted to see for himself, so the next evening he went there, and when the duck stuck her head through the sink, he took his sword and cut off her head, and suddenly she transformed into the most beautiful maiden, exactly like the picture her brother had painted of her. The king was overjoyed, and as she stood there quite wet, he had splendid clothes brought and dressed her in them. She then recounted how she had been betrayed by deceit and lies, and her first request was for her brother to be brought out from the pit of snakes. After the king fulfilled this request, he went to the chamber where the old witch was and asked, "What does someone deserve who does such and such?" and recounted what had happened. Then she was so blinded that she understood nothing and said, "She deserves to be stripped naked and put into a barrel with nails, and a horse should be harnessed to the barrel and sent all over the world." All of this was done to her and her black daughter. But the king married the white and beautiful bride, rewarded her faithful brother, and made him a rich and distinguished man. Iron John. Once upon a time, there was a king who had a large forest near his castle, filled with all kinds of wild animals. One day, he sent out a huntsman to shoot a roe deer, but the huntsman did not return. "Perhaps some accident has befallen him," said the king. And the next day he sent out 2 other huntsmen to search for him, but they also did not come back. On the third day, he summoned all his huntsmen and said, "Scour the entire forest and do not stop until you have found all 3. However, none of them returned, and none of the pack of hounds they had taken with them were seen again. From that time on, no one dared to venture into the forest, and it lay there in deep silence and solitude, with only an occasional eagle or hawk flying over it. Many years later, a stranger announced himself to the king as a huntsman seeking employment, and offered to go into the dangerous forest. The king, however, did not want to give his consent and said, "It is not safe in there. I fear it will fare no better with you than with the others, and you will never come out again." The huntsman replied, "Lord, I will venture it at my own risk. I know nothing of fear." The huntsman then took his dog into the forest. It was not long before the dog caught the scent of some game and wanted to pursue it. However, it had hardly run a few steps when it stood before a deep pool and could go no further, as a naked arm stretched out of the water, grabbed it, and pulled it under. Seeing this, the huntsman went back and fetched 3 men who had to come with buckets and bail out the water. When they could see to the bottom, there lay a wild man whose body was brown like rusty iron and whose hair hung over his face down to his knees. They bound him with ropes and led him away to the castle. There was great astonishment over the wild man, but the king had him put in an iron cage in his courtyard and forbade anyone from opening the door on pain of death, and the queen herself had to keep the key. From then on, everyone could again go safely into the forest. The king had an 8-year-old son who was once playing in the courtyard, and during the game, his golden ball fell into the cage. The boy ran up and said, "Give me my ball back." "Not until you open the door for me," replied the man. "No," said the boy, "I won't do that. The king has forbidden it," and he ran away. The next day, he came back and demanded his ball again. The wild man said, "Open my door," but the boy would not. On the 3rd day, the king had gone hunting, and the boy returned once more and said, "Even if I wanted to, I can't open the door as I don't have the key." Then the wild man said, "It lies under your mother's pillow. You can get it from there." The boy, who wanted his ball back, cast all hesitation aside and brought the key. The door opened with difficulty, and the boy pinched his finger. When it was open, the wild man stepped out, gave him the golden ball, and hurried away. The boy became frightened and called out, "Oh, wild man, don't go away, or I shall be beaten." The wild man turned back, picked him up, set him on his shoulder, and walked quickly into the forest. When the king came home, he noticed the empty cage and asked the queen how it had happened. She knew nothing about it, searched for the key, but it was gone. She called the boy, but there was no answer. The king sent out people to search for him in the fields, but they did not find him. Then he could easily guess what had happened, and much grief reigned in the royal court. When the wild man had reached the dark forest again, he set the boy down from his shoulders and said to him, "You will not see your father and mother again, but I will keep you with me, for you have freed me, and I have pity on you. If you do everything I tell you, you will have a good life. I have enough treasures and gold, more than anyone else in the world." He made a bed of moss for the boy, on which he fell asleep, and the next morning the man led him to a well and said, "Do you see the golden well, bright and clear as crystal? You shall sit by it and make sure nothing falls into it, or it will be defiled. Every evening I will come and see if you have followed my command." The boy sat down at the edge of the well, saw how sometimes a golden fish, sometimes a golden snake appeared in it, and made sure that nothing fell into it. As he sat there, his finger hurt so badly that he involuntarily put it into the water. He quickly pulled it out again, but saw that it was entirely gilded. No matter how hard he tried to wipe off the gold, it was all in vain. In the evening, Iron John came back, looked at the boy, and said, "What has happened to the well?" "Nothing, nothing," he replied, and kept his finger behind his back so he wouldn't see it. But the man said, "You have dipped your finger in the water. This time I'll let it pass, but be careful that you don't let anything fall in again." The next morning, he was already sitting by the well and watching over it. His finger hurt again, and he rubbed it over his head. Unfortunately, a hair fell into the well. He quickly took it out, but it was already completely gilded. Iron John came and already knew what had happened. "You have let a hair fall into the well," he said. "I will overlook it this time, but if it happens a 3rd time, the well will be defiled, and you can no longer stay with me." On the 3rd day, the boy sat by the well and did not move his finger, even though it hurt. But time dragged on, and he looked at his reflection in the water. As he leaned closer to see his eyes better, his long hair fell from his shoulders into the water. He quickly straightened up, but his entire head of hair was already gilded and shone like the sun. You can imagine how frightened the poor boy was. He took his handkerchief and tied it around his head so that the man would not see it. When he came, he already knew everything and said, "Take off the handkerchief." The golden hair tumbled out, and no matter how much the boy tried to excuse himself, it did him no good. "You have failed the test and can no longer stay here. Go out into the world, and you will learn what poverty feels like. But because you do not have a wicked heart, and I mean well with you, I will grant you one thing. If you ever find yourself in need, go to the forest and call Iron John, and I will come and help you. My power is great, greater than you think, and I have an abundance of gold and silver." The king's son left the forest and traveled along both paved and unpaved paths until he eventually arrived in a large city. He sought work there, but he could not find any and had not learned anything that could help him. Finally, he went to the castle and asked if they would keep him. The courtiers did not know what they could use him for, but they took a liking to him and told him to stay. Eventually, the cook took him into service and said he could carry wood and water and sweep up the ashes. Once, when no one else was available, the cook told him to carry the food to the royal table. However, he did not want to reveal his golden hair, so he kept his hat on. The king had never seen anything like it and said, "When you come to the royal table, you must take off your hat." "Oh, Lord," he replied, "I cannot. I have a terrible sore on my head." The king then called for the cook, scolded him, and asked how he could have taken such a boy into his service. He should send him away immediately. However, the cook had pity on him and exchanged him for the gardener's boy. Now the boy had to plant and water, hoe and dig in the garden, enduring the wind and bad weather. One summer day, when he was alone in the garden, it was so hot that he took off his hat to let the air cool him. As the sun shone on his hair, it glistened and sparkled so that the rays fell into the prince's bedroom, and she jumped up to see what it was. She saw the boy and called out to him, "Boy, bring me a bouquet of flowers." He quickly put on his hat, picked wildflowers, and tied them together. As he climbed the stairs with them, the gardener met him and said, "How can you bring a bouquet of poor flowers to the princess? Quickly get others and choose the most beautiful and rarest ones." "Oh no," replied the boy, "the wild ones smell stronger and will please her better." When he entered her room, the princess said, "Take off your hat. It is not proper for you to keep it on before me." He replied again, "I must not. I have a scabby head." However, she reached for the hat and pulled it off, letting his golden hair tumble down over his shoulders, which was a splendid sight. He wanted to run away, but she held him by the arm and gave him a handful of ducats. He left with them, but did not care about the gold. Instead, he brought it to the gardener and said, "I give it to your children. They can play with it." The next day, the princess called out to him again to bring her a bouquet of wildflowers, and as he entered with it, she immediately reached for his hat and wanted to take it off, but he held it tightly with both hands. She gave him another handful of ducats, but he did not want to keep them and gave them to the gardener for his children to play with. On the third day, it was no different. She could not take off his hat, and he did not want her gold. Not long after, the land was engulfed in war. The king gathered his people and did not know if he could resist the enemy, who was overpowering and had a large army. Then the gardener's boy said, "I have grown up and want to go to war. Just give me a horse." The others laughed and said, "When we are gone, look for one yourself. We will leave you one in the stable." After they had set out, he went to the stable and pulled out the horse. It was lame in one foot and hobbled along with a limping gait. Nevertheless, he mounted it and rode off to the dark forest. When he reached the edge of the forest, he called 3 times as loud as he could, "Iron Hands," so that it echoed through the trees. Soon after, the wild man appeared and asked, "What do you desire?" "I need a strong steed because I want to go to war." "You shall have that and more than you ask for." Then the wild man went back into the forest, and it wasn't long before a stable boy came out of the forest, leading a horse that snorted from its nostrils and was hard to control. Following behind was a large company of warriors, all clad in iron armor, and their swords gleamed in the sun. The youth handed over his 3-legged horse to the stable boy, mounted the other, and led the company. As he approached the battlefield, a large part of the king's men had already fallen, and it wasn't long before the rest had to retreat. Then the youth charged at the enemy with his iron company, stormed through them like a whirlwind, and struck down everything that resisted him. They tried to flee, but the youth pursued them relentlessly until no man was left. Instead of returning to the king, he led his company back to the forest by a roundabout way and called out Iron Hands. "What do you desire?" asked the wild man. "Take back your steed and your company and give me my three-legged horse again." Everything he asked for happened, and he rode home on his three-legged horse. When the king returned to his castle, his daughter came out to greet him and congratulated him on his victory. "I am not the one who won the victory," he said, "but a foreign knight who came to my aid with his company." The daughter wanted to know who the foreign knight was, but the king did not know and said, "He pursued the enemies, and I have not seen him since." She inquired with the gardener about his boy, but he laughed and said, "He just came home on his three-legged horse," and the others mocked him, calling out, "Here comes our limping fellow again." They also asked, "Which hedge did you lie under and sleep this time?" But he said, "I did my best, and without me things would have gone badly." Then they laughed at him even more. The king said to his daughter, "I will announce a grand festival that will last 3 days, and you shall throw a golden apple. Perhaps the unknown knight will come." When the festival was proclaimed, the youth went out to the forest and called for Iron Hans. "What do you desire?" he asked. "I want to catch the golden apple that the king's daughter will throw." "It is as good as yours already," said Iron Hans. "You shall also have a red suit of armor and ride a proud chestnut horse." On the day of the festival, the youth rode up, placed himself among the knights, and was recognized by no one. The king's daughter stepped forward and threw a golden apple to the knights, but no one caught it except him alone, and as soon as he had it, he galloped away. On the second day, Iron Hans had equipped him as a white knight and given him a white horse. Again, he alone caught the apple, but did not linger for a moment and galloped away. The king was angry and said, "That is not allowed. He must appear before me and tell me his name." He gave the order that if the knight who had caught the apple rode away again, they should pursue him, and if he did not willingly return, they should strike and stab him. On the third day, he received a black suit of armor and a black horse from Iron Hands, and again caught the apple. But as he rode away with it, the king's men pursued him, and one came so close that he wounded him in the leg with the tip of his sword. However, he escaped them, but his horse leapt so violently that the helmet fell off his head, and they could see that he had golden hair. They rode back and reported everything to the king. The next day, the king's daughter asked the gardener about his boy. "He is working in the garden. The strange fellow was also at the festival, and only came back yesterday evening. He even showed my children 3 golden apples that he won." The king had him summoned, and he appeared with his cap on his head again. But the king's daughter went up to him and took it off, and his golden hair fell over his shoulders, and he was so beautiful that everyone was astonished. "Are you the knight who came to the festival every day in a different color and caught the 3 golden apples?" asked the king. "Yes," he answered, "and here are the apples." He took them out of his pocket and handed them to the king. "If you need more proof, you can see the wound your men gave me when they pursued me. But I am also the knight who helped you to victory over the enemies. If you can perform such deeds, then you are no gardener's boy. Tell me, who is your father?" "My father is a mighty king, and I have plenty of gold and as much as I desire." "I see," said the king. "I owe you a debt of gratitude. Can I do something to please you?" "Yes," he answered. "You can indeed. Give me your daughter as my wife." Then the maiden laughed and said, "He does not make much ado, but I have already seen by his golden hair that he is no gardener's boy." Then she went up and kissed him. At the wedding, his father and mother came and were full of joy, for they had given up all hope of seeing their dear son again. And as they sat at the wedding table, the music suddenly stopped, the doors opened, and a proud king entered with a great retinue. He went up to the youth, embraced him, and said, "I am Iron Hans, and I was cursed to be a wild man, but you have freed me. All the treasures I possess shall be your property. The three black princesses' East India was besieged by the enemy, who refused to leave until he had received $600. So it was proclaimed by drumbeat that whoever could raise the money would become burgomaster. There was a poor fisherman who fished on the lake with his son. The enemy came and took the son prisoner, giving the father $600 for him. The father went and gave the money to the town's leaders, and the enemy withdrew, and the fisherman became burgomaster. It was then proclaimed that anyone who did not say, "Mr. Burgomaster," would be hanged. The son escaped from the enemy's hands and came to a large forest on a high mountain. The mountain opened, and he entered a large enchanted castle where chairs, tables, and benches were all draped in black. Three princesses, dressed entirely in black with a little white on their faces, came to him and told him not to be afraid. They would not harm him, and he could free them. He said he would gladly do so if only he knew how. They told him he must not speak to them or look at them for an entire year. Whatever he needed, he should just ask for it, and if they could answer, they would do so. After being there for a while, he said he wanted to visit his father. They told him he could do so, gave him a purse of money and a set of clothes to wear, and told him to return in 8 days. He was lifted up and was instantly back in East India. He could no longer find his father in the fisherman's hut and asked the people where the poor fisherman might have gone. They told him not to say that, or he would be taken to the gallows. He went to his father and said, "Fisherman, how did you get here?" His father said, "You must not say that. If the town's leaders knew, you would be taken to the gallows." But he wouldn't stop, and he was taken to the gallows. When he was there, he said, "Oh, my masters, just allow me to go to the old fisherman's hut." Then he put on his old smock, went back to the leaders, and said, "Don't you see now? Am I not the poor fisherman's son? In this attire, I earned bread for my father and mother." Then his father recognized him, begged his pardon, and took him home. There, he told everything that had happened to him, how he had come to a forest on a high mountain, how the mountain had opened up, and he had entered an enchanted castle where everything was black, and three princesses had come to him, all dressed in black with a little white on their faces. They had told him not to be afraid and that he could free them. His mother said that might not be a good thing to do and advised him to take a holy water vessel and drop some boiling water on their faces. He went back and was very frightened, but he dropped the water on their faces while they were sleeping, and they all turned half white. Then all three princesses sprang up and said, "You cursed dog! Our blood will cry for vengeance on you. Now no man born in the world, nor will any ever be born who can set us free. We have 3 brothers who are bound by 7 chains. They will tear you to pieces." There was a loud shrieking throughout the castle, and he jumped out of the window, breaking his leg, and the castle sank back into the ground. The mountain closed up again, and no one knew where the castle had stood. Noist and his 3 sons. Between Werrell and Soist, there lived a man named Noist, who had 3 sons. One was blind, another was lame, and the third was stark naked. They went into a field one day and saw a hare. The blind one shot it, the lame one caught it, and the naked one put it in his pocket. They came to a mighty big lake where there were 3 boats. One sailed, another sank, and the third had no bottom. They all got into the one with no bottom. Then they came to a mighty big forest where there was a mighty big tree. In the tree was a mighty big chapel, and in the chapel was a sexton made of beech wood and a parson made of boxwood who dealt out holy water with cudgels. Blessed is the man who can escape the holy water. The Maid of Brakel. There once was a girl from Brakel who went to St. Anne's Chapel at the foot of the Hindenburg. As she wished to have a husband and thought there was no one else in the chapel, she sang, "O holy St. Anne, help me soon to a man. Thou know'st him well. He lives by Sutmer Gate. His hair is golden. Thou know'st him well." However, the clerk was standing behind the altar and heard that, so he cried out in a very gruff voice, "Thou shalt not have him! Thou shalt not have him!" The maiden, however, thought that the child Mary, who stood by her mother Anne, had called out to her, so she was angry and cried, "Fiddle-de-dee, silly thing, hold your tongue and let your mother speak." The household servants. Where are you going? To Walpy. I to Walpy, you to Walpy, together we go so-so. Do you also have a husband? What's his name? Cham. My husband Cham, your husband Cham. I to Walpy, you to Walpy, together we go so-so. Do you also have a child? What's your child named? Grind. My child Grind, your child Grind. My husband Cham, your husband Cham. I to Walpy, you to Walpy, together we go so-so. Do you also have a cradle? What's your cradle named? Hippocradle. My cradle Hippocradle, your cradle Hippocradle. My child Grind, your child Grind. My husband Cham, your husband Cham. I to Walpy, you to Walpy, together we go so-so. Do you also have a servant? What's your servant named? Do it right. My servant Doitrite, your servant Doitrite. My cradle Hippocradle, your cradle Hippocradle. My child Grind, your child Grind. My husband Cham, your husband Cham. I to Walpy, you to Walpy, together we go so. The Lambkin and the Little Fish. Once upon a time, there was a little brother and sister who loved each other dearly. Their real mother had died, and they had a stepmother who was not kind to them and secretly did everything she could to harm them. It happened that the two were playing with other children in a meadow in front of the house, and there was a pond in the meadow that reached up to one side of the house. The children ran around it, catching each other and playing a counting out game. Enike, Binik, let me live, and I'll give you my little bird. The little bird shall fetch me straw. The straw I'll give to the cow. The cow shall give me milk. The milk I'll give to the baker. The baker shall bake me a cake. The cake I'll give to the cat. The cat shall catch mice for me. The mice I'll hang up in the smoke. And then it will snow. They stood in a circle while playing this, and the one on whom the word snow fell had to run away, and the others would chase and catch them. As they were merrily playing like this, the stepmother watched them from the window and became angry. Since she understood witchcraft, she bewitched them both, turning the little brother into a fish and the little sister into a lamb. The fish swam back and forth in the pond and was sad, and the lamb walked up and down the meadow, also sad, and would not eat or touch a blade of grass. A long time passed, and then strangers came to the castle. The wicked stepmother thought, "Now is a good opportunity," and called the cook, saying to him, "Go and fetch the lamb from the meadow and slaughter it. We have nothing else for the guests." The cook went and got the lamb, took it into the kitchen, and tied its feet. The lamb bore all this patiently. Just as he had drawn out his knife and was whetting it on the doorstep to kill the lamb, he noticed a little fish swimming back and forth in the water in front of the drain and looking up at him. This was the little brother, for when the fish had seen the cook take the lamb away, it had swum along in the pond to the house. The lamb then called down, "Ah, little brother in the pond so deep, how sad is my poor heart. The cook is sharpening his knife to take away my tender life." The little fish answered, "Ah, little sister, up on high, how sad is my poor heart, while in this pond I lie." When the cook heard that the lamb could speak and said such sad words to the fish below, he was terrified and thought this could be no ordinary lamb, but must be bewitched by the wicked woman in the house. He said, "Be easy, I will not kill you," and took another animal, prepared it for the guests, and brought the lamb to a kind peasant woman to whom he told everything he had seen and heard. The peasant woman, who had been the little sister's nurse, suspected who the lamb was and took it to a wise woman. The wise woman pronounced a blessing over the lamb and the little fish, restoring them to their human forms, and then took them both into a little hut in a great forest, where they lived alone, but content and happy. Simileberg. There were two brothers, one rich, the other poor. However, the rich one gave nothing to the poor one, who had to eke out a meager living from trading in corn. Often he fared so poorly that he had no bread for his wife and children. One day, as he was driving his cart through the forest, he saw a large, bare mountain to the side. Since he had never seen it before, he stopped and looked at it with amazement. As he stood there, he saw 12 large, wild men coming toward him. Believing they were robbers, he pushed his cart into the bushes, climbed up a tree, and waited to see what would happen. The 12 men approached the mountain and called out, Mountain Semsi, open yourself." Immediately, the bare mountain split open in the middle, and the 12 entered. Once inside, the mountain closed again. After a short while, it opened once more, and the men came out carrying heavy sacks on their backs. When they were all back in the daylight, they said, Mountain Semsi, close yourself." Then the mountain shut tight, and no entrance could be seen, and the 12 went away. Once they were completely out of sight, the poor man climbed down from the tree, curious about what secrets might be hidden in the mountain. He approached it and said, Mountain Semsi, open yourself," and the mountain opened for him as well. He went inside and found the entire mountain was a cavern full of silver and gold, with great heaps of pearls and glittering jewels piled up like corn. Unsure of what to do and whether he might take some of the treasures, he finally filled his pockets with gold, leaving the pearls and precious stones behind. When he came out again, he also said, Mountain Semsi, close yourself," and the mountain shut tight. He then drove his cart home. Now he no longer had to worry, and with his gold, he could buy bread and even wine for his wife and children. He lived happily and honestly, helped the poor, and did good for everyone. When the money ran out, he went to his brother, borrowed a bushel measure, and fetched more. However, he still didn't touch the greatest treasures. When he wanted to fetch something for the third time, he borrowed the measure from his brother again. The rich brother had long been envious of his siblings' wealth and the fine household he had established. He couldn't understand where the riches came from and what his brother was doing with the measure. So he devised a trick and coated the bottom of the measure with pitch. When he got the measure back, a piece of gold was stuck to it. Immediately, he went to his brother and asked, "What have you been measuring with the bushel?" The other replied, "Corn and barley." Then the rich brother showed him the gold piece and threatened to take him to court if he didn't tell the truth. The poor man then revealed everything that had happened. The rich brother immediately had a carriage prepared, drove out, determined to use the opportunity better and to bring back much greater treasures. When he arrived at the mountain, he called out, Mountain Semsi, open yourself." The mountain opened and he went inside. There lay all the riches before him, and for a long time he didn't know what to grab first. Finally, he loaded himself with as many precious stones as he could carry. As he tried to carry his load outside, his heart and mind were so full of the treasures that he forgot the name of the mountain and cried, Mountain Simele, open yourself." But that was not the right name, and the mountain did not move and remained shut. He became frightened, but the more he tried to remember, the more confused his thoughts became, and the treasures were of no use to him anymore. In the evening, the mountain opened, and the 12 robbers came in. When they saw him, they laughed and exclaimed, "Bird, we finally caught you. Did you think we hadn't noticed that you had come in twice before? We couldn't catch you then. This third time you shall not get out again." He cried, "It wasn't me, it was my brother." But no matter how much he begged for his life and pleaded, they cut off his head. Going a-traveling. There was once a poor woman who had a son who so much wished to travel. His mother said, "How can you travel? We have no money at all for you to take with you." The son replied, "I will manage very well for myself. I will always say, 'Not much, not much, not much.'" He walked for a long time and always said, "Not much, not much, not much." He then passed by a group of fishermen and said, "God help you, not much, not much, not much." "What do you say, fellow? Not much?" And when the net was drawn out, they had not caught much fish. So one of them hit the youth with a stick and said, "Have you never seen me threshing?" "What should I say then?" asked the youth. "You should say, 'Get it full, get it full.'" He walked again for a long time and said, get it full," until he came to the gallows, where they had a poor sinner whom they were about to hang. He said, "Good morning. Get it full, get it full." "What do you say, fellow? Get it full? Do you want to imply that there are still more wicked people in the world? Isn't this enough?" And he again got some blows on his back. "What should I say then?" he asked. "You should say, 'May God comfort the poor soul.'" The youth walked again for a long while and said, "May God comfort the poor soul." Then he came to a pit where a knacker was cutting up a horse. The youth said, "Good morning. May God comfort the poor soul." "What do you say, you bad fellow?" And the knacker hit him around the ears with his knacker's hook, so that he could not see out of his eyes. "What should I say then?" "You should say, 'There lies the carrion in the pit.'" So he walked on, and always said, "There lies the carrion in the pit. There lies the carrion in the pit." He came to a cart full of people and said, "Good morning, there lies the carrion in the pit." The cart then fell into a pit, and the driver took his whip and cracked it upon the youth until he was forced to crawl back to his mother. For the rest of his life, he never went traveling again. The Donkey. Once upon a time, there lived a king and a queen who were rich and had everything they wished for, except for children. The queen lamented over this day and night, saying, "I am like a field on which nothing grows." Finally, God fulfilled their wishes. When the child was born, however, it did not look like a human child, but was a young donkey. When the mother saw this, her lamentations and cries began in earnest. She would have rather had no child at all than a donkey, and said that they should throw it into the water so the fishes might eat it. However, the king said, "No, since God has given him, he shall be my son and heir, and after my death, he shall sit on the royal throne and wear the kingly crown." So the little donkey was brought up, grew bigger, and its ears grew tall and straight. The donkey was of a merry disposition, jumped about, played, and especially enjoyed music. So it went to a famous musician and said, "Teach me your art, so that I can play the lute as well as you do." "Ah, dear little master," answered the musician, "that would be very difficult for you. Your fingers are not made for it, and are too big. I fear the strings would not hold." But no excuses were of any use. The little donkey wanted and had to play the lute. It was persistent and diligent, and in the end, learned to play as well as the master himself. One day, the young lord went out walking thoughtfully and came to a well, where he looked in and saw his donkey shape in the mirror clear water. This distressed him so much that he went out into the wide world, taking only one faithful companion with him. They traveled up and down, and at last they came to a kingdom where an old king ruled, who had an only but wonderfully beautiful daughter. The donkey said, "Here we will stay," knocked at the gate and called out, "A guest is outside, open up so he may enter." When the gate was not opened, he sat down, took his lute, and played it most delightfully with his two front feet. The gatekeeper opened his eyes wide in amazement, ran to the king, and said, "Outside the gate sits a young donkey who plays the lute as well as a skilled master." "Then let the musician come in," said the king. When the donkey entered, everyone started laughing at the lute player. The donkey was then asked to sit and eat with the servants. But it was unwilling and said, "I am no common stable donkey. I am a noble one." Then they said, "If that is what you are, sit with the men of war." "No," said the donkey, "I want to sit with the king." The king smiled and said good-humoredly, "Yes, it shall be as you wish, little donkey. Come here to me." Then he asked, "Little donkey, how do you like my daughter?" The donkey turned its head towards her, looked at her, nodded, and said, "I like her exceedingly. I have never seen anyone so beautiful." "Well then, you shall sit next to her too," said the king. "That is exactly what I want," said the donkey, and it placed itself by her side, ate and drank, and knew how to behave delicately and cleanly. When the noble little animal had stayed a long time at the king's court, it thought, "What good is all this? I must go home again," and let its head hang sadly. It went to the king and asked for its dismissal. But the king had grown fond of it and said, "Little donkey, what ails you? You look as sour as a jug of vinegar. Stay with me, I will give you what you want. Do you want gold?" "No," said the donkey, shaking its head. "Do you want jewels and rich attire?" "Do you want half my kingdom?" "Oh, no." The king then said, "If only I knew what would make you happy. Do you want my beautiful daughter as your wife?" "Oh, yes," said the donkey, "I would indeed like to have her." And he became cheerful and in good spirits, because that was exactly what he had wished for. So a great and magnificent wedding was held. In the evening, when the bride and groom were led into their chamber, the king wanted to know if the donkey would behave courteously and properly, and ordered a servant to hide there. When they were both inside, the groom bolted the door, looked around, and believing they were completely alone, he suddenly threw off his donkey skin and stood there as a handsome royal youth. "Now you see," he said, "who I am, and you also see that I am not unworthy of you." The bride was glad, kissed him, and loved him dearly. However, when morning came, he jumped up, put his animal skin back on, and no one could have guessed what kind of person was hidden beneath it. Soon the old king came by. "Well," he cried, "is the little donkey already awake? You must be quite sad," he said to his daughter, "that you did not get a proper man for your husband?" "Oh no, dear father. I love him as much as if he were the most handsome man in the world, and I will keep him as long as I live." The king was surprised, but the servant who had hidden himself came and revealed everything to him. The king said, "That cannot be true." "Then watch yourself the following night. You will see it with your own eyes. And you know what, Lord King? Take away his skin and throw it into the fire. Then he will be forced to show himself in his true form." "Your advice is good," said the king. And in the evening, when they were asleep, He sneaked in, and when he got to the bed, he saw by the moonlight a proud youth lying there, with the skin cast aside on the ground. He took it away, had a great fire lit outside, and threw the skin into it, staying by it until it was completely burnt to ashes. Because he wanted to see how the deprived youth would react, he stayed awake all night and watched. When the youth woke up at the first light of dawn, he got up and wanted to put on the donkey skin, but it was nowhere to be found. He was alarmed and full of grief and anxiety, saying, "Now I must escape." As he stepped outside, the king stood there and said, "My son, where are you going in such a hurry? What do you have in mind? Stay here. You are such a handsome man, you shall not leave me. I will now give you half my kingdom, and after my death, you shall have it all." "I hope that what begins well also ends well," said the youth. "I will stay with you." The old man gave him half the kingdom, and after a year when he died, the youth had the whole kingdom, and after his father's death, another kingdom as well, and lived in all magnificence. The ungrateful son once, a man and his wife were sitting in front of their house. They had a roasted chicken in front of them, and were about to eat it together. When the man saw his aged father approaching, he quickly took the chicken and hid it because he did not want to share it with him. The old man came, took a drink, and went away. The son then wanted to put the roasted chicken back on the table, but when he reached for it, it had turned into a large toad. The toad jumped into his face and sat there, never going away. Whenever anyone tried to remove it, the toad would glare venomously as if it would leap into their face, so no one dared to touch it. The ungrateful son was forced to feed the toad every day, or else it would feed on his face. Thus he wandered the world without finding any rest. Once upon a time, there were two brothers who both served as soldiers. One was rich and the other poor. The poor one, wanting to escape his poverty, took off his soldier's coat and became a farmer. So he dug and hoed his bit of land and sowed turnip seed. The seed sprouted and a turnip grew, becoming large and strong, visibly growing thicker and showing no sign of stopping, so that it could be called the Princess of Turnips, for such a turnip had never been seen before, and never would be seen again. Eventually, it became so large that it filled an entire cart by itself, and 2 oxen were needed to pull it. The farmer did not know what to do with it, or whether it would bring him fortune or misfortune. Finally, he thought, "If you sell it, what significant amount will you get for it? And if you eat it yourself, the small turnips will serve just as well. It's best to take it to the king and present it to him as a gift." So he loaded it onto the cart, harnessed 2 oxen, brought it to the court, and presented it to the king. "What kind of strange thing is this?" said the king. "Many wonderful things have come before my eyes, but never such a monster as this. From what seed has it grown? Or did you find it by chance, and you are a luck child?" "Oh no," said the farmer. "I am not a luck child. I am a poor soldier who, because he could no longer support himself, hung up his soldier's coat and worked the land. I have a brother who is rich and well known to you, Lord King, but I, because I have nothing, am forgotten by everyone." The king felt compassion for him and said, "You shall be lifted from your poverty and be given such gifts from me that you will be equal to your rich brother." Then he gave him a large amount of gold, fields, meadows, and herds, making him immensely rich, so that the wealth of the other brother could not compare. When the rich brother heard what his brother had gained with a single turnip, he envied him and thought about how he could also find such luck. He planned to be much cleverer, took gold and horses, and brought them to the king, expecting to receive a much larger gift in return. Since his brother had received so much for one turnip, he thought, what would he not get for such beautiful things? The king accepted the gift and said he had nothing better or rarer to give in return than the great turnip. So the rich man had to put his brother's turnip on a cart and take it home. Back home, he did not know on whom to vent his rage and anger, until evil thoughts came to him and he decided to kill his brother. He hired murderers who had to lie in ambush, and then he went to his brother and said, "Dear brother, I know of a secret treasure. Let us dig it up together and divide it between us." The other agreed to this and went along without suspicion. But when they came out, the murderers fell upon him, bound him, and tried to hang him on a tree. Just as they were about to do so, loud singing and the sound of hoofbeats were heard from afar, which filled them with terror. They hastily stuffed their prisoner headfirst into a sack, hoisted it up onto a branch, and fled for their lives. However, he worked up there until he had made a hole in the sack, through which he could stick his head. But the one who happened to come by was nothing more than a wandering student, a young fellow who cheerfully rode along the road through the forest, singing his song. When the one above noticed that someone was passing underneath, he called out, "Hail to you, just in time." The student looked all around, not knowing where the voice was coming from. Finally, he said, "Who calls me?" Then an answer came from the treetop. "Lift up your eyes. I sit up here in the sack of wisdom. In a short time, I have learned great things. Compared to this, all schools are but wind. In a little while longer, I shall have learned everything, descend and be wiser than all men. I understand the stars and signs of the zodiac, the blowing of all winds, the sand in the sea, healing of illnesses, and the virtues of herbs, birds, and stones. Were you to enter, you would feel the glory that flows from the sack of wisdom." The student, upon hearing all this, was amazed and said, "Blessed be the hour when I found you. Could I not also enter the sack for a while?" The one above answered, as if reluctantly, "For a short while I will let you in, for reward and kind words, but you must still wait an hour longer. There is still something I must learn." When the student had waited a little while, he found the time too long and begged to be allowed in immediately. So great was his thirst for wisdom. Then the one above pretended to give in and said, "So that I may come out of the house of wisdom, you must lower the sack by the rope, then you shall enter." So the student lowered the sack, untied it, and freed him, then called out himself, "Now pull me up quickly," and wanted to step upright into the sack. "Stop," said the other, "that won't do," grabbed him by the head, put him in upside down into the sack, tied it up, and pulled the disciple of wisdom down the tree by the rope. Then he swung him in the air and said, "How is it with you, my dear fellow? Look, you already feel wisdom coming to you and gaining good experience. So sit quietly until you become wiser." With that, he mounted the student's horse, rode off, but sent someone after an hour to lower him down again. The old man made young again. During the time when our Lord still walked the earth, one evening he and St. Peter sought shelter at a blacksmith's forge and were graciously received. On that occasion, a poor beggar, burdened by age and infirmity, came to the house and sought alms from the blacksmith. Moved with pity, St. Peter implored, "Lord and Master, if it pleases you, relieve his suffering so that he may earn his bread." The Lord kindly replied, "Blacksmith, lend me your forge and stoke the coals, and I will rejuvenate this old sick man." The blacksmith readily agreed, and St. Peter worked the bellows until the coal fire blazed high and bright. Our Lord then took the old little man, pushed him into the forge amidst the red-hot fire, causing him to glow like a rose bush, and praise God with a loud voice. Afterward, the Lord moved the glowing little man into a quenching tub, where the water enveloped him, and after carefully cooling him, he gave him his blessing. Behold, the little man sprang forth immediately, delicate, straight, healthy, as if 20 years old. The blacksmith, who had watched closely and attentively, invited them all to supper. However, the blacksmith had an old, half-blind, hunchbacked mother-in-law who approached the rejuvenated man and earnestly asked if the fire had harmed him severely. He answered that he had never felt better, as comfortable as if he had been in cool dew despite the intense heat. The words of the rejuvenated man echoed in the old woman's ears all night long. Early the next morning, after our Lord had continued on his way and had warmly thanked the blacksmith, the latter thought he could similarly rejuvenate his aged mother-in-law, since he had observed everything so carefully and it fell within his trade. He called to ask her if she, too, would like to frolic like an 18-year-old maiden. She replied, "With all my heart," citing the youth's successful rejuvenation. So the blacksmith created a great blaze and thrust the old woman into it, where she twisted and turned, screaming in agony. "Stay still! Why do you scream and jump?" he shouted as he worked the bellows again until all her rags were consumed. The old woman cried incessantly, prompting the blacksmith to think, "I have not quite mastered this art," as he removed her and threw her into the cooling tub. There, she screamed so loudly that both the blacksmith's wife and daughter-in-law heard from upstairs. Rushing downstairs, they found the old woman lying in the tub, howling and wailing, her face wrinkled, folded, and distorted. Terrified by the sight, both women, who were pregnant, gave birth that very night to two sons who were not human but apes. They fled into the woods, and from them descended the lineage of apes, the Lord's animals and the devils. A fairy tale by the Brothers Grimm. The Lord God had created all animals, and he had chosen the wolf to be his dog. Yet he had forgotten the goat. Consequently, the devil prepared himself and began to create as well, fashioning goats with fine long tails. However, when they grazed in the pasture, they often became entangled in the hedges by their tails, necessitating the devil to go and disentangle them, which caused him great trouble. This eventually enraged him, prompting him to bite off the tail of every goat, leaving them with stumps that can still be seen to this day. Subsequently, he allowed them to pasture alone, but it happened that the Lord God noticed how they sometimes gnawed away at fruitful trees, injured noble vines, or destroyed other tender plants. This distressed him greatly, so in his mercy and goodness, he summoned his wolves, who swiftly tore apart the goats that ventured there. Upon witnessing this, the devil went before the Lord and exclaimed, "Your creatures have destroyed mine." The Lord responded, "Why did you create things to cause harm?" The devil replied, "I was compelled to do so. As my thoughts are filled with evil, what I create can have no other nature, and you must pay me heavy damages. I will pay you as soon as the oak leaves fall. Come then, your money will be ready and counted out." When the oak leaves had fallen, the devil came and demanded what was due to him. However, the Lord said, "In the church of Constantinople stands a tall oak tree that still has all its leaves." Enraged and cursing, the devil departed and went to find the oak, wandering in the wilderness for 6 months before he located it. Upon his return, all the oaks had meanwhile covered themselves again with green leaves. Thus, he had to relinquish his claim, and in his fury, he put out the eyes of all the remaining goats and replaced them with his own. This is why all goats have devil's eyes and bitten off tails, and why he enjoys assuming their shape. The beam. Once upon a time, there was a magician who stood in the midst of a large crowd and performed his wonders. He had a cock brought forth, which lifted a heavy beam and carried it as if it were featherlight. However, there was a girl who had just found a four-leaf clover and had thus become wise, so that no deception could withstand her gaze. She saw that the beam was nothing more than a straw, so she cried out, "People, don't you see? That's just a mere straw the cock is carrying, not a beam." Immediately, the magic disappeared, and the people saw what it truly was, driving the sorcerer away in disgrace and shame. However, he, full of inward fury, said, "I will take revenge soon." Sometime later, the girl's wedding day arrived. She was dressed up and proceeded in a grand procession across the fields toward the place where the church stood. Suddenly, they came to a swollen stream with no bridge or plank to cross over. The bride quickly lifted her clothes and prepared to wade through. Just as she stood in the water, a man, who was the magician, mockingly called out beside her, "Ha, where are your eyes that you mistake this for water?" Then her eyes were opened, and she saw that she stood with her clothes lifted in the middle of a field, blooming blue with flax flowers. Then all the people saw it as well, and drove her away with mockery and laughter. The Old Beggar Woman. Once upon a time, there was an old woman. You've surely seen an old woman begging before, haven't you? This woman begged as well, and when she received something, she would say, "May God reward you." The beggar woman came to a door where a friendly rogue of a boy was standing by the fire, warming himself. The boy kindly said to the poor old woman as she stood shivering by the door, "Come, old mother, and warm yourself." She approached but stood too close to the fire, causing her old rags to catch fire, and she did not notice. The boy saw this happen. Shouldn't he have extinguished it? Isn't it true that he should have extinguished it? And if he had no water, should he have wept all the water from his body through his eyes? That would have provided two pretty streams to extinguish the flames. The Three Sluggards. A king had three sons who were all equally dear to him. and he did not know which of them to appoint as his successor after his own death. When the time came for him to die, he summoned them to his bedside and said, "Dear children, I have considered something which I will reveal to you. Whoever among you is the laziest shall become king after me." The eldest said, "Father, then the kingdom is mine. For I am so lazy that when I lie down to sleep, if a drop falls into my eye, I will not close it to fall asleep." The second said, "Father, the kingdom belongs to me, for I am so lazy that when I sit by the fire to warm myself, I would rather let my heels burn than pull back my legs." The third said, "Father, the kingdom is mine, for I am so lazy that if I were to be hanged, and already had the rope around my neck, and someone gave me a sharp knife in my hand to cut the rope, I would rather let myself be hanged than lift my hand to the rope." When the father heard this, he said, "You have taken it the furthest and shall be the king." The 12 idle servants. 12 servants who had done nothing all day did not want to exert themselves in the evening either, but lay down in the grass and boasted of their laziness. The first one said, "What do I care about your laziness? I have to deal with my own. Taking care of my body is my main job. I don't eat a little and drink even more. After I have had 4 meals, I fast for a short time until I feel hungry again. That suits me best. Getting up early is not my thing. When it's nearing midday, I already find a resting place for myself. If the master calls, I act as if I haven't heard him, and if he calls a second time, I wait a while before I get up and then go very slowly. That way life is bearable." The second one said, "I have a horse to look after, but I leave the bit in its mouth, and if I don't want to, I don't give it any food and say it has already eaten. I lay myself in the oat chest and sleep for 4 hours. After that, I stretch out one foot and move it a couple of times over the horse's body, and then it is groomed and cleaned. Who would make a great fuss about that? Nevertheless, service is still too burdensome for me." The third one said, "Why bother with work? Nothing comes of it. I laid myself in the sun and fell asleep. It started to drizzle a little, but why get up? I let it rain on in God's name. Finally, a downpour came, so heavy indeed that it pulled the hair out of my head and washed it away, and I got a hole in my skull. I put a plaster on it, and then it was fine. I've had several injuries like that before." The fourth one said, "If I'm to undertake a task, I first linger for an hour to save my strength. After that, I start very slowly and ask if there's anyone else who could help me. Then I let them do the main work, and in reality, I just watch. But even that is too much for me." The fifth one said, "What does it matter? Just think, I'm supposed to remove the manure from the horse's stable and load it onto the cart. I take it slow, and if I fork something up, I only lift it halfway and then rest for a quarter of an hour before I throw it all the way in. It's more than enough if I take out a cartful in a day. I have no desire to work myself to death." The sixth one said, "Shame on you. I'm not afraid of any work, but I lie down for 3 weeks and don't even take off my clothes. Why buckle my shoes? They can fall off my feet for all I care. It doesn't matter. If I'm going up some stairs, I drag one foot slowly after the other onto the first step. Then I count the rest so I know where I need to rest." The seventh said, "For me, that won't do. My master oversees my work, though he's not home all day. But I neglect nothing. I run as fast as possible when one crawls. If I'm to make progress, 4 sturdy men would have to push me with all their might. I came to where 6 were lying together on a bed sleeping. I lay down with them and slept too. I couldn't be woken again, and if they wanted me home, they had to carry me away." The eighth said, "I see clearly that I'm the only lively fellow. If a stone lies before me, I don't bother to lift my legs and step over it. I lie down on the ground, and if I'm wet, covered in mud and dirt, I stay lying until the sun dries me out again. At most, I turn myself so that it can shine on me." The ninth said, "That's the way to go. Today, bread was in front of me, but I was too lazy to grab it and nearly died of hunger. Also, there was a jug, but it was so big and heavy that I didn't want to lift it up and preferred to endure thirst. Just turning myself around was too much for me. I lay like a log all day long." The tenth said, "Laziness has brought me harm, a broken leg and swollen calves. 3 of us were lying on a road, and I had my legs outstretched. Someone came with a cart, and its wheels rolled over me. I could have drawn back my legs, of course, but I didn't hear the cart coming. The midges were buzzing around my ears, crawling in through my nose and out through my mouth. Who would bother to drive the vermin away? The 11th said, Yesterday, I quit my job. I didn't feel like carrying heavy books for my master any longer, or fetching them back and forth. It never ended all day long. But to tell the truth, he dismissed me and didn't want to keep me any longer, because his clothes, which I had left lying in the dust, were eaten by moths, and that was fair. The 12th said, Today I had to drive the wagon across the fields. I made myself a bed of straw on it and fell asleep properly. The reins slipped from my hand, and when I woke up, the horse had almost broken loose. The harness was gone, the back rope, collar, bridle, and bit. Someone had come by and taken everything away. Moreover, the wagon had got into a puddle and was stuck. I left it standing and stretched out on the straw again. Finally, the master came himself and pushed the wagon out, and if he hadn't come, I wouldn't be lying here, but over there, sleeping in peace. In the tale of the shepherd boy. The shepherd boy was once famous far and wide for his wise answers to every question. The king of the land heard of this, and not believing it, summoned the boy. He said to him, If you can answer 3 questions I will ask you, I will regard you as my own child, and you shall live with me in my royal palace. The boy asked, What are the 3 questions? The king replied, The first is, How many drops of water are there in the world's oceans? The shepherd boy responded, Lord King, if you dam up all the rivers on earth so that not a single drop runs into the sea until I have counted it, then I will tell you how many drops are in the sea. The king then said, The next question is, How many stars are there in the sky? The shepherd boy said, Give me a large sheet of white paper, and proceeded to make so many fine points with a pen that they were barely visible and almost impossible to count, causing one's eyes to ache when looking upon them. He then said, There are as many stars in the sky as there are points on this paper. Try counting them. But no one was able to do so. The king continued, The third question is, How many seconds are there in eternity? The shepherd boy replied, In Lower Pomerania lies the Diamond Mountain, which is an hour high, an hour wide, and an hour deep. Every 100 years, a little bird comes and sharpens its beak on it, and when the entire mountain is worn away, then the first second of eternity will be over. The king said, You have answered the 3 questions like a wise man, and from now on you shall live with me in my royal palace, and I will regard you as my own child. The Star Money, a fairy tale by the Brothers Grimm. Once upon a time, there was a little girl whose father and mother had died. She was so poor that she no longer had a small room to live in or a bed to sleep in. Eventually, all she had left were the clothes she was wearing and a small piece of bread in her hand that a kind soul had given her. Despite her hardships, she was good and pious. Forsaken by the world, she ventured out into the open country, trusting in the good God. A poor man met her and said, Give me something to eat. I am so hungry. She handed him her entire piece of bread and said, May God bless it for your use, and continued on her way. Soon after, a child approached her, moaning, My head is so cold. Give me something to cover it. She took off her hood and gave it to the child. A little farther along, she met another child who had no jacket and was shivering from the cold. She gave her own jacket to the child. Further along, another child begged for a frock, and she gave away her frock as well. Finally, she entered a forest as night was falling, and another child came to her asking for a little shirt. The good little girl thought, It is a dark night, and no one sees you. You can very well give away your little shirt. And she took it off and gave it to the child. As she stood there, having nothing left, suddenly, stars began to fall from the sky, and they turned into hard, smooth pieces of money. Even though she had just given away her little shirt, she now had a new one made of the finest linen. She gathered the money into this new shirt and was rich for the rest of her life. The Stolen Farthing. Once, a father was sitting at the table with his wife and children for lunch, and a good friend who had come to visit was eating with them. As they sat there and the clock struck 12, the stranger saw the door open, and a very pale child dressed in snow-white clothes came in. It did not look around or speak, but went straight into the next room. Shortly after, It returned and went out the door again just as quietly. On the second and third day, it came in the same manner. Finally, the stranger asked the father to whom the beautiful child that went into the room every day at noon belonged. "I have not seen it," he replied, "and do not know to whom it could belong." The next day, when it came again, the stranger pointed it out to the father, but he did not see it, nor did the mother or the children. Then the stranger got up, went to the room door, opened it a little, and peeped in. He saw the child sitting on the ground, diligently digging and searching between the floorboards with its fingers. When the child noticed the stranger, it disappeared. The stranger described what he had seen and described the child exactly, and the mother recognized it and said, "Ah, it is my dear child who died 4 weeks ago." They lifted the floorboards and found 2 farthings. The child had once received these from its mother to give to a poor man, but it had thought, "You can buy yourself a biscuit with this," kept the farthings, and hidden them in the floorboards. Because of this, the child had found no rest in its grave and had come every day at noon to search for the farthings. The parents gave the money to a poor man, and after that, the child was never seen again. The bride selection. There was once a young shepherd who wished very much to marry and knew 3 sisters, each as beautiful as the other, making it difficult for him to choose and decide which one to favor. He asked his mother for advice, and she said, "Invite all 3 and set some cheese before them, and watch how they cut it." The young man did as his mother suggested. The first sister swallowed the cheese with the rind. The second sister hastily cut the rind off the cheese, but because she was so hasty, she left a lot of good cheese with the rind and threw it away. The third sister carefully peeled the rind, not too much and not too little. The shepherd reported all this to his mother, who said, "Take the third one as your wife." He did so and lived contentedly and happily with her. 156. The Odds and Ends. Once upon a time, there was a girl who was beautiful, but lazy and negligent. When she had to spin, she became so irritable that if there was even a small knot in the flax, she would pull out a whole heap and scatter it on the ground beside her. Now she had a maidservant who was diligent. This maid gathered the discarded flax, cleaned it, spun it fine, and had a pretty dress woven from it. A young man had courted the lazy girl, and the wedding was to take place. On the eve of the wedding, the industrious maid danced merrily around in her beautiful dress. The bride remarked, "Ah, how that girl does jump about in my odds and ends." The bridegroom heard this and asked the bride what she meant by it. She explained that the girl was wearing a dress made from the flax she had thrown away. When the bridegroom heard this and saw her laziness and the diligence of the poor girl, he left her, went to the other, and chose her as his wife. The Sparrow and His 4 Children. A sparrow had 4 young ones in a swallow's nest. When they were fledged, wicked boys knocked the nest down, but they all managed to escape safely in the gusty wind. Now the old bird was sad because his sons had ventured into the world without his warnings and teachings. In autumn, many sparrows gathered in a wheat field, where the old bird found his 4 children again and joyfully brought them home with him. "Ah, my dear sons, you have caused me much worry this summer, venturing into the wind without my guidance. Listen to my words, follow your father, and be cautious. Little birds face great dangers." He then asked the eldest where he had spent the summer and how he had sustained himself. "I stayed in the gardens, searching for caterpillars and worms until the cherries ripened." "Ah, my son," said the father, "foraging is not bad, but there is great danger in it. From now on, be vigilant, especially when people wander in gardens, carrying long green poles that are hollow inside with a small hole at the top." "Yes, father, but what if a little green leaf were stuck over the hole with wax?" asked the son. "Where did you see that?" "In a merchant's garden," said the boy. "Oh, my son," said the father, "merchants are swift people. If you have been among the world's children, you have learned enough worldliness. Use it wisely and don't trust too much in yourself." He then asked the next son, "Where have you been?" "At court," said the son. "Sparrows and foolish birds are of no use there, where there's much gold, velvet, silk, armor, hawks, owls, and harriers. Stick to the stable where oats are winnowed, or where they thresh, and fortune may bring you your daily grain in peace." Yes, father, said the son. But when stable boys make traps and tie their nets and snares in the straw, many get ensnared. Where did you see that? Asked the old bird. At court, among the stable boys. Oh, my son, court boys, wicked boys, if you've been at court and among the lords without losing any feathers, you've learned quite a bit and will know how to fare in the world. But look around and above. Wolves often devour even the cleverest hounds. The father then takes the third son aside. Where have you sought your fortune? I have broken tubs and ropes on the cart roads and highways, and sometimes found a grain or caterpillar there. This is indeed, said the father, fine sustenance, but pay attention to the surroundings and be diligent, especially when someone bends down to pick up a stone. There's not much time to linger. That's true, said the son, but what if someone carries a wall or handstone beforehand in their bosom or pocket? Where have you seen this? Among the miners, dear father, when they go out, they commonly carry handstones with them. Miners, workers, resourceful people. If you've been among mountain lads, you've seen and learned something. Go forth and take good care of your affairs. Mountain boys have killed many a sparrow with mischief. Finally, the father turned to his youngest son. You, my dear fledgling, you have always been the silliest and weakest. Stay with me. The world has many rough and wicked birds with crooked beaks and long claws, waiting to swallow poor little birds like you. Stick with your kind and pick up little spiders and caterpillars from the trees or the house, and you will remain content for a long time. You, my dear father, whoever feeds themselves without harm to others will fare well, and no sparrow, hawk, eagle, kite, or falcon will harm them if they commit themselves and their honest food faithfully to dear God every evening and morning, who is the creator and sustainer of all forest and village birds, who also hears the cries and prayers of young ravens, for without his will, not even a sparrow or a snowflake falls to the ground. Where did you learn this? Asked the son. When the great gust of wind tore me away from you, I came to a church where I spent the summer picking flies and spiders off the windows and hearing these sayings preached. The father of all sparrows fed and protected me from all misfortune and fierce birds. Truly, my dear son, if you fly into churches and help clear spiders and buzzing flies, and chirp to God like young ravens, and commend yourself to the eternal Creator, you will indeed remain well, even if the whole world were full of wild, malicious birds. For whoever entrusts his affairs to the Lord, remains silent, suffers, waits, prays, acts gently, preserves faith and a good conscience pure, to him God will be protector and helper. In the tale of Cockaigne, during the time of Cockaigne, I ventured forth and saw Rome and the Lateran hanging by a small silken thread, and a footless man who outran a swift horse, and a keen sharp sword that cut through a bridge. There I saw a young donkey with a silver nose chasing after two swift hares, and a broad lime tree on which hot cakes were growing. I saw an old lean goat carrying about 100 cartloads of lard on its body, and 60 cartloads of salt. Is that not enough falsehoods? There I saw a plow, plowing without horse or cow, and a 1-year-old child throwing 4 millstones from Regensburg to Trier, and from Trier into Strasbourg, and a hawk swimming over the Rhine. He did so rightfully. Then I heard fishes starting a commotion with each other that echoed up to the heavens, and sweet honey flowed like water from a deep valley onto a high mountain. Those were strange tales. There were 2 crows mowing a meadow, and I saw 2 gnats building a bridge, and 2 doves tearing a wolf to pieces. 2 children brought forth 2 kids, but 2 frogs threshed grain together. I saw 2 mice consecrating a bishop, and 2 cats scratching out a bear's tongue. Then a snail came running and killed 2 wild lions. There stood a barber shaving a woman's beard off, and 2 nursing children bade their mother to remain silent. There I saw 2 greyhounds, who brought a mill out of the water, and an old sorry horse stood beside it, affirming it was right. And in the yard stood 4 horses threshing grain with all their might, 2 goats heating the oven, and a red cow shooting bread into the oven. Then a cock crowed. Cock-a-doodle-doo, the tale is fully told, cock-a-doodle-doo. The Dietmarsh Tale of Lies. Let me tell you something. I saw 2 roasted chickens flying swiftly, their bellies turned towards heaven and their backs towards hell. An anvil and a millstone swam across the Rhine, gracefully, slowly, and quietly, and a frog sat at Whitsuntide on the ice, munching on a plowshare. There were 3 fellows who wanted to catch a hare. They went on crutches and stilts. One was deaf, the second blind, the third mute, and the fourth couldn't move a foot. Do you want to know how it happened? The blind man saw the hare trotting across the field first. The mute one called to the lame one, and the lame one grabbed it by the neck. Some who wanted to sail on dry land set their sails in the wind and sailed across large fields. They sailed over a high mountain where they had to drown miserably. A crab chased a hare in flight, and high on the roof lay a cow that had climbed up there. In that country, flies are as large as goats are here. Open the window so that the lies may fly out. Riddle tale. 3 women were transformed into flowers that stood in the field, but one of them was allowed to be in her house at night. Then she said to her husband at one time, as the day approached and she had to go back to her companions in the field and become a flower again, "If you come this morning and pick me, I will be released and henceforth stay with you." And so it happened. Now the question is, how did her husband recognize her, since the flowers were all alike and without any difference? Answer: because she spent the night in her house and not in the field, dew did not fall on her as it did on the other 2, and that's how her husband recognized her. Snow White and Rose Red. A poor widow lived alone in a small cottage. In front of the cottage was a garden where 2 rose bushes grew, one bearing white roses and the other red. She had 2 children who resembled the 2 rose bushes. One was named Snow White and the other Rose Red. They were as pious and good, as industrious and cheerful as any children ever were. Snow White was quieter and more gentle than Rose Red. Rose Red preferred running around in the meadows and fields, seeking flowers and catching butterflies, while Snow White stayed at home with their mother, helping with the household chores or reading to her when there was nothing else to do. The 2 children loved each other so dearly that they always held hands when they went out together. When Snow White said, "We will never leave each other," Rose Red would respond, "Not as long as we live." And their mother would add, "Whatever one has, she must share with the other." They often wandered alone in the forest, gathering red berries, but no animal ever harmed them. Instead, the animals came trustingly near. The little hare would eat a cabbage leaf from their hands, the roe grazed by their side, the stag leaped happily past them, and the birds sat on the branches and sang their songs. No misfortune ever befell them. If they stayed too late in the forest and night overtook them, they lay down together on the moss and slept until morning, and their mother knew this and had no worries about them. Once, when they had spent the night in the forest and dawn awoke them, they saw a beautiful child in a shining white dress sitting near their bed. He stood up, looked at them kindly, but said nothing, and went into the forest. When they looked around, they realized they had slept near a precipice and would have certainly fallen into it if they had taken a few more steps in the dark. Their mother told them it must have been the angel who watches over good children. Snow White and Rose Red kept their mother's cottage so clean that it was a joy to look inside. In the summer, Rose Red took care of the house and placed a bouquet of flowers by her mother's bed every morning before she awoke, with a rose from each bush. In the winter, Snow White lit the fire and hung the kettle on the hook, and the kettle, made of brass, shone like gold from being so well polished. In the evenings, when the snowflakes fell, the mother would say, "Go, Snow White, and bolt the door," and they would sit by the hearth, and the mother would put on her glasses and read aloud from a large book, while the 2 girls listened and spun. Beside them lay a lamb on the floor, and behind them on a perch sat a white dove with its head tucked under its wing. One evening, as they sat comfortably together, someone knocked at the door, as if seeking to be let in. The mother said, "Quick, Rose Red, open the door. It must be a traveler seeking shelter." Rose Red went and pushed back the bolt, expecting to see a poor man, but it was not a man. It was a bear that thrust his thick black head through the doorway. Rose Red screamed and jumped back. The lamb bleated, the dove fluttered, and Snow White hid behind her mother's bed. However, the bear began to speak and said, "Do not be afraid. I will do you no harm. I am half frozen and merely wish to warm myself a little." "Poor bear," said the mother, "come and lie by the fire, but take care that you do not burn your fur." She then called out, "Snow White, "Rose Red, come out. The bear will not harm you. He means well." They both came closer, and gradually the lamb and the dove also approached and had no fear of him. The bear said, "Children, knock the snow a little off my fur." And they brought the broom and brushed the bear's coat clean. He then stretched himself by the fire and growled contentedly and comfortably. Before long, they became so familiar with him that they began to play with their clumsy guest. They tugged his fur with their hands, put their feet on his back and rolled him here and there, or took a hazel switch and beat him, and when he growled, they laughed. The bear took it all in good part, only when they became too rough, he called out, "Leave me my life, children. Snow White, Rose Red, you are beating your lover dead." When it was time for bed, and the others went to bed, the mother said to the bear, "You can lie there by the hearth in God's name. You will be safe from the cold and the bad weather." As soon as day broke, the children let him out, and he trotted over the snow into the forest. From then on, the bear came every evening at the same time, lay by the hearth, and allowed the children to amuse themselves with him as much as they wanted. They became so accustomed to him that the door was never bolted in the evening until their black friend had arrived. When spring came and everything outside was green, the bear said one morning to Snow White, "Now I must go away and cannot return the whole summer." "Where are you going, dear bear?" asked Snow White. "I must go to the forest and guard my treasures from the wicked dwarfs. In the winter, when the earth is frozen hard, they must stay below and cannot work their way through. But now, when the sun has thawed and warmed the earth, they break through, come up, search, and steal. What once gets into their hands and into their caves does not easily see daylight again." Snow White was quite sad at his departure, and when she unbolted the door for him, and the bear hastily pushed out, he caught on the door hook and a piece of his skin tore off, and it seemed to Snow White as if she had seen gold shining through it. However, she was not sure of it. The bear ran away quickly and was soon out of sight behind the trees. After some time, the mother sent the children into the forest to gather wood. There they found a large tree lying on the ground, and something was jumping up and down on the trunk among the grass, but they couldn't make out what it was. When they came closer, they saw a dwarf with an old, withered face and an ell-long snow-white beard. The end of the beard was stuck in a crack in the tree, and the little man was jumping back and forth like a dog on a leash and didn't know how to free himself. He glared at the girls with his fiery red eyes and shouted, "What are you standing there for? Can't you come over and help me?" "What have you gotten yourself into, little man?" asked Rose Red. "You stupid, inquisitive goose," replied the dwarf. "I wanted to split the tree to get some small wood for the kitchen. Thick logs burn up the little bit of food that someone like me needs, who doesn't gobble down as much as you coarse, greedy folk." I had driven the wedge in nicely, and everything would have gone according to plan. But the cursed wood was too smooth and suddenly sprang out, and the tree snapped shut so quickly that I couldn't pull out my lovely white beard. Now it's stuck, and I can't get away. There you go, laughing at me, you silly milk-faced brats. Ugh, how nasty you are. The children tried everything, but they couldn't pull the beard out. It was stuck too fast. "I'll run and fetch some people," said Rose Red. "You crazy sheepheads," snarled the dwarf. "Who would call for more people? 2 are already too many for me. Can't you think of something better?" "Don't be impatient," said Snow White. "I'll come up with something." She pulled out her scissors from her pocket and cut off the end of the beard. As soon as the dwarf felt himself free, he grabbed a sack full of gold that was stuck among the tree roots, lifted it out, and grumbled, "Rough people, cutting a piece of my fine beard off. May the devil pay you back." With that, he swung the sack over his back and went off without even looking at the children. A while later, Snow White and Rose Red wanted to catch some fish. When they got near the stream, they saw something that looked like a large grasshopper jumping towards the water as if it wanted to jump in. They ran up and recognized the dwarf. "Where are you going?" said Rose Red. "Surely you don't want to jump into the water?" "I'm not that foolish," screamed the dwarf. "Can't you see that the cursed fish wants to pull me in?" The little man had been sitting there fishing, and unfortunately, the wind had tangled his beard with the fishing line. Right after that, a big fish bit, and the weak little creature didn't have the strength to pull it out. The fish got the upper hand and pulled the dwarf towards it. He clung to every blade of grass and rush, but it didn't help much. He had to follow the movements of the fish and was in constant danger of being pulled into the water. The girls arrived just in time, held him tight, and tried to free his beard from the line, but it was in vain. Beard and line were tangled together. There was nothing left but to bring out the scissors and cut the beard, losing a small part of it in the process. When the dwarf saw this, he shouted at them, "Is that manners, you clumsy louts, to disfigure someone's face? Not only did you shorten my beard from below, but now you've cut off the best part of it. I can't show myself to my people. May you run till you lose the soles off your shoes." Then he grabbed a sack of pearls that was lying in the reeds, and without another word, he dragged it away and disappeared behind a stone. It happened that shortly afterward, the mother sent the two girls to town to buy thread, needles, cords, and ribbons. The path led them across a heath where massive rocks were scattered here and there. They saw a large bird hovering in the air, slowly circling above them, descending lower and lower until it finally landed not far from a rock. They immediately heard a piercing, pitiful scream. Running towards the sound, they saw with horror that the eagle had grabbed their old acquaintance, the dwarf, and was about to carry him off. The compassionate children quickly held the little man tight and tugged so long at the eagle that it let go of its prey. Once the dwarf recovered from the initial shock, he screamed in his shrill voice, "Couldn't you have handled me more carefully? You've torn my thin little coat to shreds and tatters, you clumsy and awkward lot that you are." Then he picked up a sack of precious stones and slipped back under the rock into his cave. The girls were already used to his ingratitude, continued on their way, and completed their errands in town. On their way back, as they were crossing the heath again, they came upon the dwarf, who had emptied his sack of precious stones on a clean spot and didn't think anyone would come by so late. The evening sun shone over the sparkling stones, which shimmered and glowed in all colors so beautifully that the children stopped and gazed at them. "What are you standing there for, gaping like fools?" shouted the dwarf, and his ash-gray face turned vermilion with rage. He was about to continue his tirade when a loud growling was heard, and a black bear came trotting out of the forest. Terrified, the dwarf jumped up but couldn't reach his hiding place. The bear was already close to him. In a panic, he cried out, "Dear Miss Dow, bear, spare me, I will give you all my treasures. Look at the beautiful gems lying there. Grant me my life. What do you want with a small, meager creature like me? You wouldn't even feel me between your teeth. There, take those godless girls. They are tender morsels, fat as young quails. Eat them in God's name." The bear paid no attention to his words and gave the wicked creature a single blow with his paw, leaving him lifeless. The girls had run away, but the bear called after them, "Snow White and Rose Red, do not be afraid. Wait, I will go with you." Recognizing his voice, they stopped, and as the bear approached them, the bear's skin suddenly fell off, revealing a handsome man dressed entirely in gold. "I am a king's son," he said, "and was cursed by the wicked dwarf who had stolen my treasures to roam the forest as a wild bear until his death would set me free. Now he has received his well-deserved punishment." Snow White was married to him, and Rose Red to his brother, and they shared the great treasures the dwarf had gathered in his cave. The old mother lived peacefully and happily with her children for many years. She took the two rose bushes with her, and they stood in front of her window, bearing the most beautiful roses, white and red, every year. The wise servant. How fortunate is the master, and how well it goes in his house, when he has a wise servant who listens to his words, but does not act on them and prefers to follow his own wisdom. Such a clever Hans was once sent out by his master to look for a lost cow. He stayed away a long time, and the master thought, "Faithful Hans does not spare any effort in his service." However, when he did not come back at all, the master feared that something might have happened to him, so he set out himself to look for him. He had to search for a long time, but finally he saw the servant running up and down in a large field. "Now, dear Hans," said the master when he caught up with him, "have you found the cow that I sent you to look for?" "No, master," he answered. I have not found the cow, but I also did not look for it. What did you look for, Hans? Something better and that I have luckily found. What is that, Hans? 3 blackbirds, answered the servant. And where are they? Asked the master. I see one, I hear the other, and I am chasing the third, answered the wise servant. Take this as an example. Do not worry about your master and his orders. Rather do what comes to your mind and what you feel like doing. Then you will act just as wisely as the clever Hans. The Glass Coffin. A fairy tale by the Brothers Grimm. Never let it be said that a poor tailor cannot achieve great things and attain high honors. All that is necessary is for him to find the right forge and, most importantly, to have good fortune. Once a clever and agile apprentice tailor set out on a journey and found himself in a vast forest where he lost his way. Night descended, leaving him no choice but to seek shelter in this desolate solitude. He could have found a comfortable bed on the soft moss, but fear of wild animals prevented him from resting there, forcing him, at last, to decide to spend the night in a tree. He found a tall oak, climbed to the top, and was thankful he had his iron with him. Otherwise, the wind blowing over the top of the tree would have taken him away. After spending several hours in the darkness, filled with fear and uncertainty, he saw a faint light not far away. Thinking it might be a human dwelling where he could find better refuge than in the tree branches, he cautiously climbed down and followed the light. It led him to a small hut woven from reeds and rushes. He knocked boldly, the door opened, and by the light that spilled out, he saw an elderly man dressed in a coat pieced together from colorful scraps. "Who are you, and what do you want?" asked the man in a gruff voice. "I am a poor tailor," he replied, "caught in the wilderness by night, and I beg you earnestly to take me into your hut until morning." "Be off with you," replied the old man, sounding surly. "I want nothing to do with vagabonds. Find yourself shelter elsewhere." With these words, he tried to slip back into his hut, but the tailor held onto the hem of his coat, pleading so earnestly that the old man, not as mean as he pretended to be, relented and led him into the hut, where he fed him and showed him a good bed in a corner. The weary tailor needed no persuading. He slept soundly until morning, but would not have woken if not for a loud commotion. A fierce clamor of screams and roars penetrated the thin walls of the hut. The tailor, suddenly brave, jumped up, hastily dressed, and hurried outside. Nearby, he saw a large black bull and a beautiful stag locked in a fierce battle. They charged at each other with such fury that the ground shook beneath them, and the air echoed with their cries. It was unclear for a long time which would emerge victorious. Finally, the stag drove its antlers into the bull's body, causing it to collapse with a deafening roar, and the stag finished it off with a few more blows. The tailor, who had watched the fight with astonishment, was still standing there motionless when the stag suddenly bounded up to him in full speed, and before he could react, lifted him up on its large horns. He had little time to gather his thoughts as they raced swiftly over hills and valleys, through woods and meadows. Gripping the horns tightly with both hands, he resigned himself to his fate, feeling as if he were flying away. Eventually, the stag halted in front of a rocky wall and gently lowered the tailor to the ground. More dead than alive, the tailor took a while to recover. The stag, standing nearby, then pushed forcefully against a door set in the rock, causing it to spring open. Flames burst forth, followed by a thick smoke that obscured the stag from view. The tailor, uncertain of what to do or where to go to escape this wilderness and return to civilization, stood undecided. Just then, a voice echoed from within the rock, saying, "Enter without fear, no harm shall befall you." Hesitant, but compelled by some unseen force, he obeyed the voice and passed through the iron door into a vast, spacious hall. The ceiling, walls, and floor were made of polished, gleaming square stones, each engraved with unfamiliar letters. He gazed around in awe at everything, on the verge of leaving when the voice spoke again, urging him, "Step onto the stone in the center of the hall, and great fortune awaits you." His courage bolstered, he obeyed without hesitation. The stone beneath his feet began to sink slowly into the depths. When it finally stabilized and he looked around, he found himself in a hall similar in size to the previous one, but even more stunning. Hollowed niches in the walls held vases of transparent glass filled with colored spirits or bluish vapors. Across from each other on the hall's floor stood two large glass chests that immediately piqued his curiosity. Approaching one, he peered inside to find an intricate structure resembling a castle, surrounded by farm buildings, stables, barns, and numerous other details. Everything was small, yet meticulously crafted, as if by a skilled hand with utmost precision. The tailor, who had been captivated by this marvel, might have continued gazing at it for some time if the voice had not once again made itself heard. Commanding him to turn around and look at the glass chest opposite, his admiration grew even more upon seeing a maiden of extraordinary beauty inside. She lay as if asleep, her long fair hair draped around her like a precious mantle. Though her eyes were closed, the radiance of her complexion and the ribbon fluttering with her breath left no doubt she was alive. The tailor, his heart pounding with awe, was observing her when she suddenly opened her eyes and, upon seeing him, started up in joyful terror. "Heaven above!" she exclaimed. "My deliverance is at hand. Quick, quick, help me out of this prison. If you push back the bolt of this glass coffin, then I shall be free." Without hesitation, the tailor obeyed, and she immediately lifted the glass lid, emerged, and swiftly covered herself with a large cloak in the corner of the hall. Sitting on a stone, she beckoned the young man to her, and after planting a friendly kiss on his lips, she spoke. "My long-awaited savior, kind heaven has guided you to me and ended my sorrows. On the very day they cease, your happiness shall begin. You are the husband chosen for me by heaven, destined to live a life of unbroken joy, loved by me, and overflowing with every earthly blessing. Sit down and listen to my story. I am the daughter of a wealthy count. My parents passed away when I was still young, leaving me under the care of my elder brother, who raised me. We loved each other dearly, and were so alike in our thoughts and desires that we vowed never to marry, but to remain together for life. Our home was always bustling with guests. Neighbors and friends visited frequently, and we extended the warmest hospitality to all. One evening, a stranger rode to our castle and, claiming he couldn't continue his journey, requested shelter for the night. We gladly accommodated him, and during supper, he entertained us with engaging conversation and stories. My brother took such a liking to the stranger that he asked him to stay a few more days, to which he reluctantly agreed. We didn't retire until late that night. The stranger was shown to his room, and I, feeling weary, retired to my soft bed. Hardly had I fallen asleep when I was awakened by faint, delightful music. Confused about its source, I tried to summon my maid from the adjacent room, but to my astonishment, I found myself unable to speak, as if some unseen weight pressed upon my chest, rendering me mute. By the light of my bedside lamp, I saw the stranger enter my room through two locked doors. He approached and explained that through his magic arts, he had conjured the music to awaken me, and now, breaking through all barriers, he intended to offer me his hand and heart. My aversion to his sorcery was so strong that I did not respond. He stood silently for a while, seemingly waiting for a favorable reply, but as I remained silent, he left angrily, vowing revenge and threatening to find ways to punish my pride. I spent the night in great distress, only drifting off to sleep towards dawn. When I awoke, I rushed to my brother's room, but he was not there. The servants informed me he had gone out at daybreak with the stranger for a hunt. I immediately suspected trouble. I quickly dressed myself, had my palfrey saddled, and rode at full gallop into the forest with only one servant accompanying me. Unfortunately, my servant fell from his horse, which had broken its foot, and couldn't follow me. Without stopping, I continued on my way, and within minutes encountered the stranger approaching me with a beautiful stag on a leash. I demanded to know where he had left my brother and how he had obtained the stag, whose large eyes were streaming with tears. Instead of answering, he burst into loud laughter. Enraged, I drew my pistol and fired at the fiend, but the bullet bounced off his chest and struck my horse in the head. I fell to the ground, and as I lost consciousness, the stranger muttered incantations. When I awoke, I found myself in this underground cavern in a glass coffin. The sorcerer reappeared and explained that he had transformed my brother into a stag, reduced my castle and all its belongings with his magic into the other glass chest, and imprisoned my people, turned into smoke, in glass bottles. He told me that if I complied with his demands now, he could easily restore everything to its original state by simply opening the vessels. I gave him no more response than I had initially. He vanished, leaving me in my prison, where I fell into a deep sleep. Among the visions that passed before me, the most comforting was one in which a young man came and liberated me. Today, upon awakening, I saw you and witnessed my dream come true. Help me fulfill the remaining visions. The first is to lift the glass chest containing my castle onto that broad stone. As soon as the stone was loaded, it began to rise with the maiden and the young man, ascending through the ceiling opening into the upper hall. From there, they easily reached the open air. The maiden opened the lid, and it was astonishing to see how the castle, houses, and farm buildings inside stretched and rapidly returned to their natural size. Afterward, the maiden and the tailor returned to the underground cave and had the vessels filled with smoke brought up by the stone. As soon as she opened the bottles, blue smoke poured out and transformed into living men, her servants and people. Her joy knew no bounds when her brother, who had slain the magician in the form of the bull, emerged from the forest towards them in his human form. On that very day, true to her promise, the maiden married the fortunate tailor at the altar. Lazy Harry. A fairy tale by the brothers Grimm. Harry was lazy. Even though he had nothing else to do but drive his goat daily to pasture, he groaned when he returned home after finishing his day's work. "It is indeed a heavy burden," he said, "and a wearisome task to drive a goat into the field year after year, until late into autumn. If one could just lie down and sleep, but no, one must keep one's eyes open to prevent it from damaging young trees, squeezing through hedges into gardens, or even running away. How can one find any rest or peace in life?" He sat down, gathered his thoughts, and pondered how to rid his shoulders of this burden. For a long time, all his pondering was in vain, but suddenly it was as if scales fell from his eyes. "I know what I will do," he exclaimed. "I will marry Fat Trina, who also has a goat. She can take mine out with hers, and then I won't have to bother any more." So Harry got up, set his weary legs in motion, and went directly across the street, as it was not far, to where Fat Trina's parents lived. He asked for their industrious and virtuous daughter's hand in marriage. The parents did not hesitate long. Like attracts like, they thought, and agreed. Thus Fat Trina became Harry's wife and took both goats out to pasture. Harry had good days and needed no rest from any work but his own laziness. Occasionally, he would go out with her and say, "I only do this so that I can enjoy rest better afterwards. Otherwise, one loses all appreciation for it." However, Fat Trina was equally lazy. "Dear Harry," she said one day, "why should we make our lives so difficult when there's no need for it, thus wasting the best days of our youth? Wouldn't it be better for us to give away the 2 goats that disturb our sweetest morning sleep with their bleating to our neighbor? In exchange, he could give us a beehive. We'll place the beehive in a sunny spot behind the house and not worry about it anymore. Bees don't need to be herded or driven into the fields. They fly out, find their way home on their own, and gather honey without causing any trouble." "You've spoken wisely," replied Harry. "Let's carry out your suggestion without delay. Besides, honey tastes better and provides better nourishment than goat's milk, and it keeps longer too." The neighbor gladly exchanged a beehive for the 2 goats. The bees flew in and out from early morning until late evening without tiring, filling the hive with the most beautiful honey. In autumn, Harry was able to take a whole pitcherful from it. They placed the jug on a board fixed to the bedroom wall. Afraid it might be stolen or found by mice, Trina brought a sturdy hazel stick to keep by her bed, ready to drive away unwanted guests without unnecessary effort. Lazy Harry disliked leaving bed before noon. Early risers, he said, squander their wealth. One morning, still lying in bed in broad daylight after a long sleep, Harry said to his wife, "Women love sweet things, and you're always sampling the honey in secret. It would be better to trade it for a goose with a gosling before you finish it all." "However," Trina replied, "not until we have a child to tend them. Should I struggle with the young geese and expend my energy in vain?" "Do you believe," Harry asked, "that the child will care for the geese? Nowadays, children don't obey. They act as they please because they think they're smarter than their parents. just like the boy sent to find the cow who chased 3 blackbirds. "Oh," Trina answered, "he'll regret it if he doesn't obey me. I'll take a stick and thrash him with more blows than I can count." "See, Harry," she exclaimed fervently, grabbing the stick used to shoo away mice. "This is how I'll strike him." She reached out to hit but accidentally struck the honey pitcher above the bed. It crashed against the wall, shattering into pieces, and the precious honey spilled onto the floor. "There lies the goose and the gosling," said Harry, needing no care, "but it's fortunate the pitcher didn't fall on my head. We have every reason to be content with our lot." Seeing some honey still in one fragment, he reached for it and cheerfully said, "We'll enjoy what's left, my wife, and take a little rest after the scare. What does it matter if we rise later? The day is long enough." "Yes," Trina replied. "We'll always manage to finish in time. Did you know the snail once got invited to a wedding, but ended up at a christening? It stumbled over the fence in front of the house and remarked, 'Haste does no good.'" The Griffin, a fairy tale by the Brothers Grimm. Once upon a time, there was a king, though where he reigned and what he was called, I do not know. He had no son, but an only daughter who had always been ill, and no doctor had been able to cure her. Then it was foretold to the king that his daughter should eat herself well with an apple. Therefore, he ordered throughout his whole kingdom that whoever brought his daughter an apple with which she could eat herself well should have her as his wife and become king. This became known to a peasant who had 3 sons, and he said to the eldest, "Go out into the garden and take a basketful of those beautiful apples with the red cheeks and carry them to the court. Perhaps the king's daughter will be able to eat herself well with them, and then you will marry her and become king." The lad did so and set out. When he had gone a short way, he met a little iron man who asked him what he had in the basket. Whaley, for that was his name, replied, "Frog's legs." Upon hearing this, the little man said, "Very well, so shall it be," and went away. Eventually, Ueli arrived at the palace and announced that he had brought apples that could cure the king's daughter if she ate them. This greatly pleased the king, and he summoned Ueli to appear before him. However, to their dismay, when he opened the basket, instead of finding apples, there were frogs' legs still kicking about. This enraged the king, and he had Ueli driven out of the palace. When he returned home, he told his father what had happened to him. Then the father sent the second son, named Sime, but his fate was no different from Ueli's. He too encountered the little iron man who asked what he had in the basket. Sim replied, "Hog's bristles," and the iron man said, "Very well, so shall it be." When Sim arrived at the king's palace and claimed to have brought apples with which the king's daughter could eat herself well, they refused to let him in, citing that another person had already deceived them. Sim insisted that he indeed had the apples and pleaded to be let in. Finally, they believed him and brought him to the king. However, when he uncovered the basket, it contained only hog's bristles. This infuriated the king even more, and he ordered Sim to be whipped out of the palace. Upon returning home, Sim recounted all that had transpired to his father. Then the youngest son, named Hans, but often called Stupid Hans, came and asked his father if he could also take some apples. "Oh," said the father, "you would be just the right person for such a task. If the clever ones couldn't succeed, what can you do?" However, Hans did not let that discourage him and insisted, "Indeed, father, I want to go." "Just go away, you foolish boy. You have to wait until you're wiser," replied his father, turning away. Nonetheless, Hans tugged at the back of his smock frock and said, "Indeed, father, I want to go." "Well, then, as far as I'm concerned, you may go," replied the old man in a spiteful voice. However, the boy was tremendously delighted and jumped for joy. "Well, act like a fool. You grow more stupid every day," said the father again. Hans, though, did not care about that and did not let it spoil his pleasure. As it was night, he thought he might as well wait until the morrow, for he could not get to court that day. All night long he could not sleep in his bed, and if he did doze for a moment, he dreamt of beautiful maidens, palaces, gold, silver, and all sorts of things like that. Early in the morning, he set forth on his way, and shortly after, the little shabby-looking man in his iron clothes approached him and asked what he was carrying in the basket. Hans told him he was carrying apples with which the king's daughter was to eat herself well. Then, said the little man, so shall it be, and remain. However, at the court, they refused to let Hans in, claiming two others had already come who said they were bringing apples. One had frog's legs, and the other hog's bristles. Hans, though, insisted firmly that he certainly did not have frog's legs, but some of the most beautiful apples in the entire kingdom. As he spoke so pleasantly, the doorkeeper thought he could not be lying and allowed him to enter. He was right, for when Hans uncovered his basket before the king, golden yellow apples came tumbling out. The king was delighted and had some taken to his daughter, anxiously waiting for news of their effect. Before long, news arrived, but guess who brought it? It was his daughter herself. As soon as she had eaten those apples, she was cured and leaped out of her bed. The joy the king felt cannot be described. However, now he did not want to give his daughter in marriage to Hans and said he must first make a boat that would travel faster on land than on water. Hans agreed to the conditions, went home, and told them what had happened to him. Then the father sent Willa into the forest to build such a boat. He worked diligently and whistled all the while. At midday, when the sun was at its highest, the little Iron Man came and asked what he was making. Willa replied, "Wooden bowls for the kitchen." The Iron Man said, "So shall it be and remain." By evening, Willie thought he had now made the boat, but when he tried to get into it, all he had was wooden bowls. The next day, Seam went into the forest, but everything happened to him just as it had to Whaley. On the third day, Stupid Hands went. He worked very hard, so that the whole forest resounded with heavy blows, and all the while he sang and whistled very cheerfully. At midday, when it was hottest, the little man came again and asked what he was making. "A boat that will travel faster on dry land than on water," replied Hans, "and when I've finished it, I'm supposed to marry the king's daughter." "Well," said the little man, "so shall it be, and remain." In the evening, when the sun had turned to gold, Hans finished his boat and everything needed for it. He got into it and rowed to the palace. The boat sped like the wind. The king saw it from afar, but still would not give his daughter to Hans. He said he must first take 100 hares out to pasture from early morning until late evening, and if even one of them got away, he would not get his daughter. Hans agreed to this and went with his flock to the pasture the next day, taking great care to prevent any of them from escaping. Before many hours had passed, a servant from the palace arrived and informed Hans that he must immediately provide a hare, as unexpected guests had arrived. However, Hans knew exactly what that meant and refused to give her one. He suggested that the king could serve hare soup to his guests the next day. The maid, however, didn't believe him and began to grow angry. Hans then declared that he would only give a hare if the king's daughter came herself. The maid relayed this to the palace, and indeed, the daughter came. Meanwhile, the little man approached Hans again and inquired about his task. Hans explained that he had to watch over 100 hares and ensure none of them escaped, after which he could marry the king's daughter and become king. "Very well," said the little man. "Here is a whistle for you. If one runs away, just whistle, and it will come back." When the king's daughter arrived, Hans placed a hare in her apron. After she had walked about 100 steps, he whistled, and the hare jumped out and returned to the flock before she could react. In the evening, the hare herd whistled again, checked that all were present, and drove them back to the palace. The king marveled at how Hans managed to graze 100 hares without losing any. Nevertheless, he refused to give Hans his daughter yet, and demanded that he now bring back a feather from the griffin's tail. Hans immediately set off and walked straight ahead. In the evening, he reached a castle where he requested lodging for the night, as there were no inns at that time. The lord of the castle gladly agreed and inquired about Hans's destination. Hans replied, "To the griffin." The lord expressed his wish for Hans to ask the griffin about the whereabouts of a lost key to an iron money chest, as the griffin was said to know everything. Hans agreed to do so. Early the next morning, he continued his journey and arrived at another castle, where he stayed overnight. The inhabitants there informed him of their sick daughter, whom they had tried unsuccessfully to cure. They asked Hans to inquire of the griffin what could restore her health. Hans agreed and continued on his way. He eventually arrived at a lake where there was no ferry, but a tall man who carried travelers across. The man asked Hans where he was headed. "To the Griffin," replied Hans. The man requested Hans to ask the Griffin why he was compelled to ferry everyone across the lake. Hans promised to do so, and the man carried him across on his shoulders. Finally, Hans reached the Griffin's house, but only the wife was home, not the Griffin himself. The woman asked him what he wanted. Upon hearing this, he disclosed everything. He had to obtain a feather from the Griffin's tail, locate a castle where they had lost the key to their money chest and inquire about its whereabouts, visit another castle where a daughter was ill and discover a cure, and nearby, find out why a man was compelled to ferry people across a lake. The woman responded, "Well, my good friend, no one can speak to the Griffin and survive. He devours them all. However, if you wish, you can hide under his bed. When he's fast asleep at night, you can reach out and pluck a feather from his tail. I'll find out about those other matters myself." Hans agreed to this plan and slipped under the bed. In the evening, the Griffin returned home. Upon entering, he declared, "Wife, I smell a Christian." The woman calmly replied, "Yes, one was here today, but he left." Satisfied with her answer, the Griffin said no more. In the dead of night, while the Griffin snored loudly, Hans cautiously reached out and plucked a feather from his tail. The Griffin abruptly woke and exclaimed, "Wife, I smell a Christian! It seems someone was pulling my tail." His wife dismissed his suspicions, saying, "You must have been dreaming. I already told you a Christian was here today, but he left. He mentioned that in one castle they lost the key to their money chest and couldn't find it." The Griffin scoffed. "What fools! The key is in the woodshed under a log behind the door." "And he mentioned another castle where a daughter was ill, and they couldn't find a remedy," she continued. The Griffin retorted, "More fools. A toad has nested under the cellar steps with her hair. If she gets her hair back, she'll recover." "He also mentioned a place near here with a lake, and a man forced to ferry people across," she added. The Griffin laughed. "What a fool! If he simply put one person down in the middle, he'd never need to ferry anyone else." The next morning, the Griffin rose and left the house. Then Hans emerged from under the bed, clutching a beautiful feather and having heard all that the Griffin had disclosed about the key, the daughter, and the ferryman. The Griffin's wife repeated everything once more to ensure he remembered, and then he returned home. His first stop was at the lake, where the man awaited eagerly to hear what the Griffin had said. Hans insisted the man ferry him across first, promising to share the news afterward. After the crossing, Hans revealed that placing one person in the middle of the lake would solve his ferrying troubles forever. Delighted, the man offered to ferry Hans across again out of gratitude, but Hans declined, content with his satisfaction, and continued on his way. Next, he arrived at the castle where the daughter lay ill. He lifted her onto his shoulders since she couldn't walk, carried her downstairs, removed the toad's nest from beneath the lowest step, and placed it in her hand. She immediately sprang off his shoulders, climbed the stairs ahead of him, and was completely healed. Overjoyed, her parents showered Hans with gifts of gold, silver, and anything else he desired. Proceeding to the other castle, Hans went directly to the woodshed, found the key under the log behind the door, and presented it to the castle's lord. Pleased, the lord rewarded Hans generously with gold from the chest, as well as cattle and other livestock. When Hans returned before the king with all his newfound wealth, money, gold, silver, cows, sheep, and goats, the king inquired how he had acquired such riches. Hans explained that the Griffin granted whatever one desired. Convinced of the Griffin's power, the king set off to find it himself. Arriving at the lake, he happened to be the first to arrive after Hans. The ferryman placed him in the middle of the lake and left him there, and the king drowned. Hans, however, married the daughter and ascended to the throne, becoming king himself. Strong Hans, a fairy tale by the brothers Grimm. Once upon a time, a man and a woman lived alone in a secluded valley with their only child. One day, the mother ventured into the woods to gather fir branches, taking along little Hans, who was just 2 years old. Since it was spring and the child delighted in the colorful flowers, she ventured deeper into the forest with him. Suddenly, two robbers emerged from the thicket, seized the mother and child, and carried them deep into the dark forest where no one ventured. The poor woman pleaded desperately with the robbers to release her and her child, but their hearts were cold as stone. They ignored her pleas and forced her further along. After navigating through thickets and brambles for about 2 hours, they arrived at a rock with a door, where the robbers knocked, and it immediately opened. They passed through a long, dark corridor and eventually entered a large cave illuminated by a hearth fire. Swords, sabers, and other deadly weapons gleamed on the walls in the firelight, while in the center stood a black table where four other robbers sat playing games, with the captain seated at the head. Upon seeing the woman, the captain approached her and assured her to be calm and unafraid. They meant her no harm, but she would be responsible for the household chores. If she kept everything in order, she would be treated well. They provided her with food and showed her a bed where she could sleep with her child. The woman remained with the robbers for many years, and Hans grew tall and strong. His mother told him stories and taught him to read from an old book of knightly tales she found in the cave. When Hans turned 9, he fashioned a sturdy club from a fir branch, hid it behind the bed, and then approached his mother, saying, "Dear mother, please tell me who my father is. I must and will know." His mother remained silent, unwilling to tell him lest he become homesick. She also knew the godless robbers would never let him leave, but it pained her deeply that Hans couldn't know his father. That night, when the robbers returned from their raids, Hans retrieved his club, stood before the captain, and declared, "Now I want to know who my father is. If you don't tell me right away, I'll strike you down." The captain laughed and dealt Hans such a blow that he tumbled under the table. Hans got up, remained silent, and thought, "I'll wait another year and try again. Maybe I'll succeed then." After a year had passed, he brought out his club again, wiped off the dust, inspected it closely, and said, "This is a sturdy, strong club." That night, when the robbers returned, they drank wine, jug after jug, and began to feel heavy-headed. Then Hans brought out his club, positioned himself before the captain, and demanded to know who his father was. The captain, however, responded with such a powerful blow to Hans's ear that he tumbled under the table. But it didn't take long before he stood up again and struck the captain and the robbers so fiercely with his club that they could no longer move their arms or legs. His mother stood in a corner, deeply admiring his courage and strength. After Hans had finished, he went to his mother and said, "Now I have proven myself serious, but now I must also know who my father is." "Dear Hans," replied his mother, "come, let us go and search for him until we find him." She took the key to the entrance door from the captain, and Hans fetched a large sack and filled it with gold, silver, and anything else he found beautiful until it was full. Then he put it on his back. They left the cave, but Hans was amazed when he emerged from the darkness and saw the green forest, flowers, birds, and the morning sun in the sky. He stood there, marveling at everything as if he weren't particularly wise. His mother searched for the way home, and after they had walked for a couple of hours, they returned safely to their solitary valley and their little house. His father sat in the doorway, and he wept for joy when he recognized his wife and heard that Hans was his son, as he had believed them both dead. However, Hans, who was not yet 12 years old, was already a head taller than his father. They went into the small room together, but Hans had barely set the sack on the bench near the stove when the whole house began to creak and the bench collapsed, and then the floor, and the heavy sack fell through into the cellar. "God help us!" cried the father. "What's that? Now you've demolished our little house." "Don't be concerned about that, dear father," Hans replied. "In that sack, there is more than enough to build a new house." The father and Hans immediately began to construct a new house, buy cattle and land, and run a farm. Hans plowed the fields, and when he pushed the plow into the ground, the oxen hardly needed to pull. The following spring, Hans said, "Keep all the money and have a walking stick made for me that weighs 100 pounds so I can travel." Once the stick was ready, he left his father's home and entered a dense, dark forest. There he heard crunching and crackling, looked around, and saw a fir tree wound around like a rope from top to bottom. And when he looked up, He saw a huge fellow who had taken hold of the tree and was bending it like a willow twig. "Hullo," cried Hans. "What are you doing up there?" The fellow replied, "I gathered some faggots yesterday and am twisting a rope out of them." "That's impressive," thought Hans. "He's quite strong." He called out to him, "Stop that and come with me." The fellow came down, towering over Hans by a whole head, and Hans was no small man himself. "From now on, your name is for Twister," declared Hans to him. They continued on their way and soon heard a pounding and hammering so forceful that the ground shook with each blow. Shortly after, they arrived at a massive rock where a giant stood, smashing great chunks away with his fist. When Hans inquired what he was doing, the giant replied, "At night, when I try to sleep, bears, wolves, and other pests come around, sniffing and snuffling, keeping me awake. So I'm building myself a house to rest in peace." "Ah, I can make use of this one too," thought Hans, and said to him, "Stop building your house and come with me. You shall be called Rock Splitter." The man agreed, and the three of them wandered through the forest, frightening away wild beasts wherever they went. In the evening, they reached an old deserted castle, climbed up into it, and settled down in the hall to sleep. The next morning, Hans went into the garden, which had grown wild with thorns and bushes. As he walked around, a wild boar charged at him. However, he struck it with his club, and it fell instantly. He hoisted it onto his shoulders, carried it inside, and they roasted it on a spit, enjoying a hearty meal. They agreed that each day, two would go hunting, while one stayed home to cook 9 pounds of meat for all. Fur Twister stayed home first, while Hans and Rock Splitter went hunting. While Fur Twister was busy cooking, a small, shriveled old man approached him in the castle and asked for some meat. "Get lost, you sly hypocrite," he replied. "You don't need any meat." Fur Twister was astonished when the little, insignificant dwarf suddenly leaped at him and pummeled him with fists until he fell to the ground gasping for breath. The dwarf only left after thoroughly venting his anger. When the others returned from hunting, Fur Twister said nothing about the old man or the beating he had received, thinking, "When they stay home, they'll have their turn with the little scrubbing brush," and the mere thought of it brought him some satisfaction. The next day, Rock Splitter stayed home, and he suffered just as Fear Twister had, receiving a beating from the dwarf because he refused to give him any meat. When the others returned that evening, Fur Twister could easily see what had happened to him, but both kept silent, thinking, "Hans will also get a taste of that soup." Hans, who had to stay at home the next day, diligently carried out his kitchen duties. While he was standing there skimming the pan, the dwarf appeared and promptly demanded some meat. Hans thought, "He seems needy. I'll share some of mine so the others won't be short," and gave him a piece. After devouring it, the dwarf asked again, and good-natured Hans gave him another piece, telling him it was a generous portion and he should be satisfied. But when the dwarf asked a third time, Hans exclaimed, "You're shameless," and refused to give him any more. Enraged, the dwarf attempted to attack Hans as he had done with Fur Twister and Rock Splitter, but he had chosen the wrong person. With little effort, Hans delivered a few blows that sent the dwarf tumbling down the castle steps. Hans started to chase after him, but tripped over his own long legs. By the time he got up, the dwarf had already fled. Hans hurried home, marking the spot where he had seen the dwarf slip into a hole in the rock. When the other two returned, they were amazed at Hans's well-being. He recounted what had occurred, and they no longer concealed their own experiences. Hans laughed and remarked, "You got what you deserved. Why were you so greedy with your meat? It's shameful that you, who are so big, let yourselves be beaten by the dwarf." They then gathered a basket and a rope, and all three went to the hole in the rock where the dwarf had disappeared. They lowered Hans and his club down in the basket. Upon reaching the bottom, Hans discovered a door. Upon opening it, he found a maiden sitting there, as lovely as a picture, so beautiful that no words could describe her beauty. Beside her sat the dwarf, grinning at Hans like a Cheshire cat. The maiden was bound in chains and looked at Hans with such sadness that he felt great pity for her. He resolved, "I must free her from the clutches of this wicked dwarf," and dealt him such a blow with his club that he fell dead. Immediately the chains fell from the maiden, and Hans was captivated by her beauty. She revealed that she was a princess, kidnapped by a cruel count, and imprisoned among the rocks because she refused his advances. The count had set the dwarf as her guard, subjecting her to misery and torment. Now Hans placed the maiden in the basket and had her drawn up. The basket descended again, but Hans did not trust his two companions. He thought, "They have already proven false by not telling me about the dwarf. Who knows what scheme they may have against me?" So he placed his club in the basket, and it was fortunate he did. Halfway up, they let it drop again. If Hans had been sitting in it, he would have been killed. Now he didn't know how to escape from the depths. He pondered and turned it over in his mind, but found no solution. "It's truly unfortunate," he said to himself, "to waste away down here." As he paced back and forth, he returned to the little chamber where the maiden had been. He noticed the dwarf had a ring on his finger that gleamed and sparkled. Hans took it off and put it on. When he turned it on his finger, he heard a rustling above him. Looking up, he saw spirits of the air hovering, declaring him their master and asking his desire. Initially struck dumb, Hans eventually requested they carry him above again. Instantly obeying, it was as though he flew up himself. Upon reaching the surface, however, he found no one in sight. Fur Twister and Rock Splitter had fled, taking the beautiful maiden with them. Hans turned the ring, and the spirits informed him the two were on the sea. Without pause, Hans ran and ran until he reached the shore. Far out on the water, he spotted a small boat with his treacherous comrades inside. Filled with rage, he leapt into the water, club in hand, without a second thought. The heavy club, weighing 100 weight, dragged him deep, nearly drowning him. Just in time, he turned his ring. The spirits of the air swiftly bore him into the boat like lightning. He swung his club, giving his deceitful companions their just punishment, throwing them into the water. Then he sailed with the beautiful maiden, whom he had twice rescued from great peril, back to her father and mother. He married her, and everyone rejoiced greatly. The Peasant Girl in Heaven. Once upon a time, a poor and devout peasant girl passed away and arrived at the gates of heaven. Around the same time, a very wealthy lord also sought entry into heaven. St. Peter appeared with the key, opened the door, and let the Lord in. However, it seems he did not see the peasant girl and closed the door again. Outside, the peasant girl heard the joyful reception of the Lord in heaven, with music and singing. After a while, St. Peter returned, opened the gates, and welcomed the peasant girl into heaven. Expecting music and singing upon her arrival, she found everything quiet. Although warmly received with great love and greeted by angels, no one sang. Perplexed, the peasant girl asked St. Peter why they didn't sing for her as they did for the rich lord, suggesting that perhaps heaven was as biased as earth. St. Peter replied, "No, not at all. You are just as beloved to us as anyone else, and will enjoy all the heavenly joys that the rich lord does. But poor girls like you come to heaven every day, whereas a rich lord like him comes only about once every 100 years." Lean Lisa, a Fairy Tale by the Brothers Grimm. Lean Lisa thought very differently from Lazy Harry and Fat Trina, who never let anything disturb their peace. From morning till evening, she tirelessly scrubbed everything with ashes and piled so much work on her husband, Long Lawrence, that he had more to bear than an ass carrying 3 sacks. Yet it was all in vain. They had nothing and achieved nothing. One night, as she lay in bed and could hardly move a limb from weariness, her thoughts still refused to rest. She nudged her husband's side with her elbow and said, "Listen, Lenz, to what I have been thinking. If I were to find one florin and someone gifted me another, I would borrow another to add to them. And you should give me one too. Once I had gathered the 4 florins, I would buy a young cow." Her husband liked this idea very much. "True," he said. "I don't know where I would find the florin you want as a gift from me. But if you manage to gather the money and buy a cow with it, you should carry out your plan. I would be glad," he added, "if the cow has a calf, so that I may sometimes enjoy a drink of milk for refreshment." "The milk isn't for you," said the woman. "We'll let the calf suck so it becomes big and fat, and then we can sell it well." "Of course," replied the man, "but we'll still take a little milk. That won't do any harm." "Who taught you how to handle cows?" said the woman. "Whether it harms or not, I won't have it." Even if you were to stand on your head, Long Lawrence, you won't get a drop of milk. Do you think just because you're insatiable, you can consume what I earn with such difficulty? Wife, said the man, be quiet or I'll slap your mouth. What? She cried. You threaten me, you glutton, you scoundrel, you lazy Harry. She was about to grab his hair, but Long Lawrence rose up, seized Lean Lisa's bony arms with one hand, and with the other pressed her head onto the pillow, letting her rant until she fell asleep from exhaustion. Whether she continued to argue upon waking the next morning, or whether she went out to search for the Florin she hoped to find, I do not know. The Hut in the Forest, a fairy tale by the Brothers Grimm. A poor woodcutter lived with his wife and 3 daughters in a little hut on the edge of a lonely forest. One morning, as he was about to go to his work, he said to his wife, "Let my dinner be brought into the forest to me by my eldest daughter, or I shall never get my work done." In order to prevent her from getting lost, he added, "I will take a bag of millet with me and strew the seeds on the path." When the sun was directly overhead in the forest, the girl set out with a bowl of soup. But the field sparrows, wood sparrows, larks, finches, blackbirds, and siskins had already eaten all the millet, and the girl could not find the trail. Trusting to luck, she continued on her way until the sun set and night fell. The trees rustled in the darkness, the owls hooted, and she began to feel afraid. In the distance, she saw a light flickering between the trees. There must be people living there who can take me in for the night, she thought, and approached the light. Before long, she arrived at a house with all its windows illuminated. She knocked, and a rough voice from inside called out, "Enter." The girl stepped into the dark hallway and knocked on the door of the room. "Just come in," the voice called, and upon opening the door, she found an old gray-haired man sitting at the table, resting his face in his hands, his white beard flowing down almost to the ground. By the stove lay 3 animals, a hen, a cock, and a brindled cow. The girl recounted her story to the old man and asked for shelter for the night. The man said, "Pretty little hen, pretty little cock, and pretty brindled cow. What say ye to that?" "Ducks," answered the animals, which must have meant, "We agree," for the old man continued, "Here you shall have shelter and food. Go to the hearth and prepare our supper." In the kitchen, the girl found an abundance of everything and cooked a good meal, but did not think of the animals. She brought the full dishes to the table, sat down with the gray-haired man, ate, and satisfied her hunger. When she finished, she said, "Now I am tired. Where can I find a bed to lie down and sleep?" The animals replied, "You have eaten with him, you have drunk with him, you have not thought of us, so find out for yourself where you can spend the night." Then the old man said, "Just go upstairs and you will find a room with 2 beds. Shake them up and make them with white linen, and then I will come and lie down to sleep as well." The girl went upstairs, shook the feather beds, and spread clean sheets on them, then lay down in one without waiting for the old man. After some time, however, the gray-haired man came, took his candle, looked at the girl, and shook his head. Seeing that she was fast asleep, he opened a trap door and lowered her into the cellar. Late at night, the woodcutter returned home and blamed his wife for leaving him hungry all day. "It's not my fault," she replied. "The girl went out with your dinner and must have lost her way, but she'll surely come back tomorrow." However, the woodcutter got up before dawn to go into the forest and insisted that his second daughter bring him his dinner that day. "I'll take a bag of lentils," he said. "They're bigger than millet, so she'll see them better and won't lose her way." At noon, the girl brought out the food, but the lentils were gone. The forest birds had picked them up just like the day before, leaving none behind. The girl wandered in the forest until nightfall and eventually reached the house of the old man. She was invited in and asked for food and a place to sleep. Again, the man with the white beard asked his animals, "Pretty little hen, pretty little cock, and beautiful brindled cow, what say ye to that?" The animals again replied, "Ducks." And everything unfolded as it had the day before. The girl prepared a good meal, ate and drank with the old man, and paid no attention to the animals. When she asked about a bed, they answered, "You have eaten with him, you have drunk with him, you have not thought of us, so find out for yourself where you can spend the night." Once she fell asleep, The old man came, looked at her, shook his head, and lowered her into the cellar. On the third morning, the woodcutter said to his wife, "Send our youngest child out with my dinner today. She has always been good and obedient. She'll stay on the right path and won't wander after every wild thing like her sisters." The mother hesitated, saying, "Am I to lose my dearest child as well?" "Do not worry," he replied. "The girl won't get lost. She's too wise and sensible. Besides, I'll take some peas with me and scatter them around. They're even bigger than lentils and will guide her." But when the girl went out with her basket, the wood pigeons had already eaten all the peas, and she didn't know which way to go. Full of sorrow, she kept thinking about how hungry her father would be and how her good mother would worry if she didn't return. Finally, as darkness fell, she saw the light and arrived at the house in the forest. She politely asked to spend the night there, and once again, the man with the white beard asked his animals, "Pretty little hen, pretty little cock, and beautiful brindled cow, what say ye to that?" "Ducks," they replied. The girl then approached the stove where the animals lay and gently stroked the cock and hen, feeling their smooth feathers, and caressed the brindled cow between her horns. Following the old man's instructions, she prepared a hearty soup, placed the bowl on the table, and said, "Shall I eat as much as I want while these good animals have nothing? There's plenty of food outside. I'll take care of them first." So she fetched barley for the cock and hen, stewed it for them, and brought a whole armful of fragrant hay for the cow. "I hope you enjoy it, dear animals," she said, "and I'll get you a refreshing drink in case you're thirsty." She brought a bucket of water, and the cock and hen perched on the edge, dipped their beaks in, and lifted their heads like birds do when they drink. The brindled cow also drank heartily. Once the animals were fed, the girls sat down at the table with the old man and ate what was left. Soon, the cock and hen tucked their heads under their wings, and the cow's eyes began to droop. The girl said, "Shouldn't we go to bed now? Pretty little hen, pretty little cock, and beautiful brindled cow, what do you say to that?" The animals replied, "Ducks, you have eaten with us, you have drunk with us, you have thought kindly of us, we wish you good night." Then the maiden went upstairs, shook out the feather beds, laid clean sheets on them, and when she finished, the old man came and lay down on one of the beds, his white beard reaching down to his feet. The girl lay down on the other bed, said her prayers, and fell asleep. She slept peacefully until midnight, when suddenly the house filled with noise, waking her. There were cracks and splintering sounds from every corner, doors banging against walls, beams groaning as if about to tear apart, stairs seeming to collapse, and finally a crash as if the roof had caved in. However, when all grew quiet again, and the girl found herself unharmed, she stayed still and fell asleep once more. But when she woke in the morning to the bright sunlight, what did her eyes see? She was lying in a vast hall, surrounded by royal splendor. Golden flowers adorned the walls, against a backdrop of green silk. The bed was made of ivory, with a canopy of red velvet, and nearby sat a chair with shoes embroidered in pearls. The girl thought she must be dreaming, but then 3 richly dressed attendants entered and asked what orders she wished to give. "If you will go," she replied, "I will rise immediately and prepare some soup for the old man. Afterward, I will feed the pretty little hen, the cock, and the beautiful brindled cow." She assumed the old man was already up and glanced at his bed, only to find a stranger lying there. As she observed him, she noticed he was young and handsome. He woke, sat up in bed, and said, "I am a king's son, enchanted by a wicked witch to live as an old, gray-haired man in this forest. No one could accompany me except my 3 attendants in the forms of a cock, a hen, and a brindled cow. The spell could only be broken when a girl with a heart so good, showing love not only to mankind but also to animals, appeared. And that is what you have done. By your kindness at midnight, we were set free, and the old hut in the forest was transformed back into my royal palace." They got up, and the king's son instructed his attendants to fetch the girl's father and mother for the wedding feast. "But where are my 2 sisters?" asked the maiden. "I have locked them in the cellar, and tomorrow they will be taken into the forest to serve a charcoal burner until they learn kindness and stop leaving poor animals hungry." Sharing joy and sorrow. A Fairy Tale by the Brothers Grimm. Once there was a tailor who was a quarrelsome man, and his wife, who was good, industrious, and pious, could never please him. Whatever she did, he was dissatisfied, grumbling, scolding, and hitting her. When authorities finally heard of this, they summoned him and imprisoned him to reform his behavior. He spent some time on bread and water, then was released with the condition that he would no longer beat his wife, but live peacefully with her and share joy and sorrow as married couples should. Things went well for a while, but he soon reverted to his old ways, becoming moody and argumentative. However, because he couldn't hit her, he began to grab her by the hair and pull it out. The woman escaped and fled into the courtyard, but he chased after her with his measuring stick and scissors, pursuing her and throwing whatever he could find at her. When he hit her, he laughed. When he missed, he raged and cursed. This continued until neighbors came to the woman's aid. The tailor was summoned again before the authorities and reminded of his promise. "Dear sirs," he replied, "I have kept my promise. I have not beaten her, but have shared joy and sorrow with her." "How can that be?" asked the judge, "when she consistently brings such serious complaints against you?" "I didn't beat her," he explained, "but because she looked so peculiar, I simply wanted to comb her hair with my hand. However, she evaded me and left me feeling quite resentful. I pursued her, and in order to remind her of her duties, I threw whatever was at hand at her as a well-intentioned reminder. I have indeed shared joy and sorrow with her. Whenever I hit her, I was joyful and she was sorrowful. And if I missed her, then she was joyful and I was sorry." The judges were not satisfied with this explanation and gave him the punishment he deserved. The Willow Wren, a fairy tale by the Brothers Grimm. In former days, every sound still had its meaning and application. When the smith's hammer resounded, it cried, "Strike away! Strike away!" When the carpenter's plane grated, it said, "Here goes! Here goes!" If the mill wheel began to clack, it exclaimed, "Help, Lord God! Help, Lord God!" If, however, the miller was a cheat and happened to leave the mill, it spoke in High German, first asking slowly, "Who is there? Who is there?" and then quickly answering, "The miller, the miller." And finally, in a hurry, he steals bravely, 3 pecks in a bushel." At this time, the birds also had their own language that everyone understood. Now it only sounds like chirping, screeching, and whistling, and to some, like music without words. However, the idea came to the birds that they would no longer be without a ruler, and would choose one of themselves to be their king. One bird among them, the green plover, was opposed to this. He had lived free and would die free. Anxiously flying hither and thither, he cried, "Where shall I go? Where shall I go?" He retired into a solitary and unfrequented marsh and showed himself no more among his fellows. The birds now wished to discuss the matter, and on a fine May morning, they all gathered together from the woods and fields. Eagles and chaffinches, owls and crows, larks and sparrows, how can I name them all? Even the cuckoo came, and the hoopoe, his clerk, who is so called because he is always heard a few days before him, and a very small bird, which as yet had no name, mingled with the band. The hen, which by some accident had heard nothing of the whole matter, was astonished at the great assemblage. What is going to be done?" she cackled. But the cock calmed his beloved hen and said, "Only wealthy people," and told her what they had in mind. It was decided, however, that the one who could fly the highest should be king. A tree frog, which was sitting among the bushes, when he heard that, cried a warning. "No, no, no, no," because he thought that many tears would be shed because of this. But the crow said, "Caw, caw," and that all would pass off peaceably. It was now determined that on this fine morning they should at once begin to ascend, so that hereafter no one should be able to say, "I could easily have flown much higher, but the evening came on, and I could do no more." On a given signal, therefore, the whole troop rose up in the air. The dust ascended from the land, and there was tremendous fluttering and whirring and beating of wings, and it looked as if a black cloud was rising up. However, the little birds were soon left behind. They could go no farther and fell back to the ground. The larger birds held out longer, but none could equal the eagle, who mounted so high that he could have picked the eyes out of the sun. When he saw that the others could not get up to him, he thought, "Why shouldst thou fly still higher? Thou art the king." and began to let himself down again. The birds beneath him at once cried to him, "Thou must be our king. No one has flown so high as thou." "Except me," screamed the little fellow without a name, who had crept into the breast feathers of the eagle. And as he was not at all tired, he rose up and mounted so high that he reached heaven itself. When, however, he had gone as far as this, he folded his wings together and called down with clear and penetrating voice, "I am king! I am king!" "Thou are king?" cried the birds angrily. "Thou hast achieved it through trickery and cunning." Consequently, they set another condition. He should be king who could go lowest into the ground. How the goose flapped about with its broad breast when it returned to land! How quickly the rooster scratched a hole! The duck fared the worst of all, as she jumped into a ditch, sprained her legs, and waddled away to a neighboring pond, crying, "Cheating! Cheating!" However, the little bird without a name sought out a mouse hole, slipped into it, and cried from within with his small voice, "I am king! I am king!" "Thou art king!" cried the birds even more angrily. "Do you think your cunning will prevail?" They decided to keep him imprisoned in the hole and starve him out. The owl was placed as a sentinel in front of it, under threat to her life not to let the rascal escape. When evening came, all the birds were very tired from exerting their wings so much, so they went to bed with their mates and chicks. Only the owl remained standing by the mouse hole, gazing steadfastly into it with her large eyes. Eventually, she too grew tired and thought to herself, "You can certainly close one eye. You'll still watch with the other, and the little miscreant won't come out of his hole." So she shut one eye and kept the other fixed on the mouse hole. The little fellow peeked out and wanted to slip away, but the owl immediately advanced, causing him to retreat. Then the owl opened the one eye again and shut the other, intending to alternate through the night. However, when she next shut one eye, she forgot to reopen the other, and as soon as both her eyes were shut, she fell asleep. The little fellow soon noticed this and slipped away. From that day forth, the owl has never dared to show herself by daylight, for if she does, the other birds chase her and pluck her feathers out. She only flies out by night, but harbors a strong dislike for mice, whom she pursues because they make such unsightly holes. The little bird is also reluctant to reveal himself, fearing it may cost him his life if caught. He stealthily moves about in the hedges and, when entirely safe, sometimes proclaims, "I am king," prompting the other birds to mockingly dub him King of the Hedges, Zaunkönig. However, no bird is happier than the lark, who rejoices in not having to obey the little king. As soon as the sun appears, she soars high into the sky and sings, "Ah, how beautiful that is! Beautiful that is! Beautiful, beautiful! Ah, how beautiful that is!" The Soul a Fairy Tale by the Brothers Grimm. The fishes had long been discontented because no order prevailed in their kingdom. None of them turned aside for the others. All swam to the right or the left as they fancied, darting between those who wanted to stay together or getting in their way. A strong one would give a weak one a blow with its tail, driving it away or swallowing it up without more ado. How delightful it would be, they said, if we had a king who enforced law and justice among us. They met together to choose as their ruler the one who could cleave through the water most quickly and give help to the weak ones. They placed themselves in rank and file by the shore, and the pike gave the signal with his tail, at which they all started. Like an arrow, the pike darted away, and with him the herring, the gudgeon, the perch, the carp, and all the rest. Even the sole swam with them, hoping to reach the winning place. All at once the cry was heard, "The herring is first!" "Who is first?" screamed the flat, envious sole, who had been left far behind. "Who is first?" The herring," was the answer. "The naked herring?" cried the jealous creature. "The naked herring." Since that time, the sole's mouth has been at one side as punishment. The Bittern and the Hoopoe, a fairy tale by the Brothers Grimm. "Where do you like best to feed your flocks?" asked a man to an old cowherd. "Here, sir, where the grass is neither too rich nor too poor, or else it is no use." "Why not?" asked the man. "Do you hear that melancholy cry from the meadow there?" answered the shepherd. "That is the bittern. He was once a shepherd, and so was the hoopoe. I will tell you the story. The bittern pastured his flocks on rich green meadows where flowers grew in abundance, so his cows became wild and unmanageable. The hoopoe drove his cattle onto high, barren hills, where the wind plays with the sand, and his cows became thin and got no strength. When it was evening, and the shepherds wanted to drive their cows homewards, the bittern could not get his together again. They were too high-spirited and ran away from him. He called, "Come, cows, come!" But it was of no use. They took no notice of his calling. Meanwhile, the hoopoe could not even get his cows up on their legs, so faint and weak had they become. "Up, up, up!" screamed he, but it was in vain. They remained lying on the sand. That is the way when one has no moderation. To this day, though they have no flocks now to watch, the bittern cries, "Come, cows, come!" and the hoopoe, "Up, up, up!" The Owl, a Fairy Tale by the Brothers Grimm. 200 or 300 years ago, when people were far from being as crafty and cunning as they are nowadays, an extraordinary event took place in a little town. By some mischance, one of the great owls, called horned owls, had come from the neighboring woods into the barn of one of the townsfolk during the night. And when day broke, it did not dare to venture forth again from her retreat for fear of the other birds, which raised a terrible outcry whenever she appeared. In the morning, when the manservant went into the barn to fetch some straw, he was so mightily alarmed at the sight of the owl sitting there in a corner that he ran away and announced to his master that a monster, the like of which he had never set eyes on in his life, and which could devour a man without the slightest difficulty, was sitting in the barn, rolling its eyes about in its head. "I know you already," said the master. "You have courage enough to chase a blackbird about the fields, but when you see a dead hen lying, you need a stick before you go near it. I must go and see for myself what kind of monster it is," added the master, and went quite boldly into the granary and looked around him. However, when he saw the strange, grim creature with his own eyes, he was no less terrified than the servant had been. With 2 bounds, he sprang out, ran to his neighbors, and begged them imploringly to lend him assistance against an unknown and dangerous beast, or else the whole town might be in danger if it were to break loose out of the barn where it was shut up. A great noise and clamor arose in all the streets, and the townsmen came armed with spears, hayforks, scythes, and axes, as if they were going out against an enemy. Finally, the senators appeared with the burgomaster at their head. When they had drawn up in the marketplace, they marched to the barn and surrounded it on all sides. One of the most courageous of them then stepped forth and entered with his spear lowered, but came running out immediately afterward with a shriek and as pale as death, and could not utter a single word. 2 others ventured in, but they fared no better. At last, one stepped forth, a great strong man who was famous for his warlike deeds. He said, "You will not drive away the monster by merely looking at him. We must be in earnest here. However, I see that you have all turned into women, and not one of you dares to encounter the animal." He ordered them to give him some armor, had a sword and spear brought, and armed himself. All praised his courage, though many feared for his life. The 2 barn doors were opened, and they saw the owl, which in the meantime had perched herself on the middle of a great crossbeam. He had a ladder brought, and when he raised it and made ready to climb up, they all cried out to him to bear himself bravely and commended him to St. George, who slew the dragon. When he had just got to the top, the owl perceived that he had designs on her. Bewildered by the crowd and the shouting, and knowing not how to escape, she rolled her eyes, ruffled her feathers, flapped her wings, snapped her beak, and cried, "Tu-wit, tu-woo," in a harsh voice. "Strike home! Strike home!" screamed the crowd outside to the valiant hero. "Anyone who was standing where I am standing," he answered, "would not cry, 'Strike home!'" He certainly did plant his foot 1 rung higher on the ladder. Then he began to tremble and, half fainting, went back again. Now there was no one left who dared to put himself in such danger. "The monster," they said, "has poisoned and mortally wounded the very strongest man among us by snapping at him and just breathing on him. Are we, too, to risk our lives?" They took counsel as to what they ought to do to prevent the whole town from being destroyed. For a long time, everything seemed to be of no use. At length, the burgomaster found an expedient. "My opinion," he said, "is that we ought, out of the common purse, to pay for this barn, and whatsoever corn, straw, or hay it contains, and thus indemnify the owner. Then burn down the whole building and the terrible beast with it. Thus, no one will have to endanger his life. This is no time for thinking of expense, and niggardliness would be ill applied. All agreed with him. So they set fire to the barn at all four corners, and with it the owl was miserably burnt. Let anyone who will not believe it go thither and inquire for himself. The Moon, a Fairy Tale by the Brothers Grimm. In days gone by, there was a land where the nights were always dark, and the sky spread over it like a black cloth, for there the moon never rose, and no star shone in the obscurity. At the creation of the world, the light at night had been sufficient. Four young fellows once left this country on a traveling expedition and arrived in another kingdom, where in the evening, when the sun had disappeared behind the mountains, a shining globe was placed on an oak tree, shedding a soft light far and wide. By means of this, everything could be well seen and distinguished, even though it was not as brilliant as the sun. The travelers stopped and asked a countryman who was driving past with his cart what kind of light that was. "That is the moon," he answered. "Our mayor bought it for 3 thalers and fastened it to the oak tree. He has to pour oil into it daily and keep it clean so that it may always burn clearly. He receives 1 thaler a week from us for doing it." When the countrymen had driven away, one of them said, "We could make use of this lamp. We have an oak tree at home, which is just as big as this, and we could hang it on that. What a pleasure it would be not to have to feel about at night in the darkness." The second said, "I'll tell you what we'll do. We will fetch a cart and horses and carry away the moon. The people here can buy themselves another." The third said, "I'm a good climber. I will bring it down." The fourth brought a cart and horses, and the third climbed the tree, bored a hole in the moon, passed a rope through it, and let it down. When the shining ball lay in the cart, they covered it with a cloth so that no one would observe the theft. They conveyed it safely to their own country and placed it on a high oak. Old and young rejoiced when the new lamp let its light shine over the whole land, filling bedrooms and sitting rooms. The dwarfs came forth from their caves in the rocks, and the tiny elves, in their little red coats, danced in rings on the meadows. The four took care that the moon was provided with oil, cleaned the wick, and received their weekly thaler. They became old men, and when one of them grew ill and saw that he was about to die, he appointed that 1/4 of the moon should, as his property, be laid in the grave with him. When he died, the mayor climbed up the tree, cut off 1/4 with the hedge shears, and placed it in his coffin. The light of the moon decreased, but still not visibly. When the second died, the second quarter was buried with him, and the light diminished. It grew weaker still after the death of the third, who likewise took his part of it away with him. When the fourth was borne to his grave, the old state of darkness recommenced, and whenever the people went out at night without their lanterns, they knocked their heads together. However, when the pieces of the moon united themselves together again in the world below, where darkness had always prevailed, the dead became restless and awoke from their sleep. They were astonished when they were able to see again. The moonlight was quite sufficient for them, for their eyes had become so weak that they could not have borne the brilliance of the sun. They rose up, were merry, and fell into their former ways of living. Some went to play and dance, while others hastened to the public houses, where they asked for wine, got drunk, brawled, quarreled, and at last took up cudgels and belabored each other. The noise became greater and greater, and at last reached even to heaven. St. Peter, who guards the gate of heaven, thought the lower world had broken out in revolt and gathered together the heavenly troops, which are to drive back the evil one when he and his associates storm the abode of the blessed. Since they did not come, he got on his horse and rode through the gate of heaven down into the world below. There he subdued the dead, bade them lie down in their graves again, took the moon away with him, and hung it up in heaven. The Duration of Life, a Fairy Tale by the Brothers Grimm. When God had created the world and was about to fix the length of each creature's life, the ass came and asked, "Lord, how long shall I live?" God replied, 30 years? Does that content thee?" The ass answered, "Ah, Lord, that is a long time. Think of my painful existence. carrying heavy burdens from morning to night, dragging sacks of corn to the mill so others may eat bread, and being cheered and refreshed with nothing but blows and kicks. Relieve me of a portion of this long time. God had pity on him and relieved him of 18 years. The ass went away comforted, and then the dog appeared. God said to the dog, "How long wouldst thou like to live? 30 years are too many for the ass, but thou wilt be satisfied with that." The dog replied, "Lord, is that thy will? Consider how I shall have to run. My feet will never hold out so long. Once I lose my voice for barking and my teeth for biting, what will be left for me but to run from one corner to another and growl?" God saw that he was right and released him from 12 years of life. Then came the monkey. God said to the monkey, "Thou wilt certainly live 30 years willingly. Thou hast no need to work, as the ass and the dog have to do, and wilt always enjoy thyself." The monkey answered, "Ah, Lord, it may seem as if that were the case, but it is quite different. When it rains porridge, I have no spoon. I am always to play merry pranks and make faces which force people to laugh, and if they give me an apple and I bite into it, why, it is sour. How often sadness hides itself behind mirth. I shall never be able to hold out for 30 years. God was gracious and took off 10. At last, man appeared, joyous, healthy, and vigorous, and begged God to appoint his time for him. 30 years shalt thou live, said the Lord. Man cried, "What a short time, when I have built my house and my fire burns on my own hearth, when I have planted trees which blossom and bear fruit, and am just intending to enjoy my life, I am to die. O Lord, lengthen my time." "I will add to it the ass's 18 years, said God. "That is not enough," replied the man. "Thou shalt also have the dog's 12 years. "Still too little." "Well then," said God, "I will give thee the monkey's 10 years also, but more thou shalt not have." The man went away, but was not satisfied. So man lives 70 years. The first 30 are his human years, which are soon gone. Then he is healthy, merry, works with pleasure, and is glad of his life. Then follow the ass's 18 years, when one burden after another is laid on him. He has to carry the corn which feeds others, and blows and kicks are the reward of his faithful services. Then come the dog's 12 years, when he lies in the corner, growls, and has no longer any teeth to bite with. And when this time is over, the monkey's 10 years form the end. Then man is weak-headed and foolish, does silly things, and becomes the jest of the children. And Death's Messengers, a fairy tale by the brothers Grimm. In ancient times, a giant was once traveling on a great highway when suddenly an unknown man sprang up before him and said, "Halt, not one step farther." The giant cried out, "What? A creature whom I can crush between my fingers wants to block my way. Who art thou that thou darest to speak so boldly?" "I am Death," answered the other. "No one resists me, and thou also must obey my commands." The giant refused and began to struggle with Death. It was a long, violent battle. Eventually, the giant got the upper hand and struck Death down with his fist, so that he dropped by a stone. The giant went his way, and Death lay there conquered, and so weak that he could not get up again. "What will be done now?" he said. "If I stay lying here in a corner? No one will die in the world, and it will get so full of people that they won't have room to stand beside each other." Meanwhile, a young man came along the road, strong and healthy, singing a song and glancing around on every side. When he saw the half-fainting one, he went compassionately to him, raised him up, poured a strengthening draught out of his flask for him, and waited till he came round. "Dost thou know," said the stranger whilst he was getting up, "who I am and who it is whom thou hast helped on his legs again?" "No," answered the youth, "I do not know thee." "I am Death," said he. "I spare no one, and can make no exception with thee, but that thou mayst see that I am grateful, I promise thee that I will not fall on thee unexpectedly, but will send my messengers to thee before I come and take thee away." "Well," said the youth, "it is something gained that I shall know when thou comest, and at any rate be safe from thee for so long." Then he went on his way, and was light-hearted, and enjoyed himself, and lived without thought. However, youth and health did not last long. Soon came sicknesses and sorrows that tormented him by day and took away his rest by night. "Die, I shall not," he said to himself, "for Death will send his messengers before that, but I do wish these wretched days of sickness were over." As soon as he felt himself well again, he began once more to live merrily. Then one day, someone tapped him on the shoulder. He looked round, and Death stood behind him and said, "Follow me, the hour of thy departure from this world has come." "What?" replied the man. "Wilt thou break thy word? Didst thou not promise me that thou wouldst send thy messengers to me before coming thyself? I have seen none." "Silence," answered Death. "Have I not sent one messenger to thee after another? Did not fever come and smite thee, and shake thee, and cast thee down? Has dizziness not bewildered thy head? Has not gout twitched thee in all thy limbs? Did not thine ears sing? Did not toothache bite into thy cheeks? Was it not dark before thine eyes? And besides all that, has not my own brother then sleep reminded thee every night of me? Didst thou not lie by night as if thou wert already dead?" The man could make no answer. He yielded to his fate and went away with Death. Master Freem, Master Cobblers All, a fairy tale by the Brothers Grimm. Master Freem was a short, thin, but lively man who never rested a moment. His face, of which his turned-up nose was the only prominent feature, was marked with smallpox and pale as death. His hair was gray and shaggy, his eyes small, but they glanced perpetually about on all sides. He saw everything, criticized everything, knew everything best, and was always in the right. When he went into the streets, he moved his arms about as if he were rowing. Once he struck the pail of a girl who was carrying water so high in the air that he himself was wetted all over by it. "Stupid thing," he cried to her while he was shaking himself, "couldst thou not see that I was coming behind thee?" By trade, he was a shoemaker, and when he worked, he pulled his thread out with such force that he drove his fist into everyone who did not keep far enough off. No apprentice stayed more than a month with him, for he always found some fault with even the best work. At one time, it was that the stitches were not even. At another, that one shoe was too long, or one heel higher than the other, or the leather not cut large enough. "Wait," he said to his apprentice, "I will soon show thee how we make skins soft." And he brought a strap and gave him a couple of strokes across the back. He called them all sluggards. He himself did not turn much work out of his hands, for he never sat still for a quarter of an hour. If his wife got up very early in the morning and lit the fire, he jumped out of bed and ran barefoot into the kitchen, crying, "Wilt thou burn my house down for me? That is a fire one could roast an ox by. Does wood cost nothing?" If the servants were standing by their wash tubs and laughing and telling each other all they knew, he scolded them and said, "There stand the geese cackling and forgetting their work to gossip. And why fresh soap? Disgraceful extravagance and shameful idleness into the bargain. They want to save their hands and not rub the things properly." And out he would run and knock a pail full of soap and water over so that the whole kitchen was flooded. Someone was building a new house, so he hurried to the window to look on. "There, they are using that red sandstone again, that never dries," he cried. "No one will ever be healthy in that house, and just look how badly the fellows are laying the stones. Besides, the mortar is good for nothing. It ought to have gravel in it, not sand. I shall live to see that house tumble down on the people who are in it." He sat down, put a couple of stitches in, and then jumped up again, unfastened his leather apron, and cried, "I will just go out and appeal to those men's consciences." He stumbled upon the carpenters. "What's this?" he cried. "You are not working by the line. Do you expect the beams to be straight? One wrong will put all wrong." He snatched an axe out of a carpenter's hand and wanted to show him how he ought to cut. But as a cart loaded with clay came by, he threw the axe away and hastened to the peasant who was walking by the side of it. "You are not in your right mind," said he, "yoking young horses to a heavily laden cart. The poor beasts will die on the spot." The peasant did not give him an answer, and Freem, in a rage, ran back into his workshop. When he was setting himself to work again, the apprentice reached him a shoe. "Well, what's that again?" he screamed. "Haven't I told you not to cut shoes so broad? Who would buy a shoe like this, which is hardly anything else but a sole? I insist on my orders being followed exactly." "Master," answered the apprentice, "you may easily be quite right about the shoe being a bad one, but it is the one which you yourself cut out and yourself set to work at. When you jumped up a while since, you knocked it off the table, and I have only just picked it up. An angel from heaven, however, would never make you believe that. One night, Master Freem dreamed he was dead and on his way to heaven. When he arrived, he knocked loudly at the door. "I wonder," said he to himself, "that they have no knocker on the door. One knocks one's knuckles sore." The Apostle Peter opened the door and wanted to see who demanded admission so noisily. "Ah, it's you, Master Freem," said he. "Well, I'll let you in. But I warn you that you must give up that habit of yours and find fault with nothing you see in heaven, or you may fare ill." "You might have spared your warning," answered Freem. "I know already what is seemly, and here, God be thanked, everything is perfect, and there is nothing to blame as there is on earth." So he went in and walked up and down the wide expanses of heaven. He looked around him, to the left and to the right, but sometimes shook his head or muttered something to himself. Then he saw two angels who were carrying away a beam. It was the beam which someone had in his own eye, whilst he was looking for the splinter in the eye of another. They did not, however, carry the beam lengthways, but obliquely. "Did anyone ever see such a piece of stupidity?" thought Master Freem, but he said nothing and seemed satisfied with it. It comes to the same thing after all, whichever way they carry the beam, straight or crooked, if they only get along with it, and truly I do not see them knock against anything. Soon after this, he saw two angels who were drawing water out of a well into a bucket, but at the same time, he observed that the bucket was full of holes, and that the water was running out of it on every side. They were watering the earth with rain. "Hang it!" he exclaimed, but then happily recollected himself, and thought, "Perhaps it is only a pastime." If it is an amusement, then it seems they can do useless things of this kind even here in heaven, where people, as I have already noticed, do nothing but idle about. He went farther and saw a cart which had stuck fast in a deep hole. "It's no wonder," said he to the man who stood by it. "Who would load so unreasonably? What have you there?" "Good wishes," replied the man. "I could not go along the right way with it, but still I have pushed it safely up here, and they won't leave me sticking here." In fact, an angel did come and harness two horses to it. "That's quite right," thought Freem, "but two horses won't get that cart out. It must at least have four to it." Another angel came and brought two more horses. She did not, however, harness them in front of it, but behind. That was too much for Master Freem. "Clumsy creature," he burst out. "What are you doing there? Has anyone ever since the world began seen a cart drawn in that way? But you, in your conceited arrogance, think that you know everything best." He was going to say more, but one of the inhabitants of heaven seized him by the throat and pushed him forth with irresistible strength. Beneath the gateway, Master Freem turned his head round to take one more look at the cart and saw that it was being raised into the air by four winged horses. At this moment, Master Freem awoke. "Things are certainly arranged in heaven otherwise than they are on earth," said he to himself, "and that excuses much. But who can see horses harnessed both behind and before with patience? To be sure they had wings, but who could know that? It is, besides, great folly to fix a pair of wings to a horse that has four legs to run with already. But I must get up, or else they will make nothing but mistakes for me in my house. It is a lucky thing for me, though, that I am not really dead." The Goose Girl at the Well. A Fairy Tale by the Brothers Grimm. Once upon a time, there lived a very old woman who resided with her flock of geese in a desolate area among the mountains, where she had a small house. The wasteland was surrounded by a dense forest, and every morning the old woman would take her crutch and hobble into it. Despite her age, she was remarkably active, gathering grass for her geese, picking all the wild fruits within her reach, and carrying everything back home on her back. Despite the heavy load, she always managed to bring it home safely. Whenever she met someone, she greeted them courteously. "Good day, dear countryman, it's a fine day. Ah, you may wonder why I drag grass around, but everyone must bear their burden." However, people avoided encountering her if possible, preferring to take a longer route. When a father passed by with his sons, he whispered to them, "Beware of the old woman. She has claws under her gloves. She is a witch." One morning, a handsome young man was walking through the forest. The sun was shining brightly, birds were singing, a cool breeze rustled through the leaves, and he was filled with joy and happiness. He hadn't encountered anyone yet, when he suddenly saw the old witch kneeling on the ground, cutting grass with a sickle. She had already gathered a whole load in her cloth, and next to her were 2 baskets filled with wild apples and pears. "But, dear little mother," he said, "how can you carry all that away?" "I must carry it, dear sir," she replied. Rich people's children don't need to do such things, but as the saying goes among peasants, don't look back, you'll only see how crooked your back is. "Will you help me?" she asked as he stood beside her. "Your back is still straight and your legs young. It would be nothing to you. Besides, my house isn't far from here. It's behind the hill on the heath. You could leap there in no time." The young man took pity on the old woman. "My father is certainly not a peasant," he replied, "but a wealthy count. Nevertheless, to show you that it's not only peasants who can carry things, I'll take your bundle." "If you're willing," she said, "I'd be very grateful. It'll take you about an hour to walk there, but what does that matter to you? You just need to carry the apples and pears, too." The young man now found the prospect a little daunting when he heard about an hour's walk, but the old woman wouldn't let him off, loaded the bundle onto his back, and hung the 2 baskets on his arm. "Look, it's very light," she said. "No, it's not light," replied the Count, pulling a rueful face. "Truly, this bundle weighs as heavily as if it were filled with cobblestones, and the apples and pears are as heavy as lead. I can hardly breathe." He felt like putting everything down again, but the old woman wouldn't allow it. "Just look," she said mockingly. "The young gentleman won't carry what I, an old woman, have often dragged around. You're good with words, but when it comes to action, you want to run away. Why are you standing there hesitating?" she continued. "Get going. No one will take the bundle off your back." As long as he walked on level ground, he could manage, but when they reached the hill and had to climb with stones rolling under his feet as if they were alive, it was beyond his strength. Beads of sweat stood on his forehead and ran, hot and cold, down his back. "Ma'am," he said, "I can't go any further. I need to rest a little." "Not here," replied the old woman. "Once we reach our destination, you can rest. For now, you must continue forward. Who knows what good it may do you?" "Old woman, you are becoming shameless," exclaimed the Count, attempting to throw off the bundle, but he struggled in vain. It clung to his back as if it were grown there. He twisted and turned, but couldn't shake it off. The old woman laughed at this and hopped about gleefully on her crutch. "Don't get angry, dear sir," she said. "Your face is turning as red as a turkey cock's. Bear your burden patiently. I'll give you a good reward when we arrive home." What could he do? He had to accept his fate and patiently crawl along behind the old woman. She seemed to become more agile, and his load grew heavier. Suddenly, she leaped up, jumped onto the bundle, and seated herself on top of it. Despite her frail appearance, she was heavier than the stoutest country lass. The young man's knees trembled, but whenever he hesitated, the old woman struck his legs with a switch and stinging nettles. Groaning continually, he climbed the mountain and finally reached the old woman's house, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. When the geese saw the old woman, they flapped their wings, stretched their necks, and rushed toward her, cackling all the while. Following the flock was an old maid, wielding a stick, strong and big, yet ugly as the night. "Good mother," she said to the old woman, "have you encountered any trouble? You've been gone so long." "Not at all, my dear daughter," she replied. "Nothing bad happened. On the contrary, I met this kind gentleman who carried my burden for me. Imagine, he even carried me on his back when I was tired. The journey didn't seem long at all. We laughed and joked the whole time." Finally, the old woman slid down, removed the bundle from the young man's back, took the baskets from his arm, looked at him kindly, and said, "Now sit on the bench by the door and rest. You've earned your reward, and it won't be denied to you." Then she said to the goose girl, "My dear daughter, go inside. It's not proper for you to be alone with a young gentleman. Don't add fuel to the fire. He might fall in love with you." The Count didn't know whether to laugh or cry. A sweetheart like that, he thought, couldn't capture my heart even if she were 30 years younger. Meanwhile, the old woman caressed and petted her geese as if they were children, then went inside the house with her daughter. The young man lay down on the bench under a wild apple tree. The air was warm and gentle. All around stretched a green meadow dotted with cowslips, wild thyme, and countless other flowers. Through the middle flowed a clear brook sparkling in the sun, while the white geese strolled back and forth or paddled in the water. "It's truly delightful here," he said, "but I'm so tired I can barely keep my eyes open. I'll rest a little. I just hope a gust of wind doesn't come and blow my legs off, for they're as weak as tinder." When he had slept for a while, the old woman came and shook him until he awoke. "Sit up," she said. "You cannot stay here. I have treated you harshly, but at least it hasn't cost you your life. You have no need for money or land. Here is something else for you." With that, she placed a small book into his hand, carved from a single emerald. "Take good care of it," she said. "It will bring you good fortune." The Count jumped up, feeling completely refreshed and strong again. He thanked the old woman for her gift and set off without even glancing back at the beautiful daughter. Even when he was some distance away, he could still hear the noisy cries of the geese in the distance. For 3 days, the Count wandered through the wilderness before finally finding his way out. He eventually arrived at a large town where no one recognized him. He was escorted to the royal palace, where the king and queen sat upon their throne. The Count knelt down, pulled the emerald book from his pocket, and placed it at the queen's feet. She motioned for him to rise and hand her the little book. However, as soon as she opened it and looked inside, she fell to the ground as if dead. The king's servants seized the Count and were about to take him to prison when the queen regained consciousness. She ordered them to release him and dismissed everyone so she could speak with him alone. Once they were alone, the queen began to weep bitterly and said, "Of what use are the splendors and honors that surround me? Every morning I awaken in pain and sorrow. I had 3 daughters, and the youngest was so beautiful that the whole world admired her. She was as white as snow, as rosy as an apple blossom, and her hair shone like sunbeams. When she cried, pearls and jewels fell from her eyes instead of tears. When she turned 15, the king summoned all 3 sisters to his throne. You should have seen how everyone marveled when the youngest entered. It was as if the sun were rising." Then the king spoke. "My daughters, I do not know when my last day will come. Today, I will decide what each of you shall receive after my death. You all claim to love me, but the one who truly loves me best shall receive the greatest reward." Each daughter claimed she loved him the most. "Can you not show me," said the king, "how much you love me, so I may understand?" The eldest said, "I love my father as much as the sweetest sugar." The second said, "I love my father as much as my most beautiful dress." But the youngest remained silent. Then the father asked, "And you, my dearest child, how much do you love me?" "I do not know, and can compare my love with nothing." Her father, however, insisted that she should name something. Eventually she said, "The best food does not please me without salt. Therefore I love my father like salt." Upon hearing this, the king became furious and declared, "If you love me like salt, then your love shall be repaid with salt." He then divided the kingdom between the 2 elder daughters and had a sack of salt tied to the youngest daughter's back. 2 servants led her into the wild forest. "We all begged and pleaded," continued the queen, "but the king's anger could not be appeased. She cried bitterly as she was forced to leave us, leaving a trail of pearls that flowed from her eyes. The king soon regretted his harsh decision and ordered a search of the entire forest for the poor child, but she could not be found. When I think about how wild beasts may have devoured her, I can hardly contain my sorrow. Yet, I console myself with the hope that she may still be alive, hiding in a cave or finding refuge with kind-hearted people. When I opened your little emerald book and saw a pearl inside, identical to those that used to fall from my daughter's eyes, you can imagine how deeply it moved me. Please, tell me how you came by that pearl." The Count explained that he received it from the strange old woman in the forest, whom he suspected to be a witch. However, he had neither seen nor heard anything about the queen's child. Determined to find answers, the king and queen resolved to seek out the old woman, believing that where the pearl came from, they would find news of their daughter. The old woman sat alone in her secluded place, spinning at her wheel. It was dusk, and a dim light flickered from the burning log on the hearth. Suddenly, a commotion outside announced the return of the geese from pasture, their hoarse cries filling the air. Shortly after, her daughter entered as well. However, the old woman barely acknowledged her and simply shook her head slightly. The daughter sat beside her, took up her spinning, and worked as swiftly as a young girl. For 2 hours, they sat in silence, exchanging not a single word. Finally, a rustling at the window drew their attention, and two fiery eyes peered in, the eyes of an old night owl that hooted 3 times. The old woman glanced up briefly and then said, "Now, my dear daughter, it is time for you to go out and do your work." The daughter rose and went out. Where did she go? Across the meadows and into the valley. Finally, she arrived at a well surrounded by 3 ancient oak trees. Meanwhile, the full moon had risen above the mountains, casting enough light to find a needle. She removed a covering from her face, bent down to the well, and began to wash herself. When she finished, she dipped the covering in the water and laid it on the meadow to bleach and dry in the moonlight. What a transformation occurred! Never had such a change been seen before. As the gray mask fell away, her golden hair gleamed like sunbeams, flowing like a mantle over her entire form. Her eyes sparkled like stars in the sky, and her cheeks blushed softly like apple blossoms. The fair maiden was sad. She sat down and wept bitterly. One tear after another forced itself out of her eyes and rolled through her long hair to the ground. There she sat, and would have remained for a long time if there had not been a rustling and cracking in the boughs of the neighboring tree. She sprang up like a roe that has been overtaken by the shot of a hunter. Just then, the moon was obscured by a dark cloud, and in an instant, the maiden had put on the old skin and vanished, like a light blown out by the wind. She ran back home, trembling like an aspen leaf. The old woman was standing on the threshold, and the girl was about to relate what had befallen her, but the old woman laughed kindly and said, "I already know all." She led her into the room and lighted a new log. However, instead of sitting down to her spinning again, she fetched a broom and began to sweep and scour. "Everything must be clean and sweet," she said to the girl. "But, mother," said the maiden, "why are you starting work so late? What are you expecting?" "Do you know what time it is?" asked the old woman. "Not yet midnight," answered the maiden, "but past 11 o'clock." "Do you not remember," continued the old woman, "that it is 3 years today since you came to me? Your time is up. We can no longer remain together." The girl was terrified and said, "Oh, dear mother, are you going to cast me out? Where shall I go? I have no friends and no home to return to. I have always done as you asked, and you have always been pleased with me. Please do not send me away." The old woman would not tell the maiden what lay ahead for her. "My time here is over," she said to her, "but before I leave, the house and parlor must be clean. Therefore, do not hinder me in my work. Do not worry about yourself. You will find a roof to shelter you, and the wages I will give you will be satisfactory." "But tell me what is going to happen," the maiden continued to plead. "I tell you again, do not hinder me in my work. Say no more. Go to your chamber, remove the skin from your face, put on the silken gown you wore when you first came to me, and wait in your chamber until I call you." But I must once more tell of the king and queen, who had journeyed forth with the count to seek out the old woman in the wilderness. The count had strayed from them in the woods at night and had to walk alone. The next day, he felt he was on the right path. He continued until darkness fell, then climbed a tree, intending to spend the night there, fearing he might lose his way. When the moon illuminated the surroundings, he saw a figure descending the mountain. She had no stick in her hand, yet he recognized her as the goose girl he had seen before in the old woman's house. "Ah," he exclaimed, "there she comes. If I can catch one witch, the other won't escape." But he was astonished when she reached the well, removed the skin, and washed herself. Her golden hair cascaded down, and she appeared more beautiful than anyone he had ever seen. He hardly dared to breathe, leaning forward through the leaves to stare at her. Perhaps he leaned too far, or for whatever reason, the branch suddenly cracked, and in that moment, the maiden slipped into the skin, leapt away like a roe, and disappeared from his sight as the moon was veiled by clouds. Hardly had she disappeared when the count descended from the tree and hastened after her with nimble steps. He had not been gone long before he saw, in the twilight, 2 figures coming over the meadow. It was the king and queen, who had perceived from a distance the light shining in the old woman's little house and were heading towards it. The Count told them about the wonderful things he had seen by the well, and they had no doubt it was their lost daughter. They walked onward full of joy and soon arrived at the little house. The geese were sitting all around it, their heads tucked under their wings, fast asleep, and not one of them stirred. The king and queen peered in through the window. The old woman sat there quietly spinning, nodding her head but never looking around. The room was perfectly clean, as if inhabited by little men of mist who left no dust on their feet. They did not see their daughter, though. They gazed at all this for a long time, then finally gathered courage and knocked softly on the window. The old woman seemed to have been expecting them. She rose and called out quite kindly, "Come in, I already know you." When they entered the room, the old woman said, "You could have spared yourselves the long journey if you had not unjustly driven away your child 3 years ago, who is so good and lovable. No harm has come to her. For 3 years she has tended the geese, and with them she has learned no evil, but has kept her heart pure. You, however, have been sufficiently punished by the misery in which you have lived." Then she went to the chamber and called, "Come out, my little daughter." The door opened, and the princess stepped out in her silken garments, with her golden hair and shining eyes. It was as if an angel from heaven had entered. She went up to her father and mother, embraced them, and kissed them. There was no help for it. They all had to weep for joy. The young count stood near them, and when she noticed him, she blushed like a moss rose, though she herself did not know why. The king said, "My dear child, I have given away my kingdom. What shall I give you?" "She needs nothing," said the old woman. "I give her the tears that she has shed on your account. They are precious pearls, finer than those found in the sea, and worth more than your entire kingdom. I also give her my little house as payment for her services." After saying this, the old woman disappeared from their sight. The walls rattled a little, and when the king and queen looked around, the little house had transformed into a splendid palace. A royal table was set, and servants were bustling about. The story continues further, but my grandmother, who told it to me, had partly lost her memory and had forgotten the rest. I will always believe that the beautiful princess married the count, and that they remained together in the palace, living in happiness for as long as God willed it. Whether the snow-white geese, which were kept near the little hut, were indeed young maidens, no one should take offense, whom the old woman had taken under her protection, and whether they now regained their human form and stayed as handmaids to the young queen, I do not exactly know, but I suspect so. What is certain is that the old woman was not a witch, as people thought, but a wise woman who meant well. It was likely she who, at the princess's birth, gave her the gift of shedding pearls instead of tears. Such things do not happen nowadays, otherwise the poor would soon become rich. Eve's Various Children, a fairy tale by the Brothers Grimm. When Adam and Eve were driven out of paradise, they were compelled to build a house for themselves on unfruitful ground and eat their bread in the sweat of their brow. Adam dug up the land, and Eve spun. Every year, Eve brought a child into the world. However, the children were unlike each other, some pretty and some ugly. After a considerable time had gone by, God sent an angel to them to announce that he was coming to inspect their household. Eve, delighted that the Lord should be so gracious, cleaned her house diligently, decked it with flowers, and strewed reeds on the floor. Then she brought in her children, but only the beautiful ones. She washed and bathed them, combed their hair, put clean raiment on them, and cautioned them to conduct themselves decorously and modestly in the presence of the Lord. They were to bow down before him civilly, hold out their hands, and answer his questions modestly and sensibly. The ugly children were, however, not to let themselves be seen. One hid himself beneath the hay, another under the roof, a third in the straw, the fourth in the stove, the fifth in the cellar, the sixth under a tub, the seventh beneath the wine cask, the eighth under an old fur cloak, the ninth and 10th beneath the cloth out of which she always made their clothes, and the 11th and 12th beneath the leather out of which she cut their shoes. She had scarcely finished when there was a knock at the house door. Adam looked through a chink and saw that it was the Lord. Adam opened the door respectfully, and the Heavenly Father entered. There, in a row, stood the pretty children, who bowed before him, held out their hands, and knelt down. The Lord, however, began to bless them, laid his hands on the first, and said, "Thou shalt be a powerful king," and to the second, "Thou a prince," to the third, "Thou a count," to the fourth, "Thou a knight," to the fifth, "Thou a nobleman," to the sixth, "Thou a burgher," to the seventh, "Thou a merchant," to the eighth, "Thou a learned man." He bestowed upon them all his richest blessings. When Eve saw that the Lord was so mild and gracious, she thought, "I will bring hither my ill-favored children also. It may be that he will bestow his blessing on them likewise." So she ran and brought them out of the hay, the straw, the stove, and wherever else she had concealed them. Then came the whole coarse, dirty, shabby, sooty band. The Lord smiled, looked at them all, and said, "I will bless these also." He laid his hands on the first and said to him, "Thou shalt be a peasant," to the second, "Thou a fisherman," to the third, "Thou a smith," to the fourth, "Thou a tanner," to the fifth, "Thou a weaver," to the sixth, "Thou a shoemaker," to the seventh, "Thou a tailor," to the eighth, "Thou a potter," to the ninth, "Thou a wagoner," to the 10th, "Thou a sailor," to the 11th, "Thou an errand boy," to the 12th, "Thou a scullion all the days of thy life." When Eve had heard all this, she said, "Lord, how unequally thou dividest thy gifts. After all, they are all my children, whom I have brought into the world. Thy favors should be given to all alike." But God answered, "Eve, thou dost not understand. It is right and necessary that the entire world should be supplied from thy children. If they were all princes and lords, who would grow corn, thresh it, grind and bake it? Who would be blacksmiths, weavers, carpenters, masons, laborers, tailors, and seamstresses? Each shall have his own place, so that one shall support the other, and all shall be fed like the limbs of one body." Then Eve answered, "Ah, Lord, forgive me. I was too quick in speaking to thee. Have thy divine will with my children." The Nix of the Mill Pond, a fairy tale by the Brothers Grimm. Once upon a time, there was a miller who lived with his wife in great contentment. They had money and land, and their prosperity increased year by year. However, ill luck comes like a thief in the night. As their wealth had increased, it again decreased year by year, and at last the miller could hardly call the mill in which he lived his own. He was in great distress, and when he lay down after his day's work, he found no rest but tossed about in his bed, full of care. One morning, he rose before daybreak and went out into the open air, thinking that perhaps there his heart might become lighter. As he was stepping over the mill dam, the first sunbeam was just breaking forth, and he heard a rippling sound in the pond. He turned around and perceived a beautiful woman rising slowly out of the water. Her long hair, which she was holding off her shoulders with her soft hands, fell down on both sides and covered her white body. He soon saw that she was the Nix of the mill pond, and in his fright he did not know whether he should run away or stay where he was. The Nix made her sweet voice heard, called him by his name, and asked him why he was so sad. The miller was at first struck dumb, but when he heard her speak so kindly, he took heart and told her how he had formerly lived in wealth and happiness, but that now he was so poor that he did not know what to do. "Be easy," answered the Nix. "I will make thee richer and happier than thou hast ever been before. Only thou must promise to give me the young thing which has just been born in thy house." "What else can that be," thought the miller, "but a young puppy or kitten?" And he promised her what she desired. The Nix descended into the water again, and he hurried back to his mill, consoled and in good spirits. He had not yet reached it when the maidservant came out of the house and cried to him to rejoice, for his wife had given birth to a little boy. The miller stood as if struck by lightning. He saw very well that the cunning Nix had been aware of it and had cheated him. Hanging his head, he went up to his wife's bedside, and when she said, "Why dost thou not rejoice over the fine boy?" he told her what had befallen him, and what kind of a promise he had given to the Nix. "Of what use to me are riches and prosperity?" he added, "if I am to lose my child, but what can I do?" Even the relations who had come to wish them joy did not know what to say. In the meantime, prosperity again returned to the miller's house. All that he undertook succeeded. It was as if presses and coffers filled themselves of their own accord, and as if money multiplied nightly in the cupboards. It was not long before his wealth was greater than it had ever been before. However, he could not rejoice over it untroubled, for the bargain which he had made with the nix tormented his soul. Whenever he passed the mill pond, he feared she might ascend and remind him of his debt. He never let the boy himself go near the water. "Beware," he said to him, "if thou dost but touch the water, a hand will rise, seize thee, and draw thee down." As year after year went by, and the nix did not show herself again, the miller began to feel at ease. The boy grew up to be a youth and was apprenticed to a huntsman. When he had learnt everything and had become an excellent huntsman, the lord of the village took him into his service. In the village lived a beautiful and true-hearted maiden who pleased the huntsman. When his master perceived that, he gave him a little house. The two were married, lived peacefully and happily, and loved each other with all their hearts. One day, the huntsman was chasing a roe. When the animal turned aside from the forest into the open country, he pursued it and eventually shot it. He did not notice that he was now in the neighborhood of the dangerous mill pond. After disemboweling the stag, he went to the water to wash his blood-stained hands. As soon as he dipped them in, the nix ascended, smilingly wound her dripping arms around him, and drew him quickly down under the waves, which closed over him. In the evening, when the huntsman did not return home, his wife became alarmed. She went out to seek him. He had often told her to be on guard against the snares of the nix, and not to venture near the mill pond, so she already suspected what had happened. She hastened to the water, and, upon finding his hunting pouch lying on the shore, could no longer doubt the misfortune. Lamenting her sorrow and wringing her hands, she called on her beloved by name, but in vain. She hurried across to the other side of the pond and called him anew. She reviled the nix with harsh words, but no answer followed. The surface of the water remained calm, with only the crescent moon staring steadily back at her. The poor woman did not leave the pond. With hasty steps, she paced around it without resting, sometimes in silence, sometimes uttering a loud cry, and sometimes softly sobbing. At last, her strength gave out, she sank to the ground and fell into a heavy sleep. A dream soon took possession of her. She was anxiously climbing upwards between great masses of rock. Thorns and briars caught her feet, the rain beat in her face, and the wind tossed her long hair about. When she reached the summit, a different sight presented itself to her. The sky was blue, the air soft, and the ground sloped gently downwards. On a green meadow, gay with flowers of every color, stood a pretty cottage. She went up to it and opened the door, where an old woman with white hair beckoned to her kindly. At that very moment, the poor woman awoke. Day had already dawned, and she resolved to act in accordance with her dream. Laboriously, she climbed the mountain, and everything was exactly as she had seen it in the night. The old woman received her kindly and pointed out a chair on which she might sit. "Thou must have met with a misfortune," she said, "since thou hast sought out my lonely cottage." With tears, the woman related what had befallen her. "Be comforted," said the old woman. "I will help thee. Here is a golden comb for thee. Tarry till the full moon has risen, then go to the mill pond, seat thyself on the shore, and comb thy long black hair with this comb. When thou hast done, lay it down on the bank, and thou wilt see what will happen." The woman obeyed all the instructions precisely. As soon as the full moon appeared, she carried the golden spinning wheel to the shore and spun industriously until the flax was finished and the spool was filled with threads. No sooner was the wheel standing on the shore than a more violent movement occurred in the depths of the pond. A mighty wave rushed up and bore the wheel away with it. Immediately, the head and the whole body of the man rose into the air in a waterspout. He quickly sprang to the shore, caught his wife by the hand, and fled. They had scarcely gone a short distance when the entire pond rose with a frightful roar and streamed out over the open country. The fugitives saw death before their eyes. The woman, in her terror, implored the help of the old woman, and in an instant they were transformed, she into a toad and he into a frog. The flood that had overtaken them could not destroy them, but it tore them apart and carried them far away. When the water dispersed and they both touched dry land again, they regained their human form, but neither knew where the other was. They found themselves among strange people who did not know their native land. High mountains and deep valleys lay between them. To keep themselves alive, they were both obliged to tend sheep. For many long years, they drove their flocks through field and forest, full of sorrow and longing. When spring once more broke forth on the earth, they both went out one day with their flocks, and by chance drew near each other. They met in a valley, but did not recognize each other, yet they rejoiced that they were no longer so lonely. From then on, they drove their flocks to the same place each day. They did not speak much, but felt comforted. One evening, when the full moon was shining in the sky and the sheep were already at rest, the shepherd pulled a flute out of his pocket and played a beautiful but sorrowful air. When he finished, he saw that the shepherdess was weeping bitterly. "Why are you weeping?" he asked. "Alas," she answered, "the full moon shone like this when I played this air on the flute for the last time, and the head of my beloved rose out of the water." He looked at her, and it seemed as if a veil fell from his eyes. He recognized his dear wife, and when she looked at him and the moon shone on his face, she knew him too. They embraced and kissed each other, and no one need ask if they were happy. The Little Folks' Presents. A Fairy Tale by the Brothers Grimm. A tailor and a goldsmith were traveling together, and one evening, when the sun had sunk behind the mountains, they heard the sound of distant music, which became more and more distinct. It sounded strange but so pleasant that they forgot all their weariness and stepped quickly onward. The moon had already arisen when they reached a hill where they saw a crowd of little men and women who had taken each other's hands and were whirling around in the dance with the greatest pleasure and delight. They sang most charmingly, and that was the music the travelers had heard. In the midst of them sat an old man who was rather taller than the rest. He wore a parti-colored coat, and his iron gray beard hung down over his chest. The two remained standing full of astonishment and watched the dance. The old man signaled for them to enter, and the little folks willingly opened their circle. The goldsmith, who had a hump and, like all hunchbacks, was brave enough, stepped in. The tailor felt a little afraid at first and held back, but when he saw how merrily everything was going, he plucked up his courage and followed. The circle closed again directly, and the little folks went on singing and dancing with the wildest leaps. The old man took a large knife hanging from his girdle, whetted it, and when it was sufficiently sharpened, looked round at the strangers. They were terrified, but they had not much time for reflection, for the old man seized the goldsmith, and with the greatest speed, shaved the hair off his head cleanly. The same thing then happened to the tailor. Their fear left them when, after he had finished his work, the old man clapped them both on the shoulder in a friendly manner, as if to say they had behaved well to let all that be done to them willingly, and without any struggle. He pointed with his finger to a heap of coals lying to one side, and indicated to the travelers by his gestures that they should fill their pockets with them. Both obeyed, although they did not know of what use the coals would be to them, and then they went on their way to seek a shelter for the night. When they had reached the valley, the clock of the neighboring monastery struck 12, and the song ceased. In a moment all had vanished, and the hill lay in solitude in the moonlight. The two travelers found an inn and covered themselves on their straw beds with their coats, but in their weariness forgot to take the coals out of their pockets before doing so. A heavy weight on their limbs awakened them earlier than usual. They felt in their pockets and could not believe their eyes when they saw that they were not filled with coals, but with pure gold. Happily, the hair on their heads and beards had also grown back, as thick as ever. They had now become rich folks. The goldsmith, who in accordance with his greedy disposition had filled his pockets better, was twice as rich as the tailor. A greedy man, even if he has much, still wishes to have more. The goldsmith proposed to the tailor that they should wait another day and go out again in the evening to bring back even greater treasures from the old man on the hill. The tailor refused, saying, "I have enough and am content. Now I shall be a master, marry my dear object," for so he called his sweetheart, "and be a happy man." To please his companion, he stayed another day. In the evening, the goldsmith hung a couple of bags over his shoulders to stow away as much as possible and took the road to the hill. He found the little folks singing and dancing, just as they had the night before. The old man shaved him clean again and signaled for him to take some coal away with him. Without hesitation, he filled his bags, returned delighted, and covered himself with his coat. "Even if the gold does weigh heavily," he said, "I will gladly bear that," and fell asleep with the sweet anticipation of waking in the morning as an enormously rich man. When he opened his eyes, he got up in haste to examine his pockets. He was amazed to find nothing but black coals, no matter how often he put his hands in them. "The gold I got the night before is still there for me," he thought, and went to fetch it, but was shocked to see that it had also turned into coal. He smote his forehead with his dusty black hand and felt that his whole head was bald and smooth, as was also the place where his beard should have been. His misfortunes were not yet over. He then noticed for the first time that, in addition to the hump on his back, a second, just as large, had grown on his chest. Recognizing the punishment for his greediness, he began to weep aloud. The good tailor, wakened by this, comforted the unhappy fellow as well as he could and said, "You have been my comrade in my traveling time. You shall stay with me and share in my wealth." He kept his word, but the poor goldsmith was obliged to carry the two humps for the rest of his life and to cover his bald head with a cap. The Giant and the Tailor. A fairy tale by the brothers Grimm. A certain tailor who was great at boasting, but poor at doing, decided to go abroad for a while and explore the world. As soon as he could manage it, he left his workshop and wandered on his way over hill and dale, sometimes here, sometimes there, ever onward. One day he saw in the blue distance a steep hill, and behind it a tower reaching to the clouds, rising out of a wild, dark forest. "Thunder and lightning!" cried the tailor. "What is that?" Goaded by curiosity, he went boldly towards it. Upon nearing it, he saw that the tower had legs, leapt in one bound over the steep hill, and now stood as an all-powerful giant before him. "What dost thou want here, thou tiny fly's leg?" cried the giant, with a voice as if thundering on every side. The tailor whimpered, "I want just to look about and see if I can earn a bit of bread for myself in this forest." "If that is what thou art after," said the giant, "thou mayst have a place with me. If it must be, why not? What wages shall I receive? Thou shalt hear what wages thou shalt have. Every year 365 days, and when it is leap year, one more into the bargain. Does that suit thee?" "All right," replied the tailor, thinking, "A man must cut his coat according to his cloth. I will try to get away as fast as I can." The giant then said to him, "Go, little ragamuffin, and fetch me a jug of water." "Had I not better bring the well itself at once, and the spring too?" asked the boaster, and went with the pitcher to the water. "What, the well and the spring too?" growled the giant in his beard, for he was rather clownish and stupid, and began to be afraid. "That knave is not a fool, he has a wizard in his body. Be on thy guard, old Hans. This is no serving man for thee." When the tailor had brought the water, the giant bade him go into the forest, cut a couple of blocks of wood, and bring them back. "Why not the whole forest at once with one stroke? The whole forest, young and old, with all that is there, both rough and smooth?" asked the little tailor, and went to cut the wood. "What? The whole forest, young and old, with all that is there, both rough and smooth, and the well and its spring too?" growled the credulous giant in his beard, and was still more terrified. "The knave can do much more than bake apples, and has a wizard in his body. Be on thy guard, old Hans. This is no serving man for thee." When the tailor had brought the wood, the giant commanded him to shoot 2 or 3 wild boars for supper. "Why not rather 1,000 at one shot, and bring them all here?" inquired the ostentatious tailor. "What?" cried the timid giant in great terror. "Let well alone tonight, and lie down to rest." The giant was so terribly alarmed that he could not close an eye all night long, thinking about the best way to get rid of this accursed sorcerer of a servant. Time brings counsel. The next morning the giant and the tailor went to a marsh, surrounded by a number of willow trees. The giant said, "Hark thee, tailor, seat thyself on one of the willow branches. I long to see if thou art big enough to bend it down." All at once, the tailor was sitting on it, holding his breath, and making himself so heavy that the bough bent down. However, when he was compelled to draw breath, it hurried him, for unfortunately he had not put his goose in his pocket so high into the air that he was never seen again, to the great delight of the giant. If the tailor has not fallen down again, he must be hovering about in the air. 184. The nail. A merchant had made good deals at the fair, sold all his goods, and lined his purse with gold and silver. Now he wanted to journey home and be at his house before nightfall. So he packed his saddlebag with the money on his horse and rode off. At noon, he rested in a town. When he wanted to continue, the stable boy brought out his horse and said, "Sir, there's a nail missing in the horseshoe on its left hind foot." "Let it be missing," replied the merchant. "The 6 hours I still have to travel will surely hold the shoe tight. I am in a hurry." In the afternoon, after he had dismounted again and had his horse fed, the servant came into the room and said, "Sir, your horse is missing a horseshoe on its left hind foot. Should I take it to the blacksmith?" "Let it still be missing," replied the man. "The few hours remaining will surely be endured by the horse. I am in haste." He rode on, but not long after, the horse began to limp. It didn't limp for long before it began to stumble, and it didn't stumble for long before it fell down and broke a leg. The merchant had to leave the horse where it was, unbuckle the saddlebag, put it on his shoulder, and walk home on foot, where he did not arrive until late at night. "For all this misfortune," he said to himself, "that cursed nail is to blame." Haste makes waste. 186. The True Bride. Once upon a time, there was a girl who was young and beautiful, but her mother had died early in her life, and her stepmother caused her nothing but heartache. Whenever she was given a task, no matter how difficult, she diligently set to work and did everything within her power. Yet her efforts failed to soften the heart of the wicked woman. She was always dissatisfied. It was never enough. The harder she worked, the heavier the burdens placed upon her, and the stepmother had no other thought than to burden her more and make her life even more miserable. One day she said to her, "Here are 12 pounds of feathers which you must pick, and if you are not finished by this evening, you can expect a good beating. Do you think you can idle away the whole day?" The poor girl sat down to the task, but tears streamed down her cheeks, knowing it was impossible to finish in a single day. Each time she had a little pile of feathers before her and sighed or clasped her hands in anguish, they scattered away, and she had to pick them up again, starting anew. At one point, she rested her elbows on the table, buried her face in her hands, and cried, "Is there no one on God's earth who will have pity on me?" Then she heard a gentle voice saying, "Be comforted, my child. I have come to help you." The girl looked up, and there was an old woman beside her. She kindly took the girl's hand and said, "Tell me what troubles you." Moved by her kindness, the girl told her about her miserable life, how one burden after another was placed upon her, and how she could never finish the tasks given to her. "If I don't finish these feathers by tonight, my stepmother will beat me. She has threatened as much, and I know she keeps her word." Tears flowed again, but the kind old woman said, "Do not worry, my child. Rest a while, and I will take care of your work." The girl lay down on her bed and soon fell asleep. The old woman sat at the table with the feathers. Oh, how they flew off the quills, which she hardly touched with her withered hands. Soon the 12 pounds were finished. When the girl woke up, great snow-white heaps were piled up, and everything in the room was neatly tidied, but the old woman had vanished. The girl thanked God and sat quietly until evening came. When the stepmother entered and marveled at the completed work, she said, "Look, you clumsy creature, see what can be achieved with diligence. Couldn't you have undertaken something else? Yet here you sit with your hands folded." As she left, she said, "This creature is worth more than her salt. I must give her harder work." The next morning, she called the girl and said, "Here is a spoon for you. With it, you must empty the large pond next to the garden. If it's not done by night, you know what will happen." The girl took the spoon and saw that it was full of holes, but even if it hadn't been, she could never have emptied the pond with it. She started the task, kneeling by the water, tears falling into it, and began to empty it. But once again, the good old woman appeared, and when she learned why the girl was upset, she said, "Cheer up, my child. Go into the thicket, lie down, and sleep. I will take care of your work." As soon as the old woman was alone, she barely touched the pond, and vapor rose high from the water, mingling with the clouds. Gradually, the pond emptied, and when the maiden woke before sunset and returned, she saw nothing but the fish struggling in the mud. She went to her stepmother and showed her the work was done. "It should have been done long before this," she said, growing pale with anger, but she planned something new. On the third morning, she said to the girl, "You must build me a castle on the plain there, and it must be ready by evening." The maiden was dismayed and said, "How can I complete such a great task?" "I will tolerate no opposition," screamed the stepmother. "If you can empty a pond with a spoonful of holes, you can also build a castle. I will take possession of it today, and if anything is lacking, even the smallest thing in the kitchen or cellar, you know what awaits you." She drove the girl out, and when she entered the valley, the rocks were there, piled one on top of the other, and all her strength could not even move the smallest of them. She sat down and wept, still hoping the old woman would help her. It wasn't long before the old woman came. She comforted her and said, "Lie down in the shade and rest. I will soon build the castle for you. If you wish, you can live in it yourself." When the maiden had left, the old woman touched the gray rocks. They began to rise and immediately moved together as if giants had built the walls. Upon them, the building arose, and it seemed as if countless hands were invisibly at work, placing one stone upon another. A dull, heavy noise came from the ground. Pillars arose by themselves and stood in order next to each other. Tiles arranged themselves on the roof, and by noon, the great weathercock was already turning on the summit of the tower, like a golden figure of the Virgin with fluttering garments. The inside of the castle was finished as evening approached. How the old woman managed it, I do not know, but the walls of the rooms were hung with silk and velvet, embroidered chairs were there, and richly ornamented armchairs stood by marble tables. Crystal chandeliers hung from the ceilings, mirroring themselves in the smooth floor. Green parrots were in gilt cages, along with strange birds singing beautifully, and on all sides was as much magnificence as if a king were about to live there. The sun was just setting when the girl awoke, and the brightness of 1,000 lights flashed in her face. She hurried to the castle and entered through the open door. The steps were covered with red cloth, and the golden balustrade was adorned with flowering trees. When she saw the splendor of the rooms, she stood as if turned to stone. Who knows how long she might have stood if she had not remembered her stepmother? "Alas," she said to herself, "if only she could be satisfied now and stop making my life miserable." The girl went and told her that the castle was ready. "I will move into it at once," she said, and rose from her seat. When they entered the castle, she had to shield her eyes from the dazzling brightness of everything. "You see," she said to the girl, "how easy it has been for you to do this. I should have given you something harder." She went through all the rooms, examining every corner to see if anything was missing or defective, but she found nothing. "Now let's go down below," she said, looking at the girl with malicious eyes. "The kitchen and the cellar still need to be checked, and if you have forgotten anything, you will not escape punishment." But the fire was burning in the hearth, meat was cooking in the pans, the tongues and shovel leaned against the wall, and shiny brass utensils were arranged in sight. Nothing was missing, not even a coal box and a water pail. "Which way to the cellar?" she cried. "If it is not abundantly stocked, you will regret it." She herself lifted the trapdoor and descended, but she had hardly taken 2 steps before the heavy trapdoor, which was only laid back, fell. But the good old woman appeared again, and when she learned the cause of his sorrow, she said, "Be comforted, my child. Go into the thicket and lie down to sleep. I will take care of your work." When the old woman was alone, she merely touched the pond. Like a mist, the water rose high and mingled with the clouds. Gradually, the pond emptied, and when the maiden awoke before sunset and approached, she saw only the fish struggling in the mud. She went to the stepmother and informed her that the task was completed. "You should have been finished long ago," she said, growing pale with anger, but she devised something new. On the third morning, she said to the girl, "Over there in the plain, you must build me a beautiful castle, and it must be finished by evening." The girl was frightened and said, How can I accomplish such a great task? I will tolerate no opposition, screamed the stepmother. If you can empty a pond with a spoon full of holes, you can also build a castle. I will move in today, and if anything is missing, even the smallest thing in the kitchen or cellar, you know what awaits you. She drove the girl away, and when she came to the valley, the rocks were piled up one on top of another. With all her strength, she couldn't even move the smallest one. She sat down and cried, still hoping for the help of the good old woman. The old woman did not keep her waiting long, came and comforted her. Just lay down there in the shade and sleep. I will build the castle for you. If it pleases you, you can live in it yourself. When the girl had left, the old woman touched the gray rocks. Immediately, they stirred, moved together, and stood there as if giants had built the wall. The building rose on them, and it seemed as if countless invisible hands were working, laying one stone upon another. The ground rumbled, great columns rose by themselves and stood in order next to each other. Tiles arranged themselves on the roof, and by noon, the large weather vane was already turning like a golden maiden with fluttering garments on the tower's peak. The interior of the castle was completed by evening. How the old woman started it, I do not know, but the walls of the rooms were covered with silk and velvet. Brightly embroidered chairs were there, and ornate armchairs stood at marble tables. Crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, reflecting in the smooth floor. Green parrots sat in gilt cages, along with strange birds singing beautifully. Everywhere was splendor as if a king were to move in. The sun was just setting when the girl awoke, and the brilliance of 1,000 lights shone in her face. She hurried to the castle and stepped through the open gate. The stairs were covered with red cloth, and the golden balustrade adorned with flowering trees. Seeing the splendor of the rooms, she stood frozen. Who knows how long she might have stood there if the thought of her stepmother hadn't come to her? Alas, she said to herself, if only she could be satisfied now and stop making my life miserable. But the girl went and informed her that the castle was finished. I will move in immediately, she said, rising from her seat. When she entered the castle, she had to shield her eyes from the glare. See, she said to the girl, how easy it has become for you. I should have given you something more difficult. She went through all the rooms and checked every corner to see if anything was missing or inadequate, but she found nothing amiss. Now let's go downstairs, she said, casting malicious glances at the girl. The kitchen and cellar still need to be inspected, and if you have forgotten anything, you shall not escape your punishment. But the fire was burning on the hearth. The pots were cooking, the axe and shovel were leaning against the wall, and the brass utensils were arranged. Nothing was missing, not even the coal box and water buckets. Where is the entrance to the cellar? She cried. If it is not abundantly filled with wine barrels, you will suffer for it. She lifted the trapdoor herself and descended the stairs, but scarcely had she taken 2 steps when the heavy trapdoor, which was only resting, fell down. The girl heard a scream, quickly lifted the door to help her, but she had fallen down and found her lifeless on the ground. Now the magnificent castle belonged entirely to the girl. At first, she could hardly believe her luck. Beautiful clothes hung in the wardrobes, chests were filled with gold and silver, or with pearls and gemstones, and there was no wish she could not fulfill. Soon, the fame of the girl's beauty and wealth spread throughout the world. Suitors came every day, but none of them pleased her. Finally, the son of a king arrived, who touched her heart, and she became engaged to him. In the castle garden stood a green lime tree, where they sat together one day in confidence. He said to her, I will go home now and obtain my father's consent for our marriage. I beg you, wait for me here under this lime tree. I will be back in a few hours. The girl kissed him on the left cheek and said, Stay true to me and let no other woman kiss you on this cheek. I will wait here under the lime tree until you return. The girl remained sitting under the lime tree until the sun set, but he did not return. She sat there for 3 days from morning till evening, waiting for him, but in vain. When he still had not returned on the 4th day, she said, Surely some misfortune has befallen him. I will go out and search for him, and not return until I have found him. She packed 3 of her finest dresses, one embroidered with shining stars, the second with silver moons, and the third with golden suns. She tied a handful of gemstones in her scarf and set out. She asked everywhere for her bridegroom, but no one had seen him. No one knew of him. Far and wide she wandered through the world, but she did not find him. Finally, she hired herself out to a farmer as a shepherdess and buried her dresses and gemstones under a stone. Now she lived as a shepherdess, tended her flock, was sad, and full of longing for her beloved. She had a calf that she trained, fed it by hand, and when she said, "Calf, calf, kneel down, do not forget your shepherdess," as the king's son forgot the bride who sat under the green lime tree, the calf would kneel down, and she would stroke it. After living a few years in loneliness and sorrow, rumors spread throughout the land that the king's daughter was going to celebrate her wedding. The road to the town passed by the village where the girl lived, and it so happened that as she was driving her herd one day, the bridegroom passed by. He sat proudly on his horse and did not look at her, but when she looked at him, she recognized her beloved. It was as if a sharp knife pierced her heart. "Ah," she said, "I thought he would remain faithful to me, but he has forgotten me." The next day he came back the same way. When he was near her, she spoke to the calf. "Calf, calf, kneel down, do not forget your shepherdess," as the king's son forgot the bride who sat under the green lime tree. When he heard the voice, he looked down and stopped his horse. He looked at the shepherdess's face, then covered his eyes as if trying to remember something, but quickly rode on and soon disappeared. "Ah," she said, "he no longer knows me," and her sorrow grew deeper. Soon after, a great feast was to be held for 3 days at the king's court, and the whole land was invited. "Now I will try the last resort," thought the girl, and when evening came, she went to the stone where she had buried her treasures. She took out the dress with the golden suns, put it on, and adorned herself with the gemstones. She loosened her hair, which she had hidden under a cloth, and it fell in long locks around her. Thus she went to the town and went unnoticed in the darkness. When she entered the brightly lit hall, everyone stepped back in amazement, but no one knew who she was. The king's son approached her, but he did not recognize her. He led her to dance and was so delighted by her beauty that he forgot about the other bride. When the feast was over, she disappeared into the crowd and hurried back to the village before dawn, where she put on her shepherdess dress again. The next evening, she took out the dress with the silver moons and put a crescent of gemstones in her hair. When she appeared at the feast, all eyes turned to her. But the king's son hurried toward her, and filled with love, he danced with her alone and did not look at any other. Before she left, she had to promise him to come back for the last evening. When she appeared for the third time, she wore the starry dress that sparkled with every step she took, and her hairband and belt were adorned with star-shaped gemstones. The king's son had been waiting for her for a long time and pressed toward her. "Tell me who you are," he said. "It feels as if I have known you for a long time." "Do you not know," she replied, "what I did when you parted from me?" Then she approached him and kissed him on the left cheek. In that moment, scales fell from his eyes, and he recognized the true bride. "Come," he said to her, "this place is no longer for me." He reached out his hand and led her down to the carriage. As if driven by the wind, the horses rushed to the Wonder Castle. The illuminated windows gleamed from afar. As they passed the lime tree, countless fireflies swarmed around it, shaking its branches and sending their scents down. Flowers bloomed on the stairs, the foreign birds sang from the room. But in the hall, the entire court was assembled, and the priest waited to marry the groom to the true bride. The Hare and the Hedgehog, a fairy tale by the Brothers Grimm. This story, my dear young folks, seems false, but it really is true, for my grandfather, from whom I have it, always used to say complacently when relating it, "It must be true, my son, or else no one could tell it to you." The story is as follows. One Sunday morning around harvest time, just as the buckwheat was blooming, the sun shone brightly in the sky, the east wind blew warmly over the stubble fields, larks sang in the air, bees buzzed among the buckwheat, people went to church in their Sunday best, and all creatures were happy, including the hedgehog. The hedgehog, however, stood by his door with his arms akimbo, enjoying the morning breezes and softly trilling a little song to himself. No better or worse than the songs hedgehogs sing on a blessed Sunday morning. While singing half aloud, it occurred to him that while his wife washed and dried the children, he might as well take a walk into the field to check on his turnips. The turnips were close to his house, and he and his family were accustomed to eating them, so he considered them his own. No sooner said than done. The hedgehog shut the house door behind him and headed for the field. He hadn't gone far from home and was just turning around the sloe bush outside the field to go up to the turnip field when he spotted the hare, who was out for the same reason, to inspect his cabbages. When the hedgehog saw the hare, he bid him a friendly good morning. The hare, in his own way a distinguished gentleman and terribly haughty, did not return the hedgehog's greeting. Instead, he said in a very contemptuous manner, "How come you're running around here in the field so early in the morning?" "I am taking a walk," said the hedgehog. "A walk," said the hare with a smile. "It seems to me you could use your legs for a better purpose." This answer made the hedgehog furious, as he could bear anything but an attack on his legs, which were naturally crooked. So the hedgehog said to the hare, "You seem to think you can do more with your legs than I can with mine." "That's exactly what I think," said the hare. "Let's put it to the test," said the hedgehog. "I wager that if we race, I will outstrip you." "That's ridiculous. You with your short legs," said the hare. "But if you insist on such a wild idea, what shall we wager?" "A golden louis d'or and a bottle of brandy," said the hedgehog. "Done," said the hare. "Shake hands on it, and let's get started." "Nay," said the hedgehog, "there's no rush. I'm still fasting. I'll go home first and have a little breakfast. I'll be back at this place in half an hour." With that, the hedgehog departed, and the hare was satisfied with this arrangement. On his way, the hedgehog thought to himself, "The hare relies on his long legs, but I will find a way to outwit him. He may be a great man, but he is a very foolish fellow, and he shall pay for what he has said." So when the hedgehog reached home, he said to his wife, "Wife, dress yourself quickly. You must come to the field with me." "What is going on then?" said his wife. "I have made a wager with the hare for a gold louis d'or and a bottle of brandy. I am to run a race with him, and thou must be present." "Good heavens, husband," the wife cried. "Art thou not right in thy mind? Hast thou completely lost thy wits? What can make thee want to run a race with the hare?" "Hold thy tongue, woman," said the hedgehog. "That is my affair. Don't begin to discuss things which are matters for men. Be off, dress thyself, and come with me." What could the hedgehog's wife do? She was forced to obey him, whether she liked it or not. So when they had set out on their way together, the hedgehog said to his wife, "Now pay attention to what I'm going to say. Look you, I will make the long field our race course. The hare shall run in one furrow and I in another, and we will begin to run from the top. Now all that thou hast to do is to place thyself here below in the furrow, and when the hare arrives at the end of the furrow on the other side of thee, thou must cry out to him, 'I am here already.'" Then they reached the field, and the hedgehog showed his wife her place, and then walked up the field. When he reached the top, the hare was already there. "Shall we start?" said the hare. "Certainly," said the hedgehog, then both at once. So saying, each placed himself in his own furrow. The hare counted once, twice, thrice, and away, and went off like a whirlwind down the field. The hedgehog, however, only ran about 3 paces, and then he stooped down in the furrow, and stayed quietly where he was. When the hare therefore arrived in full career at the lower end of the field, the hedgehog's wife met him with the cry, "I am here already." The hare was shocked and wondered not a little. He thought no other than that it was the hedgehog himself who was calling to him, for the hedgehog's wife looked just like her husband. The hare, however, thought to himself, "That has not been done fairly," and cried, "It must be run again. Let us have it again." And once more he went off like the wind in a storm, so that he seemed to fly. But the hedgehog's wife stayed quietly in her place. So when the hare reached the top of the field, the hedgehog himself cried out to him, "I am here already." The hare, however, quite beside himself with anger, cried, "It must be run again. We must have it again." "All right," answered the hedgehog. "For my part, we'll run as often as you choose." So the hare ran 73 times more, and the hedgehog always held out against him. And every time the hare reached either the top or the bottom, either the hedgehog or his wife said, "I am here already." At the 74th time, however, the hare could no longer reach the end. In the middle of the field, he fell to the ground, deep blood streamed out of his mouth, and he lay dead on the spot. But the hedgehog took the louis d'or which he had won and the bottle of brandy, called his wife out of the furrow, and both went home together in great delight. And if they are not dead, they are living there still. This is how it happened, that the hedgehog made the hare run races with him on the Buxtehude Heath till he died. And since that time, no hare has ever had any fancy for running races with a Buxtehude hedgehog. The moral of this story, however, is firstly that no one, however great he may be, should permit himself to jest anyone beneath him, even if he be only a hedgehog. And secondly, it teaches that when a man marries, he should take a wife in his own position, who looks just as he himself looks. So whosoever is a hedgehog, let him see to it that his wife is a hedgehog also, and so forth. Certainly. Here's the English translation based on the text you provided. 188. Spindle, shuttle, and needle. There was once a girl whose father and mother died when she was still a little child. At the end of the village, there lived a godmother in a small house all alone, who supported herself by spinning, weaving, and sewing. The old woman took the forsaken child in, kept her to her work, and educated her in all piety. When the girl was 15 years old, the old woman fell ill, called the child to her bedside, and said, "Dear daughter, I feel that my end is approaching. I leave you the little house in which you are protected from wind and weather, along with the spindle, shuttle, and needle with which you can earn your bread." She also laid her hands on its head, blessed it, and said, "Just keep God in your heart, then all will go well." Then she closed her eyes, and when she was buried in the earth, the girl went bitterly weeping behind the coffin and paid her the last honor. Now the girl lived alone in the little house, was diligent, spun, wove, and sewed, and the blessing of the good old woman rested on all that she did. It was as if the flax in the chamber increased by itself, and whenever she had woven a piece of cloth or a carpet, or had sewn a shirt, a buyer immediately appeared who paid her generously so that she felt no need and could share something with others. At this time, the king's son traveled through the country and wanted to find a bride. He should not choose a poor one and did not want a rich one. So he said, "She shall be my wife, who is both the poorest and the richest." When he came to the village where the girl lived, he asked, as he did everywhere, who was the richest and who was the poorest in the place. They named the richest first. The poorest, they said, was the girl who lived in the small house at the very end. The rich girl sat in front of her door in full splendor, and when the king's son approached, she got up, went to meet him, and bowed low before him. He looked at her, said nothing, and rode on. When he came to the house of the poor girl, she was not standing at the door, but sitting in her little room. He stopped his horse and saw through the window, on which the bright sun was shining, the girl sitting at her spinning wheel, spinning diligently. She looked up, and when she noticed that the king's son was looking in, she blushed all over, lowered her eyes, and continued spinning. Whether the thread was even this time, I do not know, but she spun until the king's son had ridden away again. Then she went to the window, opened it, and said, "It is so hot in the room." But she watched him as long as she could distinguish the white feathers in his hat. The girl sat down again in her room to work and continued spinning. Then a saying came to her mind that the old woman had sometimes said when she was sitting at her work, and she sang to herself, "Spindle, spindle, go forth, bring the suitor to my house." What happened? The spindle sprang instantly from her hand and out the door, and as she stood up in astonishment and looked after it, she saw it dancing merrily into the field, drawing a shining golden thread behind it. Before long, it had disappeared from her sight. Since the girl no longer had a spindle, she took the weaver's shuttle in her hand, sat down at the loom, and began to weave. Meanwhile, the spindle continued to dance onwards, and just as the thread came to an end, it reached the king's son. "What do I see?" he cried. "Does the spindle want to show me the way?" He turned his horse around and rode back along the golden thread. Meanwhile, the girl sat at her work and sang, "Shuttle, shuttle, weave finely, bring the suitor to me." Immediately, the shuttle sprang from her hand and out the door. Before the threshold, it began to weave a carpet, more beautiful than any ever seen before. Roses and lilies bloomed on both sides, and in the middle, on a golden ground, green vines ascended, amidst which hares and rabbits bounded. Stags and deer stretched their heads between them, and brightly colored birds sat in the branches above. They lacked only the gift of song. The shuttle leaped back and forth, and it seemed as if everything grew of its own accord. As the shuttle had run off, the girl sat down to sew. She held the needle in her hand and sang, "Needle, needle, sharp and fine, make the house ready for the suitor." Then the needle leapt from her fingers and flew about the room as quick as lightning. It was as if invisible spirits were working. Tables and benches were covered with green cloth in an instant. Chairs with velvet and silk curtains hung at the windows. Hardly had the needle put in the last stitch when the maiden saw through the window the white feathers from the hat of the king's son, whom the spindle had brought there by the golden thread. He dismounted, stepped over the carpet into the house, and when he entered the room, there stood the maiden in her poor clothes, but she glowed within them like a rose in the bush. "You are the poorest and also the richest," he said to her. "Come with me, you shall be my bride." She did not speak, but she gave him her hand. Then he gave her a kiss, led her forth, lifted her onto his horse, and brought her to the royal castle, where the wedding was celebrated with great joy. The spindle, shuttle, and needle were stored in the treasure chamber and held in great honor. 189. The Farmer and the Devil. Once upon a time there was a clever and sly little farmer whose tricks were well known, but the best story is how he once outwitted and made a fool of the devil. One day, the farmer had been working his field and was preparing to return home as twilight had already set in. There, in the middle of his field, he saw a heap of glowing coals, and to his astonishment, sitting atop the embers was a little black devil. "You must be sitting on a treasure?" said the farmer. "Indeed," replied the devil, "on a treasure containing more gold and silver than you've seen in your lifetime." "The treasure lies in my field and belongs to me," said the farmer. "It is yours," answered the devil, "if for 2 years you give me half of what your field produces. I have enough money, but I desire the fruits of the earth." The farmer agreed to the deal. To prevent any dispute during the division, he said, "What is above the ground shall be yours, and what is below shall be mine." The devil agreed, but the cunning farmer had planted turnips. When harvest time came, the devil appeared to claim his crop, but found nothing but yellow withered leaves, while the farmer, quite pleased, dug up his turnips. "You had the advantage once," said the devil, "but next time that won't work. Yours shall be what grows above ground, and mine what is below." "That's fine with me," replied the farmer. But when planting time came, the farmer did not sow turnips again, but wheat. When the crop ripened, the farmer went to the field and cut the tall stalks down to the ground. When the devil arrived, he found nothing but stubble and angrily descended into a rocky gorge. "That's how you outwit the foxes," said the farmer, and went to claim the treasure. 190. The Crumbs on the Table. Once upon a time, the rooster said to his little chickens, "Come quickly into the parlor and gather breadcrumbs together on the table. Our lady has gone out to pay a visit." But the little chicken said, "No, no, we won't come. If the lady catches us, she'll beat us." The rooster said, "She knows nothing about it. Just come. After all, she never gives us anything good." The little chickens again said, "No, no, it's over and done with. We won't go up." However, the rooster did not let them have any peace until they finally went up onto the table and gathered breadcrumbs together with all their might. Just then, the lady came in and grabbed a stick quickly and beat them and treated them very harshly. And when they were outside the house, the little chickens said to the rooster, "Did you see? Did you see?" Then the rooster laughed and simply said, Didn't you know?" So they had to just go away. 191. The Sea Hare. There was once a princess who had in her castle high above the battlements a hall with 12 windows which looked out in all directions of the compass, and when she climbed up and looked around, she could oversee her entire kingdom. From the first window, her vision was sharper than any other person's. From the second, even better. From the third, clearer still, and so on until the 12th, where she could see everything above and below the earth, and nothing could be hidden from her. Because she was proud and did not wish to submit to anyone, preferring to maintain sole dominion, she proclaimed that no one would become her husband unless he could hide from her so effectively that she could not find him. Whoever attempted this and was discovered would have his head struck off and placed on a stake. 97 stakes with dead men's heads already stood before the castle, and for a long time, no one had come forward. The princess was pleased and thought, "Now I shall remain free for the rest of my life." Then 3 brothers appeared before her and announced that they wished to try their luck. The eldest believed he would be safe if he crept into a lime pit, but she saw him from the first window, had him pulled out, and his head cut off. The second crept into the cellar of the palace, but she also saw him from the first window, and his fate was sealed. His head was placed on the 99th stake. Then the youngest stepped forward and begged her to give him a day to consider, and also to be gracious enough to overlook it if she should discover him twice. But if he failed the third time, he would consider his life over. Because he was so handsome and pleaded so earnestly, she said, "Yes, I will grant you that, but you will not succeed." The following day, he pondered for a long time how he should hide, but it was in vain. Then he took his gun and went out hunting. He saw a raven and took aim at it. Just as he was about to shoot, the raven cried, "Do not shoot! I will repay you." He lowered his gun, moved on, and came to a lake where he surprised a large fish that had come up from the depths to the surface of the water. When he aimed at it, the fish cried, "Do not shoot! I will repay you." He let it dive down again, moved on, and encountered a fox that was limping. He shot and missed it. The fox cried, "Come here and pull the thorn from my foot." He did so, but then wanted to kill the fox and skin it. The fox said, "Stop, and I will repay you." The youth let him go, and as it was evening, he returned home. On the next day, he was supposed to hide himself, but no matter how much he racked his brains, he didn't know where to go. He went into the forest to the raven and said, "I spared your life. Now tell me where I should hide so that the princess cannot see me." The raven hung his head and thought for a long time. Finally, he croaked, "I've got it." He fetched an egg from his nest, split it into 2 parts, and locked the youth inside. Then he sealed it up again and sat on top. When the princess approached the first window, she couldn't spot him, nor in the following ones, and she began to grow anxious. But in the 11th, she saw him. She ordered the raven to be shot, the egg brought and broken open, and the youth had to come out. She said, "You are excused this once. If you don't do better next time, you're done for." The following day he went to the lake, called the fish, and said, "I spared your life. Now tell me where I should hide so that the princess cannot see me." The fish thought for a while and finally cried, "I've got it. I will lock you inside my belly." He swallowed him and went down to the bottom of the lake. The princess looked through her windows, didn't see him in the 11th either, and was alarmed, but finally spotted him in the 12th. She ordered the fish to be caught and killed, and the youth appeared. One can imagine how he felt. She said, "You have been forgiven twice, but your head will surely end up on the 100th stake." On the last day, he went into the countryside with a heavy heart and met the fox. "You know how to find all kinds of hiding places," he said. "I spared your life. Now advise me where I should hide so that the princess cannot find me." "That's a tough one," answered the fox, looking very thoughtful. Finally, he cried, "I've got it." He went with him to a spring, dipped himself in it, and emerged as a market trader and animal dealer. The youth had to dip himself in the water as well and was transformed into a small sea hare. The merchant went into town and showed the cute little animal. A crowd gathered to see it, including the princess who liked it so much she bought it and paid the merchant handsomely for it. Before handing it over to her, he said to it, "When the princess goes to the window, quickly crawl under her braids." Now came the time for her to search for him. She went to each window in turn, from the first to the 11th, and did not see him. When she didn't see him at the 12th either, she was full of anxiety and anger, and slammed it shut so violently that the glass in every window shattered into 1,000 pieces, and the entire castle shook. She returned and felt the sea hair under her braids. She seized it, threw it to the ground, exclaiming, "Away with you! Get out of my sight!" It ran to the merchant, and both hurried to the spring, where they plunged in and regained their true forms. The youth thanked the fox and said, "The raven and the fish are fools compared to you. You know the right tricks. That must be true." The youth went straight to the palace. The princess was already expecting him and resigned herself to her fate. The wedding was celebrated, and now he was the king and lord of the entire kingdom. He never told her where he had hidden himself for the third time or who had helped him, so she believed he had done everything through his own skill, and she respected him greatly, thinking to herself, "He can do more than I." 192. The Master Thief. One day, an old man and his wife sat resting in front of a humble house, taking a break from their work. Suddenly, a magnificent carriage drawn by 4 bay horses approached, and a richly dressed gentleman stepped out. The farmer stood up, approached the gentleman, and asked what his desire was and how he could serve him. The stranger extended his hand to the old man and said, "I wish for nothing more than to enjoy a rustic dish once. Prepare me potatoes as you usually eat them, and then I will sit at your table and gladly consume them." The farmer smiled and said, "You must be a count or prince, or even a duke. Noble lords sometimes have such cravings. Your wish shall be granted, however." The wife went into the kitchen and began to wash and grate potatoes, intending to make dumplings as the peasants do. While she worked, the farmer said to the stranger, "Come with me to my house garden for now, where I have some work to do." In the garden, he had dug holes and now intended to plant trees. "Do you have any children?" asked the stranger, "who could help you with your work?" "No," replied the farmer. "I did have a son once," he added, "but he has been gone to the wide world for a long time. He was a disobedient boy, clever and sly, but he didn't want to learn and caused nothing but mischief. Finally, he ran away from me, and since then, I haven't heard anything from him." The old man took a sapling, placed it in a hole, and set a stake beside it. After shoveling soil into the hole and packing it down firmly, he tied the trunk securely to the stake with straw rope at the bottom, top, and middle. "Tell me," said the gentleman, "why do you not tie the crooked, gnarled tree over there in the corner, almost bent to the ground, to a stake like this one so that it grows straight?" The old man smiled and said, "Sir, you speak as you understand. It's clear you haven't dealt with gardening. That tree there is old and gnarled. No one can straighten it now. Trees must be trained while they are young." "It's like with your son," said the stranger. "If you had disciplined him when he was young, he wouldn't have run away. Now he must have become tough and stubborn." "Indeed," replied the old man. "It's been a long time since he left. He must have changed." "Would you recognize him if he stood before you?" asked the stranger. "Hardly by his face," replied the farmer, "but he has a distinctive mark, a birthmark on his shoulder that looks like a bean." Having said this, the stranger took off his coat, bared his shoulder, and showed the farmer the birthmark. "Good Lord," exclaimed the old man, "you are truly my son," and love for his child stirred in his heart. "But," he added, "how can you be my son? You have become a great lord and live in wealth and abundance. How did you come to this?" "And, father," replied the son, "the young tree was not tied to a stake and grew crooked. Now it's too old. It won't straighten again. How did I acquire all this? I became a thief. But don't be alarmed. I am a master thief. For me, there are no locks or bolts. What I desire is mine. Don't think that I steal like a common thief. I only take from the excess of the rich. Poor people are safe. I prefer to give to them rather than take from them. So, anything I can obtain without difficulty, cunning, or skill, I do not touch." "Oh, my son," said the father, "it doesn't please me at all. A thief remains a thief. Mark my words, it will not end well." He led him to his mother, and when she heard that it was her son, she wept for joy. But when he told her that he had become a master thief, 2 streams of tears flowed down her face. Finally, she said, "Even if he has become a thief, he is still my son, and my eyes have seen him once more." They sat down at the table, and he ate again with his parents the humble fare that he hadn't eaten in a long time. The father spoke. If our lord, the count over in the castle, finds out who you are and what you're up to, he won't cradle you in his arms as he did when he held you at the baptismal font. Instead, he'll let you swing on the gallows rope. Do not worry, father. He won't harm me, for I understand my trade. I will go to him myself today. As evening approached, the master thief got into his carriage and drove to the castle. The count received him courteously, thinking him a nobleman. But when the stranger revealed himself, the count turned pale and fell silent for a while. Finally he spoke. You are my godson. Therefore I will show mercy and be lenient with you. Since you boast of being a master thief, I will test your skill. If you fail, you must marry the ropemaker's daughter, and the cawing of crows shall be your music. My lord count, replied the master, set 3 tasks for me, as difficult as you wish, and if I do not solve your challenge, do with me as you please. The count pondered for a moment, then said, Very well. First, steal my saddle horse from the stable. Second, remove the bedsheet from under my wife and me while we are asleep, without us noticing, and also take my wife's wedding ring from her finger. Third and lastly, steal the priest and the sexton from the church. Remember everything well, for your life depends on it. The master went to the nearest town. There he bought clothes from an old peasant woman and put them on. Then he dyed his face brown and painted wrinkles on it so that no one would recognize him. Finally, he filled a small cask with old Hungarian wine mixed with a strong sleeping draught. He placed the cask on a cart, which he carried on his back, and walked with deliberate, swaying steps towards the count's castle. It was already dark when he arrived. He sat down in the courtyard on a stone, started coughing like an old woman with a chest ailment, and rubbed his hands as if he were cold. Outside the stable door, soldiers were gathered around a fire. One of them noticed the woman and called out, Come closer, old mother, and warm yourself by our fire. You have no place to spend the night, so take what you can find. The old woman shuffled over, asked them to lift the cart from her back, and sat down with them by the fire. What do you have in that cask, you old bag? Asked one of the soldiers. A good sip of wine, she replied. I make a living with my trade. I'll gladly give you a glass for money or kind words. Hand it over, said the soldier, and after tasting a glass, he exclaimed, If the wine is good, I'd rather have another glass, and had it refilled. The others followed suit. Hey, comrades, one called to those inside the stable. Here's an old lady with wine as old as she is. Have a sip. It warms your stomach even better than our fire. The old woman carried her cask into the stable. One soldier sat on the saddled saddle horse, another held the reins, and a third grabbed the tail. She poured as much as was asked until the source ran dry. Before long, one soldier dropped the reins, fell asleep, and started snoring. The other let go of the tail, lay down, and snored even louder. The one sitting in the saddle remained seated, but bent his head almost to the horse's neck, sleeping and puffing like a bellows. The soldiers outside had long since fallen asleep on the ground, motionless as if turned to stone. Seeing that he had succeeded, the master thief gave the one holding the reins a rope instead, and the one holding the tail a straw bundle. But what was he to do with the one sitting on the horse's back? He didn't want to throw him off, as he might wake up and raise an alarm. However, he knew what to do. He loosened the saddle girth, tied a few ropes hanging from rings on the wall to the saddle, lifted the sleeping rider with the saddle into the air, then wrapped the ropes around a post and secured them. He quickly untied the horse from its chain. But if he had ridden over the castle's stone courtyard, the noise would have been heard inside. So he wrapped the horse's hooves with old rags beforehand, let it out cautiously, mounted, and galloped away. When the day dawned, the master rode to the castle on the stolen horse. The count had just risen and was looking out of the window. Good morning, Count, he called to him. Here is the horse that I successfully retrieved from the stable. Just look at how comfortably your soldiers lie there asleep, and if you wish to go to the stable, you will see how snugly your guards have made themselves. The count chuckled, then said, Once you've succeeded, but the second time won't be so fortunate. And I warn you, if you encounter me as a thief, I will treat you as such. When the countess went to bed in the evening, She clasped her hand tightly around the wedding ring, and the Count said, "All doors are locked and bolted. I will stay awake and wait for the thief. But if he enters through the window, I will shoot him down." Meanwhile, in the darkness, the master thief went out to the gallows, cut down a poor sinner hanging there, and carried him on his back to the castle. There, he leaned a ladder against the bedroom, placed the dead man on his shoulders, and began to climb up. When he had reached a height where the dead man's head appeared at the window, the Count, lurking in his bed, fired a pistol at him. Immediately, the master let the poor sinner fall, leaped down the ladder himself, and hid in a corner. The moonlight illuminated the night enough for the master to see clearly, as the Count climbed down from the ladder, took the dead man to the garden, and began to dig a hole to bury him. Now, thought the thief, the opportune moment has come, stealthily emerged from his hiding place, and climbed the ladder straight into the Countess's bedroom. "Dear lady," he began in the Count's voice, "the thief is dead, but he was my godfather, and more of a rogue than a villain. I do not wish to expose him to public shame, and I also pity his poor parents. Before daybreak, I will bury him myself in the garden, so that this matter does not become public. Give me the bedsheet as well, so that I can wrap the body and not bury him like a dog." The Countess gave him the sheet. "You know," continued the thief, "I feel a wave of generosity. Give me the ring as well. The unfortunate man risked his life, so let him take it with him to the grave." Reluctant to defy the Count, though she did so reluctantly, she took the ring off her finger and handed it over. The thief took both items and made off successfully, arriving home before the Count had finished his grave digging in the garden. What a long face the Count made the next morning when the master came and brought him the bedsheet and the ring. "Can you perform magic?" he said to him. "Who has raised you from the grave into which I myself laid you and brought you back to life?" "You did not bury me," said the thief, "but the poor sinner from the gallows," and he explained in detail how it had happened. The Count had to admit that he was a clever and cunning thief. "But you are not done yet," he added. "You still have the third task to solve, and if you fail at that, nothing will help you." The master smiled and gave no answer. When night fell, he came to the village church with a long sack on his back, a bundle under his arm, and a lantern in his hand. In the sack he had crabs, and in the bundle were short wax candles. He sat down in the churchyard, took out a crab, stuck a wax candle on its back, lit the candle, set the crab on the ground, and let it crawl. He took out a second one from the sack, did the same with it, and continued until the last one was out of the sack. Then he put on a long black garment resembling a monk's habit and glued a gray beard to his chin. When he was completely unrecognizable, he took the sack that had held the crabs, went into the church, and climbed onto the pulpit. The clock in the tower struck 12 just as the last chime faded away. He cried out in a loud, piercing voice, "Listen, you sinful people, the end of all things has come. The last day is near. Listen, listen. Whoever wants to enter heaven with me, crawl into the sack. I am Peter, who opens and closes the gates of heaven. Look outside in the churchyard, where the dead are walking and gathering their bones. Come, come and crawl into the sack. The world is ending." The shouting echoed throughout the whole village. The pastor and the sexton, who lived near the church, were the first to hear it. When they saw the lights moving around the churchyard, they realized something unusual was happening and entered the church. They listened to the sermon for a while. Then the sexton nudged the pastor and said, "It wouldn't be a bad idea if we took advantage of this opportunity and found an easy way to heaven before the last day arrives." "Indeed," replied the pastor, "those were also my thoughts. If you're willing, let's make our way." "Yes," answered the sexton, "but you, Reverend, take the lead. I'll follow." So the pastor stepped forward and climbed onto the pulpit where the master opened the sack. The pastor crawled in first, followed by the sexton. Immediately, the master securely tied up the sack, grabbed it by the bundle, and dragged it down the pulpit stairs. Each time the heads of the two fools hit the steps, he exclaimed, "Now we're crossing the mountains." Then he dragged them through the village in the same manner, and when they passed through puddles, he cried, "Now we're passing through the wet clouds." And finally, as he dragged them up the castle stairs, he shouted, Now we're on the stairway to heaven and will soon be in the courtyard. When he reached the top, he shoved the sack into the dovecote, and as the doves fluttered, he said, "Do you hear how the angels rejoice and flap their wings?" Then he bolted the latch and departed. The next morning, he went to the count and told him that he had also completed the third task by leading the pastor and sexton away from the church. "Where have you left them?" asked the count. "They are lying in a sack on top of the dovecot, imagining they are in heaven." The count climbed up himself and confirmed that he had spoken the truth. After he had freed the pastor and sexton from their plight, he said, "You are a master thief, and you have won your case. For this time, you get away unscathed, but make sure to leave my land, because if you set foot here again, you can count on being raised on the gallows." The master thief bid farewell to his parents, went back into the wide world, and no one has heard anything of him since. 193. The Drummer. One evening, a young drummer went alone into the fields and arrived at a lake where he saw 3 pieces of fine white linen lying on the shore. "What fine linen," he said, and tucked one into his pocket. He went home, thought no more of his find, and went to bed. Just as he was about to fall asleep, he heard someone calling his name. He listened and heard a soft voice calling out, "Drummer, drummer, wake up!" In the dark night, he couldn't see anyone, but it seemed to him as if a figure was hovering beside his bed. "What do you want?" he asked. "Give me back my little shirt," replied the voice, "which you took from me last evening at the lake." "You shall have it back," said the drummer, "if you tell me who you are." "Ah," replied the voice, "I am the daughter of a mighty king, but I have fallen into the clutches of a witch and am banished to the glass mountain. Every day I must bathe with my 2 sisters in the lake, but without my little shirt, I cannot fly away again. My sisters have escaped, but I had to remain behind. I beg you, give me back my little shirt." "Be calm, poor child," said the drummer. "I will gladly return it to you." He took it out of his pocket and handed it to her in the darkness. She seized it hastily and wanted to depart with it. "Wait a moment," he said. "Perhaps I can help you. You can only help me if you climb the glass mountain and free me from the witch's power. But you cannot reach the glass mountain, and even if you were very close to it, you could not ascend." "What I want, I can do," said the drummer. "I pity you and fear nothing, but I do not know the way that leads to the glass mountain." "The path goes through the great forest where the man-eaters dwell," she replied. "That's all I can tell you." With that, he heard her flutter away. At daybreak, the drummer set out, slung his drum over his shoulder, and marched fearlessly straight into the forest. After walking a while without seeing any giants, he thought to himself, "I must wake the sleepyheads." He hung his drum in front of him and beat a roll that startled the birds from the trees with a flurry of cries. Before long, a giant rose up who had been lying and sleeping in the grass, towering as tall as a fir tree. "You puny fellow," he called out, "why are you drumming here and disturbing my best sleep?" "I drum," he replied, "because many thousands are following behind me, needing to know the way." "What do they want here in my forest?" asked the giant. "They want to do away with you and rid the forest of a monster like yourself," answered the drummer. "Oh ho," said the giant, "I could crush them like ants." "Do you think you could do anything against them?" said the drummer. "When you bend down to grab one, he jumps away and hides. But when you lie down to sleep, they come out from all the bushes and crawl all over you. Each one has a steel hammer at their belt to bash your skull in." The giant grew annoyed and thought, "If I deal with these cunning folk, it could turn against me. I squeeze the throats of wolves and bears, but I can't protect myself from earthworms." "Listen, little fellow," he said, "go away again. I promise that I will leave you and your comrades in peace from now on. If you have any other wish, tell me, and I will gladly do something to please you." "You have long legs," said the drummer, "and can run faster than I. Carry me to the glass mountain, and I will give my people a signal to retreat, and this time they shall leave you in peace." "Come here, worm," said the giant. "Sit on my shoulder. I will carry you wherever you wish." The giant lifted him up, and the drummer began to beat his drum heartily. The giant thought, "This will be the signal for the others to go back." After a while, another giant stood in their path. took the drummer from the first giant and placed him in his buttonhole. The drummer grasped the button, which was as large as a bowl, held onto it, and looked around cheerfully. Then they came to a third giant, who took him from the buttonhole and placed him on the brim of his hat. There the drummer went up and down and looked over the trees, and when he saw a mountain in the blue distance, he thought, "That must surely be the glass mountain." And indeed it was. The giant took only a few more steps, and they arrived at the foot of the mountain, where the giant set him down. The drummer asked to be carried to the top of the glass mountain, but the giant shook his head, muttered something under his breath, and went back into the forest. Now the poor drummer stood before the mountain, which was as high as if 3 mountains were piled on top of each other, and as smooth as a mirror, and he didn't know how to get up. He started to climb, but in vain. He kept slipping back down. If only I were a bird now, he thought, but wishing was of no use. Wings did not sprout for him. While he stood there, not knowing what to do, he spotted 2 men not far from him who were arguing vehemently. He approached them and saw that they were quarreling over a saddle lying on the ground before them, each wanting it for himself. "What fools you are," he said, "arguing over a saddle and not even having a horse to go with it." "The saddle is worth fighting for," replied one of the men. "Whoever sits on it and wishes to go anywhere, even to the ends of the earth, will arrive there in an instant upon making the wish. The saddle belongs to both of us jointly, and it's my turn to ride on it, but the other won't allow it." "I will settle this dispute quickly," said the drummer, went a short distance, and stuck a white rod into the ground. Then he returned and said, "Now run towards the goal. Whoever gets there first shall ride first." They both trotted off, but as soon as they were a few steps away, the drummer swung himself onto the saddle, wished himself to the glass mountain, and before you could turn your hand, he was there. On top of the mountain was a plain where an old stone house stood, and in front of the house was a large fish pond, with a dark forest behind it. He saw neither people nor animals. Everything was quiet. Only the wind rustled in the trees, and the clouds passed closely overhead. He approached the door and knocked. After knocking for the 3rd time, an old woman with a brown face and red eyes opened the door. She had glasses on her long nose and looked at him sharply, then asked what his desire was. "Admission, food, and a place to sleep," answered the drummer. "You shall have that," said the old woman, "if you are willing to perform 3 tasks in return." "Why not?" he replied. "I fear no task, no matter how difficult." The old woman let him in, gave him food and a good bed in the evening. In the morning, after he had rested, the old woman took a thimble from her skinny finger, handed it to the drummer, and said, "Now go to work and empty the pond outside with this thimble. But you must be finished before nightfall, and all the fish in the water must be sorted by their kind and size." "That is a strange task," said the drummer, but he went to the pond and began to scoop. He scooped all morning, but what can one accomplish with a thimble in a large body of water, even if one were to scoop for 1,000 years? By noon, he thought, "It's all in vain, whether I work or not," stopped, and sat down. Then a girl came out of the house, set down a basket of food, and said, "You sit there so sadly. What troubles you?" He looked at her and saw that she was extraordinarily beautiful. "Ach," he said, "I cannot complete the first task. How will it be with the others? I set out to seek a king's daughter who is said to reside here, but I have not found her. I will continue on my way." "Stay here," said the girl. "I will help you out of your trouble. You are tired. Lay your head in my lap and sleep. When you awaken, the work will be done." The drummer didn't need to be told twice. As soon as his eyes closed, she turned a wish ring and said, "Water rise, fish come forth." Immediately, the water rose like white mist and drifted away with the other clouds, and the fish snapped, jumped onto the shore, and lined up side by side, each according to its size and kind. When the drummer awoke, he saw with amazement that everything was accomplished. But the girl said, "One of the fish does not lie with its kind, but all alone. When the old woman comes this evening and sees that everything she asked for has been done, she will ask, 'What is this fish doing alone?' Then throw the fin her face and say, 'That is for you, old witch.'" In the evening, the old woman came, and when she asked the question, he threw the fish in her face. She pretended not to notice and remained silent, but she looked at him with malicious eyes. The next morning she said, "Yesterday you had it too easy. I must give you harder work. Today you must cut down the entire forest, split the wood into logs and stack it in cords, and everything must be finished by evening." She gave him an axe, a maul, and 2 wedges. But the axe was made of lead. The maul and wedges were made of tin. When he started chopping, the axe turned over and the maul and wedges squeezed together. He didn't know what to do, but at noon the girl came back with food and comforted him. "Lay your head in my lap," she said, "and sleep. When you wake up, the work will be done." She turned her wish ring. In that moment, the entire forest crashed down with a roar. The wood split by itself and stacked itself into cords. It was as if invisible giants were doing the work. When he woke up, the girl said, "You see, the wood is corded and stacked. Only a single branch is left. But when the old woman comes this evening and asks what the branch is for, give her a blow with it and say, 'That is for you, you witch.'" The old woman came. "You see," she said, "how easy the work was, but for whom is the branch still there?" "For you, you witch," he answered, and gave her a blow with it. But she pretended not to feel it, laughed scornfully, and said, "Tomorrow morning you shall pile all the wood into a heap, set it on fire, and burn it." He rose at daybreak and began to gather the wood. But how can one person gather an entire forest together? The work did not progress. Yet the girl did not abandon him in his distress. She brought him his midday meal, and after he had eaten, he laid his head in her lap and fell asleep. When he awoke, the entire woodpile was burning in a tremendous flame, its tongues stretching up to the sky. "Listen to me," said the girl. "When the witch comes, she will give you all sorts of tasks. If you fearlessly do what she asks, she cannot harm you. But if you fear, the fire will seize you and consume you. Finally, when you have done everything, seize her with both hands and throw her into the middle of the fire." The girl went away, and the old woman crept up. "Ho! I am cold," she said, "but this is a fire that burns. It warms my old bones. I feel well. But there is a log there that won't burn. Fetch it out for me. If you do that, you are free and can go wherever you want. Just boldly go in." The drummer did not hesitate long. He jumped into the flames, but they did nothing to him, not even singe his hair. He pulled out the log and laid it down. But as soon as the wood touched the ground, it transformed, and the beautiful girl stood before him, the one who had helped him in his need. And by the silken, golden clothes she wore, he knew well that she was the king's daughter. But the old woman laughed maliciously and said, "You think you have her, but you do not yet." Just as she was about to attack the girl and take her away, he seized the old woman with both hands, lifted her up, and threw her into the flames, which closed over her, as if rejoicing to consume a witch. The princess looked at the drummer, and seeing that he was a handsome youth who had risked his life to rescue her, she reached out her hand and said, "You have risked everything for me, but I will also do everything for you. If you promise me your loyalty, you shall become my husband. We lack no riches. We have enough from what the witch has gathered here." She led him into the house where chests and boxes filled with treasures stood. They left behind gold and silver, taking only the precious stones. She did not want to stay any longer on the glass mountain, so he said to her, "Sit with me on my saddle, and we will fly down like birds." "I do not like the old saddle," she said. "I only need to turn my wish ring, and we will be home." "Very well," replied the drummer. "Then wish us to the city gate." In an instant they were there, but the drummer said, "First I want to go to my parents and give them news. Wait for me here in the field. I will return soon." "Oh," said the princess, "I beg you, be careful not to kiss your parents on the right cheek when you arrive, or you will forget everything, and I will remain here alone and abandoned in the field." "How could I forget you?" he said, promising her to return soon. When he entered his father's house, no one knew who he was, for he had changed so much. The 3 days he had spent on the glass mountain had been 3 long years. He revealed himself, and his parents embraced him with joy, and he was so moved in his heart that he kissed them on both cheeks, forgetting the girl's words. But after kissing them on the right cheek, all thoughts of the princess disappeared from his mind. He emptied his pockets and laid handfuls of the finest jewels on the table. His parents did not know what to do with such wealth. So the father built a magnificent castle surrounded by gardens, forests, and meadows, as if a prince were to live there. And when it was finished, the mother said, "I have chosen a girl for you. The wedding will be in 3 days." The son agreed to everything his parents desired. The poor princess had stood for a long time outside the town, waiting for the return of the young man. As evening fell, she said, "Certainly, he kissed his parents on the right cheek and forgot about me." Her heart was full of sorrow. She wished to be in a lonely forest cottage and did not want to return to her father's court. Every evening, she went into the town and passed by his house. He saw her sometimes, but he no longer recognized her. Finally, she heard people saying, "Tomorrow his wedding will be celebrated." Then she said, "I will try to win back his heart." When the first wedding day was celebrated, she turned her wish ring and said, "A dress as radiant as the sun." Immediately, the dress lay before her, gleaming as if woven from pure sunbeams. When all the guests had assembled, she entered the hall. Everyone marveled at the beautiful dress, especially the bride, and since beautiful clothes were her greatest pleasure, she approached the stranger and asked if she would sell it to her. "Not for money," she replied, "but if I may spend the first night outside the door where the bridegroom sleeps, then I will give it to you." The bride could not resist her desire and agreed, but she mixed a sleeping potion into the groom's night wine, causing him to fall into a deep sleep. When everything was quiet, the princess crouched outside the door of the bedchamber, opened it a little, and called inside, "Drummer, drummer, hear me. Have you completely forgotten me? Did you not sit with me on the glass mountain? Did I not save your life from the witch? Did you not pledge your hand to me in loyalty? Drummer, drummer, hear me." But it was all in vain. The drummer did not wake up, and when morning broke, the princess had to leave empty-handed once again. On the second evening, she turned her wish ring and said, "A dress as silver as the moon." When she appeared at the feast with the dress, so delicate as the moonlight, she again aroused the bride's desire and gave it to her in exchange for permission to spend the second night outside the door of the bedchamber. In the quiet of the night, she called out, "Drummer, drummer, hear me. Have you completely forgotten me? Did you not sit with me on the glass mountain? Did I not save your life from the witch? Did you not pledge your hand to me in loyalty? Drummer, drummer, hear me." But the drummer, stupefied by the sleeping draught, could not be awakened. Sadly, she returned to her forest cottage the next morning. However, the people in the house had heard the lament of the strange girl and told the groom about it. They also told him that it had been impossible for him to hear anything because they had poured a sleeping draught into his wine. On the third evening, the princess turned her wish ring and said, "A dress shimmering like stars." When she appeared at the feast in it, the bride was beside herself with the splendor of the dress, which far surpassed the others, and said, "I should and must have it." Like the others, the girl gave it to her in exchange for permission to spend the night outside the groom's door. However, the groom did not drink the wine that was given to him before going to bed. Instead, he poured it behind the bed. And when everything in the house had become quiet, he heard a soft voice calling to him, "Drummer, drummer, hear me. Have you completely forgotten me? Did you not sit with me on the glass mountain? Did I not save your life from the witch? Did you not pledge your hand to me in loyalty? Drummer, drummer, hear me." Suddenly his memory returned. "Ah," he cried, "how could I have acted so faithlessly? But the kiss that I gave my parents on the right cheek in the joy of my heart, that is to blame. It has stupefied me." He jumped up, took the princess by the hand, and led her to his parents' bed. "This is my true bride," he said. "If I marry the other, I do great wrong." When the parents heard how everything had unfolded, they consented. Then the lights in the hall were lit again, drums and trumpets were brought forth, friends and relatives were invited to return, and the true wedding was celebrated with great joy. The first bride kept the beautiful clothes as compensation and was satisfied. The ear of corn. In former times, when God himself still walked the earth, the fruitfulness of the soil was much greater than it is now. At that time, the ears of corn did not bear 50 or 60-fold, but 400 to 500-fold. The grains grew on the stalk from bottom to top, As long as the stalk was, so long was the ear. People, however, tend to become indifferent and careless when they have an abundance and no longer appreciate the blessings that come from God. One day, a woman was passing by a cornfield, and her little child, who was running beside her, fell into a puddle and dirtied its frock. The mother tore off a handful of the beautiful ears of corn and cleaned the frock with them. When the Lord, who happened to be passing by, saw this, he was angry and said, "Henceforth, the corn stalk shall bear no more ears. People are no longer worthy of heavenly gifts." The bystanders who heard this were terrified and fell to their knees, begging him to leave something on the stalks, even if they themselves did not deserve it, for the sake of the innocent chickens which would otherwise starve. The Lord, foreseeing their suffering, took pity and granted their request. Thus, the ear of corn remained as it now grows. The grave mound. One day, a rich farmer was standing in his yard, looking over his fields and gardens. The corn was growing vigorously, and the fruit trees were laden with fruit. The grain from the previous year still lay in such large heaps on the ground that the beams could hardly support the weight. He then went to the stable, where the fattened oxen, the fat cows, and the sleek horses stood. Finally, he returned to his room and glanced at the iron chests where his money lay. As he stood there surveying his wealth, there was suddenly a loud knock. It was not at the door of his room, but at the door of his heart. It opened, and he heard a voice speaking to him. "Have you done well by your family with your wealth? Have you considered the needs of the poor? Have you shared your bread with the hungry? Were you content with what you had, or did you always want more?" His heart did not hesitate to answer, "I have been hard and unyielding, and have never done any good for my family. If a poor person came, I turned away my eyes. I have not cared about God, only about increasing my wealth. If everything the sky covers had been mine, I still would not have had enough." When he heard this answer, he was greatly alarmed. His knees began to tremble, and he had to sit down. Then there was another knock, this time at the door of his room. It was his neighbor, a poor man with a number of children he could no longer feed. "I know," thought the poor man, "my neighbor is rich, but he is just as hard. I do not believe he will help me, but my children are crying for bread, so I will take a chance." He said to the rich man, "You do not readily give away anything that is yours, but I am like someone with water rising above his head. My children are starving. Lend me 4 measures of corn." The rich man looked at him for a long time, and then the first ray of mercy began to melt a drop of the ice of greed. "I will not lend you 4 measures," he answered, "but I will give you 8, but you must fulfill one condition." "What must I do?" asked the poor man. "When I am dead, you shall watch for 3 nights by my grave." The peasant felt uneasy about this request, but in his need he would have agreed to anything. So he accepted and carried the corn home. It seemed as if the rich man had foreseen what would happen, for after 3 days he suddenly fell dead to the ground. No one knew exactly how it had come to pass, but no one mourned for him. After he was buried, the poor man remembered his promise. He would have gladly been released from it, but he thought, "After all, he acted kindly towards you. You fed your hungry children with his corn, and even if that were not the case, you have given your word and must keep it." At nightfall, he went to the churchyard and sat on the grave mound. Everything was still, only the moon shone over the graves, and sometimes an owl flew by and let out its mournful cry. When the sun rose, the poor man returned home unharmed, and the second night passed quietly in the same way. On the evening of the third day, he felt a peculiar uneasiness, as if something was still about to happen. When he went outside, he saw a man he had never seen before by the churchyard wall. He was no longer young, had scars on his face, and his eyes looked sharply and fiercely around. He was entirely covered with an old cloak, and only his large riding boots were visible. "What are you looking for here?" the peasant asked him. "Are you not afraid of the lonely churchyard?" "I am looking for nothing," he answered, "but I am also afraid of nothing. I am like the boy who went out to learn how to shiver and tried in vain, but who got the king's daughter as his wife and great wealth with her, while I have always remained poor. I am nothing but a discharged soldier and intend to spend the night here because I have no other shelter." "If you are not afraid," said the peasant, "stay with me, and help me watch over the grave." "Keeping watch is a soldier's duty," he replied. "Whatever we encounter here, good or bad, we will share together." The peasant agreed, and they sat together on the grave. The grave mound. Everything remained quiet until midnight, when a sharp whistling suddenly sounded in the air, and the two watchers saw the evil one standing bodily before them. "Away with you, scoundrels!" he shouted at them. "The one lying in the grave is mine. I want to take him, and if you don't leave, I will wring your necks." The soldier responded, "Sir with the red feather, you are not my captain. I do not need to obey you, and I have not yet learned how to fear. Go away. We will stay here." The devil thought, "Gold is the best way to catch these two rascals." He changed his tone and asked quite amicably if they would accept a bag of gold and go home. The soldier replied, "That sounds acceptable, but one bag of gold will not suffice. If you will give us as much gold as will fit into one of my boots, we will leave the field to you and depart." The devil said, "I do not have that much with me, but I will fetch it. In the neighboring town lives a money changer who is a good friend of mine and will readily advance it to me." When the devil had vanished, the soldier took off his left boot and said, "We will soon fool the coal burner. Just give me your knife, comrade." He cut the sole off the boot and placed it next to the mound in the tall grass at the edge of a half-overgrown hole. "That will do," he said. "Now the chimney sweep can come." They both sat down and waited. It did not take long before the devil returned with a small bag of gold in his hand. "Just pour it in," said the soldier, raising the boot slightly, "but that will not be enough." The black one emptied the bag. The gold fell through, and the boot remained empty. The soldier shouted, "Stupid devil, that won't do. Didn't I say so right away? Go back and bring more." The devil shook his head, left, and came back after an hour with a much larger bag under his arm. "Just pour it in?" cried the soldier, "but I doubt the boot will be full." The gold clinked as it fell, but the boot remained empty. The devil looked in with his burning eyes and confirmed the truth. He exclaimed, "You have outrageously thick calves," and made a wry face. The soldier retorted, "Did you think I had a cloven foot like you? Since when have you been so stingy? Get more gold, or our deal is off." The fiend went off again. This time he stayed away longer, and when he finally appeared, he was panting under the weight of a sack on his shoulder. He emptied it into the boot, which remained as empty as before. He became furious and was about to tear the boot from the soldier's hand, but at that moment, the first ray of the rising sun broke forth in the sky, and the evil spirit fled with loud screams. The poor soul was saved. The peasant wanted to divide the gold, but the soldier said, "Give my share to the poor. I will come with you to your hut, and we will live together in peace and quiet with what remains, as long as God wills it." Old Rinkrank. There was once a king who had a daughter. He had a glass mountain made and declared that whoever could cross over it without falling would win his daughter as his wife. A man who loved the king's daughter very much asked the king if he might have her. The king agreed, saying that if he could cross the mountain without falling, he could marry her. The princess said she would go with him and hold him if he were about to fall. As they were climbing together, the princess slipped and fell. The glass mountain opened up and swallowed her inside. The mountain closed immediately, and her betrothed could not see where she had gone. He wept and lamented greatly, and the king was also very sad. They had the mountain broken open, hoping to retrieve her, but they could not find the place where she had fallen. Meanwhile, the princess had fallen deep into the earth, into a great cave. An old man with a very long gray beard met her and said that if she would be his servant and do everything he commanded, she could stay alive. Otherwise, he would kill her. So she did everything he told her. In the mornings, he took a ladder out of his pocket, set it against the mountain, and climbed up. He then drew the ladder up after him. The princess had to cook his meals, make his bed, and do all his work. When he returned home, he always brought a heap of gold and silver. After many years, the princess had grown quite old. The old man called her Mother Mansrot, and she had to call him Old Rinkrank. One day, while he was out, she made his bed and washed his dishes. She closed all the doors and windows tightly, leaving only a small window open through which light came in. When Old Rinkrank returned, he knocked on the door and called, Mother Mansrot, open the door for me. No, she said. Old Rinkrank, I will not open the door for thee. He said, Here I stand, poor Rinkrank, on my 17 long shanks. On my weary, worn-out foot, Mother Mansrot, wash my dishes. I have washed your dishes already, she replied. Again he said, Here I stand, poor Rinkrank, on my 17 long shanks. On my weary, worn-out foot, Mother Mansrot, make my bed. I have made your bed already, she replied. Once more he said, Here I stand, poor Rinkrank, on my 17 long shanks. On my weary, worn-out foot, Mother Mansrot, open the door. He then ran around his house and saw that the little window was open. Thinking he would see what she was doing and why she wouldn't open the door, he tried to look in but couldn't fit his head through because of his long beard. He first put his beard through the window, and as soon as it was through, Mother Mansrot came by and shut the window with a cord she had tied to it, trapping his beard. He began to cry out piteously because it hurt him so much, and he begged her to release him. She agreed, only if he gave her the ladder he used to climb the mountain. Whether he wanted to or not, he had to tell her where the ladder was. She fastened a very long ribbon to the window, set up the ladder, and climbed out of the mountain. Once at the top, she opened the window again. The princess went to her father and told him all that had happened to her. The king rejoiced greatly, and her betrothed was still there. They dug up the mountain and found old Rinkrank with all his gold and silver inside. The king had old Rinkrank put to death and took all his gold and silver. The princess married her betrothed, and they lived happily ever after in great magnificence and joy. 197. The Crystal Ball. Once upon a time there was an enchantress who had 3 sons who loved each other like brothers, but the old woman did not trust them and thought they wanted to steal her power from her. So she transformed the eldest into an eagle, who had to dwell on a rocky mountain and could sometimes be seen circling in the sky in great circles. The second she transformed into a whale, who lived in the deep sea, and one could only see him occasionally spout a powerful jet of water into the air. Both had only 2 hours each day in their human form. The third son, fearing she might also transform him into a wild beast, a bear or a wolf, secretly departed. But he had heard that in the castle of the Golden Sun there sat an enchanted princess, waiting for deliverance. But everyone who tried risked their life. Already 23 young men had died a miserable death, and only one remained. Then no one else could come. And since his heart was without fear, he resolved to visit the castle of the Golden Sun. He had wandered for a long time and could not find it, when he came into a great forest and did not know where the way out was. Suddenly he saw in the distance 2 giants waving their hands, and when he came to them, they said, We are arguing about a hat to whom it should belong, and since we are both equally strong, neither can overpower the other. Small people are smarter than we are, so we will leave the decision to you. How can you argue about an old hat? Said the youth. You don't know what properties it has. It's a wishing hat. Whoever puts it on can wish themselves wherever they want, and instantly they are there. Give me the hat, said the youth. I will go a short way, and when I call you, run a race, and whoever is first with me, it shall belong to him. He put on the hat and went away, but thought of the king's daughter, forgot the giants, and continued walking. Once he sighed from the bottom of his heart and exclaimed, Oh, if only I were at the castle of the Golden Sun! And scarcely had the words passed his lips when he stood on a high mountain before the gate of the castle. He entered and walked through all the rooms until in the last he found the king's daughter. But how he was shocked when he looked at her. She had an ashen-gray face full of wrinkles, cloudy eyes, and red hair. Are you the king's daughter, whose beauty the whole world praises? He exclaimed. Ah, she replied, this is not my form. Human eyes can only behold me in this ugliness, but so that you know how I appear, look into the mirror. It cannot be deceived. It will show you my image as it truly is. She handed him the mirror, and he saw therein the likeness of the most beautiful maiden in the world, and saw how tears rolled down her cheeks with sorrow. Then he said, How can you be redeemed? I fear no danger. She said, Whoever obtains the crystal ball and holds it before the sorcerer will break his power with it, and I will return to my true form. Ah, she added, so many have gone to their deaths for this, and you, Young blood, you grieve me, if you venture into such great dangers. Nothing can deter me, he said, but tell me what I must do. You shall know everything, said the king's daughter. When you descend the mountain on which the castle stands, there will be a wild auroch standing by a spring, with which you must fight. And if you succeed in killing it, a fiery bird will rise from it, which carries in its body a glowing egg, and in the egg the crystal ball lies as the yolk. But he does not let the egg fall until he is compelled to do so. But if it falls on the ground, it will ignite and burn everything nearby, and even melt ice itself, and with it the crystal ball, and all your efforts will have been in vain. The youth descended to the spring, where the aurochs snorted and roared at him. After a long battle, he plunged his sword into the animal's body, and it fell down. Immediately a fiery bird rose from it and wanted to fly away. But the eagle, the youth's brother, who was passing between the clouds, swooped down on him, chased him to the sea, and struck him with his beak so that in his distress he dropped the egg. However, it did not fall into the sea, but onto a fisherman's hut standing on the shore, which immediately began to smoke and was about to burst into flames. Then waves as high as a house arose in the sea, streamed over the hut, and subdued the fire. The other brother, the whale, had swum over and driven up the water. When the fire was extinguished, the youth searched for the egg, and fortunately found it. It was not yet melted, but the shell had crumbled from the sudden cooling by the cold water, and he could take out the crystal ball unharmed. When the youth went to the sorcerer and held it before him, he said, "My power is destroyed, and you are from now on the king of the castle of the Golden Sun. With this, you can also restore your brother's glow, human forms." Then the youth hurried to the king's daughter, and when he entered her room, she stood there in full splendor of her beauty, and they joyfully exchanged rings with each other. 198. Maid Maleen. Once upon a time there was a king who had a son who sought the hand of the daughter of a powerful king, named Maid Maleen, who was beautiful. Because her father intended to marry her off to another, his proposal was rejected. However, as they loved each other deeply, they refused to part, and Maid Maleen said to her father, "I can and will take no other for my husband." The king became angry and ordered a dark tower to be built where no ray of sun or moon would enter. Once it was finished, he said, "Therein shalt thou be imprisoned for 7 years, and then I will come and see if thy stubborn spirit is broken." Food and drink were brought into the tower for 7 years, until she and her chambermaid were led inside and walled up, cut off from sky and earth. There they sat in darkness, unaware of day or night. The king's son often circled the tower, calling their names, but no sound penetrated the thick walls. What could they do but lament and complain? Meanwhile, time passed, and by the diminishing supply of food and drink, they knew the 7 years were nearing an end. They thought the moment of their deliverance had come, but no hammer stroke was heard, and no stone fell from the wall. It seemed her father had forgotten her. With food nearly exhausted and a miserable death awaiting, Maid Maleen said, "We must try our last chance and see if we can break through the wall." She took the bread knife and dug and bore into the mortar of a stone, and when she grew tired, the chambermaid took her turn. After much labor, they succeeded in removing one stone, then a second and a third, and after 3 days the first ray of light fell into their darkness, and finally the opening was large enough for them to look out. The sky was blue, and a fresh breeze blew on their faces, but everything around them looked melancholy. Her father's castle lay in ruins, the town and villages were burned as far as the eye could see, the fields were devastated, and no human soul was visible. When the opening in the wall was large enough for them to slip through, the chambermaid leaped down first, and then Maid Maleen followed. But where could they go? The enemy had ravaged the entire kingdom, driven out the king, and killed all the inhabitants. They wandered in search of another country, but found no shelter or anyone willing to give them a mouthful of bread, so great was their need that they were forced to satisfy their hunger with nettles. After a long journey, they reached another land and tried to find work everywhere, but wherever they knocked, they were turned away, and no one took pity on them. Finally, they arrived in a large city and went to the royal palace. There, too, they were told to leave, but at last the cook said they could stay in the kitchen and serve as scullery maids. The son of the king, in whose kingdom they found themselves, had been betrothed to Maid Maleen. However, his father had chosen another bride for him, who was as ugly in appearance as she was wicked at heart. The wedding was set, and the bride had already arrived, but due to her extreme ugliness, she refused to show herself to anyone and locked herself in her chamber, forcing Maid Maleen to bring her meals from the kitchen. When the day came for the bride and the groom to go to church, she was ashamed of her appearance and feared mockery and laughter if she showed herself in the streets. So she said to Maid Maleen, "A great fortune awaits you. I have injured my foot and cannot walk well through the streets. You shall put on my wedding clothes and take my place. A greater honor cannot befall you." Maid Maleen, however, refused and said, "I do not desire honor that is not rightfully mine." It was also in vain that the bride offered her gold. Finally, she said angrily, "If you do not obey me, it shall cost you your life. I need only speak a word, and your head will lie at your feet." Thus, Maid Maleen had to obey and put on the bride's magnificent clothes along with her jewelry. When she entered the royal hall, everyone was astonished at her great beauty, and the king said to his son, "This is the bride whom I have chosen for you, whom you shall lead to church." The groom was astonished and thought, "She resembles my maid Maleen, and I would believe it was she herself, but she has long been imprisoned in the tower or is dead." He took her by the hand and led her to the church. On the way stood a nettle bush, and she said, "Oh, nettle bush, little nettle bush so small, what are you doing here alone? I remember the time when I ate you unboiled, unroasted." "What are you saying?" asked the king's son. "Nothing," she replied. "I was only thinking of Maid Maleen." He was surprised that she knew of her, but remained silent. When they arrived at the footbridge before the churchyard, she said, "Church footbridge, do not break. I am not the true bride." "What are you saying there?" asked the king's son. "Nothing," she replied. "I was only thinking of Maid Maleen." "Do you know Maid Maleen?" he asked. "No," she answered. "How should I know her? I have only heard of her." When they reached the church door, she said once more, "Church door, do not break. I am not the true bride." "What are you saying there?" he asked. "Ah," she replied, "I was only thinking of Maid Maleen." Then he took out a precious jewel, placed it around her neck, and fastened the clasp. They entered the church, and the priest joined their hands before the altar and married them. He led her back, but she did not speak a word the whole way. When they returned to the royal palace, she hurried into the bride's chamber, removed the magnificent clothes and jewelry, dressed in her gray gown, and kept only the jewel around her neck that she had received from the groom. When night fell and the bride was to be led into the prince's chamber, she let her veil fall over her face so that he would not notice the deception. Once all the people had left, he said to her, "What did you say to the nettle bush that stood by the path?" "To which nettle bush?" she asked. "I did not speak to any nettle bush." "If you did not do it, then you are not the true bride," he said. She managed to help herself and said, "Come forth, my maids, who carry my thoughts." She went out and confronted Maid Maleen. "Girl, what did you say to the nettle bush?" "I said nothing but, 'Nettle bush, little nettle bush so small, what are you doing here alone? I remember the time when I ate you unboiled, unroasted." The bride ran back to the chamber and said, "Now I know what I said to the nettle bush," and repeated the words she had just heard. "But what did you say to the church footbridge when we crossed it?" asked the prince. "To the church footbridge?" she replied. "I did not speak to any church footbridge." "Then you are also not the true bride," he said. She again managed to help herself and said, "Come forth, my maids, who carry my thoughts." She ran out and confronted Maid Maleen. "Girl, what did you say to the church footbridge?" "I said nothing but, 'Church footbridge, do not break. I am not the true bride.'" "This will cost you your life," cried the bride, but hurried back to the chamber and said, "Now I know what I said to the church footbridge," and repeated the words. "But what did you say to the church door?" "To the church door?" she replied. "I did not speak to any church door." "Then you are also not the true bride," he said. She went out, confronted Maid Maleen. "Girl, what did you say to the church door?" "I said nothing but, 'Church door, do not break. I am not the true bride.'" That will cost you your life, cried the bride in a rage, but hurried back to the chamber and said, Now I know what I said to the church door, and repeated the words. But where is the jewel that I gave you at the church door? What jewel? She answered. You gave me no jewel. I placed it around your neck myself and clasped it together. If you do not remember that, then you are not the true bride. He lifted the veil from her face, and when he beheld her profound ugliness, he recoiled in shock and said, How did you come here? Who are you? I am your betrothed bride, but because I feared people would mock me if they saw me outside, I instructed Cinderella to put on my clothes and go to church in my place. Where is the girl? He asked. I want to see her. Go and bring her here. She went out and told the servants that Cinderella was a fraud. They should take her down to the courtyard and chop off her head. The servants seized her and were about to drag her away, but she screamed so loudly for help that the prince heard her voice, rushed out of his room, and ordered them to release the girl immediately. Lights were brought forth, and there he noticed around her neck the golden jewelry he had given her before the church door. You are the true bride, he said, who walked with me to the church. Come with me to my chamber. When they were alone, he said, You mentioned Maid Maleen on our way to the church, who was my betrothed bride. If I believed it were possible, I would think you stand before me. You resemble her in every way. She replied, I am Maid Maleen, who sat in darkness for 7 years because of you, suffered hunger and thirst, and lived in poverty and distress for so long. But today the sun shines on me again. I was married to you in the church, and am your lawful wife. They kissed each other and were happy for the rest of their lives. As retribution, the false bride's head was chopped off. The tower where Maid Maleen had been imprisoned stood for a long time, and when children passed by, they sang, Cling clang Gloria, who sits in this Thoria? There sits a king's daughter in, whom I cannot get to see. The wall won't break, the stone won't sting. Hans with the colorful coat, come and follow me after. 199. The boot of buffalo leather. A soldier who fears nothing also troubles himself about nothing. One such soldier had received his discharge, and since he had learned no trade and could earn nothing, he wandered about begging alms from kind people. He carried an old weatherproof coat on his shoulders, and he still had a pair of riding boots made of buffalo leather. One day, he walked straight into the open country without paying attention to the path and eventually entered a forest. He didn't know where he was, but saw a man sitting on a felled tree trunk, well dressed in a green hunting coat. The soldier shook hands with him, sat down beside him on the grass, and stretched out his legs. I see you have fine boots on, nicely polished, he said to the huntsman. But if you had to wander about like I do, they wouldn't last long. Look at mine. They're made of buffalo leather and have served me well through thick and thin. After a while, the soldier got up and said, I can't stay any longer. Hunger drives me on. But Brother Wax Boots, where does the road lead? I don't know myself, answered the huntsman. I've lost my way in the forest. So you're in the same plight as I, said the soldier. Birds of a feather flock together. Let's stay together and find the way. The huntsman smiled a little, and they continued walking further and further until night fell. We're not getting out of the forest, said the soldier, but there in the distance I see a light shining. There'll be something to eat. They found a stone house, knocked on the door, and an old woman opened it. We're looking for lodgings for the night, said the soldier, and something to line the stomach, for mine is as empty as an old knapsack. You can't stay here, answered the old woman. This is a robber's house, and you do best to get away before they come home, because if they find you, you're lost. It won't be so bad, answered the soldier. I haven't had a mouthful in 2 days, and it makes no difference to me whether I perish here or die of hunger in the forest. I'm going in. The huntsman didn't want to follow, but the soldier pulled him by the sleeve. Come, brother, it won't come to a bad end right away. The old woman took pity and said, Creep behind the stove. If they leave anything and fall asleep, I'll slip it to you. Scarcely had they sat down in the corner when 12 robbers stormed in, sat at the table, which was already set, and demanded food eagerly. The old woman brought in a large roast, and the robbers enjoyed it thoroughly. When the smell of the food reached the soldier's nose, he said to the huntsman, "I can't hold out any longer. I'm going to sit at the table and eat with them." "You'll bring us to our end," said the huntsman, holding him by the arm. But the soldier began to cough loudly. When the robbers heard that, they threw down knives and forks, jumped up, and discovered the two behind the stove. "Aha, gentlemen," they cried, "sitting in the corner? What are you doing here? Are you sent as spies? Wait, you shall learn to fly on a dry twig." "Only decent," said the soldier. "I'm hungry, give me something to eat. Afterwards you can do with me as you please." The robbers hesitated, and their leader said, "I see you're not afraid. Very well, you shall have food, but afterwards you must die." "We'll see about that," said the soldier, sat down at the table, and bravely started carving into the roast. "Brother Wax Boots, come and eat," he called to the huntsman. "You must be as hungry as I am, and you won't find a better roast at home." But the huntsman refused to eat. The robbers watched the soldier in amazement and said, "This fellow wastes no time." Later he said, "The food was good. Now bring out a good drink too." The leader was in the mood to allow this as well, and called to the old woman, "Fetch a bottle from the cellar, the best one." The soldier popped the cork so loudly that it cracked, took the bottle to the huntsman, and said, "Watch out, brother, you're in for a surprise. Now I'll propose a toast to the whole gang." Then he waved the bottle over the heads of the robbers, called out, "You shall all live, but open your mouths and raise your right hand," and took a hearty gulp. Barely had the words left his mouth when they all sat motionless as if turned to stone, mouths open and right arms raised. The huntsman said to the soldier, "I see you can do other tricks too, but now come, let's go home." "Oh no, brother," said the soldier. "It's too early to leave. We've defeated the enemy, and now we'll loot." They're stuck there with their mouths wide open in astonishment. They mustn't move until I allow it. Come, eat and drink. The old woman had to fetch another bottle of the best wine, and the soldier didn't get up until he had eaten enough for another 3 days. Finally, when the time came, he said, "Now it's time to break camp, and so we have a short march. Let the old woman show us the nearest way to the town." When they arrived there, he went to his old comrades and said, "I've found a nest full of gallows birds out in the woods. Come along, we'll root them out." The soldier led them there and said to the huntsman, "You must come back with us and see how they flutter when we grab them by the feet." He positioned the men around the robbers, then took the bottle, took a sip, waved it over them, and shouted, "You shall all live." Instantly, they regained their movement, but were thrown down and tied up with ropes around their hands and feet. Then the soldier ordered them to be thrown onto a wagon like sacks and said, "Take them straight to the prison." But the huntsman took one of the men aside and gave him another task. "Brother Wax Boots," said the soldier, "we have successfully caught the enemy off guard and feasted well. Now let's march calmly as stragglers behind." As they approached the city, the soldier saw a crowd pouring out of the city gate, raising loud shouts of joy and waving green branches in the air. Then he saw the entire royal guard coming forward. "What does this mean?" he said in surprise to the huntsman. "Don't you know?" he replied. "The king has been away from his kingdom for a long time. Today he returns, and everyone is going out to meet him." "But where is the king?" said the soldier. "I don't see him." "Here he is," answered the huntsman. "I am the king and have announced my arrival." Then he opened his hunting coat to reveal the royal garments. The soldier was startled, fell to his knees, and begged forgiveness for treating him as an equal in ignorance and addressing him with such a name. The king, however, extended his hand and said, "You are a brave soldier and have saved my life. You shall suffer no more hardship. I will take care of you. And if you ever want to eat a piece of good roast, as good as in the robber's house, just come to the royal kitchen. But if you want to propose a toast, you must first seek my permission." 200. The Golden Key. In wintertime, when deep snow lay on the ground, a poor boy had to go out on a sled to fetch wood. After he had gathered it together and loaded it up, because he was so frozen, he didn't want to go home yet, but rather to make a fire and warm himself a little. So he scraped away the snow, and as he cleared the ground, he found a small golden key. Now he believed that where the key was, There must also be a lock, so he dug in the earth and found an iron chest. If only the key fits, he thought. There must be precious things in that chest. He searched, but there was no keyhole to be found. Finally, he discovered one, but it was so small that it could hardly be seen. He tried it, and the key fit perfectly. He turned it once around, and now we must wait until he has completely unlocked it and opened the lid. Then we will find out what wonderful things were lying in that chest.